The year 2020, a parallel world. The once popular program I Want to Invent has made a comeback, adopting a live broadcast format for the first time. The former host Jung Ting-yue has returned, teaming up with Lu Shi to host the show, reigniting a wave of enthusiasm for science. Holding the microphone, Jung Ting-yue scanned the audience below with a hint of mystery in his tone. Let's give the warmest applause to welcome our next contestant, Li Hao. The sound of applause surged like waves, as every audience member eagerly awaited the appearance of this mysterious inventor. The opening two contestants showcased extraordinary inventions. The first invented a device to prevent gas explosions, and the patent was immediately purchased on site by a tech company for a high price of $2 million. The second contestant was even more astonishing, inventing an ultra-thin fabric that, despite its lightness, provides warmth surpassing that of a down jacket. Upon its debut, it was sold for tens of millions. The two contestants sold their patents on the spot, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of both the live and online audiences. Viewers across the country were filled with anticipation for the appearance of the third contestant. Moments later, music began to play. With a soft poof, the studio doors slowly opened, and a modestly dressed young boy walked out onto the red carpet. His doll-like face, a t-shirt printed with Garfield, and a pair of sandals made him look innocent and adorable. The entire audience was instantly stunned. A child? How old is this kid? Starting to invent things at such a young age? That's just too cute. Is this probably only elementary or middle school? Li Hao calmly greeted the audience. Hello to everyone in front of the TV and at the venue. Hello, host, and all the experts, professors, and seniors. My name is Li Hao. The female host, Lu Shi, walked forward with a big smile. Hello, little one. Not nervous at all, huh? Tell us, how old are you this year? I come from the cold city in the northwest, and I am 13 years old this year. As soon as the words fell, there was a brief silence at the scene, and everyone was stunned. 13 years old and already able to participate in the I Want to Invent program? A woman in the audience was amused by Li Hao's cuteness and patted her chubby son's head. See that? He's only 13, you should learn from him. The chubby son nodded in shock. He's really amazing. Lu Shi asked with a wry smile. 13 years old? Li Hao, are you in middle school now? Li Hao had a slightly mischievous look on his face, but his eyes were unusually clear. He smiled and said, I dropped out of elementary school. I'm not attending school anymore. Lu Shi's expression immediately turned serious. You're only 13. How can you not go to school? Even if you have some small inventions, that's just temporary cleverness. Attending school is still a must. Is it because your family is struggling financially? Li Hao shook his head with a smile. No. Lu Qian frowned. Does that mean you don't like studying and have poor grades? Li Hao shook his head again. Not that either. Lu Qian was completely puzzled. Then why don't you go to school? Li Hao smiled helplessly. It was precisely this helpless smile that caused a trace of doubt to flash through the hearts of many of the senior experts and entrepreneurs present. This child seemed to possess wisdom and thoughts beyond his years. Li Hao sighed inwardly. Why did I have to transmigrate into a child's body? Pretending to be a kid every day is truly exhausting. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. His expression turned serious, and he looked intently at Lu Shi while holding the microphone, speaking clearly. I have already self-studied all the graduate-level courses in physics, mathematics, and chemistry. I believe no teacher in the world can teach me. The entire audience fell silent, and some couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Qian forced a smile, this child, quite bold in his words. However, being able to participate in I Want to Invent at the age of 13 does show he's smart. At this moment, Jung Ting-yue approached with a serious tone. Li Hao, young man, there are many talented people in this world. There's always someone better. You're only 13 and already so arrogant. You must learn to be humble. You say no one can teach you, yet you're still willing to come to the stage of I Want to Invent to receive expert evaluations. Li Hao slowly shook his head, revealing a faint smile. Actually, I didn't come here to be evaluated. I just wanted to use this stage to correct the scientific progress of this world. A sound echoed, and the entire audience burst into an uproar. If the previous words were just a child's pride, then this statement was outright contempt for the current scientific community. A 13-year-old child daring to claim they would correct the scientific progress of the entire world? In the audience, the woman looked at Li Hao, her eyes no longer filled with admiration but with disgust. She patted her chubby son's head and said, don't ever learn from this Li Hao. So young and already boasting, completely lacking humility. The chubby son pondered, what if he's not bragging? What if he's really that amazing? The woman sneered, how is that possible? He's only as old as you. Jung Ting-yue sighed, alas, the child is beyond teaching. He completely lost interest in continuing the conversation with Li Hao and just wanted to end it quickly. Sitting back in the chair and picking up the microphone, Jung Ting-yue asked, Li Hao, what invention have you brought? Li Hao glanced around the room and, facing the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, gave a faint smile. Fusion reactor. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The microphone in Jung Ting-yue's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He suddenly stood up and screamed. What? The entire venue fell into complete silence. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but start trembling. Shocking. That was truly shocking. They found it unbelievable that a teenager from China, who hadn't even attended middle school, had actually created nuclear fusion. A nuclear fusion reactor? Nuclear fusion is one of the most cutting-edge scientific fields globally, with scientists from various countries racing to make breakthroughs. It's a technology that only superpowers have the capability to research. Yet, a 13-year-old boy unexpectedly developed nuclear fusion technology. Fake. Bragging. This is everyone's first reaction. The woman in the audience had a trembling voice and quickly patted her chubby son's head. Child, you must never learn from this Li Hao. He's just bragging without a second thought. The chubby son was also somewhat terrified. Nuclear fusion, could it explode? I don't know either, but don't you dare imitate him. Meanwhile, the internet was already in an uproar. Countless viewers watching the livestream were boiling over. Nuclear fusion? What nonsense! What is nuclear fusion? It's not a weapon, is it? Illiterate upstairs, nuclear fusion is a super technology used for power generation. It produces immense energy, is clean and environmentally friendly, and saves resources. I only know about nuclear fission, but I've never heard of nuclear fusion. Is this really nuclear fusion technology? It looks so rudimentary. I don't believe it. It's simply impossible. I also think it's fake. How could a 13-year-old boy possibly build a nuclear fusion reactor on his own? Forget the reactor. At that age he probably can't even explain what nuclear fusion is, right? At the scene, the audience was in an uproar. Several entrepreneurs instantly stood up, their eyes firmly fixed on Li Hao. The boy standing on the stage remained calm and composed, completely indifferent to the doubts before him. A trace of smugness flashed in Li Hao's eyes. The reaction should be shocking enough. The rating for the first novice task probably won't be low, at least give me an S. That's right, Li Hao is not only a transmigrator but also bound to the inventor system. His participation in I Want to Invent was precisely the novice task assigned by the system. As long as Li Hao performs well on the show and earns a qualifying A-level score, he can claim the novice reward. For someone like him, who was deeply devoted to science in his previous life, this reward is immensely tempting. The novice reward is quantum entanglement theory. In his previous life on Earth, quantum entanglement theory was a pinnacle of academic achievement. Although it existed, Li Hao's status and position were limited, preventing him from accessing that level or showcasing his brilliance, as there were too many top experts in the quantum field. However, in this world, no one knows about quantum entanglement theory. If Li Hao becomes the first proposer, he will be immortalized in the scientific community, with a status comparable to Einstein. A scientist spends their life pursuing two things: first, fame, and second, academic breakthroughs to solve the mysteries in their heart. As for money and pleasure, they are nothing but fleeting clouds. The atmosphere on site was strange, and Zhang Tingyue's throat felt slightly dry. Li Hao, are you sure this is a nuclear fusion reactor? Li Hao had a good impression of Zhang Tingyue and nodded in response. Yes, I am very sure. Zhang Tingyue swallowed nervously and turned to an elderly man wearing glasses. I don't understand such advanced science, so I've decided to hand over the hosting rights to Professor Fong from the Department of Physical Engineering at the Huaxia Academy of Science. Professor Fong stood up kindly and smiled at Li Hao, saying, Li Hao, young man, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Li Hao smiled in response and respectfully addressed him. Hello, Grandpa Fong, please go ahead. Hearing this form of address, Professor Fong's smile grew even gentler, but his tone suddenly turned serious. My first question is, can you clearly explain what nuclear fusion is? What is nuclear fusion? As soon as Professor Fong finished speaking, the audience in front of the television and at the scene held their breath, all turning their eyes to Li Hao. Could this kid really explain what nuclear fusion is? Forget about him, some physics teachers might not even be able to explain it clearly, right? Li Hao flashed a confident smile, showing no signs of nervousness, and began speaking fluently. Nuclear fusion is a nuclear aggregation reaction, also known as a thermonuclear reaction. It involves smaller atoms, under extremely high temperatures or ultra-high pressure, attracting, colliding, and fusing with each other to form heavier atomic nuclei. This new atomic nucleus releases an astonishing amount of energy during the fusion reaction. He paused for a moment, noticing the confusion among those around him, and continued to explain in simpler terms. There are mainly two types of nuclear reactions. The first is the well-known nuclear fission reaction, which releases much less energy compared to nuclear fusion. Many nuclear power plants today generate electricity using nuclear fission, but my invention is a more advanced nuclear fusion reaction. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a prolonged silence. Everyone exchanged glances, filled with disbelief. For such a young child to explain such cutting-edge scientific knowledge so clearly was truly extraordinary. Professor Fong raised an eyebrow. So, are you saying that you've really invented nuclear fusion? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve nuclear fusion? Li Hao burst into laughter. Grandpa Fong, actually nuclear fusion was discovered a long time ago, wasn't it? Professor Fong smiled faintly, turned to the audience behind the camera, and began explaining. That's right, the hydrogen bomb is a nuclear weapon based on nuclear fusion reactions. The power of a hydrogen bomb far exceeds that of an atomic bomb bomb because it utilizes nuclear fusion reactions. However, nuclear fusion comes in two forms: uncontrolled nuclear fusion and controlled nuclear fusion. Currently, humanity can only achieve the uncontrolled type. The audience on site was bewildered, finding it hard to understand. Li Hao continued to explain, yes, uncontrolled nuclear fusion, simply put, is when atomic nuclei collide and fuse, releasing all their energy in an instant, causing an extremely violent explosion with terrifying power. Controlled nuclear fusion, on the other hand, involves controlling the rate, process, quantity, and quality of the fusion to achieve a sustained and stable release of energy, providing us with power. Currently, no one has mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Professor Fong stepped forward, gently patted Li Hao on the head, and said with a smile, "So, are you saying you invented the hydrogen bomb?" Li Hao also smiled. "No, what I'm saying is, although no one in this world has mastered controlled nuclear fusion, I have." Professor Fong took a sharp breath, his tone suddenly sharp. "Do you know what you're saying?" Li Hao grinned mischievously. "But that's the truth." Professor Fong was furious. "Stop spouting nonsense here. To achieve controlled nuclear fusion, it must be operated under extreme conditions, such as reaching temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius in an instant, or ultra-high pressure like the core of the sun." Li Hao laughed heartily. "That's why I invented the ultra-high pressure device. And because of that, I conveniently built a fusion reactor." "You?" Professor Fong was red-faced with anger, rendered speechless. The audience at the scene all stood up, their eyes wide as they stared at Li Hao. Just from the conversation between these two, it was enough for them to understand this was practically the blackest of black technologies. Could this kid really have invented it? Meanwhile, on stage, the two hosts, Zheng Tingyue and Lu Shi, were completely dumbfounded. This has far exceeded the scope of what they could interject. It's too shocking, completely mind-blowing. The microphone in Zheng Tingyue's hand trembled uncontrollably, twitching to the point where he could barely hold it steady. Even if Li Hao hasn't truly invented nuclear fusion technology, as long as he can reveal a hint of a clue, today's stage might just be recorded in history. This isn't just a major step forward for human technology, it's practically a leap. Meanwhile, the other contestants backstage were trembling all over. They wished they could cry on the spot. When you were still playing with mud, this child had already reached the heights of nuclear fusion. While you were secretly proud of building a submarine that could dive 1 meter, he had already surpassed the hurdle of researching nuclear weapons. How can this be compared? An old man holding his newly invented mousetrap looked bitter. I won't go up there, I can't afford to lose face. The program team clearly said this was a competition for us ordinary folks, meant for grassroots inventors, but what happened? They lied. The staff member nearby looked worriedly at Li Hao, who was confidently conversing with Professor Fong on stage, and sighed, "But he really comes from the grassroots, from a rural area in the northwest, and he's just a primary school student. Who could have imagined?" Whimpering. "What kind of place is this? I want to go home, I'm done playing." Even primary school students are researching this stuff now. Atoms, my foot, do they have ears now? He doesn't even bother studying atoms, he's researching nuclear fusion. At the front of the stage, Professor Fong suddenly realized a shocking fact: he couldn't outtalk Li Hao. This is truly jaw-dropping. Can't argue with that? That's because his theoretical knowledge has been completely drained, and the professional jargon constantly coming out of Li Hao's mouth left him utterly clueless. This is not scientific. He's only 13 years old. Professor Fong felt a faint sense of fear rising in his heart. Could it be he has really mastered nuclear fusion technology? After a long silence, Professor Fong finally shouted, "Words alone are not enough." Li Hao immediately responded, "That's what I mean, please show it." As soon as the words were spoken, the backstage door opened. Several staff members, dressed in radiation-proof suits, carefully pushed a cart onto the stage. On the cart was a simple device resembling a boiler, entirely placed inside a glass tank and submerged in liquid. That was heavy water. Heavy water can block radiation and slow down neutrons. Professor Fong's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart shocked. How could he recognize that this was heavy water? Before he could speak, several experts at the scene jumped onto the stage, exclaiming repeatedly, "Heavy water! This heavy water is only used in nuclear fission reactors, and you actually have heavy water? Impossible! How could heavy water appear in civilian hands? Li Hao, where did you get the heavy water?" The entire venue erupted, and audiences across the country stood up, eyes wide open, staring at the stage with excitement and tension. Although they didn't understand what heavy water was, seeing the experts' expressions change, they realized it was an extraordinary cutting-edge technology. No one mocked anymore. Instead, they were shocked and even began to believe in Li Hao. Could it be that he really created a nuclear fusion device? Professor Fong, both terrified and excited, grabbed Li Hao's shoulders and shook him. "Quick, tell me, where did you get the heavy water?" Li Hao looked at Professor Fong with grievance. "Grandpa Fong, you're hurting me." Alright, I'm sorry. Hurry up and tell me." Li Hao gave a shy smile. "I prepared it myself. There's no other way, the radiation is too strong, so I had to use heavy water for isolation." After speaking, he asked softly, "This isn't illegal, is it? I'm only 13, still a minor." Professor Fong's vision vision went dark, almost fainting. Please, stop mentioning your age. What does this have to do with the law? Heavy water isn't something you can just have. Without national support, could you produce it on your own? No, he's only 13, yet he can even prepare heavy water. This is simply monstrous. After rigorous testing by multiple experts, the final result is irrefutable. This is indeed heavy water. As soon as this news broke, even the audience in front of televisions and online live streams stood up in excitement. In a research institute in the capital, 3 elderly professors were sitting on a sofa, staring intently at the program I Want to Invent. At first, seeing the 13-year-old Li Hao take the stage, they were filled with gratification. This is precisely the future pillar of the nation. However, as the program progressed, they gradually felt a bit disappointed in Li Hao. Though exceptionally talented, he was arrogant and conceited, even claiming he wanted to correct the world's scientific progress. When Li Hao debated nuclear fusion with Professor Fong, they were left speechless. This is no exaggeration, he is truly a genius. Now, as that device was brought onto the stage and confirmed to be heavy water, the 3 elderly men felt their minds roar. Heavy water. Heavy water contains deuterium and oxygen elements and is extremely rare in nature, almost negligible. All genuine heavy water is man-made. Heavy water is heavier than ordinary water, hence its name. Heavy water is widely used in nuclear power plants and various nuclear reactors. The deuterium element within it can effectively slow down neutron speed, a process known as radiation shielding. It is precisely because of this that nuclear power plant workers are able to avoid harm from nuclear radiation. However, heavy water is almost impossible to appear in civilian hands. Even if it does, it would at most be a few drops prepared in a university laboratory. This is because the deuterium element is extracted from hydrogen, accounting for only 1/7000th of hydrogen content. Extracting large amounts of deuterium requires extremely advanced and complex methods. If someone masters the technology to prepare deuterium and possesses sufficient funds, space, and resources, they would be capable of manually creating a nuclear bomb. Deuterium nuclei themselves contain neutrons and atoms, making them an indispensable element in the process of nuclear fusion. Everyone who knew about it was utterly shocked. This 13-year-old boy was actually able to extract deuterium with his bare hands, to prepare heavy water by hand, and not just a few drops, but an entire tank, at least over 10 cubic meters. This is simply an earth-shattering concept. The 3 elderly professors were almost in tears. An elderly man with a long beard said tremblingly, he's only 13? Another elderly man wiped his tears, his expression complex. That's indeed what the program team said. Isn't I Want to Invent a show aimed at grassroots inventors? I was expecting to see small gadgets like mousetraps, harvesters, or modified tractors invented by ordinary people, but I didn't expect a weirdo to show up. This guy truly is someone no teacher in the world could teach. He keeps claiming he can build a nuclear bomb with his bare hands. He's only got an elementary school education, right? Living without shame. 3 people earnestly complained, yet their eyes were full of relief. My great China has actually welcomed such an extraordinary and astonishing young man. There was once an American teenager who, at the age of 14, built a nuclear fission reactor, shocking the world. Now, China has a 13-year-old elementary school dropout who has manually prepared heavy water and might even be capable of creating a nuclear fusion reactor. Nuclear fission and nuclear fusion, though differing by just one character, are worlds apart. Countless scientists are well aware, once controllable nuclear fusion technology is mastered, humanity will step into the next stage of civilization, potentially reaching the level of a Type 1 civilization on a cosmic scale. To put it more simply, nuclear fission technology, such as the atomic bomb, can release immense energy in an instant to create an explosion. Uncontrolled nuclear fusion technology is the hydrogen bomb, capable of instantly releasing several times the energy of an atomic bomb, and similarly extinguishes immediately after the explosion. Controlled nuclear fusion technology, in other words, is the sun. The sun's core is a supermassive natural nuclear fusion reactor, capable of stably releasing energy for billions of years, illuminating the entire solar system. This is precisely the essence of controlled nuclear fusion technology. And now, Li Hao has mastered it. Gradually, the 3 elders were moved to tears, filled with emotion. Whether he has truly mastered it or not, it is enough to bring comfort. That's right, the fact that our country has produced a 13-year-old prodigy is astonishing. Just the preparation of this heavy water alone is enough to shock the scientific community. Hurry and call the I Want to Invent program and transfer Li Hao to the Huaxia Scientific Research Institute. Not very appropriate. He's only 13, he should still be in middle school. Let's arrange for him to attend the capital city affiliated middle school instead? Nonsense. He's only 13 and can already create weapons. How can he be an ordinary 13-year-old? What's the point of going to school? In contrast to the admiration of the 3 senior scientists, the attitude online was completely different, filled with sarcasm and ridicule. I still maintain a skeptical attitude. I suspect he's faking it, right? I Want to Invent the show, isn't it just for hype? Deliberately creating topics to stir up attention. Don't always use a petty mind to judge a noble heart. The fact that he managed to produce heavy water already says it all. Why are you still doubting? Whoa, those who believe in Li Hao must be Gen Z, right? Ha, watched too many brainless dramas? With my adult rationality, I absolutely don't believe this. Yeah, this is just too fake. A rural kid who dropped out of elementary school building a nuclear fusion device with bare hands? Nonsense. You might as well believe aliens are controlling Earth. Crazy. Ha, upstairs, don't argue with elementary school kids. They're too naive, actually believing this is real. Nuclear fusion? Ha, what a performance. I'm just watching how the I want to invent expert acts. Keep acting. You're pretty convincing. An Oscar award is definitely yours. A rural kid who dropped out of elementary school dares to dabble in cutting-edge technology? Is this a joke? I graduated from Jiaotong University and am still interning at a construction site. Did I study for nothing? Even someone like me is slowly figuring things out, and you're telling me an elementary school dropout has mastered advanced science? The internet is in an uproar. At the same time, the live stream drove Weibo's popularity to continue climbing. Soon, the topic reached the 10th spot on Weibo's trending list. Number 10, I want to invent shockingly features an elementary school student creating a nuclear fusion device. The reactions on Weibo were identical to those in the live stream chat, with few believers. After all, the matter was too unbelievable to be true, yet it happened, completely defying common sense. Hiss. The atmosphere on site was equally eerie. Li Hao stood at the edge of the stage holding a microphone, fiddling with his fingers. Those experts were still using various instruments to repeatedly test the heavy water, afraid that he might be faking it. Even though it had already been confirmed as heavy water, they kept verifying it over and over. Li Hao was utterly bored, thinking to himself, the focus isn't even on the heavy water. Heavy water was merely a radiation protection tool he had casually prepared. He really couldn't understand why these people were so fixated on it. Hey, clearly the fusion reactor is the real focus, but everyone is heading in the wrong direction. He yawned and walked toward Lucy. At this moment, Lucy no longer dared to underestimate this elementary school student and quickly asked seriously, Li Hao, what's wrong with you? Li Hao pointed at the experts circling around the heavy water and said while yawning, I'm so bored. Can you hurry them up a bit? Lu Qian squatted down with a wry smile to comfort him. You have to understand, after all, what you brought is too astonishing. Out of a spirit of scientific rigor, they have to verify it thoroughly. Li Hao didn't mind and said with a cheeky grin, I'm so bored. Sis, can you play Honor of Kings with me? Ha! Lu Qian smiled wryly, glancing around at the shocked audience and the dozen or so cameras. Here, can we even play? Li Hao shrugged. They've been verifying for over 10 minutes. I'm so bored I could fall asleep. How about I go back to sleep and play games? Call me when you're done discussing. At the critical moment, Lu Qian dared not let him leave and quickly took out her phone with a wry smile. Alright, I'll play with you. He. The two squatted on the stage, picked up their phones, and started matching games. A few meters away, a dozen scientists and major corporate entrepreneurs were extremely serious, circling the device and only daring to observe through the glass tank. Some kept taking photos, capturing various details, and using professional equipment for testing. There are even experts with serious expressions, making phone calls to their mentors or colleagues. Professor Li, you must come to the I Want to Invent site immediately. This is big. Old Zhang, you absolutely have to come and see this in person. Xiaoho, quickly bring the full set of experimental equipment and gather everyone to come over. The audience and the cameraman looked completely baffled. On the left, a large group of people were as serious as if they were in a meeting, while on the right, Lu Qian and Li Hao were squatting on the ground gaming together, creating an incredibly strange atmosphere. However, each of them was extremely nervous inside. Silence filled the air. At this moment, Professor Fong took a deep, terrified breath. It has been confirmed 100% this is heavy water. As for the nuclear fusion device, I really can't make a definitive statement. All of this is too incredible. Another expert spoke in a solemn tone. Today may become a day recorded in history. If controlled nuclear fusion is truly invented, Li Hao is highly likely to become the youngest Nobel Prize winner in history, perhaps even achieving eternal fame. As soon as the words were spoken, a cheerful shout broke the silence. Mid lane, sis, hurry to the mid lane. Li Hao wasn't really putting all his focus on the game. While playing the game on his phone, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth as he secretly observed the scientists with their complex expressions and the audience below the stage, thinking to himself, this kind of contrast should boost my show's ratings again, right? In his inventor system, the first task was to participate in I Want to Invent, with an additional condition achieve program effect. This meant Li Hao couldn't just go on stage, reveal his invention, and leave. He had to create an eye-catching effect. The higher the ratings, the more generous the system's rewards. In his previous life, he was a scientist, meticulous and serious, but for the sake of the system's rewards, he could only compromise and pretend to be naive and foolish. Sis, we're about to win. Lucy bitterly smiled as she turned around, noticing several experts staring at her with stern expressions. Her heart was filled with unspeakable unmistakable bitterness. Yes. After this game, we won't play anymore, okay? Good girl. Professor Fong finally couldn't hold back and stood behind Li Hao, asking, "We've confirmed that this is heavy water, but can you really develop a nuclear fusion reactor?" The technical difficulty is immense, far beyond the current level of humanity. Ultra-high temperatures, ultra-high pressures, how can it be achieved? Li Hao replied while playing his game, "There's naturally a way." He chuckled inwardly, this world hasn't developed a nuclear fusion device? On Earth, it's already been achieved. Especially in his homeland, they had long created an artificial sun, achieving sustained discharge for over 100 seconds in the laboratory, a monumental leap for humanity, transitioning from uncontrollable to controllable fusion. He pondered for a moment and said, "To achieve controlled nuclear fusion, two conditions must be met, ultra-high temperature and ultra-high pressure. The ultra-high temperature must reach at least 100 million Kelvin, equivalent to 100 million degrees Celsius. There are currently two methods to achieve this. First, using an atomic bomb explosion to instantly generate a temperature of 100 million Kelvin." While the entire audience was in an uproar, and viewers in front of their televisions broke out in a cold sweat. My goodness, does it really require a weapon detonation to initiate nuclear fusion? That's just too difficult. The crowd's gazes were unfocused, staring in shock at the boy on stage speaking eloquently. It was hard to believe that this baby-faced child was revealing earth-shattering secrets, such a stark contrast. Professor Fong swallowed hard. There is indeed such a theory internationally. So, what about the second method? Li Hao shrugged. That's my method. Reaching a temperature of 100 million Kelvin isn't actually difficult. All you need is a super microwave device. A microwave oven? Professor Fong exclaimed. Reaching 100 million Kelvin with a microwave oven? My goodness, how is that even possible? The professor next to him exclaimed excitedly, "That's right, why didn't we think of that? As long as the power is strong enough, microwaves can indeed reach 100 million Kelvin. Li Hao, did you create a microwave oven capable of reaching 100 million Kelvin? Li Hao smiled, "Sorry, no." Everyone sighed in disappointment, just about to ask further. Li Hao continued, "What I created is a microwave device capable of reaching 500 million Kelvin. Professor Fong and the others gasped in unison. 500 million Kelvin. This has already far exceeded the realm of black technology. Professor Fong asked tremblingly, regardless of whether it's true or not. "I only have a second question for you. Even at 50 million degrees Celsius, there is no material on Earth that can withstand it. How can a nuclear fusion reaction be contained? How can it be released and guided? This is a challenge in material mechanics. Even stone would melt instantly. At such high temperatures, what could possibly endure it?" Li Hao burst into laughter. "This has little to do with materials engineering. You solved it? Solved it." The entire room fell silent. The crowd was filled with confusion, fear, and shock, unable to believe that all of this could actually be possible. What device can withstand 100 million kelvins? Forget 100 million, even 50 million is impossible. Li Hao pointed at the device immersed in heavy water. "I'm using a superconducting magnetic field. Why pretend? It's completely unnecessary. I have created a superconducting toroidal vacuum magnetic coil. The isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium move in a circular high-speed motion within the superconducting magnetic field, without coming into contact with any material or barrier. Even if the temperature exceeds hundreds of millions of degrees, can high temperatures melt a magnetic field? Deuterium and tritium move at high speed within the superconducting toroidal magnetic field, creating ultra-high pressure that simulates the sun. The microwave device generates ultra-high temperatures. In this way, deuterium and tritium can collide and fuse, producing new energy, a helium nucleus." As soon as the words fell, the scene fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, and many experts trembled with excitement. He really solved it. Even though it has not yet been put into practice, theoretically all the challenges of nuclear fusion have been overcome. A superconducting vacuum toroidal electromagnetic coil confines elements to move in circles at high speed, creating ultra-high pressure. Microwaves generate ultra-high temperatures. Fusion produces helium nuclei, releasing ultimate energy. At this moment, the scene of "I Want to Invent" was silent. All eyes were focused on the boy wearing a Garfield t-shirt. At this moment, people redefined this young inventor Li Hao. The entire scene remained silent for a long time before Professor Fong finally spoke. "No matter how grandiose your words are, I think we still need to conduct an experiment." Li Hao's expression turned awkward upon hearing this. "Better not do the experiment, right? If we don't conduct an experiment, how can we confirm whether your invention is real or fake?" The audience and experts below the stage cast skeptical glances. Refusing the experiment? That must be a guilty conscience, surely a lie. "Li Hao, what's the harm in conducting an experiment? Don't worry, the radioactivity of nuclear nuclear fusion is not significant, with a half-life of only 12 years. Your device is so small that the radiation is negligible. Li Hao, the main elements of nuclear fusion are deuterium and tritium, which are isotopes of hydrogen. Compared to uranium-235, their radioactivity is so small it can almost be ignored. Don't be afraid. Li Hao, are you afraid of failure? Li Hao awkwardly smiled. No, it's just that this machine has a high power output and consumes a lot of electricity. I'm afraid it might cause unnecessary commotion. Zhang Tingyue burst into laughter upon hearing this. Li Hao, electricity consumption. Are you saying that our I want to invent program team can't even afford a bit of electricity? Li Hao sighed. Probably. I guess you really can't afford it. Zhang Tingyue said indignantly, what a joke. We're using industrial electricity, with a very high power capacity. It can support any equipment. At the same time, discussions about Li Hao exploded online. Many netizens who already doubted him immediately found an outlet for their frustration when they saw his reluctance to conduct the experiment. Got caught, huh? Not allowing experiments, there must be something fishy. I suspect he got some heavy water to fake it and deceive the I want to invent program. How can we know if it's true or false without conducting experiments? The nuclear fusion device's interior can't be seen, so who knows if it's real or fake? Li Hao is rich in theoretical knowledge and can even propose theoretical plans. Being only 13 is already impressive. Yes, though defeated, he still has honor. Actually, Li Hao didn't really mind doing the experiment, he was just worried they might mess it up. Seeing the expectant looks from everyone, he knew there was no way to avoid it, so he could only smile and say, alright then, let's do the experiment. But let me make it clear first, whatever happens has nothing to do with me. Professor Fong scoffed, don't worry, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. You can relax. Li Hao sighed, since Grandpa Fong said so, let's begin. But I must warn you, it really consumes a lot of electricity. Child, stop nagging and get started quickly. Li Hao gave a wry smile and began operating the equipment, connecting the power supply. In fact, he knew in his heart that since no one cared about the electricity bill or the potential commotion, he had nothing more to say and could only cooperate. Thinking to himself, if this causes a large-scale blackout, don't blame me. Putting on gloves and gripping the control lever, Li Hao solemnly said, I'm about to start. I'll say it again, the power is really immense. Once I activate it, it might cause irreversible damage. Have you all thought it through? A trace of disdain flashed in Professor Fong's eyes. Go ahead, I don't believe your little gadget has that much power. Kid, you really haven't seen the world. Li Hao smiled wryly, but you said it yourself. Let me give a heads up first, this experiment might cause a massive blackout across the entire sea ice region. All residential, commercial, and industrial electricity could be paralyzed in an instant. I'm just giving a warning. Bragging without a draft. Do you even know how vast the sea ice is? You've got to be kidding me. If you really manage to cut off power to the entire sea ice, then you're impressive. I admit you have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but you're too arrogant. Stop bragging. You have no idea about the scale of industrial electricity usage. Li Hao, bring it on. Bragging like that, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Li Hao sighed helplessly. It seemed no one would believe him no matter how much he said. Then let's begin. After speaking, he pressed the start button abruptly. As soon as Li Hao pressed the start button, the green light on the device lit up instantly. Buzz, a deep resonant sound followed. All the spectators on site suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. Was that a sound? Has the device really started operating? Could it actually succeed? Li Hao explained while stepping back. The vacuum ring-shaped electromagnetic coil is now activated, and the deuterium and tritium elements inside have started moving at high speed. As he spoke, he reminded everyone, step back. The microwave is about to be turned on. Microwave? Everyone felt quite dissatisfied with this term, yet they were faintly curious. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a microwave? Despite their doubts, everyone still stepped back one after another. At that moment, the studio lights suddenly flickered a few times. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos. The lights just flickered. Whoa, my phone signal just cut off and then came back. Me too. The lights are all flickering. Could it really cause a blackout across the entire sea ice area? You're kidding, right? The sea ice area is so vast. How could there be a blackout? In the audience, the woman patted her chubby son's head, her expression worried. Don't you ever learn from that Li Hao? He's a science weirdo. The chubby son said in a trembling voice, Mom, you just said he was a liar. I was wrong. He wasn't lying. I suspect what he said is true. Can he really cause a blackout in Haibing? That's impossible. The coastal area has millions of people. How could there be a blackout? But this is nuclear fusion. Fusion is also impossible. Meanwhile, the audience in front of the TV and live streams all stood up, their eyes fixed on the stage of the studio, watching the fusion device and Li Hao's silhouette. Can he really do it? At that moment, Li Hao suddenly shouted, everyone, step back. All staff, turn on the temporary lighting equipment and prepare to activate the diesel generator. Lu Qian's voice trembled. No need to be so serious, right? Zhang Tingyue, however, looked solemn. Staring at the reactor that was gradually emitting a blue glow and the deafening buzzing sound, his heart raced as he roared, go if I tell you to go. Go! All on-site staff quickly activate the temporary lighting equipment. As soon as the words were spoken, hundreds of staff members immediately got busy. With the sound of click, 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 all the temporary lighting lamps marked emergency exit in the studio lit up. These lamps were battery-powered and unaffected by external power sources. Buzz, the roar of the diesel engine sounded, and the high-powered diesel generator instantly started. Li Hao tightly gripped the starter and turned back to shout at the camera, "I am about to activate a microwave heater with a wattage of 20 to the power of 46, which is 80,000 times the power of an ordinary household microwave. It is about to cause destructive impacts on the entire coastal power supply facilities. I am giving all coastal residents 30 seconds to prepare. Please turn off all powered devices and lighting during this time. If possible, activate backup power or diesel generators. I solemnly declare that in 30 seconds, I will activate a microwave device that instantly heats to 500 million Kelvin. Any damage caused is unrelated to me. I will not be responsible for any property losses." As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. The audience was tense and uneasy, questioning whether the impact was truly that significant. The experts suddenly regretted, "We should have listened to Li Hao earlier. How could we choose this place for the experiment? Why didn't we trust him?" But reason told them, "It can't possibly be that serious, right?" Li Hao shouted at Zhang Tingyue once again, "I'm about to start the countdown. Host Zhang, please disconnect all lighting power sources of the I Want to Invent program team and switch to the diesel generator power supply line." Zhang Tingyue trembled and said, "But, alright, quickly switch the power." The staff acted swiftly. Someone wanted to intervene, but the tense atmosphere on site silenced everyone, and the power was quickly switched. Li Hao turned around and said solemnly to the camera, "Dear viewers across the nation, this is not my voluntary attempt, but rather your distrust in me that has forced me to demonstrate live. It cannot be stopped now. I hereby officially announce that a power outage lasting 1 minute will commence in 30 seconds. At that time, the affected area will cover at least 10 square kilometers, including the entire coastal district. Power will be restored after 1 minute. A large-scale power outage is about to begin. Timing, start." As soon as the words fell, both the audience in front of the screen and everyone on site felt their hearts clench violently. The experts in the venue clenched their fists tightly, remaining silent. Success or failure at this moment hinged on this single move. They understood that if a large-scale blackout were truly triggered, it would inevitably cause significant economic losses, but they were willing to bear this risk because nuclear fusion engineering is a historic leap for humanity. Dozens of scientists present were already prepared to sell all their assets. If that moment truly arrived, they would use all their resources to compensate the affected people. The wealth of these scientists is by no means ordinary. Meanwhile, an entrepreneur focused on research clenched his fists tightly, his heart surging with emotion. He deeply understood the significance of nuclear fusion, a revolution in the history of human energy. Endless energy was about to arrive, a milestone leap. He had made up his mind, if Li Hao succeeded, he would spare no effort to compensate the people's economic losses. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. Li Hao counted down loudly, his voice sonorous and powerful. At first, he was the only one, but gradually, Zhang Tingyue also clenched his fists and started shouting along. Lu Shi also nervously joined the countdown. At this moment, most people on site no longer doubted its authenticity. It was all because of the faint blue glow emanating from the heavy water, which left no room for forgery. It was a radiance that no ordinary substance could emit. A moment later, all the scientists and entrepreneurs in the venue began counting down in unison. The other contestants backstage, whether farmers, wealthy merchants, or civil servants, were all ordinary people from the general public. They shared the same identity as Li Hao, once harboring dreams as they participated in I Want to Invent. But at this moment, they no longer had the heart to focus on their works. In the face of nuclear fusion, all inventions seemed insignificant and powerless. They gradually realized that the significance of this competition no longer mattered. What truly mattered was, they were about to witness the rise of a young and great scientist of their homeland. Perhaps, they would witness the birth of a global sensation. Perhaps, they will witness the birth of the next Nobel Prize winner in physics. More likely, they will experience firsthand a pivotal moment in the history of human energy transformation. They, too, join the countdown, with unwavering focus, praying solely for Li Hao's success. Even if it causes economic losses, they are willing to contribute their modest efforts to make up for it. 24, 23, 22. The entire audience counted down in unison, fists clenched, voices trembling. Personally participate, personally witness. This could be the historic moment about to unfold. The cameramen at over a dozen positions were also moved, gritting their teeth as they focused on the device emitting blue light, shouting along. Some cameras turned toward the audience, capturing everyone's expressions from top to bottom, from left to right. They hope that every participant can leave their mark at this historic moment. If Li Hao's name goes down in history, their faces will also be celebrated along with it. 22, 21, 20. At the same time, all major corporate headquarters headquarters, large factories, important institutions, and units in the capital city were filled with the sound of alarms going off one after another. All large office buildings lost power and switched to diesel generators. The factory stops for 1 minute. Countless entrepreneurs, leaders, and scientists are glued to the live broadcast. Bet on 1 minute. Bet that he can really cut the power for 1 minute. 1 minute of power outage costs our company nearly 7 million, but I took the gamble. I bet on the great progress of Chinese science. If it succeeds, China's cutting-edge technology will take a solid step forward, leading the world. Click, click, click. Uninformed crowds witnessed the neon lights gradually going out. The streets suddenly plunged into darkness. They wondered, what's going on? In a seaside residential area, a household of 3. The man was watching a live stream on his phone when he suddenly looked up and shouted, "Cut the power." The woman, who was watching a Korean drama, frowned and asked, why? Because on the I Want to Invent show, there's a 13-year-old contestant named Lee Hao who is about to experiment with a nuclear fusion device, which might cause a citywide blackout. Ha! The woman took off her face mask and laughed. Impossible. How could the seaside district experience a massive blackout? I believe it's true. The countdown is down to just a few seconds. Mom, turn off the TV quickly. No, I won't turn it off. This can't happen. Sigh, I hope the power really goes out. I want to witness a miracle. How can you hope for a power outage? Just 1 minute of blackout could cause huge economic losses. I'm watching a critical moment in a Korean drama right now. You don't understand. Economic losses are insignificant compared to scientific progress. This is the goal of scientists worldwide working together. I hope for a 1 minute blackout to prove what he said is true. On the street, pedestrians were discussing. Have you heard? Someone wants to make the capital experience a 1 minute blackout. He is a 13-year-old boy from the program I Want to Invent, who invented a nuclear fusion reactor. Believe it or not, I don't believe it. A 13-year-old dropout from the countryside, who hasn't even attended college, actually invented nuclear fusion. Amateur science stuff, it's laughable. How can you talk like that? Shouldn't we encourage nationwide invention? Encouragement is fine, but encouraging the wrong things, what can a bunch of farmers invent? Stop calling people farmers all the time. What did farmers ever do to you? In major internet cafes, the owner broadcasts a notice. Dear customers, the program I Want to Invent features a 13-year-old boy from Han City who has invented a nuclear fusion device. It may cause a large-scale power outage instantly. Please prepare for a 1 minute power outage in about 10 seconds. As soon as the announcement ended, the internet cafe erupted in commotion. Power outage? I'm at a critical moment in my game. What do I do if the power goes out? The power can't go out. Nuclear fusion. Oh my. I'd be willing to endure a 7-day power outage. If nuclear fusion is truly invented, it would be a major advancement for humanity. Isn't nuclear fusion just an artificial sun? Someone actually invented it? Will there really be a power outage? It's so important. I hope there really is a power outage. Why should there be a power outage? There can't be a power outage. Only a power outage can prove the reactor's success. I don't believe it. It's too exaggerated. Meanwhile, major power bureaus are on high alert. They are willing to take a gamble, because higher-ups have revealed that there is a 70% chance Lee Hao's invention is real. The director of the Power Bureau said solemnly, "The power is operating normally, but we must be prepared. In a dozen seconds or so, there may be a sudden massive power consumption. Be ready." Director, the sudden surge in power might damage the equipment. Should we proactively cut the power? Nonsense. Proactively cutting the power will shut down the equipment, and the reactor won't be able to supply power, ensuring failure. We must hope for his success. If the equipment is damaged, we are willing to scrap and repurchase it. I hope he succeeds. The director murmured, "I even sincerely hope the damage is as great as possible, because this is the true leap forward in science. Nuclear fusion is meant to be like this." In front of the television, scientists from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences watched the live broadcast, discussing animatedly. Regardless of success or failure, Lee Hao will become a legend. If it truly causes a citywide blackout, it would be half a success, indicating the device's immense power and that its creator must be a top-tier scientist. Causing a citywide blackout is no easy feat. It requires an instantaneous power output reaching an astonishing peak. True success is when the device can autonomously restore power after depletion. That will be the true great success. Inside the studio, the atmosphere was tense. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Everyone in the audience clenched their fists tightly, sweat seeping into their palms. At this moment, Lee Hao had already opened the error-proof cover on the start button, his movements solemn and resolute, yet his eyes revealed a trace of calm confidence. He knew well that there would be no mistakes, nor would any unexpected situations occur. Even if they did, at most, it would only be a localized issue. The cameraman instinctively stepped back, and the audience on site all stood up, collectively moving backward. They saw Lee Hao slowly retreating, and also noticed the experts stepping back one after another. No one dared to approach easily, as safety was still uncertain, and no one could predict whether an accident or explosion explosion might occur. Zhang Tingyue had long set aside his previous doubts. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, hoping for Li Hao's success. 5, 4. As everyone counted down to 1 in unison, Li Hao suddenly pressed the start button. Snap, a faint sound. Across the country, countless citizens and relevant personnel held their breath, staring at the television screen. All eyes instantly focused on Li Hao and the bright red start button. After pressing it, time froze. There was no response. Silence. It seemed like 2 seconds had passed, yet it also felt like centuries had gone by. The entire capital was silent, with not a single sound. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. The audience on site widened their eyes, focusing intently on the nuclear fusion device. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. All right, zzz. Soft and delicate. The sound gradually grows louder. Zzzzzzzzz. Like ultrasound, it slowly propagates through heavy water. Li Hao suddenly took a step back, his eyes fixed on the display screen of the device. The numbers on the screen scrolled rapidly, soaring crazily. Professor Fong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and whispered, Is that a thermometer? Li Hao did not answer, just focused intently on the screen. Numbers spun rapidly. 100,023, 100,962, 103,962, 105,693, 109,886, 29,862. The numbers kept jumping. Zhang Tingyue saw a K letter following the numbers, and goosebumps rose all over his body as he screamed. In just a few seconds, the temperature has soared to 50,000 Kelvin. 50,000 Kelvin, equivalent to over 50,000 degrees Celsius. This temperature is enough to melt any metal on Earth. The numbers continue to climb. 10 seconds later, the temperature inside the furnace skyrocketed. At first, when the microwave device was activated, the temperature only increased by thousands, but after 10 seconds, it suddenly soared to the level of hundreds of thousands. Professor Fong exclaimed, 10 million Kelvin. As his words fell, a terrifying buzzing sound echoed throughout the venue. The studio's big lights flickered on and off. 5 seconds later, the numbers on the display skyrocketed to the millions, growing explosively. Zhang Tingyue exclaimed, 50 million Kelvin. With the shout, deuterium and tritium elements, invisible to the naked eye, collided and entangled wildly within the superconducting vacuum toroidal magnetic field, exploding to form helium nuclei. The fusion reaction has officially begun. But this is still not enough. Hiss. 10 seconds later, Professor Fong trembled all over and roared, 100 million Kelvin. 100 million. The temperature has reached 100 million degrees Celsius, equivalent to the surface temperature of the sun. This is unbelievable. Before the words were finished, snap, the lights in the entire venue suddenly went out. All powered devices instantly failed. Countless alpha particle rays swept through the studio, and all mobile signals vanished in an instant. 1 second later, the temperature soared to 150 million Kelvin. The 40-story office building where the I Want to Invent program team is located lost power. Darkness began to spread. From an aerial view, a dark spot appeared amidst the brightly lit sea of lights. Darkness spread rapidly like a tide, engulfing the surroundings. 10 seconds later, the temperature inside the furnace rose to 280 million Kelvin. The entire sea ice plunged into darkness. In the studio, under the temporary lighting, everyone stared in horror at the scene before them. A solemn look flashed in Li Hao's eyes as he murmured, Darkness has descended. 10 seconds later, the numbers on the display reached their peak. Li Hao's gaze was resolute as he reported, temperature, 350 million Kelvin. Buzzing. Inside the vacuum toroidal magnetic field, the nuclear fusion reaction reached its peak. Helium nuclei energy was released on a large scale. The ethereal blue glow emitted by heavy water enveloped the entire scene. Snap. Li Hao pressed the stop button. The temperature ceased to rise. Everything returned to stillness, as if time had frozen. Professor Fong bathed in blue light, his eyes dazed, and after a moment, tears unexpectedly fell. Even in death, I can rest in peace. Zhang Tingyue raised his arm, seeing it enveloped in a ghostly blue glow, and smiled. So beautiful, this is the color of science. Countless spectators at this moment had no distracting thoughts, their gazes vacant, looking up at the blue radiance coming from all directions. Gazing intently, staring blankly, the woman in the audience gently stroked her chubby son's head, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. She was immersed in the blue ocean, murmuring, Son, from today on, he will be the idol of our whole family. The chubby son nodded blankly, trying to catch the blue glow in the air. This color is so beautiful, I've never seen it before. The woman chuckled softly and said in a low voice, This color is the light of hope for new energy. The studio was silent. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. Everyone was affected, their hearts inexplicably moved. For some reason, they even wanted to wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. This is the brilliance of helium nuclei, the halo of fusion energy. Li Hao smiled as he gazed at the colors of the studio, then turned to look at another display. 1,851,000 kilowatts. The number continued to climb, increasing by tens of thousands every every second. This instrument displayed the power consumption of the fusion reactor. In just a few dozen seconds, the power consumption reached 1.851 million kilowatts, equivalent to the daily electricity consumption of a small town. The instantaneous high power consumption caused a complete collapse of the power system. A few dozen seconds ago, in the courtyard, 3 elderly scientists stared at the countdown. Seeing Li Hao press the red button, he felt uneasy, doubting whether it would succeed. Suddenly, the TV screen went black. Immediately, the lights in the room went out, and the refrigerator and air conditioner stopped. A power outage struck. The 3 old men were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. We're not at the seaside. Could it be radiation has reached here? It must be a coincidence. The 3 of them hurriedly rushed out the door. Streets and alleys, tens of thousands of people poured out of their homes. It worked. The power's out. The power's out even 10 kilometers away from the sea ice. He succeeded. Whoa, I was playing a game. Why did the power suddenly go out? The power is out. The entire city is plunged into darkness. The streetlights have all gone out. The entire city has fallen into darkness. Not a single glimmer of light. Countless people silently gaze into the distance. The city neon lights fade away, leaving only the faint oil-green glow of emergency lights in office buildings. The streets are silent and still. Numerous vehicles come to a halt. Drivers step out, gazing into the distant darkness. Darkness is also the prelude to light. In the eternal silence, suddenly someone raised their phone's glow and shouted loudly. He succeeded. Scattered voices stirred up waves. In the darkness, tens of thousands of phone lights lit up simultaneously. Millions of people raised the light of their phones, waving them like glow sticks. The city's sound waves layered upon each other, soaring straight into the sky. We did it! The director of the Power Bureau sat in a dim office, gazing through the window at the glow of countless phones on the streets and in homes. Listening to the rousing cheers, eyes moistened. Nearly $1 billion in economic losses per minute. But this darkness has brought 50 years of scientific leap for Huaxia. Heaven bless Huaxia. Inside the studio, Li Hao silently watched as the time was about to reach 1 minute. The nuclear fusion reactor started, consuming 20 million kilowatts of electricity. He looked at the dashboard, the increase slowing down, and whispered, "Now, it's time to return the electricity." Suddenly turning around, he loudly announced to the camera and the entire audience, "The fusion reactor has completed energy storage and is about to begin releasing energy." All right. As soon as the words fell, Professor Fong and the others completely lost their composure, exclaiming, "Can it really be released? Li Hao, this step is of great significance and is by no means a trivial matter. Consuming 20 million kilowatts of electricity, if the release exceeds this amount, even by 10,000 kilowatts, it will be a success. You've successfully stabilized helium nuclear fusion, Li Hao. Can this release electricity in real time?" Li Hao nodded and said to the backup power source and the audience, "Due to the rush to come here, I forgot to manufacture energy storage batteries, so the electricity can only be released instantly. The ultra-high electric field and voltage will inevitably be accompanied by intense alpha particle radiation, but don't worry, the danger is limited at most. It will cause a momentary tingling electric shock sensation." He paused, his face slightly flushed, as if he had something difficult to say. Professor Fong asked, "What else?" Li Hao chuckled, looking slightly shy. "Grandpa Fong already said that if there are any consequences, you'll take care of them for me. Besides, I'm only 13, a minor, so I probably won't be sentenced, right?" Professor Fong laughed heartily. "Don't worry, just speak your mind. You've accomplished such a great feat. Grandpa will back you up. Besides, what's the big deal about a power outage in Haibing? Ha ha ha." Li Hao nodded repeatedly, looking slightly embarrassed. "Actually, instantly drawing away 20 million kilowatts of electricity isn't a major disaster. It's just a blackout. The truly devastating impact might occur the moment I release the electrical energy." Professor Fong's expression turned grave. "What do you mean? How much energy will be released?" "You're young, don't worry about not being able to release it. Honestly, as long as you release 20 million and 1 kilowatts, it would count as a super success." Li Hao rubbed his hands and said with an awkward smile, "Well, the voltage release might be too terrifying. According to estimates, it's approximately 20 million kilowatts squared." Squared? Professor Fong's face changed drastically, exclaiming, "Are you saying 20 million kilowatts multiplied by 20 million kilowatts? Oh my, I can't even calculate that." Li Hao smiled shyly. "Theoretical estimation, at least the square of 20 million kilowatts." Professor Fong trembled. "Then, why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Hao pouted, feeling aggrieved. "I forgot. I was just playing games with Sister Lu Shi." Everyone glared angrily at Lu Shi. Lu Qian's eyes welled up with tears as she stood there aggrieved and at a loss. That brat actually shifted the blame onto her. Lu Qian was puzzled. 20 million kilowatts squared? How much power is that? What consequences would it cause? She didn't understand science, but Zhang Tingyue's face turned deathly pale at this moment as he stammered in a trembling voice. "If 20 million kilowatts of squared electrical energy are released in an instant, all powered devices within the range will explode immediately. suddenly, light bulbs will burst, and arcs of electricity will shoot out from sockets. If the Power Bureau's transformer equipment isn't strong enough, it might directly collapse. This is more terrifying than a blackout. A blackout merely cuts off the power supply, but this will destroy all electrical appliances within the range. Zhang Tingyue instinctively stepped back. He understood that the device emitting a blue glow before him was about to unleash the most terrifying instantaneous electrical energy in human history. And this child, Li Hao, came in such a hurry that he forgot to build energy storage facilities. He built a nuclear fusion reactor with his bare hands but forgot to make a battery. This really is something no one expected. Professor Fong gave a helpless, wry smile. Then, how much electrical energy will be released specifically? Li Hao shook his head seriously. I don't know. Don't know? You actually don't know? Li Hao awkwardly chuckled. Came in a hurry, forgot to make the energy display device. Can only estimate. Theoretically it's at the square level. The experts on site were so angry they almost spat blood. Forgotten. He forgot again. As for Li Hao forgetting these important details, no one on site could blame him. They could only look at him with a wry smile. Li Hao, then, let's begin. Li Hao, what will happen if it's not released? Do you even need to ask? If the electrical energy isn't released, this explosion might level this place to the ground. How is this possible? It must be released. Li Hao, don't delay. Let's start quickly. To be honest, I find it a bit hard to believe. Can it really release such a massive amount of electrical energy? 20 million square kilowatts. This number is terrifying. Even supercomputers can't calculate it. Sigh. Amid the crowd's discussions, Li Hao smiled calmly. Everyone, step back first. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the stage quickly stepped back and the host jumped off the stage, nervously watching the glowing blue device. Seeing everyone retreat, Li Hao picked up the control device and forcefully pressed another red button. Snap. Everyone held their breath in suspense. The moment he pressed the button, Li Hao took off running, jumped off the stage, and hurried toward the backstage, heading straight down the stairs to the office building. He wasn't sure if anyone would hold him accountable afterward, so he decided to retreat first. After all, he was only there to complete the system's task. Participating in I Want to Invent was part of the task, and once completed, he wouldn't care about any scientific research value. At worst, he could donate the device to the country. It wasn't some top-secret black technology. In the previous life on Earth, this was merely a tokamak device, which had already been built by the Soviet Union as early as the 20th century, but it remained in the laboratory stage and was never commercialized. Li Hao's enhanced version of the nuclear fusion reactor is astonishingly efficient, but it is difficult to scale up for production, and commercialization is still far off, so giving it away is no big deal. After Li Hao ran off, the machine suddenly emitted a strong resonance. Zhang Tingyue nervously wiped his sweat, muttering, "It's here. Will this really work? As long as we release 20 million kilowatts of electrical energy, it will be enough. Look, the light is on." A cry of surprise, everyone looked up. All the lights in the studio were fully lit, and the electrical appliances were unaffected by the previous power outage. But someone suddenly sensed something unusual. Professor Fong took a deep breath, trembling as he said, "Have you noticed? This light seems brighter than usual. Seems like the brightness is just like a searchlight." After some discussion, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, a light bulb on the ceiling flickered violently, and then, bang, a loud explosion. Yes, the explosion startled everyone awake. The nuclear fusion reactor emitted an ear-piercing ultrasonic sound, and the machine vibrated violently. Invisible alpha particle rays and electron rays are wildly emitted. Everyone's hair instantly stood on end, and their body hair bristled. A scream rang out as an audience member, terrified by their twitching body hair, bolted away. "I got shocked. What's being released here is ultra-high voltage electricity. Stay away. My whole body is numb." The experts watched as the audience fled, their eyes fixed on the device on stage, flickering with blue light and vibrating intensely. On the stage, a pile of paper scraps inexplicably caught fire. Professor Fong gasped sharply and said in a trembling voice, "No, not good." As soon as the words were spoken, bang, 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 a series of explosions erupted. Terrified screams echoed as all the powered equipment in the studio exploded, and every bulb and tube shattered. Professor Fong trembled as he shouted, "That child is simply a demon. This is far more than 20 million square kilowatts?" He hysterically shouted, "Run! To the stairwell, to the insulation zone." Meanwhile, above the seaside. Originally, it was all darkness, then suddenly a point of light appeared. Yes, the office building where the I Want to Invent program team is located was brightly lit, radiating brilliance. The brightness quickly spread. The lights in countless households that had gone out were lit up again. However, they did not know that this light was merely the beginning of another darkness. Inside the Power Bureau, with a snap, the lights suddenly turned on. The director abruptly stood up and shouted excitedly, "The power is back on." The assistant rushed in nervously, shouting excitedly, "Director, it worked." The Power Bureau's storage batteries are suddenly receiving a large amount of feedback electricity, and the previously drained power is being replenished. The director director was elated. Really? Quick, go out and check the supply. Before the words were finished, with a bang, the light bulb shattered, and the room plunged into darkness once again. After a long silence, the director, trembling as if he'd seen a ghost, rushed to the monitoring room. Indoors, all the staff were dumbfounded, staring at the skyrocketing data. Upon seeing the director enter, they hurriedly reported the situation. An elderly technician said tremblingly, "Something terrible has happened. All the equipment in the power bureau is about to collapse." The director took a deep breath. "Quick, tell me, what's going on?" The old technician pointed at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the dashboard. "This shows the kilowatt charge of the battery. After the power station generates electricity, the power is stored in the battery, with a maximum capacity of 60 million kilowatts, enough to supply the entire sea ice area for nearly 20 days. Now, it is almost full." Full? How is that possible? It was completely drained and powered off just now. And now, in less than a minute, the battery is actually fully charged? The director looked at the data, his hair standing on end. The numbers were jumping rapidly. 50,006,520 kilowatts. 50,582,214 kilowatts. 51,654,335 kilowatts. 53,985,212 kilowatts. The numbers are skyrocketing at a rate of millions of kilowatts per second. The director who once investigated the nuclear power plant was shocked. Millions of kilowatts per second. This, muttering and trembling. What happens if the battery is fully charged? The old technician said tremblingly, "Excess electricity will bypass the power bureau and supply stations, flowing through the grid to thousands of households. If electricity is overabundant, electrical appliances in all regions will be paralyzed under ultra-high voltage." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned to the large transformer. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew in all directions. The iron casing of the transformer turned red hot, with some parts melting into droplets of molten iron. The director took a deep breath and screamed, "Something's wrong. Quickly cut off the power line, or the battery will explode." With a snap, the power was cut off. Immediately after, bang! A loud explosion. The transformer turned into a blazing fireball. In the distance, crackle, crackle, sparks flew frequently, and the high-voltage wires in the wilderness smoked and burned. The director gave a wry smile. "It's over." The old technician was dumbfounded, staring at the explosion and smoke in the darkness, trembling as he spoke. "How much power is this? Releasing such an astonishing amount of power in an instant. I've never heard of it." The crowd looked up at the lights returning to the city and smiled wryly. No electricity is a disaster, but having electricity is also a disaster. All of this, because of that troublesome kid. Who could have thought that what he said was true? He actually built a nuclear fusion reactor with his bare hands. In a certain neighborhood, a family of 3 sits in a dark room, the glow of a phone flickering. The woman sobs. "I was watching a crucial moment in a Korean drama, and the power went out. Boo-hoo." The man impatiently said, "It's just a drama. The power outage means it worked." The son said, "Not considered a success yet. He has to discharge for it to count. Sooner or later, he will." With a beep, the refrigerator started, and the air conditioner began operating. The lights came back on. The man was overjoyed. "It's really a success. The electricity is here." The woman complained, "What's there to be so happy about? The electricity is here. So what?" Before the voice had faded, with a pop, the light tube exploded. "Bet on it. 3, 2, 1. Silence. This is impossible. Silence. And also, that's terrifying. Silence. This. Hurry." As soon as the words fell, the woman screamed, staring blankly at the fragments. The man was shocked. "Turn off the power. Turn off the TV." The woman grabbed the remote and shouted, "No, my Korean drama is at a critical moment. No." With a bang, the TV exploded. The family of 3 screamed in shock, and the room fell back into darkness. Moments later, the entire neighborhood echoed with screams and cries. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. The man helplessly said, "Now we can't watch TV." "Wah, that scared me to death." "What happened?" "Most of the city." Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was incessant. "Damn." Screams echoed continuously, and the fire brigade stood by. In suburban villages and towns, all electrical wires, whether residential or high voltage, began to emit smoke and catch fire. The city was in shock. What's going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that the fusion reactor succeeded and instantly released a terrifying voltage? Impossible. After years of global research with no breakthroughs, it was invented by a child? He can drain electricity, which is already shocking, and now he can discharge it? I don't believe it. The economic losses might be worse than a power outage. I also think it's scarier than a power outage. Who will compensate for the losses? The whole city wails. State grid. The director sits solemnly, staring at the screen, eyes filled with excitement. Behind him, numerous scientists, technicians, and officials stand respectfully. The director trembled. "This, how much voltage?" The display screen was filled with dense numbers, skyrocketing wildly. "It has exceeded the peak value. The sea ice is is releasing over 100 million kilowatts of electricity. As the words fell, the numbers shifted. The old technician exclaimed, 2 billion kilowatts. Everyone gasped, their skin crawling with goosebumps. From 0 to 100 million took nearly a minute, but reaching 200 million happened in an instant. Everyone turned to look at the dashboard. 36,520,000 kilowatts. 52,564,562 kilowatts. 63,962,221 kilowatts. Buzz! A commotion erupted on the scene. A chill rose from the soles of the feet. The peak value exploded? 1 second, energy output in the billions? Seriously? Breakthrough! Look, it's soaring again. It's starting to jump in units of billions. Not good. It's about to explode. It's surpassed 10 billion. Roaring sounds filled the scene with excitement. What kind of concept is this? Input electric power drains sea ice for backup electricity, initially 20 million kilowatts. In just over a minute, the output reaches 10 billion kilowatts, multiplied by an unknown number of times. Suddenly, an expert was horrified, recalling a colleague's text message. Li Hao's theoretical output was 20 million kilowatts per square. What an astonishing figure. How could it be? 20 million kilowatts per square. Oh my god. Crackle and pop. The sound of sparks continued. When the city plunged into darkness, sparks illuminated the surroundings. People trembled, hiding in buildings, staring fearfully at the wires that could snap at any moment. Why is this happening? So terrifying. Was this created by that 13-year-old boy? Nuclear fusion. It's actually this frightening. This energy is astonishing. The national power grid fell into dead silence. The old technician exclaimed, 70 billion kilowatts. I've lived this long, and I've never seen such a terrifying number. The Three Gorges power station has never released such energy. The disaster has already occurred. Let's wait and see the final data. Someone screamed. It surpassed 100 billion. Everyone looks at the display. 10 billion kilowatts. Breakthrough. 100 billion kilowatts. Oh my god. If the device is installed in a small town with sufficient batteries, the generated electricity would be enough for 100 years. Stop. It stopped? How to stop? Before the discussion ended, a sudden bright light flashed in the distant darkness, resembling heavenly thunder. A moment later, boom boom boom, the rumbling reached their ears. The leaders of the State Electric Corporation gasped. An explosion. It finally exploded. No material can withstand an instantaneous trillion kilowatt electric energy. Not sure if there are any casualties. A deserted mountainous area in the suburbs. A high-voltage power grid cable couldn't withstand the pressure, first emitting smoke then catching fire. The copper core was exposed and melted into liquid copper within seconds. The cable broke. The moment the cable hit the ground, the earth conductor triggered a discharge of 20 million square kilowatts of electricity. A sudden explosion roared. All the trees on the mountain instantly turned to charcoal, without any flames. Birds were scorched and fell to the ground without warning. Smoke spread over a 5-mile radius. Ultra-high voltage pierced through the darkness. The entire city was shaken. Silence for a long time. President Su Changsheng of the Huaxia National Academy of Sciences answered a call while on an out-of-town exchange. Hello, this is Su Changsheng. President Su, something big has happened. What is it? Breakthrough progress in our country's nuclear fusion reactor. Su Changsheng exclaimed in shock, shouting with joy. Really? When and who published the paper? No, it was a direct experimental success. Su Changsheng widened his eyes. Without receiving any theory, directly succeeded in the experiment? Which scientist? A leading authority? Not a leading authority, nor an elder. A young junior? Li Hao, a 13-year-old boy who dropped out of Hansheng Elementary School. Su Changsheng's face darkened as he roared. I'm very busy. I don't joke with you. How dare you? Don't joke about this matter in the future. This is impossible. It's true. It's true. After explaining clearly for 5 minutes, Su Changsheng still found it hard to believe. He drained 20 million kilowatts of electricity from the seaside, causing a blackout there? Not just the seaside, but half the city and surrounding cities as well. Su Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. He released over 20 million kilowatts of electricity? The voice on the other end trembled. Latest data from the national grid, instantaneous release of electricity exceeded 100 billion kilowatts. Explosions occurred due to high-voltage grid rupture, depleting the energy. 100 billion. Su Changsheng's white hair stood on end. Bang! The phone fell to the ground, leaving him speechless for a long time. His eyes were filled with terror. The other scientists in the corridor were astonished. Dean Su, what's wrong? Su Changsheng revived like a puppet, muttering to himself. Something big has happened. What is it? What's going on? Huaxia has achieved a milestone breakthrough in the field of artificial sun, leading the world in cutting-edge technology. Hiss amazing, cheers for the motherland. But why call it a big deal? Su Changsheng sat slowly, his gaze vacant. A major event has occurred. He's only 13, still playful, yet he built a nuclear fusion reactor with his bare hands. A child's nature suggests he might be able to create weapons with his bare hands. And he's only 13 years years old. The surroundings were in an uproar, filled with terror. This is absolutely no small matter. This is the descent of a demon. Su Changsheng swallowed hard, his eyes flashing with relief. 5,000 years of Chinese history have produced countless talents. Although we were once lagging behind and endured centuries of hardship, today, a once-in-a-millennium genius has finally emerged. His name will be passed down through the ages and resonate across the globe. Perhaps in a few years, his name will be recorded in world textbooks, just as foreign scientists are etched in the hearts of Chinese students. Everyone remains silent. The senior researchers were deeply shaken, filled with emotion. Under the broadcasting building, all the staff, audience, experts, professors, entrepreneurs, and contestants of the I Want to Invent program stood with solemn expressions, under the city shrouded in darkness, staring in shock, their bitter smiles unable to hide the lingering fear in their hearts. Zhang Tingyue sighed. I've always said, don't mess with these kinds of things lightly. Professor Fong spoke slowly, don't lose heart. Although the losses this time are severe, our nation's nuclear fusion technology has indeed taken a huge step forward. Indeed, the cost was high, but this verification was very worthwhile. Suddenly, someone asked, where's Li Hao? Everyone immediately looked around and realized that Li Hao was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Tingyue's face darkened, and he roared, who has seen Li Hao? Where did he go? Lu Qian also panicked. Li Hao is a participant, and all of this was caused by him. Now he's gone, what are we supposed to do? Everyone knew perfectly well that the big shots from all sides would soon come to question Li Hao. After all, the technology he mastered was decades ahead of its time. At this moment, he left behind a complete mess and disappeared. What could be done? Lu Qian paced anxiously on the dark street in her high heels, calling out, Li Hao. 1 minute later, Li Hao, where are you? Li Hao, come out. No one responded. Meanwhile, the internet completely exploded. People from other regions do not have first-hand experience of the seaside, but they all saw the live broadcast suddenly go black. Numerous netizens flocked to Weibo, and the topic instantly shot to the top of the trending list. Number 13-year-old boy invents nuclear fusion technology. Live broadcast of I Want to Invent interrupted hashtag. Young people have limited interest in I Want to Invent and usually prefer watching dramas or following idols. Came across this topic, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Just a timid question. What exactly is going on? I recognize the words, but I don't understand them when put together. Does anyone have the original video? A 13-year-old invented nuclear fusion? Bluffing, right? Does the editor even know what nuclear fusion is? That's hilarious. The whole world hasn't figured out nuclear fission, and you're talking to me about nuclear fusion? I must be narrow-minded. A 13-year-old rural kid who dropped out of elementary school actually invented nuclear fusion? My education has limited my perspective. Since when did the main station start playing to the gallery? I'm telling you, I watched the live broadcast. Li Hao was eloquent and completely overshadowed Professor Fong. Before the launch, he even mentioned that there might be a power outage in Haiban, and sure enough, the live broadcast was interrupted, and channel 10 of the main station went black. I also saw it, and it's indeed the case. That's terrifying. Doubt and trust coexist on the internet, and no one fully understands what exactly happened. The authorities have been slow to respond, neither refuting the rumors nor issuing any news reports. This matter remains a mystery. At this moment, Li Hao, wearing a hoodie, had quietly arrived in the suburbs. He got into a Didi and cheerfully said to the driver, Uncle, please head to Tong County. The driver smiled and nodded. Just you? Yes, just me. Li Hao already had a plan in mind. After leaving the capital, there was a car parked in Tong County that he had driven when he came. Yes, he had a car. Though only 13, he possessed extraordinary skills. That car was something he had bought for over 2,000 yuan from a scrap market, modifying the engine and power system himself, making its performance formidable. Because he concealed his identity and had no ID card, he couldn't take the high-speed train or plane, so he had to drive all the way from the northwest to the capital. The city was under strict inspection, and he was afraid the traffic police would catch him for driving without a license, so he didn't dare drive into the city. After reaching Tong County, he took a taxi. Hiss! The Didi driver complained while driving in the dark. Sigh, the entire area is out of power. The bulbs exploded, and even the streetlights are gone. I heard someone is working on nuclear fusion, making it such a big deal. No idea if it's true or not. Li Hao smiled without saying a word, fastened his seatbelt, and closed his eyes to rest. He silently shouted in his heart, System, where's my reward? He didn't care about fame or fortune, only about the rewards given by the system and the cutting-edge scientific knowledge that no one else could reach. He is a true scientist. Li Hao quickly fled the capital, as he had a hunch that the bigwigs would never let him live freely and would definitely drag him into a research institute. Having been reborn through transmigration, he absolutely refused to associate with those old geezers. More importantly, he felt that no one in this world could stand on equal footing with him. The strong do not speak much with the weak. Forgive my bluntness, but Li Hao knows in his heart that most people in this world are useless. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a ding sounded in his mind, and the system began to settle. Host, Li Hao. Age, 13. Mathematics. Mathematics, LV5. Physics, LV8. Chemistry, LV7. Task: participate in the first season of I Want to Invent and create program effects. Boom. Reward: none for now. Immediately after, a series of soft chimes echoed in the mind. In today's era of energy depletion, new energy has become a common challenge for humanity. Controlled nuclear fusion is the best choice. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a nuclear fusion reactor and launching it on the program I Want to Invent. Program effect rating: grade A. Li Hao was stunned. Just grade A? I caused such a sensation? Before he could finish speaking, the system continued. Science is selfless. The host did not take away the invention device but deliberately left it to the Huaxia Academy of Science for in-depth research, demonstrating the spirit of science. Science spirit rating: grade A+. The host conducted an on-site experiment, successfully evoking public respect for science. Although it caused some damage, it raised awareness of the importance of nuclear fusion as a new energy source. 4% of young people renewed their interest in science, 10% of middle-aged individuals developed an interest, 1% of the elderly, and 14% of children showed attention to science. Over 30 million viewers learned about nuclear fusion, with a total of 18.62 million people reached through science popularization. Science popularization rating: yes. After completing the task, the host left calmly, demonstrating a spirit of selfless dedication. No casualties occurred. The host garnered attention from 42 countries worldwide, with 23 countries calling to offer congratulations. Overall rating: SS. Comprehensive rating: S+. Li Hao let out a sigh of relief. This is the effect of the show. But he was nervous inside. What reward would the system give? A beep sounded. The passing score for program effect is A. Host score is S, exceeding completion. Reward: math level +2. Reward: introductory quantum entanglement concept theory. Young man, keep it up, it's time for the world to know quantum. Reward: introductory quantum engineering theory. The higher the building, the stronger the foundation. Introductory quantum engineering theory will lay the groundwork for your theories. Reward: cash 100 million. Outstanding scientists deserve proper treatment. Material support will help your research go further. Reward: robust physique. Health is the foundation of revolution, and scientists are humanity's precious assets. Your lifespan may extend to 100 years, turning finite life into infinite brilliance. Host attributes: Mathematics LV7, Physics LV8, Chemistry LV7. Li Hao took a deep breath, and his mind was suddenly filled with knowledge. He immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, absorbing it like a dry sponge. Wealth and fame are but fleeting clouds. Only new knowledge holds a fatal allure. Quantum. What? In his previous life, his motherland had successfully launched a quantum satellite, the groundbreaking Mosey that hung alone in the cosmos. Reborn in this life, Li Hao yearned to lead humanity in this parallel world toward glory. He dreamed of personally creating the first quantum satellite. The ride-hailing driver turned back in surprise to see the young man in tears, puzzled by the reason. Only true scientists understand the weight of these tears. 3 hours later, Li Hao arrived in Tong County. He got off the car after paying the 400 yuan fare. Hey, kid. Li Hao turned around. Uncle, is there something else? The driver smiled. Tong County also lost power. It's really dark. You should head home early. Who knows which scoundrel caused the blackout? Sigh. Li Hao said nothing. That bastard, it's him. He entered the parking lot and got into the modified Santana. The engine roared, the tires raged. No one could have imagined that hidden inside this simple car was his self-made V8 engine. Who is that? With a press on the accelerator, the Santana sped northwest along the highway. On the way, the system sounded again, forcing Li Hao to pull over into the emergency parking area and close his eyes to focus and listen. The theory of nuclear fusion experiments is merely a small step in the rise of human science. In the past, technological breakthroughs occurred due to the emergence of great figures at pivotal moments in history who proposed revolutionary theories. Upon deeper reflection, it is terrifying to realize that much of the science after the 20th century is still based on hypotheses from great minds centuries ago. Silence. Be that great figure. In your past life, your homeland was fortunate. Einstein's theory of relativity was studied for a century. Tesla's black technologies remained unsolved, and Da Vinci's manuscripts are still a mystery. New task: participate in the next episode of I Want to Invent. Who says there must be a finished product? Theory is also an invention. Please propose linear algebra in the next episode of I Want to Invent. Linear algebra is the foundation of quantum mechanics. Without it, how would scholars understand quantum phenomena? The whole world awaits you to personally launch the first quantum satellite. Alright, if possible, please propose the concept of quantum mechanics to lay the foundation for quantum satellites. The theory reaches its peak, triggering a great explosion in natural sciences, with countless followers providing evidence. And you will be the one to propose and prove it. Charge ahead. Mosey. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart raced, and his whole body tensed up in spasms. This world is full of linear algebra, yet the system demands him to propose it. This is to popularize quantum mechanics mechanics and paved the way for launching the first quantum satellite. He couldn't help but swallow nervously, doubt arising in his heart. Can I really be that great? The system remained silent. His gaze became clear, and Li Hao stood firm. He slammed the accelerator. Vroom, the V8 engine roared. 0 to 100 acceleration in 2.9 seconds, with a top speed of 230 kilometers per hour. The Santana sped along the highway, and a sense of urgency surged in Li Hao's heart. He had to rush back to Hanqing to start preparations. Linear algebra requires extensive theoretical knowledge, and quantum mechanics also demands a solid foundation. He must be fully prepared before the next episode of I Want to Invent airs, dazzling everyone on stage. Making a stunning impression is the only way to gain the world's attention and recognition for his scientific achievements. Buzz. Theoretical preparation is the beginning of practice. In the next appearance, he will present his theory and leave it for scientists to study. Next time, the quantum satellite prototype might be unveiled. The system's cry of "Go for it, Mosey!" echoed in his mind. Under the night sky, the Santana roared through the cold northwest city. Li Hao was filled with anticipation, looking forward to that satellite soaring into the blue sky. He didn't know that not only Santana had gone mad, but he himself had also completely lost his mind. The whole world was going crazy over it. At this moment, the entire capital was in complete uproar. The dean of Shuemu University and the head of the physics department arrived one after another at the building where the I Want to Invent program team was located. In the pitch darkness, a luxury car slowly came to a stop. As soon as the car door opened, the president of Shuemu University stepped out and directly asked, "Where is Li Hao? Where has that genius scientist gone? He is still young and should be studying." Shuemu University is willing to admit Li Hao exceptionally, waive tuition and fees, and provide a scholarship of 1 million yuan per year, sincerely inviting him to join the physics department for further studies. As soon as he finished speaking, the president stared in astonishment at the silent crowd around him, thinking his sincerity would be enough to shock everyone. After all, being exceptionally admitted to Shuemu University at the age of 13, while receiving a 1 million yuan scholarship, was unprecedented in the university's history. However, the next moment, he felt the sting of a heavy slap in the face. A young man smiled and spoke somewhat shyly. "Hello, you seem to have arrived a bit late. I am Xiao Ho from the Fudan University admissions office in the capital. Just now, our dean personally called to instruct us to ensure that Li Hao is admitted to Fudan no matter what. Our dean is currently on a flight here. To emphasize, upon admission, Li Hao will immediately receive a master's degree and will be appointed as the director of the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute in the Department of Physics at Fudan University." The president of Shuemu University was stunned, silent for a long time, then angrily roared, "How is this possible? He's only 13 years old. How can he directly become the director of a research institute? Fudan is being utterly irresponsible." My apologies," Xiaoho responded with a smile. "This is precisely where we differ from your university. At Fudan, we uphold the principles of meritocracy, lifelong learning, and recognizing talent as teachers, deeply ingrained in our ethos. Li Hao has proven his brilliance by building a nuclear fusion reactor with his bare hands. His capabilities speak for themselves. My apologies. You are breaking the rules." The dean of Shuemu University looked around and was shocked to find that, apart from the program staff, dozens of people in suits had gathered nearby. They had come upon hearing the news. Among them were familiar figures: the president of Peking University, his old rival, cadres from the Huaheng Scientific Research Institute, professors and experts from various prestigious schools in China stationed in the capital. His heart sank, realizing that all these people had come for Li Hao. Upon hearing about Fudan University's offer, he immediately understood that he was completely outmatched. One is a direct dual master's degree, the dean of the research institute. One is a student status, with a 1 million scholarship. Even a fool knows who to choose. Buzz. After a long silence, the dean of Shuemu University finally roared, "Where is Li Hao?" After careful consideration, it has been decided that our university's physics department is in need of a deputy dean. We sincerely invite Li Hao to take on the roles of deputy dean of the physics department and director of the Institute of Nuclear Fusion Engineering, with the benefits of an academician's allowance. While the surroundings instantly erupted, and everyone angrily rebuked. "Shameless cheater! Since you're playing like this, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as the words were spoken, representatives from prestigious schools immediately called their leaders and held emergency meetings. No matter what, they must offer conditions more enticing than those of Shuemu University to keep Li Hao. Li Hao's knowledge is beyond doubt. He is capable of building a nuclear fusion reactor, which involves countless cutting-edge disciplines and even demonstrates expertise in materials science. What people value more is that Li Hao successfully advanced nuclear fusion from theory to the experimental stage. The nation will undoubtedly strongly support nuclear fusion research, and wherever Li Hao is, it will surely be the most central research base. He who gains Li Hao gains an unstoppable force. However, everyone also looked back at the program staff in confusion, whispering, "After all, where exactly is Li Hao? Yeah, I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him since I got here. Where did Li Hao go? The main person should come out and make a decision." The production team, Zhang Tingyue and Lu Qian, were all at a loss for words. They didn't know either, but they were certain that once Li Hao left, it would definitely infuriate all the big shots next. At this moment, a staff member hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Found him!" After the police investigation, a DD driver took Li Hao to Tong County. As soon as the news broke, the crowd was in an uproar. Why did he go to Tong County so fast and already ran so far? The invention is still on stage. How could he have left? I can't figure it out. He's only 13, doesn't have an ID. How could he have gone so far? Quickly check the surveillance, review the cameras along the way. The surveillance cameras are all broken. Half of the capital has lost power. Where would there be surveillance? After discussing, everyone decided to head to Tong County first. 1 or 2 hours later, the group arrived in Tong County by car. Tong County also received the news and began a county-wide search for Li Hao. Li Hao may not be a wanted criminal, but he is more important than 10,000 wanted criminals. He is the only scientist in the world who has mastered nuclear fusion technology. What's more, a 13-year-old boy is still a child. If he has no one to accompany him and runs around the world, no one can bear the consequences if something happens. At the entrance of the Tong County police station, hundreds of bigwigs, prestigious school representatives, and scientists gathered, creating a noisy scene. The police chief looked at the crowd, his heart collapsing, and roared, "Find him immediately. At all costs, make sure to find Li Hao. His importance to Huaxia is comparable to that of a founding father. He's only 13 years old. If anything happens to him, no one will be spared." "Yes, chief." The chief was utterly terrified, having personally witnessed I Want to Invent, heard about half the city losing power, and the success of nuclear fusion, understanding that Li Hao would astonish the world in the future. Such an important figure, if something happens to him, his position as director will be over. The president of Shuimu University roared, "Find him immediately. Li Hao is about to become the associate professor of our physics department and the director of the Fusion Research Institute. If something happens, no one can bear the consequences." The director said with a mournful face, "Got it, got it." As soon as the words were spoken, the admissions officer from Fudan University, Xiao Ho, shouted, "That's premature. Li Hao is our dual master's degree holder and the director of the Institute of Nuclear Fusion at Fudan, enjoying the benefits of an academician's allowance." The Peking University representative interjected, "Please speak responsibly. Our Department of Physical Engineering at Peking University hasn't spoken yet. Li Hao is the honorary dean of our institute, so all of you step aside." "What's going on? Starting to fight over people? What do you mean? Li Hao belongs to Tsinghua." "No, to Peking University." "Nonsense, we from Fudan came first." "Everyone, allow us from Jiaotong University to say a few words." "Get lost." The police chief watched the crowd arguing fiercely, feeling so anxious he was about to lose his mind. "Where is Li Hao? Can't find him, he's done for." Virum. The roar of an engine echoed as more than 10 black Audi A6s sped over and came to a screeching halt at the police station entrance. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. "Seriously?" The chief saw the license plates, and his face darkened. These vehicles all have white plates with red characters, indicating they are non-civilian vehicles. The car doors opened with a clack clack clack, and a group of elderly people, middle-aged individuals, and young people in white coats stepped out one after another. An elderly man wearing reading glasses said coldly, "Stop arguing. Li Hao has been exceptionally recruited into the Huaxia Scientific Research Institute as the deputy director of physics and chief engineer of the Nuclear Fusion Engineering Laboratory, with council-level benefits." The deans of prestigious schools and intellectuals all wore bitter expressions. This was clearly the crushing of a private elementary school by a state-run university. Professor Fong from the program team excitedly stepped forward. "Teacher Jiang." The elderly man nodded, his face expressionless as he looked toward the police chief. "Has Li Hao been found?" These words were like a bolt from the blue. The police chief broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Quick, progress is very quick." Just as everyone anxiously paced back and forth at the police station entrance, the distant roar of engines suddenly echoed, vroom vroom vroom. Everyone turned their heads, only to see a string of military vehicles with glaring headlights shining over, causing everyone to squint their eyes. When the convoy approached, everyone could see clearly. At the front were 2 military jeeps, followed closely by armored vehicles, then a guard company made up of jeeps. The soldiers were all dressed in military uniforms, armed to the teeth. With a sharp screech, the convoy neatly stopped in front of the police station. Dozens of soldiers quickly jumped out, took up positions, and began their watch. The sudden and oppressive atmosphere made everyone on site feel a tightness in their chest. The police chief dared not breathe heavily, drenched in cold sweat, knowing that the situation had escalated. At this moment, a A stern voice rang out, "Stop arguing here. Li Hao will join the military." The chief has decided to admit Li Hao to the military academy for 1 year of study, directly granting him the rank of major and assigning him to oversee military equipment invention and research. As the words fell, the scene instantly fell silent. All the university presidents lowered their heads, unable to help but smile bitterly this time. Domestic universities had been completely left behind. Li Hao had become the coveted prize everyone was vying for. Even the National Academy of Sciences and the military are competing for talent. Who can resist? The senior academician from the Academy of Sciences said coldly, "We came first." Devoting himself to research is where Li Hao can best showcase his talents. The officer responded calmly, "National defense is equally important. We can provide Li Hao with a better environment and conditions. In the Academy of Sciences, he will have like-minded predecessors to accompany him, exchanging ideas and advancing together. We will also send military scientists to collaborate with him on the research." The dean became anxious. Li Hao is still young, the military doesn't even have a single female classmate, and he spends all day with a bunch of men. What is there to talk about? Before the words were finished, the officer took a deep breath and sullenly muttered, "This is indeed a problem. If Li Hao were an adult, reasoning with him would surely lead to a choice. But he's only 13. On the I want to invent program, while researching nuclear fusion, he was still playing games and teaming up online. He's just a mischievous and disobedient kid. Dealing with such people, force is absolutely impossible. Only a soft approach can win them over." The officer turned to the police chief and asked coldly, "It's too early to talk about this now. Where is the person? Have you found them?" The chief, sweating profusely, pretended to remain calm on the surface. "Progress is very fast. I believe we can find them soon." He wanted to fool the officer, but saw the other party frowning and pressing further. "How soon is very soon?" I can't guarantee that. You must give a definite time." Well." The director turned around and shouted anxiously, "How much longer?" As soon as the words fell, a police car screeched to a halt at the entrance, and an officer excitedly shouted, "The DD driver who gave Li Hao a ride has been found." Buzz! A loud noise erupted as the scene instantly boiled over. The crowd surged forward. The driver, seeing all the important figures, military vehicles, and armed soldiers, was so terrified that his legs went weak, crying out, "I don't know anything, I don't know." "Did you catch the wrong person?" The officer grabbed the driver's collar and coldly questioned, "Have you ever given a ride to a child?" "A child?" Sob. "I didn't know he was a criminal. I gave him a ride, but I didn't know." "Shut up. He's not a criminal. I ask you, where did he go?" "I just dropped him off at a parking lot. I don't know what happened after that." "Parking lot? Did he say anything on the way?" "Didn't say anything." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. "The parking lot?" Hiss. A tightness in the chest, a vague suspicion arose in the heart. No one expected it, but it's very likely. Could it be that Li Hao drove off on his own? A moment of silence. Suddenly, the officer shouted, "Deploy a helicopter immediately to search along the Tong County to Northwest Highway, block the highway, and set up checkpoints." What a joke. A 13-year-old boy actually wants to drive himself back to Han City? Immediately notify all drivers along the route to slow down and drive cautiously. Report immediately if you see a child. If an accident happens, no one will get away with it. The soldiers saluted in unison and quickly dispersed. The scientists and principals on site also hurriedly got into their cars and sped off toward the northwest. Everyone's hearts were tense. Li Hao was only 13, driving a high-speed car. If something went wrong, the loss to the country would be immeasurable. In just 1 hour, most of the highway was blocked. However, everyone was stunned. This shouldn't be happening. How could there be no one? We've already set up checkpoints along the way. How come we haven't found him? Could it be that he didn't take the highway? Professor Fong suddenly exclaimed and said gravely, "There's another possibility. He has already exited the highway and returned to Hanchang. Do you know how far it is from the capital to Hanchang? Unless he was speeding all the way, maintaining a speed of 200 to 300 miles per hour without slowing down, it's impossible." The director of the Academy of Sciences suggested in a serious tone, "Go to the Traffic Management Bureau and check if any cameras captured vehicles severely exceeding the speed limit." Everyone suddenly realized and remembered this method. At the same time, intense discussions erupted on major forums of China's internet. No one believed that Li Hao had really built a nuclear fusion reactor. Even with video evidence, it still felt unbelievable, like science fiction. A 13-year-old rural kid who dropped out of elementary school builds nuclear fusion with bare hands? Believe it? I don't. Online bullying and ridicule are endless. It's not about looking down on rural people, it's just that their education is really limited. Now even the main station is hyping it up. Truly pathetic. It's true, really true. Fake. The authorities haven't reported it, it's obviously hype. I'm a Beijing local. Let me tell you the truth. There's a large-scale power outage in Beijing. Emergency repairs are underway. How do you explain that? That was an accidental incident, a coincidental connection. No need to overthink it. While everyone was discussing, in the early hours, Tencent News broke shocking news. At midnight tonight, MIT will depart for Beijing accompanied by foreign instructors. reactors. NetEase News followed up with a report. The German Academy of Sciences dispatched a special envoy to set off for China overnight, causing a stir in the scientific community. An expert team from the Royal Institute of Technology in England is heading to China. Japanese scientists are visiting together. A series of news left netizens dumbfounded. In the past, visits to China by foreign scientists did not attract much attention. This time, however, scientists from nearly 40 countries gathered and set off almost simultaneously. 40 countries, all of them developed nations. People began to speculate. Could it be? All of this is related to Li Hao. What a coincidence. Live nuclear fusion, live broadcast interrupted. Half the city loses power. Scientists from 40 countries gather in China. Why have they come? Scientists are the treasures of a nation and rarely go abroad. Now they have all gathered in China for only two reasons. First, is China hosting a major scientific summit? No such news. Second, China has achieved a major technological breakthrough, and experts from various countries have come to congratulate, discuss, and learn. Some questioned it, but those in the know couldn't help but get goosebumps. Once striving to learn Western technology, China has now become a technological high ground admired by many nations. Today, scientists from 40 countries come to pay homage. Tomorrow, it might be nations from all over the world. At this moment, the Santana had arrived in Han City. In the past, long-distance highway driving would always leave Li Hao utterly exhausted, but tonight he was full of energy, perhaps due to the robust physique rewarded by the system. The car drove into an old tube-shaped apartment building. Li Hao got out of the car and tiptoed upstairs. Big sister should be asleep. If she finds out I came back at midnight, she'll definitely scold me again. He felt a bit worried, mainly because he was afraid his sister would be angry. He didn't want her to be upset. This is also the reason why he immediately drove back from the capital. If he stayed at the scene, he would inevitably be entangled in various social engagements and definitely wouldn't be able to return home tonight. He had long anticipated that after developing nuclear fusion, certain forces would come to find him and invite him. This was all within his expectations, and he wasn't worried. He just didn't want to waste time in the capital. You can find him. Come to Han City. In the capital, without his sister's presence, he couldn't sleep soundly. His longing was hard to let go. Click, the key turned softly, and Li Hao quietly entered the room. Squeak, the security door gently closed. He was about to sneak into the bedroom when he suddenly heard a cold voice. My alarm clock rings once every hour, and it has rung 14 times. You skipped lunch, didn't come back for dinner, and still aren't home by midnight. You've been out for 14 hours. Where did you go? Li Hao let out a soft whimper and awkwardly stood at the entrance. By the moonlight, he saw his sister sitting on the sofa, holding an alarm clock. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore a coat to keep warm. On the coffee table were dishes of food that had gone cold. Li Hao said timidly, "Sister, you're still awake? I went to a classmate's house." How could he admit that he had gone to the capital? His sister replied calmly, "You're only 13, but you're more mature and sensible than your peers. I won't say much, you know in your heart. If you won't be home for dinner in the future, call ahead." With that, she felt around the back of the sofa, stood up, picked up her white cane, and tapped it on the floor with a thud, thud, thud as she walked toward the bedroom. Li Hao gazed at his sister's back and the food on the coffee table, his heart heavy with sorrow. It was this very sister who had raised him. Li Ying, 21 years old, born blind. Though she lacked sight, she relied on her hands to embroider, supporting herself and Li Hao. She was somewhat famous in Han City and even opened an embroidery shop. She couldn't see, yet she could perceive people's hearts. Li Hao could never lie in front of her, and she never exposed him. Li Hao took a deep breath and gently supported his sister, saying softly, "Sister, I participated in I Want to Invent, and I earned 100 million. He decided to confess. Li Ying said calmly, "No matter how much you earn, if you're not coming home for dinner, you must call first. Sis, listen to me, don't interrupt me." 10 minutes later, Li Hao detailed his experiences of secretly working on inventions over the years. Although Li Ying had vaguely guessed his secret, she never expected that he wanted to become a scientist. Silent for a long time, Li Hao solemnly cupped his sister's face. "I earned 100 million, and I will cure your eyes." Li Ying was speechless, as two streams of tears slowly rolled down. Li Hao looked at her with respect, his height now slightly surpassing his sister's, and solemnly said again, "Really? Even if medicine has not yet made a breakthrough, he will invent a cure. Isn't the mission of the inventor's system to create the unknown? No matter what, he will make sure his sister sees the light again." After sending his sister back to her bedroom, Li Hao said no more, leaving her to process it on her own. Then he returned to the bedroom, weary and covered in dust. With a click, he turned on the light. He rummaged through boxes and drawers, taking out a stack of notebooks, draft papers, pens, and a computer. The pen tip scratched across the paper with a rustle. A quiet room, with only the sound of writing echoing. Quantum engineering cannot afford a moment's delay. Time ticks away, second by second. From the early hours of the morning, dawn gradually arrives. Li Hao was busy in the bedroom without a moment's pause, with the desk piled high with various papers, including discarded drafts and notes densely filled with formulas and symbols. Ding ding ding. The alarm rang, and Li Hao snapped back to reality, his gaze turning toward his sister's bedroom. He knew she had to go to the shop. In less than 10 minutes, he heard a voice from outside the door, "Eat breakfast yourself, I'm leaving." Li Hao didn't even look up and responded calmly, "Sister, stay safe." Okay. As soon as the words fell, Li Hao closed his eyes again, his thoughts quickly churning in his mind. How should I explain quantum theory step by step, from the basics to the deeper concepts? In this world, there is absolutely no concept of quantum mechanics, and no one even knows what quantum means. Even though technology on Earth is highly advanced and has undergone multiple scientific revolutions, the emergence of quantum theory was a magnificent and tumultuous journey. Yet in this world, I am all alone. How can I possibly promote quantum theory? Li Hao fell into deep thought. He profoundly understood the meaning of "it is lonely at the top." As a scientist, this sense of solitude was undoubtedly a torment to the soul. Because on the path of academic research, only he could taste the joy, but there was no one to share it with. No one could understand his language, and in the end, he could only be regarded as mentally deranged. Li Hao began to understand why the system didn't let him propose quantum theory the first and second times. Without corresponding reputation and historical achievements, anyone mentioning quantum theory would be regarded as a charlatan, or even labeled as mentally ill. They don't understand. The truth of this world is always in the hands of a few. Therefore, Li Hao faced unprecedented challenges: how to make everyone, or at least some scientists, notice quantum, focus on quantum, and understand quantum. Gradually, Li Hao picked up a pencil and solemnly began sketching the history of Earth's quantum theory on paper. The emergence and maturation of quantum theory owe thanks to three individuals. Planck discovered quantum, Einstein explained the concept of quantum, opening a new chapter in quantum theory. The third, Schrödinger, created the fundamental formula of quantum, pioneering wave mechanics. Three eras, the efforts of three great figures, enabled the world's top scientists to recognize quantum and completely opened the door to quantum research. In just 100 or 200 years, the world's leading scientists have been striving for quantum mechanics. I need to find an opportunity to make everyone understand quantum, Li Hao murmured to himself, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. He began drafting on paper. For this participation in I Want to Invent, quantum theory only needed to be mentioned at the end, while linear algebra was the focus. But Li Hao knew well that quantum mechanics was the key. Linear algebra, by comparison, was too simple, merely a new way of thinking and conceptualizing in mathematics. After all, linear algebra is the tool for calculating quantum. Swish, swish, swish. The pen tip danced across the paper. Fully immersed in scientific research and promotion, Li Hao completely forgot the passage of time. He hadn't slept for a whole day and night. His eyes were bloodshot, yet he remained unusually exhilarated, as if he had detached himself from all the chaos of the outside world. Like this. Like this. And then like this. Like a madman, the 13-year-old boy muttered to himself, his hands trembling uncontrollably with excitement. No, too slow, too slow. Gradually, Li Hao picked up the fountain pen again. Both hands waved simultaneously, writing theoretical proofs on 2 sheets of paper in sync. His mental capacity was being developed to the extreme, achieving a rare balance between the left and right hemispheres of his brain. Perhaps this was related to his identity as a mad scientist in his previous life. If an outsider were to see Li Hao's appearance at this moment, they would undoubtedly be terrified. Because he achieved the realm every researcher dreams of, multitasking with perfect focus. His left hand was writing linear algebra formulas, while his right hand was drafting a proof paper on quantum theory. Both hands working simultaneously. This can only be achieved by becoming a demon. He let out a maniacal laugh, realizing that he could initially grasp the ability to operate his left and right brains separately. In the future, within a limited time, he will be able to unleash double the energy. If any scientist were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel genuine envy and worship him from the depths of their heart. He is a true strongman. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 10 o'clock in the morning. With a snap, Li Hao finally put down the pencil and pen in his hands. He had finally completed the preparations for the next episode and figured out how to help people roughly understand what quantum mechanics is. Start with Schrödinger's cat to help them understand what quantum is. Then explain quantum concepts step by step, and finally use linear algebra to solve the computational challenges of quantum. Li Hao muttered to himself, picking up his phone to check the time, only to find that there were actually over 100 missed calls on his phone. The sheer number of missed calls left him stunned. Many of them were unfamiliar numbers, with the location displayed as capital city. Seeing the location, Li Hao immediately understood that it must be someone important from the capital city or someone from the I Love Invention program team looking for him. He smiled faintly but had no intention of calling back right away. Interacting with people from the capital city meant that this relaxed and carefree life would come to an end, and for now, he wasn't ready to give up this unrestrained freedom so soon. Fortunately, I have the appearance of a 13-year-old as a cover. They think my ideas are childish, and this disguise is enough for me to do many things. Li Hao muttered to himself, continuing to scroll through his phone, and discovered a missed call from from his sister. His brows furrowed slightly. The call had come in a few hours ago. At that time, he had been at his most frenzied and focused, completely oblivious to the ringtone. He immediately called back, and the call was quickly answered. The background on the other end was noisy, and his sister's voice was hurried. "Hello, sis, you." Just as Li Hao started to ask about the situation, an anxious voice came from the other end. "Where are you?" Li Hao detected the tremble and fear in his sister's voice and abruptly stood up. "Sister, I'm at home. Where are you?" "Woo woo woo." Li Ying burst into tears. "I passed by Sea Lion Square on my way to work today. There was a concert there, and the crowd was too large and too packed. My white cane fell, and I couldn't find it. I'm lost and don't know where I am. I can only follow the crowd. I'm so scared, I can't see anything. I called for help but no one responded. It was too noisy. The scene was very loud. Your number is the only one on speed dial. I can't see the screen. I can't call 110. Li Hao, hearing this, didn't even bother to put on his shoes and rushed out the door. "Don't move, listen to me. Find a place near a wall to stand firmly. Wait for me, stay where you are, don't wander around. I'm coming right away. 5 minutes, no, 2 minutes. I'll be at Sea Lion Plaza in 2 minutes. Sister, wait for me." He shouted frantically, slammed the security door shut, and rushed toward the parking lot. Vroom, the modified Santana roared, its RPM soaring to 9,000. The frenzied engine's roar shook the entire old neighborhood, startling many people into falling to the ground in fright. What was that sound? A sports car? Lamborghini? Turns out it's a modified Santana. This speed is insane, it must be heavily modified. Amid the exclamations, the Santana sped onto the main road, reaching a top speed of 190 kilometers per hour, racing like the wind through the city streets. The crowd dodged in fear, curses erupted, and some even called the police. Li Hao paid no attention to any of this, he just wanted to find his sister as quickly as possible. At this moment, his sister was the most helpless. She was blind, drifting amidst the surging crowd, feeling panicked and lost. Her white cane was her only eyes, the sole tool she used to perceive the world. Now that it was lost, it was as if her ability to sense had been stripped away. Must find her, must. In just 2 minutes, Li Hao parked the car at Sea Lion Plaza. Stepping out of the car, a sea of people came into view. At least 10,000 people were present, with fervent fans holding posters and screaming their idol's name. Li Hao caught a glimpse of a popular young idol on stage, performing at a concert celebrating the 3rd anniversary of Sea Lion Plaza. He had no interest in these young idols but had heard of them. Li Hao stood at a high place, his eyes red, shouting hoarsely, "Sister, sister, where are you?" The sound was drowned out by the deafening, explosive music in Korean singing from the speakers, making it impossible to hear anything. Only 2 or 3 people nearby heard it, and seeing Li Hao's anxious expression, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. "Sis, where are you?" Li Hao called out anxiously. "Can't you hear?" He took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly locking onto the handsome young man singing passionately on stage, and stepped toward the stage. Just as Li Hao was about to borrow the microphone to call out for his sister, the concert suddenly came to an abrupt halt. The venue was silent at first, then instantly erupted, with countless people whispering. "What happened? Why did it stop? What happened?" Screeched the sound of sudden breaking rang out, and everyone turned their heads. "That's too much." The star on stage, Zhang Zihao, froze and stopped singing. On the road by Sea Lion Plaza, a fleet of vehicles with Jing license plates and white plates with red characters came to a stop. Seeing this situation, the scene instantly erupted. "A big shot from the capital has arrived." Gasp, "Oh my god. A leader from the capital has personally come to Han City. They can't be here for Zhang Zihao's concert, can they? What do they want to do?" The vehicles opened their doors one after another, and a large group of men, women, and children anxiously got out, scanning the crowd with worry written all over their faces. The leader said in a deep voice, "It's confirmed. The Santana captured on the highway is parked nearby. So many people, how do we find him?" "Teacher, I just got a call. The leaders from Northwest Province are also on their way. Everyone is racing against time. Where can we find Li Hao?" Everyone was at a loss. Just as the scene was filled with heated discussions, buzz buzz buzz, several military helicopters flew in, forcibly landing near Sea Lion Square, ignoring the crowd below. Zhang Zihao's head buzzed as if it were exploding. "The military is here? I'm just holding a concert. I didn't do anything wrong. What's going on?" The roar of engines thundered, boom boom boom. Dozens of military jeeps, led by armored vehicles, rushed onto the curb, honking as they headed straight for the stage. "The military vehicles are here. What on earth is going on? There are police cars behind them. The traffic police are here too. Can someone tell me what happened?" Amidst the exclamations, the audience quickly made way as the military vehicle stopped directly below the stage. A middle-aged big shot stepped out of the car under the escort of guards, scanned the crowd, and commanded, "Stop the music." 2 armed soldiers rushed backstage, and the staff trembled with fear. "What do you want to do?" The soldier said coldly, "Stop the music." "All right." The music came to an abrupt halt. The boss stepped onto the stage, took the microphone from the stunned Zhang Zihao, and shouted loudly, "Li Hao, where are you? Come out." In the crowd, Li Hao calmly observed the group of soldiers, then glanced at the large number of scholars in the distance, and even the crew from the I Love Invention program. He quickly analyzed the situation and understood their purpose. He knew that the most important thing now was to find his sister. So, he stepped forward, one step at a time. Quiet. Silence. Over 10,000 people in Sea Lion Square stood on tiptoe, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the young man slowly walking out. Someone recognized him. Li Hao, who participated in I Want to Invent last night. I heard he invented nuclear fusion. Is that true? The military has arrived. They must be here to protect him. Li Hao is actually in Han City. Reporters frantically took photos, vying to cover the story. In the distance, Professor Fong and others saw Li Hao, their eyes gleaming with joy as they excitedly strode toward him. All eyes were on him. Countless people held their breath in anticipation. Li Hao stood calmly in front of the military vehicle and shouted, "I won't talk about anything else for now. My sister got lost here. Please help me find her." As his words fell, the scene fell silent for a few seconds. The middle-aged officer roared, "Everyone, assemble." Hundreds of armed soldiers stood at attention. "Await orders. Go find Li Hao's sister." The director of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences said gravely, "You all go help search as well. His sister is blind, and the situation is urgent." At this moment, Li Hao stepped onto the stage, gripping the microphone tightly, his voice loud and clear. "Sister, I am Li Hao. I'm here. Where are you? Now someone can hear you. Tell me where you are. I'll come find you." "Sister, I'm here." Urgent shouts came from Li Hao's mouth, causing many people's hearts to tighten as they felt the genuine emotion in his voice, his deep bond with his sister. With the help of the crowd, it took only a minute for a soldier to assist Li Ying as she slowly descended the stairs. "Li Hao! Li Hao!" Li Ying groped at the air, calling out anxiously. On the stage, Li Hao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Sister," before sprinting away. "Li Hao! Sister!" The siblings called out to each other and embraced tightly. Until Li Hao held his sister's hand and left in an Audi, the people on site remained in a daze for a long time. Tens of thousands of spectators witnessed Li Hao's strength firsthand. They stared in shock at the helicopters soaring into the sky and the military vehicles turning away. This young boy actually possesses such astonishing energy. The convoy gradually moved away, and countless people in the venue were abuzz with discussion. He really is Li Hao. That's right, the boy who appeared on the I Want to Invent program and invented the nuclear fusion reactor. It's just a variety show. Does it matter if my Zhang Zihao is popular or not? They actually ruined Zhang Zihao's concert. What do you know? Don't compare an entertainer to a scientist. That's a complete insult to scientists. TCH, a 13-year-old kid counts as a scientist? He really invented nuclear fusion. What is nuclear fusion? You wouldn't understand. Many people in Sea Lion Square were shocked in their hearts. They never expected that Li Hao actually came from Cold City. 20 minutes later, in the dilapidated tube-shaped apartment building, military vehicles had completely sealed off the entire neighborhood, and the area below was filled with luxury cars from the capital. Inside the house, Li Hao came out after settling his sister and saw a large group of people sitting and standing in the living room. He smiled and said, "Uncles and grandfathers, thank you all." President Liu Jie of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences smiled kindly. "Li Hao, I am the president of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. To make a long story short, the country plans to establish a dedicated nuclear fusion research institute and hopes you can lead the research. The Huaxia Academy of Sciences sincerely invites you to be its president." Li Hao chuckled and said, "I'm only 13 years old. I don't think I can handle it." "That's fine, but..." President Liu's words were interrupted by the officer. "He already said he's not interested. Old Liu, you don't need to say more." The officer turned his head and kindly smiled at Li Hao, saying, "I am the deputy commander of XXX. Our commander-in-chief invites you to join the military. Nuclear fusion is of great significance to the military and is related to national defense. I hope you will consider it." Li Hao pondered for a moment and then responded with a smile, "I'm still young right now." At this moment, the president of Peking University interjected, "Yes, you're still young and need to continue your studies. We at Peking University have decided to make an exception and offer you a special admission, with an annual scholarship of 1 million. Bah! Shameless! The president of Fudan University laughed and said, "We at Fudan are willing to offer you a 2 million scholarship and directly admit you as a graduate student." They originally intended to recruit Li Hao and directly make him a professor, but after hearing him reject the first two invitations, they realized he didn't want to get involved in trivial matters and power struggles. They immediately changed their approach and invited him to study at the university. Li Hao was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry, professors, but I don't think anyone can teach me." Everyone. A moment of speechlessness. Everyone felt that Li Hao was a bit arrogant. At this moment, Li Hao took a sip of water and astonishingly said, "I just want to participate in I Love Inventions. I only like inventing things, nothing else." Everyone was almost choked, looking at him with strange eyes. "Are you crazy, kid? So many olive branches offered, yet you only want to stay in I Love Inventions? What future does I Love Inventions have? Could it possibly offer more prospects than the military or the Huaxia Academy of Sciences?" advances? It's simply unscientific. The crew of the I Love Inventions program was even more dumbfounded, trembling with excitement, and even on the verge of tears. Li Hao, we are so honored. Dean Lu Jie's face darkened, and he said sternly, "You just invented nuclear fusion. I admit your future is limitless. But inventing something like this, is it really something you can just say you've invented? Participating in I Love Invention is simply a waste. You'd better focus on researching nuclear fusion." Li Hao said expressionlessly, "I've already completed the research on nuclear fusion and handed it over to you to tackle the details. That's enough. Why should I waste my limited life on repetition? Shouldn't I be on the front lines expanding territories?" At this moment, everyone fell silent. "You have quite the tone. Scientific research is a lifelong endeavor. At 13, you shocked the world by achieving nuclear fusion. Just that one accomplishment is enough to win a Nobel Prize, and yet you want to take on everything?" Lu Jie said in a deep voice, "Such a young person, so arrogant. I don't believe you can keep inventing forever." Li Hao smiled faintly. "What if I say I can?" As the words fell, everyone was dumbfounded. Is he truly arrogant, or does he have real skills? Since when did inventing become so simple? For a moment, the scientists present looked dazed. The host of I Love Invention, Zhang Tingyue, ignored the expressions of the big shots and focused solely on wiping the sweat from his palms in excitement as he stepped forward to shake hands with Li Hao. "Li Hao, I used to underestimate you a bit, and I admit my mistake. I never expected your genuine talent and knowledge to be enough to shake the world. We look forward to your continued participation in I Love Invention. On behalf of the program team, thank you." Li Hao smiled and said, "But I have two conditions." Zhang Tingyue swallowed nervously and said excitedly, "You said any condition, we will do our best to meet it. If we can't, we will apply to the leadership. You are the pillar of our nation. Although appearing on I Love Invention might not fully showcase your talent, any stage can prove the value of your life." Li Hao said, "First, I want my sister to go to the capital to receive the best treatment. She was born blind, and I want her to see the blue sky, to see me." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tingyue fell silent, pondering whether congenital blindness could be cured. He didn't want to deceive Li Hao and wanted to give a serious reply. At this moment, Lu Jie sighed and said, "Rest assured, even though you declined us, you are still a scientist of Huaxia. A national scientist should have no worries and focus solely on research. If your family encounters any difficulties, the nation will help resolve them. Your sister can receive treatment at the best hospital in the country, and if Huaxia cannot provide it, she can go abroad." Li Hao bowed. "Thank you." Then he looked at Zhang Tingyue. "Secondly, I request that the recording location of I Love Invention be moved to Han City." Zhang Tingyue froze, his voice trembling with emotion. "Of course, it definitely can't be in the capital anymore. We were already planning to change locations. Your experiments have too much impact. Moving to Han City is fine, no problem at all." Li Hao burst into hearty laughter and shook hands again. "All right, I have no other requests. I've said everything that needs to be said." "Humph." The deputy commander snorted coldly, still displeased with Li Hao's rejection of the military, and said icily, "What do you plan to do with the nuclear fusion you invented?" Li Hao shrugged. "Of course, sell it." "Sell it?" Everyone frowned. After all, this is Li Hao's hard work and achievement, so selling the patent is reasonable. But this is nuclear fusion technology after all. Lu Jie gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "There's no harm in selling the patent. Technically, nuclear fusion technology shouldn't be bought or sold. But this is your hard work. The Chinese Academy of Sciences receives annual funding subsidies. I can make decisions for anything within 5 billion. Name your price, and I will represent the Chinese Academy of Sciences to purchase it." The deputy commander frowned deeply. His impression of Li Hao suddenly worsened. He hadn't expected such a young child to be so money-minded. Creating nuclear fusion, something so beneficial to the nation and its people, yet still talking about money, it was hard to accept. But after all, it was his patent. Li Hao smiled cheerfully as he looked at everyone. Lu Jie urged, "Name your price quickly. I can approve anything under 5 billion. Li Hao laughed loudly, stood up, and held out one finger. $1. Lu Jie was stunned. What? Li Hao repeated, $1. I will sell my nuclear fusion reactor patent to the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. $1. Lu Jie exclaimed in shock. Everyone in the room slowly stood up, their eyes filled with astonishment as they stared at Li Hao. They looked at Li Hao, then at the dilapidated house. $1? He's just a commoner's child, and he doesn't take the opportunity to extort and get rich? Doesn't improve his life? Yet he only sells it for $1? Lu Jie stood up, his gaze serious, staring deeply at Li Hao. "Are you sure?" Inside, the elder sister also stood up, listening quietly. Li Hao nodded firmly with every word. "I am certain." Lu Jie took a deep breath, still puzzled. This is nuclear fusion technology, why sell it for just $1? Li Hao thought carefully and then smiled. "Grandpa, although I'm young, I think scientists shouldn't lack money." Lu Jie was shaken, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of respect. He realized that, despite the child in front of him being so young, he gave off a feeling as if he had dedicated his entire life to the scientific community. That's right, his feeling was correct. In his previous life, Li Hao dedicated his entire life to national scientific research and devoted his youth to the global scientific community. Everyone heard it correctly. Li Hao didn't say, scientists don't lack money, but rather, scientists shouldn't lack money. A should not, a world of difference in realms. Silently, led by Zhang Tingyue, the entire crew of the I Love Invention program bowed deeply to Li Hao. The young researchers of Huaxia behind Lu Jie also changed their expressions one by one and slowly lowered their heads. The deputy commander stood up, took a deep breath, and saluted Li Hao. Everything was silent. But at this moment, everyone put away their disdain and sincerely respected this young man from the bottom of their hearts, not only because of his academic achievements, but also because of his magnanimity and sense of responsibility. Thank you for your contributions to Chinese science. The country will not treat you unfairly. Lu Jie shook hands with Li Hao. Li Hao smiled and said, those are the words I wanted to say as well. Scientists should not lack money. This sentence pierced everyone's hearts like a sharp arrow. Even after everyone left Li Hao's house, they still couldn't help but feel like crying. In the car, Lu Jie looked out the window at the young pop star Zhang Zihao, who was still holding a concert, and gave a bitter smile. Which tier of celebrity is that? The assistant replied, Academician Lu, a second-tier popular young star, returned from studying in South Korea. Lu Jie asked, what's his annual income? The assistant replied, not sure, but the news says he earns 70 million per movie. 70 million. Lu Jie gave a wry smile, recalling Li Hao's words scientists shouldn't lack money. A deeper understanding suddenly arose in his heart. Li Hao was actually being sarcastic. His fusion device, if sold to the country, would be worth at least tens of billions. If he were to betray his country for money, he could sell it abroad for an even higher price. But he only asks for 1 yuan, because he has no intention of making money from it at all. Indifferent to money. Moreover, he understands that research funding is tight, application procedures are cumbersome, and many professors pay out of their own pockets, even selling their houses to conduct research. China is relatively fortunate. The public loves science, holds upright values, and voices criticizing entertainers for harming the nation are gradually increasing. The phrase scientists should not lack money is Li Hao's dream. Lu Jie gradually understood why Li Hao chose not to join various organizations but decided to stay with I Love Invention, because this is the only program that faces the public. Li Hao has a dream. He wants more people to know about the program, pay attention to science, feel the charm of science, and lead a nationwide trend of scientific research. Lu Jie clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, yes, scientists should not lack money. Absolutely not. Lu Jie left. The deputy commander, however, did not leave. He lingered for a moment in the corridor building and smiled as he said to Li Hao, no matter where you choose to go, you are a senior scientist of Huaxia. You have contributed to nuclear fusion, but your talent may also provoke envy from enemy nations. They will try to win you over, and if they fail, they might even resort to assassination. This is not a movie, it's reality. Starting today, you will enjoy the protection of the guard company. They will protect you in secret without interfering with your life. Can you accept that? Li Hao nodded cheerfully, I can. This place is not suitable for you to live in. The Hancheng military district has accommodations that can be arranged. Before the sentence was finished, Li Hao smiled and said, yes, no need, I'm planning to buy a villa near Zijin Mountain in Hancheng. Deputy Commander. After a moment of silence, he gave a wry smile. Alright, I'll submit an application to get the state to buy you a house. Li Hao laughed heartily. No need, the procedures are troublesome. I'll go buy it myself today. Where did you get the money? Because I am a scientist. In the afternoon, Li Ying left Han City on a military helicopter to go to the capital for a national consultation with renowned doctors. The doctors believed there was hope for her eyes to be cured. Li Hao personally escorted her to the helicopter and softly said, don't save money. The older sister responded casually, I never save money. I spend when I need to. That's good. Let me know anytime if there's anything. Li Ying suddenly grabbed Li Hao's hand nervously. Can my eyes really be cured? Can I really see what you look like? Li Hao took a deep breath and gently embraced his sister. They can definitely be cured. Even if they can't treat them, I will find a way. If there are no machines, I'll build them myself. He's only 13 years old. Li Ying laughed and said, bragger. The siblings laughed as the helicopter took off. Li Hao watched the helicopter disappear into the distance, took a deep breath, and turned around. Suddenly, a soldier ran up quickly and saluted. Mr. Li, the special military license has been approved. From now on, you can operate any vehicle, including special purpose ones. The commander said there's nothing in this world that can stump you. You can even fly a plane. Li Hao smiled, put away his driver's license, got into the Santana, his gaze deep as he looked ahead. Time to head to my secret base. No one knew that Li Hao had a secret base in Han City, which served as both a workshop and an armory. The fusion device was assembled there. Yes, although the task of I Want to Invent is to propose a theory in a few days. Now, the Mosey satellite model has officially started to get on track. At this moment, the internet in Huaxia is like a tangled mess. Most people still still find it hard to believe that Li Hao really created nuclear fusion. He's only 13 years old. 13 years old, how could it be possible to create such a terrifying nuclear fusion device? Their reason for disbelief was simple. There was no official news report, and Li Hao was too young. Little did they know, the reason the official news hadn't reported it was because the matter was of great significance. At this moment, tens of thousands of scientists across the country were busily dismantling, assembling, and studying Li Hao's nuclear fusion device, which was essentially the tokamak device from Earth's previous era. The tokamak device is precisely the most basic principle of an artificial sun. Within the Huaxia Research Institute, luminaries in physics, chemistry, and mathematics gathered. Looking at the device purchased for just 1 yuan through a patent, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. After a long silence, a government official sighed and said, "Li Hao is young and a genius of our time. He must not be treated unfairly." So, someone asked, "I will apply to the higher-ups to grant Li Hao the status of an academician. Given the significant importance of the nuclear fusion device, the country will provide him with generous subsidies and remuneration. Starting today, Li Hao will receive a monthly salary of 2 million yuan and will be able to independently apply for research funding from the state, with an annual cap of 50 billion. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone gasped in astonishment. To be honest, a monthly salary of 2 million yuan is not shocking to them, because scientists have very low demand for money, or even none at all. Their expenses are pitifully small, and their minds are entirely devoted to science, leaving no time for enjoyment. But research funding is the real key. How many research institutions struggle to secure sufficient funding? And Li Hao can actually apply for up to 50 billion in research funding every year. The nation regards Li Hao as a national treasure-level figure. Impossible. Not only that, having an exclusive annual research funding application quota of 50 billion is a testament to the nation's deep trust in him. Who would have thought that Li Hao sold the nuclear fusion reactor patent to the country for just 1 yuan, yet the nation did not take advantage of the low price but instead repaid him generously in other ways, a true example of repaying kindness with abundance. Everyone was overjoyed for Li Hao, but soon they immersed themselves in his research project. Impossible. After a long time, a physics professor exclaimed, "Such an ingenious idea, something I never thought of. Using a vacuum toroidal superconducting coil to generate a high-pressure magnetic field and a microwave device to heat it to billions of kelvins. My goodness, what?" Another professor in the field of atomic science took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. Li Hao is a gift from heaven to humanity. He is a true genius. Such conceptualization, calculation, and design showcase his extraordinary theoretical knowledge and creativity. What's even more astonishing is that he single-handedly built a nuclear fusion reactor. This reactor involves numerous complex engineering algorithms and massive calculation formulas, all completed by him alone. How is this possible? The calculations at the atomic level are beyond the capabilities of ordinary computers. I have no idea how he managed to accomplish it. Everyone exchanged glances for a moment, then suddenly said in unison, "Then, shall we announce it?" Announce it. 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside the news department building of Tingshuan Group, the news director received a call and suddenly stood up after listening. "Really? All right, I understand." With a snap, the phone was hung up. The news director stormed into the newsroom like a madman. "Everyone, listen up. The deputy minister of the National News Department just called. Tonight, CC National Evening News will announce the success of Li Hao's fusion device. This marks a tremendous leap for Huaxia, shocking both domestic and international audiences, with scientists from various countries flocking to Huaxia." Before the words had finished, the room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in chaos. "There has been no official news. I thought it was fake, but it turns out to be true. Official reports must be cautious. Fusion is such a big deal, there can be no mistakes." 13 years old. The news director stammered, "Tonight at 7:30, CC News broadcast. Everyone works overtime, and after the news airs, Tingshuan News will immediately repost and conduct in-depth reporting. The media operates in such a way that major news must be officially confirmed before being reported to avoid errors. Most people online believe that the absence of official reports means the news is false, unaware that the authorities simply have not confirmed it yet. Now, the truth is settled." Meanwhile, at the Net 1 News headquarters, the news director answered the phone, excitedly called a meeting, and prepared to work overtime overnight. "This time, we need an in-depth report. This is a major national event. Immediately form a team to rush to Han City overnight. If we can interview Li Hao, even better. If not, interview his neighbors, teachers, and classmates for a thorough report." Within minutes, a plane took off from the capital, heading straight for Han City. Media outlets nationwide received a notice from the news department confirming that last night's live broadcast of I Want to Invent was interrupted due to the success of nuclear fusion. National celebration. Countless planes, cars, and media flocked to the I Want to Invent program team in the capital and Han City, vying to interview Li Hao. 7:30. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. Many people know that if there is any news about this matter, it will surely be revealed in the evening news. Although there are many doubts online, who wouldn't hope it's true? Everyone is looking forward to it. Hello, viewers, welcome to today's news broadcast. I'm your host. After the introduction, the news broadcast officially begins. The last 10 minutes, at 7:50 p.m., the CC News anchor's tone suddenly rises, voice filled with excitement. New energy has always been a common topic for humanity. Known energy sources include gasoline, coal, natural gas, and nuclear power plants. Hidden behind the crisis is energy depletion. Nuclear power plants use nuclear fission for power generation. Last night, on CC Channel 10's program I Want to Invent, 13-year-old scientist Li Hao from Cold City presented his invention, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, which releases immense energy through the fusion of deuterium and tritium into helium nuclei. Compared to nuclear fission, nuclear fusion poses less harm and generates greater energy. The radioactive half-life of nuclear fission is hundreds of years, while nuclear fusion is only 12 years. Last night, Li Hao's nuclear fusion device achieved a major breakthrough, marking the nation's position at the forefront of the world. China has become the first country globally to successfully develop an experiment with a nuclear fusion device. National silence. No matter where they were, people quietly listened to the news. CC News spent 10 minutes explaining the concept of nuclear fusion and its future commercialization plans in detail. The entire nation was stunned. It really happened. A 13-year-old boy from a rural area in the Northwest invented nuclear fusion. He, Li Hao, a young boy from Huaxia. The news broadcasted the live segment of I Want to Invent, focusing on the moment of Li Hao's countdown. Silence. The entire nation was utterly quiet, everyone holding their breath in concentration. Many people's eyes were brimming with tears. The long-cherished dream of the motherland has finally stepped to the forefront of the era. Cutting-edge technology achieves a great leap forward, leading the world by decades. CC News anchor, emotionally stirred, voice trembling slightly. Congratulations to Li Hao. Congratulations to our motherland. Congratulations on the scientific progress of our nation, and congratulations on the nuclear fusion project. As of today, 46 countries worldwide have sent scientific teams to the capital. Huaxia is no longer the questioner, but the answerer, the initiator, the leader. The three characters responder carry significant weight. China once experienced a century of lagging behind, forced to learn from the West. Today, advanced Western countries come to seek advice from China. This time, China is the one answering. CC News ends. At this moment, Tang Sun, the news director, watches TV as music plays, places his hands on his hips, and shouts, "Release the news." In an instant, nearly 1.2 billion QQ, WeChat, and Tencent news users across the country simultaneously received a pop-up notification. Countless young people, whether they hadn't watched CC News or had already seen it, were all stunned by the push notification. Tencent News celebrating a major breakthrough in China's nuclear fusion technology. 13-year-old scientist Li Hao leads a global technological leap forward. At the same time, the chief editor of NetEase News shouted after watching the news broadcast, "Launch!" All internet portals, the homepage of NetEase's websites, and even the game homepages have all released the news. NetEase News congratulations on the major breakthrough in Huaxia's nuclear fusion technology. Li Hao, a young man destined to be recorded in history. Baidu News and all its engines' webpages display uniformly on the homepage. A strong youth makes a strong nation. Li Hao, destined to be remembered as the father of nuclear fusion. At this moment, China is silent. People across the country quietly browse the same news, or stare at the TV. In streets and alleys, countless people bow their heads to swipe their phones. In the noisiest bar, even the music fades, as everyone bows their heads to stare at screens. Li Hao, a name remembered by the Times. He solved a decades-old unsolved problem in the global scientific community: controlled nuclear fusion. The breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology was already significant, but the inventor turned out to be a 13-year-old dropout. The news is even more explosive. The combination of the two makes the news completely sensational. Media across the country are frantically tracking and reporting. In just a few seconds, it becomes the most shocking news in history. Countless media outlets are conducting in-depth follow-ups. People across the country, without exception, are highly enthusiastic. Various rumors are flooding in. Each news article garners hundreds of thousands of comments, marking the birth of a new era in journalism. Tang Sun starts a live broadcast interviewing Li Hao's neighbor, attracting over 1 million viewers. The neighbor, in disbelief, faces the camera. "I still can't believe it. Li Hao is actually a great inventor, a great scientist. Such a hero has been by my side all along." Li Hao was an orphan as a child, picked up by his sister, who raised him. The reporter curiously asked, "Can you tell us about your sister?" The neighbor sighed, "These siblings have had it tough. Li Ying is blind, yet she relies on her sense of touch to learn embroidery and earn money to support Li Hao." The reporter stood up in shock, and the live-stream audience was equally stunned. "A blind person? Are you saying that the great scientist Li Hao was an abandoned baby, raised by his blind older sister?" "Yes. The sister made a living by running an embroidery shop Huaxia, living comfortably through her hard work and skill. Li Hao suddenly dropped out in the 5th grade of elementary school and disappeared all day, secretly researching these things. At this moment, the entire internet was stunned. A genius scientist, born as an abandoned baby, raised by a blind older sister. The barrage exploded. I thought Li Hao at least came from a family of scientists. I also thought his parents were scientists. Who would have thought? How did they get through it? A noble child from a humble family. For Li Hao to achieve such accomplishments in this environment, what excuse do we have not to work hard? Sigh, I just want to express my feelings. Elder sister is truly great. The most beautiful elder sister in Huaxia. Though blind, her heart can see the world. On the internet, various rumors are being unearthed. At this moment, Li Hao has completely entered the public eye, driving countless people crazy. He is surrounded by countless topics, each one deeply moving. Li Hao achieved something almost impossible. Li Hao's sister also achieved something almost impossible. The entire internet is exploding. Sleepless tonight. Countless citizens toss and turn, unable to sleep, staying up all night scrolling through the news, repeatedly checking the latest updates on Li Hao's life, constantly browsing through comments, feeling a mix of emotions. Many restless young people have calmed down at this moment. Though brief, it is a rare tranquility. For the first time, they understand that a person can be so exceptional. While paying attention to Li Hao, more people are wondering where has Li Hao gone. Since I Want to Invent made its debut, he has not appeared again. No interview videos were seen on CC News, and the media rushed to Han City but failed to find him. Li Hao appears and disappears unpredictably, suddenly shocking the entire nation, suddenly appearing before everyone, and then suddenly vanishing. At this moment, everyone wants to know, where exactly is Li Hao? Why not show up? In the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the cold city, the lights were bright. Workbenches, bookshelves, and machine tools were in disarray. Under the dim light, Li Hao sat focused at the desk. The pen moves like a dragon and snake, with each hand holding a pen, sketching on the paper. The greatest function of Mosey is to accomplish quantum encryption. Quantum encryption is the only quantum technology that I, or rather the scientists of Earth in my previous life, can master. Li Hao murmured, continuing to depict the details and appearance of Mosey on the paper. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the dark night, the factory held only a solitary figure at work. Amid countless external attention and discussions, he remained unmoved, indifferent to fame and attention. He only wanted to witness with his own eyes and personally design the Mosey satellite breaking through the clouds, soaring into the heavens, and becoming the first quantum satellite in human history. The capital. With the help of a translator, Chris In, a physics professor from MIT in the United States, was watching news from Huaxia. They actually really built a nuclear fusion device, he murmured to himself. What kind of incredible luck does this kid have to design such a sophisticated device? Using a superconducting vacuum toroidal coil, isn't that just creating high-speed motion and high pressure? He asked excitedly, did you apply to visit the Huaxia Academy of Sciences? That device is crucial. The translator smiled and said, the application has been submitted, but the Huaxia side has not yet approved it. It seems they will only grant access once they have fully mastered the technology, but they will definitely not let us fully understand it. Krizin frowned, understanding that this was Huaxia's strict protection of its own technology. All countries in the world are like this, unwilling to easily disclose core scientific technologies. But without permission to visit, even if he knew the principles, he couldn't build the device. It would require massive funding for repeated experiments, and without specific data and processes, failure would be inevitable. Each failure would demand a huge investment. At this moment, an assistant asked, Professor Christian, how about meeting Li Hao? He sneered, what's the point of meeting him? I'm a physics professor at MIT. Do you expect me to lower myself to meet a 13-year-old rural boy from China? What a joke. That kid just got lucky and happened to come up with an idea. I even suspect that the real research and development were done by the Chinese Academy of Sciences team. Besides, he's surely under tight protection, so there's no way we could get in touch with him. True. However, Chinese news reported that Li Hao has not joined any organization yet and will participate in the I Want to Invent program in a few days, where he might even present more astonishing inventions. What? Krizin was dumbfounded. He's actually going to participate in the show? What surprises me is that Huaxia hasn't brought him into a research institute but instead lets him continue appearing in public. Ha ha, what a joke. Does he think inventions can be made so easily? Stumbling upon nuclear fusion was sheer luck, but can he be that lucky every time? True inventions are the result of foundational theoretical accumulation leading to breakthroughs. Can he keep having breakthroughs? Exactly, even people in Huaxia are starting to doubt him. Huh? Krizin sneered, get me a ticket to I Want to Invent. I want to see it for myself. Meanwhile, a professor at the Royal Institute of Technology in England was equally shocked. What did you say? Li Hao is actually going to participate in I Love Invention. After developing a nuclear fusion device, instead of delving deeper into research, he's immediately inventing something new? Ha, exactly, a typical case of a child being lofty and not grounded. I know that show is aimed at ordinary ordinary people and farmers, full of whimsical ideas, mostly about farmers building homemade airplanes or agricultural devices, which have nothing to do with high-end science.
Li Hao, does he really not understand this? His nuclear fusion invention has greatly elevated his status.
If he goes on the next episode to invent some trivial gadgets, it would simply ruin his reputation. Yeah, his inventions keep getting more and more impressive. He can't just fall from heaven to earth. I don't believe he can come up with an invention on par with nuclear fusion in just a few days.
That's not realistic. Huaxia is becoming more and more amazing.
Find a way to get some audience tickets for I Love Inventions. I want to go watch too. After a few days of fermentation, Chinese netizens, led by someone, began to engage in heated discussions.
Various media and gossip news outlets reported frantically.
A certain media outlet, it is reported that Li Hao has declined invitations from the National Academy of Sciences and major prestigious universities, confirming that he will continue to participate in I Want to Invent and will appear in every future episode. The news broke, causing a nationwide sensation. People were first shocked, then confused.
Has Li Hao gone mad? He clearly had a promising future in the Academy of Sciences. I'm tired of seeing this everywhere. This must be national hype. Probably Li Hao is just trying to gain fans. He's not doing research, just wants to appear on shows. Stumbling upon nuclear fusion was a coincidence, but you can't rely on coincidences every time, right? The country supports him, but is Li Hao going to mess up this time? With credentials in nuclear fusion, he could be a scientific giant even if he does nothing in the future, so why bother going on a show? What will he invent next? Can it even be more important than nuclear fusion?
To be honest, even if Li Hao succeeds 100 times, one failure would bring him down from the pedestal.
Scientists conduct secret research and only announce results when they are fully developed, ensuring 100% success. Moreover, I Want to Invent airs weekly. Can Li Hao come up with an invention every week? Impossible. After all, a child is still a child. No matter how knowledgeable Li Hao is, he can't help but want to show off. I heard that many foreign scientists are visiting. Li Hao, don't embarrass us abroad.
All of you upstairs are traitors,
betraying your own country. Why do Chinese scientists need recognition from foreign experts? The internet is in an uproar.
Some say Li Hao is ruining his own future. Some say he is ungrateful, rejecting the invitation from the National Academy of Sciences. Some claim that nuclear fusion was not his invention, but a team effort, and that he is merely using his fame to make money.
The public began to doubt Li Hao.
But Li Hao doesn't care about online criticism, he only wants to promote a wave of enthusiasm for science. Only a public-oriented science and education channel can quickly promote inventions and make them known worldwide. He has too many inventions, yet the progress of world science is slow, with many gaps in knowledge.
How can he promote infinite science within limited time? Without an immediate impact platform, each invention would require years of validation.
And I Want to Invent airs weekly, allowing him to showcase new inventions every week, drawing the world's attention. At the same time, the program team leaders and even the station director were more anxious.
In the meeting room, the station director said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow's new episode of I Want to Invent will be live. Does anyone have any suggestions?" Zhang Tingyue said in a deep voice.
As in previous times, we still don't know what Li Hao has invented. He has announced his participation, but we haven't been able to reach him so far.
The station director was troubled. The whole world knows he's participating in the next episode.
We must get in touch with him, at least get some details and find out what he's invented.
Sigh, if he hadn't invented it, we would have been in trouble.
It's expected that tomorrow's program ratings will skyrocket, possibly approaching CC News.
The whole nation's audience is watching. What should we do? At this moment, the phone rang. The station chief answered the call, silently stood up, and exclaimed, "What?" Everyone stood up, staring at him in confusion.
A few minutes later, the station chief hung up, his eyes filled with shock. Breaking news: 10 hours ago, Li Hao applied to the state for $20 billion in research funding, and it was approved 3 hours ago.
The entire audience was shocked. $20 billion in funding?
Although Li Hao is impressive, he is still a 13-year-old child.
A child actually asked for $20 billion right off the bat?
The most shocking thing is that the state actually approved it swiftly, granting $20 billion within 7 hours.
Isn't this too hasty? No. Zhang Tingyue asked in shock. What project did he apply for? Top secret. The entire place fell silent.
$20 billion, a 13-year-old boy, actually got approved.
Could it be that everything is expedited when it comes to Li Hao? The news was not only known to the program team. After a few hours of fermenting, the internet exploded. Tangshuan News. Li Hao applied for $20 billion in national research funding and has been approved. NetEase News. Shocking. Fusion prodigy Li Hao secures $20 billion in research funding. How will it be utilized? Major news outlets flocked in, and the public was stunned. $20 billion is no small amount. Most advanced research institutions struggle to secure this level of funding. Why was Li Hao able to get approval? What makes him so deserving? 13 years old, and the country actually entrusts him with a huge sum of money? What exactly is he researching? Ha ha ha. $20 billion, for what purpose? campus. The internet is abuzz with heated discussions. Soon, new news broke. A few days ago, Li Hao purchased a villa in Han City's Purple Mountain with full payment. The news caused a huge uproar. Did he use research funds to buy the house? Didn't check the time, it was a few days ago. Unethical media mislead, deliberately diverting attention. I even thought Li Hao embezzled 20 billion. Truly rich, buying a villa at the age of 13. Netizens are buzzing with discussion. People's Daily breaks shocking news again. Li Hao will build a launch center in Han City, with a construction budget of 20 billion and an expected completion time of 5 days, costing 5 billion. The whole country is shaken. Build a launch center in 5 days? Is it possible? Complete the rocket launch center in 5 days? You're bragging. I don't believe it. China aviation industry has already won the bid and is sending personnel and equipment to Han City. Really? 5 billion in 5 days? What about the remaining 15 billion? Is Li Hao going to invent a rocket? Damn, Huaxiao's rocket technology is world-leading, and he still needs to invent a rocket? Is it just about inventing a rocket? There are plenty of experts worldwide. Is no one more professional than Li Hao? Could it be? Li Hao is going to make a different kind of rocket. Come on, are you kidding? A novel? A sci-fi movie? A different kind of rocket? How different? Don't even mention spaceships, that's nonsense. Why build a launch center? Not only were the people confused, most scientists at the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences are also puzzled. Li Hao wants to invent a rocket. Rocket technology matured years ago. Does this count as an invention? He actually brazenly spent 20 billion to build it. It's simply absurd. Professor Fong from the program team pondered. It's not that simple. The country so readily giving 20 billion must have a reason. A rocket. It must be a different kind of rocket. 20 billion. What exactly needs to be invented to be worth so much money? At this moment, the evening news broadcast a major announcement. A special research and development team has been established in Han City, led by Li Hao, named the Mosey Research Base. Li Hao will serve as the chief engineer and overall leader. The nation has urgently reassigned the research team from the aviation group to assist Li Hao. Li Jie, president of the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, has been transferred to the Mosey Research Base to serve as Li Hao's assistant and deputy leader. 012 Rocket Division stationed in Cold City, participating in the Mosey project development. The entire nation was shocked. What qualifications does Li Hao have? China's top aerospace research and development team fully joined the Mosey project. Academy President Lu Jia, a physics authority, also became Li Hao's assistant. Even the rocket forces were under Li Hao's command. This shocked the entire nation. Is the whole country revolving around Li Hao? What kind of rocket is he ultimately developing? What exactly is Mosey? Such large-scale development is entirely under Li Hao's leadership. Lu Jia is merely an assistant. The whole nation was stunned. Everyone speculated, what kind of rocket is Mosey? Could it possibly be more important than nuclear fusion? The shocking news spread across the country and even overseas, with countless reporters and media flocking to Hanchang. Sister, what kind of rocket is it that requires such a massive scale of research and development mobilization? With at least a dozen rockets launched globally every day, and rocket technology not being particularly difficult to break through, why is it worth spending a massive 20 billion to redevelop? How can this rocket, known as the Mosey, receive such significant national attention? At this moment, a Phoenix TV reporter arrived at the entrance of Hancheng Airport, excitedly reporting to the audience. Dear audience, I am now in Han City, and tomorrow marks the premiere of a new season of I Want to Invent. Today, the headline figure Li Hao has once again sparked heated discussions. He has established the Mosey Rocket Research Base in Han City, applied for 20 billion in research funding, and is developing a rocket called Mosey. Before the reporter could finish speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly arose, prompting them to look up at the sky. Dozens of ultra-large transport helicopters flew across the horizon. That's the 012 rocket unit. Oh my god, they're really here. Viewers, I see them. They've really come to participate in the development of Mosey. This is the most elite rocket force of Huaxia, controlling over 60% of Huaxia's rocket, satellite, and space station launches, and possessing the world's most advanced rocket technology. They're here. The cameraman trembled uncontrollably as everyone witnessed so many transport helicopters for the first time. These are all giant helicopters with a load capacity of over 10 tons. Dozens of rocket units, fully loaded with various devices and equipment, flew directly to Han City. At this moment, boom, 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 the deafening roar seemed to tear through the clouds. In Han City, no matter what they were doing, people put down their tasks one after another, their eyes blankly lifting toward the helicopter formation that blocked out the sun. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Truly and unmistakably covering the sky and blocking out the sun. It was an army. Each helicopter carried over 10 tons, and dozens flew together in unison, forming a grand and imposing sight. Buzz buzz buzz, the terrifying roar swept through the cold city as the helicopters delved deep into the mountains. The reporter spent several minutes, and after the helicopter completely disappeared, said in a trembling voice, "The one that just flew by should be the rocket force, carrying rocket devices
devices and equipment.
What's going on?
Before the reporter finished speaking, she looked up again. Buzz amid the faint sound, she noticed her hair trembling and floating uncontrollably. The cameraman silently stared at the ground, the dust trembling slightly.
The cold city fell into dead silence, people blankly gazing up at the sky.
In the distance, it covered the sky, densely packed.
Over 200 manned helicopters spread out from the horizon, flying toward the deep mountains of the cold city.
The reporter's pupils contracted, noticing that each helicopter bore the Hwasha Aerospace Group emblem, and said in a trembling voice,
"This is the Aerospace Group's emblem.
They're here."
The news mentioned their involvement in the project,
and sure enough, they've come to provide on-site support. I thought it was just symbolic participation, but I didn't expect them to actually come.
So many people, such solemn attention.
And they will all be following the leadership of a 13-year-old boy.
Immediately after,
as soon as the words fell, more large military transport planes landed at Han City Airport from all directions.
Immediately, hundreds of large container trucks lined up and drove into the airport, only to drive out moments later.
Various military trucks, transport vehicles,
and engineering vehicles successively entered Han City.
The main roads of the entire city were under lockdown, with soldiers armed and tightly guarding the area.
Here it comes. It's really here.
The Phoenix TV reporter stared in horror at the scene before her and said softly, "Before coming to Han City, I imagined countless times what Lee Hao's latest research project would be like.
I thought the 20 billion funding was already shocking enough, but I was wrong. This scale is far beyond what 20 billion can cover."
20 billion might just be Lee Hao's research funding, while the rest, mobilizing troops and resources, far exceeds this amount, and much of it is provided free of charge.
Yes, the citizens of Han City were overwhelmed with shock, their bodies trembling.
This city, because of one person, will be remembered by the entire world. People looked up at the sky and saw helicopters surging like a tidal wave. Looking down at the street, military trucks sped like the wind.
The cold city was silent.
The whole world was boiling.
Everyone had only one question in their hearts. What exactly is Lee Hao developing? What is Mosey? What exactly is it?
At the same time, people across the country followed the state of Han City through live broadcasts.
It's him. Everyone was bewildered. What exactly is Lee Hao trying to do? What is the purpose of Mosey?
The entire nation was plunged into confusion.
A satellite TV station invited experts to analyze.
The experts stood on the stage and passionately said, "From the Lee Hao project, it is evident that the country places extreme importance on this project, even comparable to nuclear fusion. But what kind of rocket is this, to surpass the importance of nuclear fusion?" The host pressed further.
"May I ask the expert, how do you determine that Lee Hao's project is more important than nuclear fusion?"
The expert replied,
"It's very simple. The 20 billion in research and development funding is solely for technological development. All equipment and facilities are provided free of charge by the state and independently undertaken by the Aerospace Group. The largest portion of the funding was not paid by Lee Hao. In other words, the actual investment for this project is at least 100 billion yuan. Host, would you say this is as significant as nuclear fusion, or perhaps even surpasses it?" The host was stunned. What, 100 billion?
The audience in front of their TVs was equally astonished. The previous 20 billion had already left them in awe, as the one controlling the funds was a 13-year-old boy.
Yes,
looking again at the Mosey or D-Base, it gathers numerous scientific research teams, with the leader still being the 13-year-old boy Lee Hao.
Yes, unbelievable.
Now, experts have analyzed and reported that the Aerospace Group and the 012 Rocket Division are providing equipment and manpower free of charge, with actual financial expenditures exceeding 1 trillion yuan.
Astonishing.
In front of the TV, a mother stroked her son's head, exclaiming in astonishment, "Son, from now on, he is our family's idol."
At 13, the same age as you, he is already a national treasure-level scientist.
The nation's trust in him is immense. The military cooperates, the Aerospace Group cooperates, the president of the Academy of Sciences cooperates, countless scientific authorities support him. He controls billions in funding and is the chief engineer and overall leader of the Mosey project.
The chubby son swallowed nervously, fear in his eyes. "I suspect he's not even human, but a god." "That's right, a god. A god as young as you. A true national treasure-level scientist."
Only 13 years old, yet their wisdom leads the world.
Countless viewers in front of the TV were left dumbfounded.
No one discussed Lee Hao's private matters anymore.
Paying in full for a villa? Seeking fame and recognition? All meaningless.
The nation's trust in him says it all.
He is a god, a national treasure-level scientist. Everyone could only ask, what exactly is Mosey?
Perhaps
tomorrow's new episode of I Want to Invent will reveal the answer.
Hundreds of billions in funding for a research project, coming tomorrow on I Want to Invent. At this moment, within the I Want to Invent program team, meetings are happening one after another. The person in charge of CC Channel 10 is so nervous their heart is racing, eyes brimming with tears.
The pressure is overwhelming. This is really tough on us. Lee Hao controls billions in funds. The nation trusts him so much. Why would he still come to our show? The focus of the entire entire country, even the whole world, is here. I regret doing this show. If there's the slightest mistake, the entire production team will be dismissed or even imprisoned. The production team members, Zhang Tingyue and Lu Qian, all wore heavy expressions. Recalling the youthful baby face, a chill ran down their spines. He's simply a devil. 12:15, and it's Sunday again. Zhang Tingyue sighed. The show, I Want to Invent, airs this afternoon, but we still can't reach Li Hao. Who knows where he is or what he's doing? Sigh, let's prepare for the show. A new season of I Want to Invent has begun preparations. At this moment, the world's attention is focused, not just on Huaxia. Huaxia's groundbreaking developments have drawn intense global attention. What is Li Hao's identity? What will he invent? Hundreds of billions in funding allocated, with strong support from two major groups, surrounded by numerous top scientists and research teams. What kind of results will he deliver today? What kind of rocket will he launch? At the same time, the Washington Daily, USA. Today, a brilliant scientist from China once again showcases an invention. Recently secured tens of billions in research funding. New York Daily. What kind of rocket is this genius planning to develop? America is in an uproar. Countless people are fervently paying attention to Huaxia. 13 years old. Invented controllable nuclear fusion. 13 years old. In charge of a research and development project worth hundreds of billions, serving as the general director and chief engineer. 13 years old. Unconditional cooperation from the Huaxia Aerospace Group. Full support from the 012 Rocket Division. The president of the Academy of Sciences offers full support. China's top scientific team gathers. Unconditional cooperation. On the streets of America, citizens holding newspapers gasp in fear. Mysterious East, genius youth. OMG, what is Mosey? This name is so cool. Among peers, why does America lack such a strong figure? Could it be that the East will give birth to a scientist who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Western greats? America, silent. In the silence, countless Americans found ways to bypass restrictions and rushed to watch the live broadcast on the Huaxia CC official website. Prepared 10 hours in advance, countless Americans eagerly awaited the broadcast. At this moment, the world is focused. Cold City, 016 Mountain. After 2 days of excavation, the entire mountain has been completely hollowed out. With the support of two major groups, the entire 016 Mountain has been transformed into a facility hidden deep within the mountains. On a plain, Li Hao, wearing a safety helmet, held a file and a pencil in his hands, constantly writing and sketching as he surveyed the entire mountain range. Behind Li Hao, Lu Jia followed closely, and behind Lu Jia were the leader of the 012 Rocket Division and the scientific experts from the aerospace group. Escorting around Li Hao were the guards. At the very beginning, no one obeyed Li Hao. Everyone arrived with a wave of anger, but due to the country's mandatory orders stating that they must fully comply with Li Hao, they had no choice but to come. Otherwise, they would never have come here to listen to the instructions of a 13-year-old child. Isn't this absurd? Who doesn't have a child themselves? At 13 years old, in their eyes, he was truly just a child. Based on the normal age, this would be the first year of middle school. And yet, a large group of the nation's top scientific minds had to follow the lead of a middle schooler? Who could accept that? But after 2 days of interaction, they were completely convinced. Truly convinced, both in heart and mind. Even now, even Dean Lu Jia has started to regard Li Hao as the central figure, because his knowledge is simply too profound. Everyone felt a bit shaken and couldn't help but secretly wonder if he might become a defining figure of the 21st century. A person remembered by a century. He not only understands advanced mathematics, he can quickly calculate the payload capacity of a rocket, ensuring it can precisely send a satellite into space and exhaust its fuel at just the right moment, neither wasting nor lacking. He can analyze the terrain and landscape, clearly identifying which mountain peak and altitude would be the most stable and cost-effective location for establishing a rocket launch center. He even understands rockets better than the 012 Rocket Division, comprehending their principles, operations, and even the most intricate internal details, as if he had once built rockets himself. Do not underestimate the savings in materials and fuel for rockets. It is no exaggeration to say that the fuel for rocket boosters is calculated by the gram. The precision in rocket fuel usage is of utmost importance. During each rocket launch, there is often a surplus of unused fuel, as the mindset is always to err on the side of caution, better to waste than to fail. However, the cost of the fuel wasted by a single rocket can be measured in billions. Li Hao solved all of this. His calculations were accurate to the 20th decimal place. His mathematical prowess is extraordinary. If all of this is not impressive enough, then the quantum concepts he frequently mentions have completely become the object of scientists' obsession and frenzy. During this period, the scientists following him have become the ones to benefit first from proximity. They have even developed a preliminary understanding of quantum concepts and have a clearer grasp of what quantum is. Stopping on a hilltop, Li Hao grinned and pointed ahead. That is 26 degrees east longitude and 48 degrees north latitude. Han City is the heartland of Huaxia, and here, this is the center of Han City. All communication communication networks in this world are like a web, spread across the globe. Quantum satellites, however, are like a pole that pierces through the entire web covering blue star into deep space. Information travels freely within it, with unconditional 100% encryption. From now on, Huaxia will enter the era of confidentiality. And if we launch the Mosey here, it can be successfully sent into space at the safest speed without any obstacles. No adjustments are needed. When it reaches the first cosmic velocity, it can even enter the predetermined orbit we set by following Earth's rotation. Li Hao spoke eloquently. The scientists from the aerospace company behind him immediately took notes and then promptly ordered, "Go do it. Hurry up and mark the coordinates." Walking along, Li Hao kept talking. Everyone behind him was full of admiration. Lu Jie never smoked, but at this moment, he lit a cigarette and sighed deeply. Quantum, a concept, a discipline that has never existed on Earth. It's about to be born. Today it will be born. I'm a bit excited, eager to see the reaction of the global audience when they hear about quantum from you on the I Want to Invent program. Li Hao smiled. No reaction is necessary, I just hope they understand. Lu Jie said, the first time I heard about quantum, I felt as if my destiny was tied to it. My life should be dedicated to studying quantum theory. Mr. Li, once this theory emerges, it will undoubtedly shock the entire world. It might even define an era. I have a premonition that within this new field of theoretical science, even decades or 100 years from now, there will still be countless scientists flocking to study the theory you mentioned. Li Hao smiled without saying a word, thinking to himself, isn't that true? Quantum theory is like a vast ocean. Proposed over 100 years ago, countless scientists on Earth in his previous life had devoted themselves to its study for more than a century, yet they had only scratched the surface. The future of quantum theory is beyond anyone's speculation, because no one can possibly know where the end of quantum theory lies. Is this a form of science and technology? No, this is a scientific medium, a new theory. You could say this, it is a discipline. A new discipline, just like mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. It can be classified as a quantum discipline. And after Li Hao expands quantum theory, he will completely establish his supreme position in this world, the founder of the quantum discipline. Behind him, Ms. Lu Qian, vice president of the aerospace group, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I am completely convinced by Mr. Li now. Even if Mr. Li says the moon is square, I would believe it. Li Hao turned around with a cheeky smile, took Lu Qian's hand, making her blush. Li Hao said, Sister Lu Qian, from the perspective of quantum mechanics, the moon can be square. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into a good-natured laugh. Yes, quantum is uncertain. Before we see the moon is round, it really might be square. From Schrodinger's cat. Lu Jie's tone became solemn, and he looked at Li Hao with some gravity. The world of science depends on you. I hope you can do well, make a name for yourself, shine brightly and make an impact within the limited time, so that we, who have spent a lifetime studying science, can see hope. The hope of witnessing an era of scientific explosion. Li Hao's expression also became solemn. I came, I saw, I conquered. I came here with a mission, and my mission is to correct the scientific development process of this world. I will lead Huaxia, lead the science of the entire world to a higher realm. I may not be able to achieve it in the short term, to lead you away from Earth to exploit outer space, but at the very least, I can help you understand Earth itself, to thoroughly figure out what Earth truly is. Lu Jie sighed, speaking of the home we live in. Right now, Earth's coal resources are about to be exhausted, and oil resources are about to be depleted. I don't know if I will live to see the day when Earth's energy becomes inexhaustible. Lu Qian curiously asked, didn't Mr. Li invent nuclear fusion? Nuclear fusion should make energy limitless. Li Hao smiled without saying a word. Lu Jie also gave a wry smile. The road ahead is long and arduous. Right now, nuclear fusion is still at the laboratory stage and is completely unstable. To achieve commercialization, it will take at least several decades. Ha! Lu Qian exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help but look at Li Hao. Several decades? Lu Jie nodded solemnly. Yes, optimistically speaking, it will take decades. Don't think that just because nuclear fusion has been invented, it can be immediately put into use. That's impossible. But if you think about it from another perspective, hasn't Li Hao already shortened the historical process? If Li Hao hadn't invented nuclear fusion, the commercialization of nuclear fusion might have taken at least 100 years, or even several hundred years. Li Hao has turned those hundreds of years into mere decades, and that is already a terrifying advancement. Lu Shi nodded thoughtfully and once again looked at the boy's back. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. She had a feeling that this boy was truly not a child. He seemed more like an adult than most adults. A super scientist embodying charm. Lu Shi smiled and changed the subject. Li Hao, tonight you'll be appearing in front of a nationwide audience again. I really wonder what kind of reaction the world will have after you introduce quantum mechanics. I'm so looking forward to it. Lu Jie glanced at his watch. There are still 5 hours to go. Lu Qian said excitedly, the live broadcast room hasn't even started yet, and there are already over 20 million viewers waiting in the online live room. Who knows how many views there will be when it starts. I can't wait to see the whole world shaken by this. This is a revolution in science.
The emergence of quantum mechanics will completely refresh the worldview of all physicists.
It will utterly overturn traditional physics.
Li Hao said nothing in response to their words. He simply continued to patrol the mountain peak. As for the world's attention, he didn't care. He only cared about the success of Mosey.
It will be a stunning success.
The I Want to Invent program team was completely stumped.
They wanted to cry. At this moment,
backstage, Zhang Tingyue was earnestly trying to console a retired physics teacher.
Mr. Liu, you must participate in the I Love Invention program. You've already signed up, so why aren't you joining? Sigh, your invention is truly amazing. Mr. Liu looked at Zhang Tingyue with deep resentment.
Before I came, you said this was a science program for the general public.
A program for ordinary people.
You lied.
Zhang Tingyue was almost in tears. We didn't lie, really, we didn't lie.
You are deceiving people. I merely invented a private submarine capable of diving 20 meters based on my personal interests. But Li Hao has already developed nuclear fusion and is now working on a rocket project with a total investment exceeding tens of billions. We are just going underwater while he is heading to space.
Zhang Tingyue was also feeling helpless. But Teacher Liu, you can't compare yourselves to Li Hao.
Think about it carefully. Li Hao is just an ordinary citizen like us.
You're talking nonsense. Li Hao is clearly already a leading scientist in the professional field. How can he still be considered an ordinary citizen? He counts as an ordinary citizen? But Li Hao is just an ordinary citizen. He really is just an ordinary citizen. Go fool someone else. Li Hao an ordinary citizen. I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death.
But you've already signed up. A lot of people are watching our I Want to Invent program this time.
Since you've signed up, you must participate. Otherwise, what will we do if no one joins our I Love Invention program? That's none of my business. Anyway, I'm not going.
I'm just an ordinary citizen, and before retirement, I was just a high school physics teacher.
I'm not going. This, sigh.
A moment later, Lu Shi walked out dejectedly from another room backstage. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Tingyue, and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes.
No progress on your side either?
No one is willing to participate in I Want to Invent anymore.
No one wants to join. What should we do? Is Li Hao the only contestant left in the I Love Inventions program? This is just too unbelievable. It's simply inconceivable.
His reputation has now scared off all the contestants. No one dares to participate in our I Love Inventions program anymore.
What are we going to do?
In the eyes of the public, our program has completely turned into one that deceives people. They say we don't keep our word. Everyone claims that while we call it a program for the people, we're secretly doing things that only the National Academy of Sciences would do. They accuse us of deceiving the public. Zhang Tang let out a bitter laugh. But Li Hao really is just an ordinary person.
He himself says so. Why does no one believe it?
Lu Shi suddenly laughed. He truly thinks of himself as an ordinary person, but ordinary people refuse to acknowledge that Li Hao is one of them.
No one believes it. What should we do then?
The show is set to air in just 4 hours, and now there's not a single contestant left.
Is Li Hao really the only one? Silence fell.
As Zhang Tingyue finished speaking, everyone in the program team fell silent. To carefully prepare for the new episode of the I Want to Invent program, CTV urgently deployed over 1,000 staff members to the I Want to Invent program team.
The result? A program organized by thousands of staff members, and there's only one person?
After a long silence, the director of CC Channel 10 finally sighed.
Having no contestants won't work.
But since we've already garnered such widespread attention, it seems it's time to bleed a little.
Zhang Tingyue asked in confusion, Director, what do you mean by bleed?
The station chief pulled a long face. Those ordinary folks don't participate because they're afraid of embarrassing themselves. But there's really nothing to be embarrassed about. It's not like a competition. It's mainly about 100 schools of thought contending.
So, let's spend some money.
I'll apply to the higher-ups. For those grassroots inventors, as long as they're selected and willing to participate in the program, they'll be rewarded with 1 million yuan on the spot.
Lu Shi and Zhang Tingyue exchanged a glance, gasping in shock.
Hiss.
Just for participating, they get 1 million? Wouldn't the whole country go crazy? Oh my heavens.
Countless amateur inventors from all over the country would go crazy trying to participate in I Love Inventions.
As long as you come, you'll get 1 million? And this is just to make Li Hao seem less lonely. Everyone felt like crying. Li Hao, oh Li Hao, this lovable yet infuriating bringer of disaster.
Just because Li Hao participated in I Love Invention, now I Love Invention is actively giving out money to attract participants.
Each person gets 1 million. For each episode,
the money given out alone amounts to at least tens of millions.
Tens of millions per episode, not even counting production costs. This must be the most terrifyingly expensive TV program in terms of production costs, not just in the country but perhaps worldwide, right?
Everyone exchanged glances and smiled wryly at each other.
Li Hao, oh Li Hao. Backstage of the studio,
a large group of contestants from I Love Invention are currently packing their bags, preparing to leave.
It's simply deceiving.
They said it was a program for ordinary people, but in the end,
That's That Li Hao too, how could he go astray at just 13 years old? Pretending to be an ordinary person, he's clearly a great scientist. What's the point of pretending to be a regular citizen? You're leaving too? Ah, yes, it seems my painstaking invention is destined to be wasted. Let's go, let's go. Just as everyone was discussing leaving, Zhang Tingyue suddenly came running over, panting heavily, and shouted, "Everyone, please wait, please wait." Ran all the way to the contestants. Zhang Tingyue got straight to the point and said, "Don't leave, none of you should leave. Our station director has already set a new support policy. You are all passionate about invention. Our station director said that as long as you participate in the program, you'll be rewarded with 1 million. Saying this, Zhang Tingyue looked at the crowd with a smug expression, thinking, now you have no reason to leave, right? However, the reality exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing about the 1 million, the crowd was initially a bit stunned but remained unmoved. 1 million. That's 1 million, you guys should agree quickly. Just for participating, you get 1 million, really, whether you win an award or not. Whether it works out or not, you still get 1 million. Zhang Tingyue was about to lose his mind, crying out internally, is standing on the same stage as Li Hao really this stressful? Not even 1 million can move them? At this moment, a man timidly said, "It's not about the money, the main thing is." Before the words had even faded, the station director walked over. 2 million. Just for participating, you'll get 2 million. If 2 million isn't enough to make you participate, then there's nothing more I can do. As the words settled, everyone fell into silence. Zhang Tingyue was even more stunned, staring at the station director in disbelief, his heart racing. 2 million just for participating. Even he was tempted. If he weren't the host, he would have wanted to invent something himself to sign up for the competition. This is insane. After a moment of silence, Teacher Lu took a deep breath. Then I'll participate in the competition. Everyone exchanged glances for a moment. I'll participate too. Then I'll join the competition as well. A group of grassroots inventors immediately expressed their intention to continue participating in the competition. Zhang Tingyue, with a face full of anxiety, pulled the station director aside and almost cried as he said, "What's going on? Station director, how did it become 2 million again?" The station director also looked pained at this moment. There's no choice. The news department just called and specifically mentioned that this season, and every season of the I Love Invention program from now on, must be done well. It has to be perfectly executed, because now, it's no longer just the attention of our own people. The station director's expression grew even more serious. Because of Li Hao, the entire world is now focused on us, especially the United States, where the entire country has gone crazy, all waiting for the live broadcast of our program to begin. Ha! Zhang Tingyue took a deep breath. The whole world is watching? The station director's eyes held a trace of suppressed excitement. Although the cost of our program will increase several times from now on, our show will completely explode in popularity worldwide. The National News Department has made the latest decision to gradually develop our program into a global show, stepping onto the stage of the international community. Yes, the international stage. Is this possible? Exactly. I'm not sure, I don't know, but because of Li Hao, now I have the qualification to invent. I've only heard that things are already crazy abroad, but I don't know how crazy, nor do I know what it's like abroad right now. There are only 3 hours left until the broadcast. No matter what, make this show a success. Although the decision was made backstage at the I Love Invention program team, now I Want to Invent has completely become the focus. Any small matter immediately gets magnified. Yes, Tingshuan News immediately released the headline. Shocking. Contestants of I Want to Invent are withdrawing one after another, unwilling to compete alongside Li Hao. The I Love Invention program team spends a fortune, offering 2 million participation fees just for joining the competition. Net ease. Shocking. Has the era of nationwide scientific invention arrived? The I Love Invention program announced that from now on, as long as you qualify for the competition, passing the selection will earn you a 2 million yuan prize. The entire nation was in an uproar. Speechless. What is going on here? 2 million? Just because Li Hao appeared in the last episode, I Love Invention has been completely shaken up. For a time, countless people across the country became fervent. Participate and get 2 million. Everyone was intrigued. This is also the beginning of fostering a nationwide enthusiasm for science. Many even had a hunch that perhaps after this season of I Love Invention ends, the national trend will change. Fresh-faced celebrities? They won't be as popular anymore. Amid the nationwide wave of enthusiasm for science, perhaps one by one, the once obscure scientists will completely step onto the stage and appear before the public, thanks to Li Hao's reform initiative. Those scientists who have quietly contributed will become the new stars of this world. The beginning of the 2 million competition fee has completely ushered in a new era. The era of science is about to arrive. And all of this is led by Li Hao, who, immersed in modeling, remains completely unaware at this moment. Li Hao's base. He openly brought Lu Qian to his laboratory without any hesitation. Since there were no secrets left in the laboratory, Li Hao was well aware that the moment he developed nuclear fusion, the state had already thoroughly understood everything about him. Naturally, they also knew where
where his nuclear fusion device was created. Moreover, there were no secrets in the laboratory. He didn't mind anyone coming to visit. After all, others wouldn't understand it anyway. Li Hao's true core secret lies in his own mind, in his own system. Li Hao opened the rusty iron door, smiled, and said, "Sister, please don't leave just yet. Later, I need to attend the I Love Invention program. I'll work here for a while, and then could you give me a ride?" Lucy smiled warmly and said, "Of course, I can. I'll give you a ride later." As she spoke, Lucy also got out of the car, looking curiously at the factory. "Is this your laboratory?" "That's right. Can I take a look around, sister?" Li Hao stood at the door, pretending to hesitate. Lucy, realizing her faux pas, quickly smiled and said, "It's okay, sister is just curious. It's fine if I don't take a look." Li Hao thought for a moment. "No, I was thinking, visiting is fine. But since there's no relationship between my sister and me, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for me to take her in so abruptly?" Upon hearing that there was a chance to see Li Hao's laboratory up close, Lucy immediately asked excitedly, "Then how can my sister go in?" Li Hao said seriously, "There are only 3 types of people who can enter my laboratory. The first type is senior scientists whom I recognize. The second type is my apprentice, who also has to be a scientist. The third type, of course, is my wife. Which type does my sister fit into?" As he spoke, Li Hao looked at Lucy with pure and unblemished eyes. Lucy noticed Li Hao's gaze, but couldn't discern any other emotions in it, thinking to herself that she might have overthought it. However, recalling Li Hao's words, she couldn't help but blush even more. Then which condition do you think your sister meets?" Li Hao chuckled, "Sister isn't a scientist, so sister can be my wife." Lucy's face instantly turned bright red, and she thought to herself, innocent words, he's just a child. However, why is my heart beating so fast? Why, do I still really want to go to his lab and take a look? Lu Qian struggled for a moment, then half-jokingly said, "Alright, then I'll be your wife." Li Hao chuckled mischievously, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "Then give me a kiss first, sis." Lucy blushed, feeling annoyed in her heart. What's wrong with me? He's just a child. Why am I so nervous? I shouldn't be nervous. I should be the one taking the initiative. Lucy gave a wry smile. Alright. A kiss. A soft smooch sound. Lucy gave a quick, fleeting kiss like a dragonfly skimming the water. Pretending to be calm, she said, "Is that enough? My heart is about to jump out." Lu Qian was puzzled in her heart. What's wrong with me? He's just an unlucky kid. Li Hao chuckled. "You haven't called me husband yet. If sister doesn't call, then she's just sister. Then you can't go for the visit." Lu Qian looked around to make sure no one was there, then shyly covered her face. "Who? Husband? Hee, let's go, my dear wife." With that, Li Hao grabbed Lu Qian's hand and walked inside. Lu Qian followed Li Hao all the way, her breathing a little unsteady. At this moment, she had no intention of sightseeing anymore. Her mind was in complete disarray. What's happening to me? I became this brat's wife? This isn't me. No, it should have been me taking the initiative. She became increasingly puzzled. She suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this brat. Logically speaking, he was just a brat, but she always felt that a powerful soul resided within him. I can't be deceived by his appearance. At that moment, Lucy's phone received a text message from an official of a certain department. "Are you with Li Hao?" Lu Qian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone has already discovered my relationship with Li Hao? Nonsense, we have a proper relationship. Lu Qian replied, "Yes, leader. Immediately take Li Hao to the Han City I Love Invention studio. Hurry, be quick." Right now, more than 500 media outlets from home and abroad have already arrived on site. Over 70 countries around the world are paying immense attention to the I Want to Invent program. Just now, CC Program 10 signed a simultaneous broadcast agreement with over 20 countries worldwide. The program will be broadcast live in 20 countries around the globe in just 2 hours. Li Hao must not make any mistakes. This time, the whole world is focused on Li Hao. Where are you? The guard company will immediately take a helicopter to your location. Remember, from now on, Li Hao is a national treasure level scientist, and nothing must happen to him. You are simply too reckless. Li Hao said to let you take him alone, and you really did? Do you understand Li Hao's importance to the world and to China? How could Li Hao be allowed to slip out of the guard company's sight? What if a safety incident occurs? To the nation, Li Hao is a treasure in the palm of its hand. Not even a single hair on him can be harmed. Lucy took a sharp breath, feeling goosebumps rise all over her body as she looked at the string of stern messages sent by the leaders. Hiss. She only felt a chill deep in her heart. A national treasure level scientist. Lu Qian watched the back of this mischievous child, and an endless sense of admiration surged in her heart. As expected, she couldn't let herself be deceived by his innocent appearance. He was not a child at all. More than 20 countries around the world signed simultaneous broadcast agreements with CC Program 10 just to watch Li Hao. What does this even mean? Lu Qian stepped in, completely stunned. All the high-tech she had imagined was nowhere to be found here. What came into view were only the extremely messy assortment of books, notebooks, scrap paper, as well as some lathes and parts, and bottles and jars related to chemistry. If one were to describe it more vividly, this This place didn't seem like somewhere Li Hao should be. It looked more like a junkyard. This is your. Lucy instinctively wanted to ask, but before she could finish her sentence, she stopped herself. Because Li Hao ahead had already sat at the desk and started organizing the manuscript. Lucy recalled the content of the text message on her phone and couldn't help but look a bit anxious. The leader's words were still vivid in her mind, but now Li Hao had thrown himself back into work, and I Love Invention was about to air soon. Now, how should she remind Li Hao? Did he forget the time? Lucy mustered up the courage to ask, but before she could say anything, she stopped again. The entire factory was incredibly quiet, with only the rustle sound of Li Hao's pen on paper. He was completely absorbed. Lucy couldn't bear to disturb him. She spaced out for a while, staring blankly at Li Hao. The appearance of this teenage boy was unexpectedly captivating. Just as she was about to go out to report the location to the leader, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Li Hao. She saw that at this moment, Li Hao was holding a pencil in each hand, with a sheet of paper in each hand as well. Both hands were writing on the papers simultaneously. The left hand was writing some incomprehensible formula on the paper, while the right hand was drawing the engineering design blueprint of Mosey. Lu Qian took a deep breath and murmured in some shock, "What kind of operation is this?" Hiss. Working with both hands at the same time? Li Hao noticed Lu Qian's attention and chuckled. "I'm about to participate in I Love Invention, but I haven't had time to prepare anything. However, I can't afford to delay Mosey either, so I have no choice but to do both simultaneously." After speaking, Li Hao lowered his head again and started writing. Lu Qian stared in shock at everything, completely petrified. "Oh my god, what kind of person is this? Is his brain different from others? This is too terrifying. He can actually work with both hands simultaneously. Can his brain really function separately? One hand is preparing for today's new invention on I Love Invention, while the other hand is still perfecting the engineering design drawings of Mosey. Oh, right. Invention?" Lu Qian widened her eyes again, staring at the incomprehensible formulas on the paper. "Is this his invention? What exactly did he invent? What kind of invention is this?" Lu Qian was completely baffled. Is his invention a formula? Silently, Lu Qian stepped out, not daring to disturb Li Hao's creative process. Once outside, she sent a location coordinate to the leader. The Han City Police Department suddenly received an order, and the director stood up and activated the alarm. At the same time, received instructions from higher-ups, all officers are to work overtime tonight. Tonight, Li Hao will once again present an important scientific achievement to the world. From the abandoned factory in the western suburbs to the central building where the temporary I Love Invention program studio is located, immediately seal off all main roads. Ensure that no accidents occur during Li Hao's journey to the studio. Woo woo woo. Yes, alarm sounds erupted. The entire main road was under lockdown. Meanwhile, the guard company assigned to Li Hao also received the news. Departing from the 012 Mosey base, 3 armored vehicles escorted a bulletproof sedan speeding towards the factory. This was the nation's latest security force assigned to Li Hao. His safety had now become a critical issue. Time passed by second, and there was still an hour left before I began my invention. At this moment, on the other side of the ocean in the United States, countless Americans were going crazy over it. At first, when they saw those news reports, their initial reaction was one of doubt. But then, they started to become curious. Gradually, they realized it was true. And now, Li Hao has already become an idol for many Americans. Because in the hearts of Westerners who worship personal heroism, Li Hao seems almost too legendary, filled with an aura of legend, like a superhero. After negotiations and paying a huge price, the United States finally obtained the rights to live broadcast the event. At this moment, across the entire United States, countless people sat at home, turned on their TVs, and waited for I Love Inventions to air. One more hour to go. Sigh, Li Hao, hurry up and come out. I really want to know what he's going to invent this time. He's not just a national treasure of China, he's practically a global treasure. The 13-year-old father of nuclear fusion. Sob. Why isn't he from our America? 50 minutes left. Why hasn't the broadcast started yet? It's so incredible. For the past 2 days, my mind has been filled with Li Hao. And 2 days ago, I hadn't even heard of him. So impressive. This is the most powerful teenager in the world. The United States is going crazy over it. At this moment, what's even more terrifying is that the online live broadcast room of CC Program 10, before the program even started and while the screen was still black, had its viewership surpass 1 billion. It's exploding. The servers have crashed. Everyone at the station was dumbfounded. There are only 1.4 billion people in China. How could there be 1 billion online viewers? The station director frowned deeply. Investigate, find out what's going on. Not good. It's still increasing. It's at 1
1.1 billion now. What on earth is going on?
A moment later, the assistant came in, shouting anxiously, "Director, something's wrong. The server's live streaming bandwidth is completely insufficient.
Reallocate. Pull bandwidth from those live internet platforms for temporary use. We've already pulled everything."
The bandwidth rented by live streaming platforms like Douyu and Huya has all been stopped and reallocated to the main station's live broadcast room.
Now, there's nothing left to reallocate.
And the number of viewers is still increasing.
If this continues, there might be a problem. Director, the investigation is complete. They're all foreign IDs, and many are foreign IP addresses.
There are many countries that haven't signed synchronization broadcast rights agreements with the general television network, so they accessed Huaxia's internet through VPNs to watch the live stream.
What on earth is going on? The director was stunned upon hearing this, muttering, "Li Hao, has his charm already become known worldwide? Nearly 1 billion foreign users bypassing firewalls to watch the live stream in Huaxia?
They've really gone to great lengths just to watch Li Hao." In the end, CVision had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to temporarily reassign other network live broadcasts from CVision.
Meanwhile, other program broadcasts were interrupted. At last, this problem was resolved, but the price paid is too high. Director C sighed, "I hope Li Hao won't disappoint. But who knows what kind of invention you'll come up with this time." Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, time ticked by second by second. I Want to Invent began broadcasting. Backstage, Zheng Tingyue's face turned pale with fright. Li Hao still hasn't arrived. Lu Qian was about to cry. What should I do? Li Hao hasn't arrived yet. Who'll watch I Love Invention? I called to ask, but there's absolutely no news. No one knows Li Hao's whereabouts. His whereabouts and all related information have now been classified as highly confidential by the state. No one has the authority to know where Li Hao is. We have no way.
Zhang Tingyue slapped his thigh. "Forget it, let's go up and stall for time first."
Sigh. Lu Qian nodded. Basically, there are no ordinary audience members left. They're all top scientists from across the country, as well as elite scientific exchange teams from abroad. They're the audience. What should we do? Stall for time. As the music played, Zhang Tingyue and Lu Qian entered with smiles. "Hello, audience friends.
Welcome to a new episode of I Want to Invent, where wisdom shines." Since the last broadcast of I Want to Invent, the program has been recognized by all sectors of society and has received a good reputation. Two hosts began chatting casually on stage, exchanging words back and forth, thoroughly enjoying themselves.
Meanwhile, the audience below the stage collectively wore serious expressions, watching the two hosts chat without any emotion. Gradually, they started to grow impatient. A chemistry expert from Fusang whispered, "Why hasn't it started yet? Why hasn't Li Hao come out?" "Not sure, just wait patiently." "But we came all this way just to see Li Hao." "Yamamoto-kun, have a little patience." The audience grew impatient.
And the judges were even more impatient.
This time, the judge is still Professor Fong. But in addition to Professor Fong, there are two more prominent figures. One is Professor Yang Ning, the first Chinese recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics.
The other is Professor Qin Jing, the first Chinese mathematician to be nominated for the Fields Medal. Two legendary figures as guest judges have completely elevated the level of I Love Invention by several tiers. And they both came for Li Hao. Finally, Professor Qin Jing lost his patience, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Let me interrupt for a moment." Zhang Teng paused mid-sentence and chuckled awkwardly. "Please go ahead, Professor Chen."
Qin Jing smiled and said, "May I ask, when can we start?"
Zhang Tingyue forced a bitter smile, knowing in his heart that he could no longer delay. He quickly said, "All right, let's welcome today's first contestant, Wang Dahan from Longxi."
"Please welcome Wang Dahan." Amidst a burst of music, an honest and simple farmer walked out from backstage. In his hand, he held a device resembling a mousetrap.
At this moment, his entire body was trembling as if sifting chaff, shaking uncontrollably. Wang Dahan swallowed hard, his tongue tied in knots. "Hello, scientists. Hello, audience friends. Hello, host.
I am Wang Dahan." He regretted it. Sob. "I shouldn't have come. I would rather not have the 2 million. Why has I Love Inventions suddenly stopped catering to ordinary people?"
Boo-hoo, even Nobel Prize winners and mathematicians nominated for the Fields Medal are now serving as judges.
The audience is entirely composed of world-renowned scientists. In the entire venue, it seems that apart from myself, there isn't a single ordinary person. Boo-hoo, why did I come here? Li Hao, you set me up. I Love Inventions production team, you set me up too. Yang Ning smiled and glanced at Wang Dahan. "Don't be nervous, this is originally a program aimed at ordinary folks, so it's fine." All the audience around the world, ugh, shameless. Is this really a program for ordinary people? This is too much.
Zhang Tingyue gave a wry smile. "Tell us about your invention."
This is my newly invented mousetrap. I'll demonstrate it for everyone. Zhang Tingyue panicked and quickly whispered, "Don't rush to demonstrate.
Introduce it first. Remember we agreed to stall for time."
Wang Dahan was almost in tears. "No, I just want to finish quickly and get off the stage. I don't want your 2 million anymore." Speaking, Wang Dahan immediately couldn't wait to start start demonstrating. It only took 2 minutes to finish the demonstration. However, the big shots present did not mock him in the slightest. Instead, they showed great interest, asking questions left and right. They found it very amusing. This kind of program was quite interesting. Although they were mainly waiting for Li Hao, the strong figure, taking a look at these interesting little inventions beforehand was undeniably an enjoyable experience. And audiences around the world became interested at this moment. They found it very amusing and intriguing. Many viewers no longer felt restless and quietly started watching. Wang Dehan hurriedly left the stage, but before leaving, the patent for Wang Dehan's mousetrap cage was bought on the spot by an entrepreneur for 5 million yuan. The second contestant took the stage, also eager to leave. 5 minutes later, the third person, the fourth person, Zhang Tingyue was about to cry. Why hasn't Li Hao arrived yet? I'm about to lose control. At the same time, in the factory, a trace of wild joy flashed in Li Hao's eyes. Done. With a snap, his right hand slapped the table, pressing the pencil onto the paper. On the paper, the engineering structure diagram, design blueprint, and construction drawings of the mosey were all completed. The right hand stopped, but Li Hao's left hand was still writing something. 1 minute later, with a snap, Li Hao's left hand also placed the pencil on the table. Done. Left and right hands, almost finished at the same time. Li Hao turned around and suddenly realized that a large group of people had unknowingly gathered behind him. Among them were Lu Shi, a group of mosey scientists, and security guards. At this moment, everyone was looking at Li Hao with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Li Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lu Jia looked at Li Hao in horror and stammered, using both hands at the same time. Left and right brain, separately. Li Hao chuckled. Grandpa Lu, isn't this completely normal? Lu Jia. Normal, my foot. Grandpa Lu, this is the engineering blueprint for the mosey. Please keep it safe and start working overtime to rush the production of the components. I've already designed all the necessary parts. Originally, I wanted to make them myself, but time is tight, and I can't manage it. Lu Jia solemnly took the blueprint and placed it into the safe. I understand. Li Hao then stuffed his new invention into his pocket and snapped his fingers. Let's go. Time to set off. Lu Jia asked curiously, Li Hao, what is your invention today? Li Hao chuckled and got into the bulletproof car. Today I'm going to correct the mathematics world. I'm not inventing physics today, I'm inventing mathematics. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Invent mathematics? Correct the mathematics world? Is there any subject left that he doesn't understand? V-room. The armored vehicles and bulletproof cars started. They sped away, escorting Li Hao out of the factory and toward the central tower. Lu Qian and Lu Jie stood silently at the factory gate, watching the vehicle drive away. After a long time, Lu Qian murmured, he is someone close to a god. Lu Jie nodded thoughtfully. At the very least, he wields the power of a god. I want to invent on the spot. Finally, the last contestant finished and stepped off the stage. This time, Zhang Tong, and you were completely at a loss. What should they do? What should they do? At this moment of despair, a trembling voice came through Zhang Tingyue's earpiece. Li Hao is here. He's here. It's here. Zhang Tingyue let out a sigh of relief, his whole body seeming to be freed, standing on the stage with a silly smile, completely at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lu Shi reacted quickly, raising her voice a bit as she spoke into the microphone. Let's welcome the next contestant to the stage. His name is Li Hao. Just a name. A whoosh sound. All the audience in the venue stood up. Although they were scientists from all over the world, at this moment, they were the audience. Although they were the audience, they were also scientists. Scientists, when it comes to their peers or those with exceptional achievements, at the very least, show outward respect. The entire audience standing together symbolized the scientific community's profound respect for Li Hao. At the judges' table, the three judges also stood up at this moment. At this moment, countless cameras all turned their lenses toward the backstage direction. Countless viewers around the world held their breath. At this very moment, many people, though watching the television and not present at the scene, also stood up at this moment. In the United States, in a certain household, Dad, he's coming. Li Hao is coming out. He's coming out. Really? Dad, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, let out a scream. Without even rinsing the shampoo off his head, he ran out wrapped in a towel. He's really coming out? Where? He's about to come out. Just wait a little longer. Oh my god, I really don't know what he's going to bring this time. Bro, come quick. Li Hao is out. Li Hao is finally here. They dragged it out for so long earlier, I was starting to think he might not show up today. It's really out. Quick, turn the TV volume up to the maximum. Maximum. Why hasn't it come out yet? Where's Li Hao? Where is my idol? At the same time, all over the world, all across the country, countless die-hard fans of Li Hao watching their televisions all stood up, trembling with excitement. Finally, amidst countless gazes, the backstage door opened. Li Hao, wearing a cartoon t-shirt and a pair of flip-flops, walked out from the passage. The entire audience was in an uproar. This outfit is way too casual, isn't it? Lu Qian saw that iconic innocent smile and almost fainted, covering her forehead. Hey, Li Hao, can you stop acting like this? this? Can you be a bit more formal? Right now, billions of viewers around the world are watching you, and you're still wearing slippers. Meanwhile, many of the audience present had their expressions darken and let out a cold snort. How rude. He actually isn't wearing formal attire. Hey, why is he wearing formal attire? He's a scientist, not a celebrity, let alone a politician.
He should dress however he feels comfortable.
Exactly. He can do whatever he wants. Why do you even have to comment on his outfit?
Even if he's wearing slippers, it won't change the fact that he's the most brilliant young man in the world, the father of controlled nuclear fusion. Li Hao held the microphone, showing no stage fright at all, and said with a cheerful smile,
"Hello, everyone, dear audience, uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas. I am Li Hao." Zhang Tingyue gave a wry smile and pointed at Li Hao's slippers. "Just woke up?" Li Hao looked down and only then realized he was still wearing slippers. He smiled awkwardly. "I was in such a hurry to join the show that I forgot to change my shoes." "Uncle Zhang Tingyue, would you lend me your shoes?" Zhang Tingyue. The whole audience burst into laughter, with many people amused by Li Hao's adorable and clever demeanor. Ha ha ha. A heartfelt fondness. Zhang Tingyue didn't dare to waste time, as everyone present was a big shot. He quickly asked, Li Hao, where's your invention? Why didn't we see your invention this time?" Lu Qian replied with a smile, "Is it because the device is a bit large and can only be placed outside the venue?" Li Hao smiled faintly, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. "Does an invention necessarily have to be a physical object?" As his words fell, the venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. What does that mean? At this moment, Zhang Tingyue's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, oh no, could it be that Li Hao hasn't made an invention? Could it be that this time Li Hao bailed? Meanwhile, in front of the TV and during the online live broadcast, the audience was in an uproar. "I knew it. There's no way Li Hao could invent a second thing in such a short time, right? What do you mean?" Sai waited in vain. After all, he's still just one person. It's impossible for him to have an invention every week, right? Let's disperse. This sentence signifies the end of today. Meanwhile, the audience and judges on site were looking at each other in silence, speechless. Lu Qian was silent for a moment, then let out an awkward laugh and quickly tried to smooth things over. "This time, are you here to preview the progress of your next invention?" Li Hao shook his head. "No, I have a creation." "Your creation is?" Li Hao smiled faintly. "While flipping through the history of world mathematics last time, I suddenly realized that this world is missing a lot of things, and it seems that many fundamental concepts have not been fully developed. So, I had a sudden idea, why not invent a mathematical system? That's why I'm here this time." "So, this time it has nothing to do with physics, no physical objects at all." "My invention is a new mathematical system, a new mathematical concept." With a loud boom, the entire audience erupted. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the silent venue, suddenly, an angry roar erupted. "Arrogant!" Mathematician Chen Jing's face turned red as he stood up abruptly, pointing at Li Hao and berating. "You invented a new mathematical system? You? Based on what? Simply outrageous and lawless. Invent a mathematical system? Who do you think you are? You're a physicist, studying nuclear fusion, and you want to invent a mathematical system? Do you really think you're omnipotent? A mathematical system, only one great figure emerges every few hundred years, making breakthroughs and advancements based on centuries of foundational disciplines. And you, a 13-year-old boy, claim you've invented a mathematical system?" The scientists present were also in an uproar. "He said he wants to invent a mathematical system? Ignorant and fearless. This, does he know what a mathematical system is?" At this moment, the entire world became noisy. Too arrogant. Although he previously researched nuclear fusion, that belongs to the realm of physics and chemistry. Now he's directly jumping into mathematics, telling the world that he has invented a mathematical system? Zhang Tingyue panicked, fearing a live broadcast accident, and quickly said, "Li Hao, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Zhang Tingyue wanted to smooth things over, but the hot-tempered Chen Jing couldn't tolerate it anymore and directly took the microphone. "Host, don't speak. I believe no one here is more authoritative in the field of mathematics than I am. I'm not boasting. I believe everyone knows this." The scene fell silent, and all the domestic and international scientists nodded quietly in agreement. There was no doubt about this. Chen Jing was the only one present who had been nominated for the Fields Medal. Chen Jing stared straight at Li Hao. "Do you even know what mathematics is?" Li Hao chuckled, "Grandpa, I should know just a tiny bit more than you." Chen Jing flew into a rage. "Li Hao, you're too arrogant. The sea of learning has no bounds. You, what are you doing?" As he spoke, Chen Jing stopped and looked at Li Hao in confusion. But then, Li Hao walked to the center of the stage holding a marker, removed his headset, opened the pen cap, and started writing on a whiteboard. While writing, Li Hao turned back with a cheeky smile. "I'm not doing anything. I'll write it out for you to see." "See, can this be written now?" The entire venue, all the cameras were focused on Li Hao. The whole world, at this moment, everyone's attention was fixed on Li Hao. In France, inside an ancient castle in Paris, an elderly man with graying hair stared blankly at the television showing Li Hao. At this moment, the young man beside the elder sneered, a Chinese, huh? Ignorant and fearless. To this day, not a single Chinese person has won the Fields Medal in mathematics. And now, a 13-year-old Chinese boy wants to innovate in mathematics? Did he even consult his father about this? The elder smiled without saying a word, nearly watching Li Hao on the television with interest. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already written 2 characters on the whiteboard. Example formula. The young man scoffed, "Father, you were the first Frenchman to win the Fields Medal, and now you're even a judge for the Fields Medal. It's laughable that you previously praised this Li Hao, but now he's insulting the most sacred mathematics in your heart. Ha ha ha, father." As he spoke, the young man looked at his father in confusion, only to see the elderly man with graying hair slowly standing up with the help of a cane. His aged face twitched uncontrollably, trembling as he muttered to himself, This. The young man panicked. "Father, what's wrong with you?" F.A. Snap. The old man suddenly turned around and struck the young man across the face with his cane, roaring furiously, "Shut up! Shut your mouth!" After speaking, the old man threw away the cane, trembling as he walked to the television and sat down on the floor. He stared wide-eyed at the screen. As Li Hao wrote more and more on the whiteboard, the old man's tone grew increasingly urgent. This. Suddenly turning his head, the old man's eyes turned red, and tears unexpectedly streamed down. "Paper, pen, quick! I need to demonstrate. Hurry! The young man was startled and quickly brought paper and pen. "Father, what exactly?" As he spoke, the old man excitedly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and like a child, he lay on the ground and began writing on the paper. He wrote according to what Li Hao had written. Shut up! Tears, drop by drop, flowed onto the paper. The aged tears soaked the paper, yet he remained completely unaware. This is what I've been pursuing my entire life. A breakthrough. This is a major breakthrough in the history of human mathematics. I have no regrets about dying. My body is getting worse and worse. Before I die, I actually saw it. As he spoke, the old man turned around, tears streaming down his face. "In my name, apply to the president for a plane that can depart immediately. I feel I don't have much time left. Hurry, I need to go to China. I need to discuss with this young man. I need to hear him resolve the question that has troubled my mind for decades." "Father!" the young man exclaimed, looking at his father's almost pleading gaze and the blurred tears on the paper. "All right, I'll handle it right away." Meanwhile, in the studio, Chen Jing's anger gradually dissipated, his expression frozen on his face. The entire studio was silent, everyone quietly watching Li Hao write something on the whiteboard. Throughout the scene, the only sound was the do-do-do made by the marker pressing against the whiteboard. Gradually, Chen Jing sat down in shock, took a Parker pen out of his bag, and tried to find paper everywhere but couldn't find any. Unable to wait, Chen Jing rolled up his sleeves, widened his eyes to look at the formulas appearing on the whiteboard, and then began verifying them with the pen on his own arm. He started calculating and demonstrating on his arm. Chen Jing's unusual behavior caught the attention of many scientists. However, gradually, the entire studio was filled with the continuous sound of rustling. It turned out that dozens of elderly mathematicians proficient in mathematics, or physicists with a background in mathematics, rushed onto the stage. They stood behind Li Hao, staring wide-eyed at the words, numbers, and symbols on the whiteboard, started writing on their hands or clothes with a pen. Bizarre. The entire studio was enveloped in an extremely eerie atmosphere. Zhang Tingyue and Lu Shi kept retreating, making room for the increasing number of scientists coming on stage. The two exchanged terrified glances, not knowing what was happening. The things written on the whiteboard, incomprehensible. A deathly silence was broken by Chen Jing's hysterical roar. Silence! Can you stop blocking me? I can't see the whiteboard." No one paid him any attention. Everyone was trapped in a trance. Chen Jing, feeling helpless and anxious, climbed onto the table, stood on it, and looked at the whiteboard, continuing to write on his arm. At this moment, globally, all the viewers watching the live broadcast fell into collective silence. 99% of people around the world had no idea what had just happened. More than 99.9% of people in the world cannot understand what is actually written there. Mathematics, a magical discipline. There is a saying that describes the mathematics community: the high IQ club. Only those with truly high intelligence can experience the joy within it. Those who don't understand will never comprehend that kind of happiness. Finish writing. With a click, the marker cap was snapped on. Li Hao turned around, grinning as he looked at the dozens of people standing dumbfounded on the stage. "Hello, uncles and aunties, grandpas and grandmas, this is my invention." On the whiteboard, example formula: f(x plus y) equals f(x plus f(y). Every linear space has a basis. For an n-row and column non-zero matrix A, if there exists a matrix B such that AB equals BA equals E is the identity matrix, then A is a non-singular matrix, or called an invertible matrix, and B is the inverse matrix of I. A matrix is non-singular, invertible, if and only if its determinant is not zero. A matrix is semi-positive definite if and only if each of its eigenvalues is greater than or equal to 0. Then, x and y can be functions or derivatives. F can be a polynomial or still a derivative. Here, I abstract them all into a single symbol an expression, or a type of matrix. Together, they satisfy the final linear relationship f(x plus y equals f(x plus f(y). Silence. The entire audience, silent. A bizarre kind of silence. A deathly silence. Silence for 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes.
For a full 10 minutes, no one in the entire venue spoke, not a single sound. It made all the viewers in front of their TVs or computers momentarily think that their TV or computer speakers were broken. A long time. Chen Jingshan took a deep breath and said tremblingly, "Mr. Li, you are truly talented." "I was wrong." Li Hao smiled. "It's okay, Grandpa." Chen Jing's face turned red. "What is it called?" As the words fell, everyone turned their heads in unison, looking fervently at Li Hao. Li Hao took a deep breath, his gaze steady, and said word by word, "This is my invention. Linear algebra." Most of the audience looked completely baffled, not understanding a word. Zhang Tingyue, who knew a little about mathematics, asked in confusion, "I have some understanding of algebra, but what does this linear algebra mean?" After the question was asked, the entire venue, the entire nation, the entire world, everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Although they couldn't understand, they instinctively felt it was extraordinary. They only knew that this thing was incredible. So incredible that even the scientists in the audience with profound knowledge of mathematics were flocking to it, and even Chen Jing was going crazy at this moment. Li Hao smiled. "Uncle Zhang Tingyue, how much do you know about algebra?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Tingyue's face. "Not much. I only know it's a branch of advanced mathematics that uses letters or symbols to replace numbers, studying the changes that occur during addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division." At this moment, Chen Jing stepped out and looked at Li Hao with a hint of reverence. Algebra. Traditional algebra performs arithmetic operations using expressions with characters, where the characters represent unknowns or undetermined numbers. If division is excluded, each expression is a polynomial with rational coefficients. Algebra is an abstract mathematical structure. The purpose of algebra is not to focus on the numbers themselves but to study the commonalities of things. After speaking, Chen Jing looked solemnly at Li Hao. "What is linear algebra?" "I vaguely understand its expressions and meanings, but I am a bit uncertain." Li Hao glanced at the majority of the audience, who looked bewildered, and then at the few scientists eager for knowledge. Smiling, he explained, "Elementary algebra studies the commonalities of things. Advanced algebra, which is what I invented as linear algebra, primarily studies vector spaces, or linear spaces. It can be applied in abstract algebra or even in functional analysis." As Li Hao spoke eloquently, all the scientists present were visibly shocked. Researching vector spaces? Studying line segments and directions in 2 and 3 dimensions. This is truly a high IQ club. Globally, those proficient in mathematics are utterly fascinated and wildly enthusiastic. As for those who are not proficient in mathematics, even if they have dabbled in it but haven't reached a proficient level, they listen with utter confusion, almost to the point of tears. What are they talking about? What is what? I understand all the words, but I have no idea what the conversation is about. The whole world, everyone's heads are about to explode. Are they speaking an alien language? In China, in a university's conference room, many teachers from various departments of the school were sitting together watching I Love Inventions. The whole audience was bewildered. What are they talking about? I don't understand. Damn, I'm a math teacher after all. How come I don't understand? Woo, it's over. I can't understand. What does this mean? Amid the crowd's discussions, a young intern math tutor, Xiao Wang, suddenly shouted hysterically, "Stop talking. Turn up the TV volume. Turn it to the maximum." With a single roar, the entire room fell silent. Many teachers frowned, expressing their dissatisfaction. The school leaders, however, raised their eyebrows and looked at Xiao Wang, their eyes filled with intrigue. At this moment, Xiao Wang had completely fallen into a state of obsession, holding paper and pen, continuously verifying and demonstrating, muttering to himself as if possessed. "So this is how it is. That's how it is. Linear algebra. What kind of mathematics is this even calculating? To think it's done in such a way. It's terrifying. The human brain simply can't verify it. Only computers can validate linear algebra. The line segments of vectors, the direction." He muttered to himself, speaking words that humans simply couldn't understand. Meanwhile, the other math mentors were looking at Xiao Wang with envy, feeling utterly ashamed. They envied the ability to become as obsessed as Xiao Wang, yet they didn't even qualify to reach that level of obsession. This was entirely a new system, taught without any foundation, and they couldn't even comprehend it. A true high IQ club. Li Hao and Chen Jing were chatting as well, directly discussing advanced topics with high thresholds, which no one could understand. Envious of Xiao Wang. The university leaders excitedly looked at Xiao Wang, exchanged a silent glance, and exclaimed with excitement, "This young mentor can actually understand? Oh my goodness, our school finally has someone who can understand what Li Hao is saying. Wow, thank heavens for sending a genius to our school. They can actually understand what Li Hao is saying. Promote him. Since he can understand what Li Hao is saying, his professional level is beyond doubt. I suggest he become the deputy deputy director of the mathematics department. Arrange for him to give a public lecture tomorrow, promote it, and say that the only mentor in the province who can understand Li Hao's linear algebra will be teaching online.
It will definitely be a hit. A university, a city, or even a province.
It's rare to find someone who can understand what Li Hao is saying. And in everyone's eyes, at this moment, those who can understand what Li Hao is saying are without exception rare geniuses. At the same time, in a certain southwestern province, this year's National Science College entrance exam top scorer, Xiao Huang, was also excitedly sitting in front of the TV watching Li Hao's speech. Amazing, so that's how it is. As he spoke, he picked up pen and paper and began verifying the calculations.
Xiao Huang's parents looked at their son excitedly. Son, can you understand?
Xiao Huang nodded, completely ignoring his parents, staring blankly at the TV, where handwritten calculations were being verified continuously. Xiao Huang's parents were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. Our son will definitely become a great inventor like Li Hao in the future.
Out of so many people in the world who can't understand this, our son can actually understand it. Woo woo woo. Even if we have to sell everything, even if we have to sell the house, we must support our son's education.
Saying this, the boastful mother couldn't wait to rush out of the house and shouted to the neighbors, "Come quickly, come to my house.
My son can understand what Li Hao says."
With a buzzing sound, the surrounding neighbors were in an uproar.
Could such a powerful person really appear in our rundown place? What? Our town actually has someone who can understand what Li Hao is saying. Is it Xiao Huang?
As expected of the National College entrance exam top scorer, even able to understand what Li Hao is saying. Even the mathematician Chen Jing was in awe, so you can imagine how terrifying the things he said must be.
Yet Xiao Huang can actually understand them.
Moments later, over 100 people gathered at Xiao Huang's house, all silently watching the television. Watching Xiao Huang in front of the TV, completely engrossed. Being able to understand what Li Hao says is already a great honor worldwide. This also indirectly highlights Li Hao's strength. Standing on the stage of I Love Inventions, Li Hao spoke eloquently. Seeing so many knowledge-thirsty scientists, he felt a trace of comfort in his heart and explained all of linear algebra.
That was enough. Li Hao is not doing popular science. He doesn't need to explain anything to ordinary people. Ordinary people don't need to understand.
He only needs to prove the feasibility of his linear algebra, and naturally, various mathematicians will analyze it and try to adapt it into easily understandable mathematical knowledge for dissemination.
That's not Li Hao's concern.
Switching gears, Li Hao picked up the microphone and said with a grin, "Actually, coming to this stage, I have two purposes. The first purpose is to propose linear algebra, but linear algebra is still not enough.
In fact, my invention is not linear algebra at all.
But if I directly reveal my invention, no one in the world would be able to understand it, no one would be able to grasp it." Originally, everyone thought the show was already over. But at this moment, all the audience in the venue, and viewers around the world, once again held their breath.
Not over yet? What does he mean? Could it be that what he truly means is that his real invention isn't linear algebra, but rather, that only by introducing linear algebra can scientists understand what his invention actually is?
Zhang Tingyue widened his eyes. He never expected a sudden comeback and asked in disbelief,
Li Hao, do you have anything else to say?"
Li Hao smiled, said nothing, and walked back to the whiteboard in the middle of the stage. He opened the marker's cap and wrote two words on it.
Quantum? Quantum. What is quantum? What does this mean? What is quantum? How is it different from an atom? What do you mean?
Suddenly, the studio was enveloped in a strange atmosphere, with everyone whispering to each other as they looked at the two words on the blackboard.
Discussions abounded. No one had ever heard of this term.
No one had ever understood this meaning.
Quantum, what exactly is it?
At this moment, all the audience members were stunned.
Gradually, they realized that I Love Invention was not a show that ordinary people could understand.
A linear algebra that 99% of the world's population couldn't comprehend turned out to be merely a prelude. It was a prerequisite for truly understanding Li Hao's invention. If one couldn't grasp linear algebra, they wouldn't be able to understand the concept of quantum. The whole world was in an uproar.
Meanwhile, at the Mosey Research Base, Lu Jie and the first group of scientists who understood quantum mechanics all stood up, watching the stunned expressions of the audience on TV and the bewilderment of various experts and scientists. They couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It's been proposed. Li Hao has finally proposed it.
This earth-shattering theory, once unveiled, will completely overturn traditional physics.
Soon, the world will be shaken by the word quantum. Li Hao glanced at all the audience present and said loudly,
"Here, I am the first to propose a concept quantum."
What is quantum? Quantum is the smallest quantized unit within all objects.
In other words, if a physical quantity has a smallest indivisible fundamental unit, then this physical quantity is quantized, and the smallest unit is called quantum.
As the words fell, Nobel Prize-winning physicist Yang Ning stood up. The smallest unit that can no longer be divided? Li Hao nodded. What I'm about to say next may overturn traditional physics. It will completely contradict Newton's three laws of physics. physics. Perhaps you will be surprised, perhaps you will find it exaggerated. But in fact, it is true, this world is made up of quantum. A loud boom. A massive explosion occurred across the world. Everyone was shocked by Li Hao's astonishing statement. Quantum? Completely overturned traditional physics? Is the world made up of quantum? Suddenly, countless traditional physicists around the world, as well as ordinary people, went crazy and became furious. Fuck, he's talking nonsense. Overturn traditional physics? What gives him the right to overturn traditional physics? Get lost. The linear algebra he invented has not yet been confirmed in any way, and now he's here making alarming statements. This is not a concept I can accept. A smallest unit within a physical quantity? How could the smallest unit be a quantum? This is a hypothesis. It must only be a hypothesis. Has he seen a quantum? I don't believe it. I want to invent the people present in the studio, who at this moment were looking at each other in astonishment. They were all shocked by the remarks made by Li Hao. Just a few words, just throwing out an opening, but in just these few words, it was enough to make people feel chills all over. Li Hao completely ignored everyone's reactions. They would have time to digest it. They would have the opportunity to understand it. Quantum. It is the essence of the world. Li Hao spoke loudly again. In the process of light propagation, physical properties are generated. Yet, within the seemingly intangible and non-existent light, there are photons and particles, and these are the quanta of light. Starting today, I define its properties as he spoke, Li Hao expressionlessly wrote a few words on the whiteboard. Wave-particle duality. The entire audience fell silent. The entire place fell silent. Li Hao still ignored others' reactions and continued speaking non-stop. The scientific system of this world is far behind that of Earth. Li Hao must, in the shortest possible time, throw all the knowledge, the vast and intricate ocean of theories, to the entire world. Let scientists around the world slowly digest it themselves, catch up with their own thoughts as soon as possible. Li Hao wouldn't explain too much to anyone. He just speaks. He must throw out most of the quantum theory today. He has moved too fast, leading the world by a big step. And next week, the quantum satellite will be launched into space. Within this week, scientists around the world must understand what quantum is. Can't figure it out, but must figure it out. Wave-particle duality. Yang Ning's eyes widened in shock. Wave-particle duality. This hasn't been proven yet. Wave-particle duality? This, does it mean photons or quanta? Li Hao continued loudly. All matter possesses wave-particle duality. When you direct electrons toward a nickel crystal, you will discover that your understanding of this world is fundamentally flawed. Light is not a particle. Light has waves. In the microscopic quantum world, there is a fundamental difference from the macroscopic worldview of traditional physics. The three major laws cannot explain all physical phenomena in the world. Because of the law of universal gravitation, all objects, all movements, and positions in our world can be determined. But, in the quantum world, all objects, all movements, all positions, and even all time are uncertain. Therefore, in the quantum world, all quantum energy is also uncertain. And I believe this is a new branch of physics, a discipline that overturns all traditional physics. Its name, I define it as. Li Hao once again wrote a few words on the whiteboard. Quantum physics. Li Hao glanced disdainfully at the crowd, who were all dumbfounded, and said in a deep voice, abandon all traditional concepts of physics, enter the microscopic world, start from scratch to discover and study the physics within the quantum world. It will overturn all your perceptions. After speaking, Li Hao put down the microphone and turned to leave. He said no more. This world even has atomic bombs. They will surely understand quantum. It's just that they haven't systematically treated quantum as a specialized field of study. After Li Hao presented these ideas and explained quantum, the physics community in this world will undoubtedly accumulate knowledge and reach that critical point, then explode. Li Hao is only responsible for proposing ideas, not for perfecting them. There will naturally be countless people to perfect them. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Li Hao's back as he left the backstage. Yang Ning watched the boy's departing figure, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly turned back to his assistant and said, arrange a private jet for me. I need to return to the laboratory in the capital. I have some verifications to conduct. Yes, Li Hao left without any hesitation or pause. However, it completely caused an uproar on the fishing boats and in the media. All over the world, every audience was utterly shocked because Li Hao's words were earth-shattering. This was simply too terrifying. Did he actually claim to overturn traditional physics? Has he developed a new system of physics? Quantum physics. What kind of physics is this exactly? There has been no official media coverage of this matter in China, but Weibo has already exploded with discussions. Professor of physics at North China University of Science and Technology made a public statement. The argument proposed by Li Hao and I love invention is completely untenable. Not to mention whether the quantum concept he later introduced is true or not. Even just linear algebra cannot be verified in a short period of time. His remarks are too sensational, and I think Li Hao is being thoughtless. Moreover, overturning traditional physics is sheer nonsense. As soon soon as the post appeared on Weibo, the comments section exploded in the next second. Li Hao has had an incredibly smooth journey so far. He's too arrogant, too inflated. On what grounds does he overturn traditional physics? Who does he think he is? What rank does he hold? He's thinking about it carefully. It's terrifying. Today, Li Hao proposed 2 new systems, and now he's studying the Mosey rocket. Could it be that the Mosey rocket project is linked to Li Hao's quantum mechanics? It wouldn't have been mentioned otherwise, but as soon as someone brought it up, everyone immediately made the connection. A wave of astonishment swept through. Everyone wants to figure out what is so special about Li Hao's Mosey rocket. However, no information has been confirmed so far. Now, Li Hao has introduced quantum mechanics. Undoubtedly, in the near future, whether quantum mechanics is true or not, it will stir up a storm. Could it be that the rocket Li Hao is researching is connected to quantum mechanics? A quantum rocket? Damn, the name is quite impressive. I think we should trust Li Hao. Quantum mechanics is so astonishing. I've never even heard of it, and he just overturned it with one statement? Could it be that the physics of the past few hundred years was all wrong? Don't be a contrarian, the person above. Li Hao didn't say it was wrong. He just mentioned that there are 2 systems, the quantum physics system and the traditional physics system. It's already been explained clearly. Haha, why do I feel like quantum mechanics is more like theology, all mysterious and cryptic? Everything is uncertainty, everything is an unknown probability. Doesn't that sound like a charlatan? The internet in China has sparked a nationwide discussion about the incredibly novel concept of quantum. Meanwhile, as Chinese netizens were arguing heatedly, England's Royal Institute of Technology, Department of Physics. In the laboratory, 3 scientists sat facing each other, their faces filled with complex emotions as they silently watched the video of Li Hao's speech playing repeatedly on the television. Among them, one had even been a nominee for the Nobel Prize in Physics. After a long time, Professor Stephen spoke in a heavy tone. He proposed quantum ahead of us. Another old professor broke out in goosebumps. We had anticipated introducing the concept of quantum next year, but it was brought forward by a young man from Huaxia. Moreover, the perspective he presented is more systematic, clearer, and more straightforward than ours. He explained quantum so thoroughly. My goodness, when he previously introduced linear algebra, I had a faint premonition. At that time, when linear algebra was proposed, I was incredibly excited because I could find a new way to calculate changes in the quantum world and publish papers on it. But I celebrated too early. The very next moment, he took the lead in proposing it. Several people let out a bitter laugh. But after a moment, Professor Stevens said, well, it's not bad. He also explained a question that has been on our minds. Quantum uncertainty. This is something we have always speculated about. But Li Hao directly concluded it. This shows that quantum really is uncertainty. Professor Stevens smiled. Let's prepare to publish our paper. Some of the fragmented quantum theories we've studied over the years can all be released. This is truly a new system that is about to overturn the traditional physics community. Germany, Berlin, an apartment guarded by soldiers 24 hours a day. The elderly scientist, Professor Staff, a Nobel Prize winner in physics, watched the I Want to Invent program on TV in silence. He remained silent. Behind him stood a large group of doctoral students from the German National University of Technology. Constantly, there were still streams of physics students anxiously and nervously hurrying over. Hurry up, hurry up. The concept proposed by Li Hao has had a profound impact on my worldview. I must consult Professor Staff. He is the only Nobel Prize-winning physicist in Germany. He will surely know. Hurry up, faster. Torrential rain poured down. 3 German doctoral students pedaled their bicycles, disregarding umbrellas and raincoats, madly rushing toward the apartment. They thought they were the first to arrive. But when they reached the apartment, they found it already packed with people, filled with outstanding physics students, teachers, and professors from the German National University of Technology. 3 German doctors quietly parked their bicycles to the side, walked in through the rain, and then stood behind Professor Staff in the same manner. On the television, a video of Li Hao on stage explaining quantum concepts played in a continuous loop. Professor Staff simply watched in silence. For a long time. Professor Staff's eyes welled up with tears. Slowly, the tears streamed down his aged cheeks onto his body. A foreign doctoral student called out anxiously, Professor Staff. Staff slowly raised his head and looked at the German physics students and experts behind him, trembling as he pointed towards the television. He has spoken all the conjectures that have been in my heart for years, but he summarized and organized it more comprehensively, more authoritatively, and more clearly and thoroughly. He spoke of the uncertainty of quantum. A doctoral student widened his eyes in horror. No, I don't believe it. How could there be matter in this world that possesses uncertainty? Staff said, yes, I once accidentally discovered a tiny bit of such phenomena, but because it was too shocking, I never published any papers or hypotheses before it was verified. But he said it. Li Hao said it. Quantum possesses uncertainty. Whether it's time, motion, or position, all of it is uncertainty. If it's uncertainty, wouldn't that be theology then? So mysterious and profound. Professor Staff gave a wry smile. Yet the truth is exactly that. Quantum exists in our world, and everything is composed of quantum. You can call it theology, but we believe it is another branch of science. Li Hao summarized it well. Probability, it's probability, without any guessable nature. In the apartment building, hundreds of German physicists and students fell into silence. And as professor staff conducted experiments using the spectrum and adopted Li Hao's method to prove the existence of photons and the wave-particle duality, Germany experienced a major upheaval. Staff, following Li Hao's theory, demonstrated to this group of Germany's finest physics students that Li Hao was right, particles have waves. America, New York Daily News. At the same time, extra, has the 13-year-old Chinese scientist fallen from grace? Li Hao claims he will overturn existing laws of physics. Walton Daily News. Huaxia's Li Hao proposed linear algebra, which has not been confirmed in any way. He introduced quantum theory, yet it remains unverified by anyone. Are all his claims mere nonsense, or theology?
In the United States, overwhelming news emerged.
Not just in the United States.
England, Fusan, South Korea. All the countries in the world, the media are frantically publishing and questioning whether Li Hao's statements are true or false.
TQ Daily. After nuclear fusion, is Li Hao left with nothing but empty talk?
No evidence, no proof, yet he claims to overturn existing traditional physics.
Shower Daily. Is linear algebra real or fake? It cannot be verified. What is its purpose? It cannot be verified. On what basis does Li Hao claim to overturn traditional physics? London Daily. Has our physics, developed over hundreds of years, all been wrong? Is Li Hao the only one in the world who understands? Ultimately, what is quantum? The whole world was in an uproar at this moment.
The whole world was questioning Li Hao like crazy.
Quantum? Impossible. Linear algebra? It must be fake.
However, behind these voices of doubt, Li Hao did not step forward to say anything.
It was unnecessary.
However, behind these voices of doubt, what the public was completely unaware of was that a storm was sweeping through the scientific community. That night, many physicists went mad.
Many physicists wept tears of joy. A group of the most cutting-edge physicists began overnight verification, working through the night to write papers.
Amidst the media frenzy around the world, they had no idea that physics was undergoing a revolution, a new system within physics, quantum physics.
It begins tonight, and at this very moment, the capital city.
A plane arrived from France.
Media from all over the world swarmed to the airport to welcome the arrival.
They had already received the news. The Fields Medal laureate, now a judge for the Fields Medal, the 80-year-old titan of the mathematics world, Professor Ling Tu, had arrived.
Countless media went crazy. Why is Professor Ling Tu coming to Huaxia now? I heard it's for linear algebra. Li Hao's linear algebra hasn't even been verified. How could it possibly alarm Professor Ling Tu? Really? The French newspapers have already reported it. The French president confirmed that Professor Ling Tu came to China to discuss with Li Hao. Academic exchange?
As the words fell, the scene fell into silence, with only the sound of people gasping. Hiss. Media reporters from various countries looked at each other in shock.
Discuss? The winner of the Fields Medal coming to discuss mathematical problems with Li Hao? If linear algebra were false, how could Professor Ling Tu have traveled such a long distance to come here? But if linear algebra is really true, then wouldn't that mean quantum mechanics? Oh my God, the capital airport is in an uproar.
As the plane landed, Professor Ling Tu was pushed out in a wheelchair by his son and a group of French students.
Upon exiting the airport,
suddenly, reporters from all over the world swarmed forward.
The flashlights kept flickering.
Ling Tu's son frowned slightly, wanting to stop the reporters from taking photos. But before he could speak, Ling Tu seemed to have read his son's thoughts and said with a smile,
"It's fine, let them take pictures." The young man was somewhat frustrated. "Father, this is the media. At this critical moment, if they spread the news that you've come to Huaxia, wouldn't it look like you're here to visit Li Hao?"
Ling Tu said somewhat strangely, "I originally came to visit Li Hao."
"What? Father, wasn't it for a discussion?"
"It is a discussion where I seek advice from Li Hao. Don't think of him as just a child. In learning, there is no precedence, and the accomplished are teachers. His achievements in mathematics surpass mine, so he can be my teacher.
Since I came openly and honorably. I would love for reporters to spread the news, saying that Ling Tu, the winner of the Fields Medal, came to China to seek a teacher." "Father, you..."
Ling Tu chuckled but no longer responded. In the hearts of true scientific researchers, fame is but fleeting clouds. What they truly care about is academic progress and the elevation of their inner selves. If one day, aliens were to arrive on this world and tell Earth's scientists, "You have the chance to hear all the secrets of this world, to unravel all the mysteries of this universe.
You can understand all scientific questions in an instant. However, after solving those questions, you cannot share them, and you will instantly die."
If one day, such a situation were to arise,
scientists will undoubtedly flock to secrets like moths to a flame, seeking the truth of this universe. Even if it means death, they are willing. As Ziyun said, "If I hear the way in the morning, I can die in the evening." In the eyes of true scholars, fame, wealth, and even even life can be forsaken. As long as academic progress can be made, everything is worth it. Soon, a reporter excitedly ran over. Mr. Lingtu, may I ask what brings you to Huaxia this time? You've never been to Huaxia before, and there are rumors that you're here to discuss linear algebra with Li Hao. Is that true? Lingtu smiled. It's true, but also not true. I have nothing to hide. Let me emphasize one point. I am not here to have an academic discussion with Li Hao. Rather, I am here to seek answers from him. In the field of linear algebra, there are still many things I haven't figured out, and I hope to get answers from Mr. Li. Lingtu's shift from passive to active instantly left the reporters at a loss. All the reporters on the scene fell into a deathly silence. No one could have imagined that Lingtu would speak so directly, nor could anyone have imagined that Lingtu came to Huaxia truly to study linear algebra. At this moment, a Huaxia reporter swallowed nervously and timidly asked, Mr. Lingtu, do you think linear algebra is correct? Lingtu smiled and said, actually, for this kind of question, mathematicians all over the world can give you a 100% definitive answer. At the same time, it's also a very naive answer. I don't know why you would doubt the correctness of linear algebra. What you should actually care about is how important a role linear algebra will play in various fields in the future. Correct. It is correct. Ordinary people simply cannot verify linear algebra. They lack the qualifications and the intelligence. However, the correctness of linear algebra is something that is fundamentally unquestioned within the mathematics community. It is inherently correct. What shocked mathematicians around the world about linear algebra is that it uses abstract forms to solve numerous mathematical challenges. It is a new system, and Li Hao invented a new branch within mathematical algebra. It can also be called advanced algebra. The reporter asked again, linear algebra is correct. Could it be that Mr. Lingtu believes that Li Hao's proposed quantum mechanics, which is about to overturn physics, is also correct? Lingtu said calmly, I don't understand physics. I only study my mathematics and make no judgments in other areas. But what I want to say here is that, with Mr. Li Hao's academic achievements, he has long surpassed the thoughts of many people in this world. Truth is always in the hands of a few. He disdains boasting for fame or money, because I see in him the commonality that we share, the spirit of science. And in this world, only a very small number of people possess it. He has. Meanwhile, in the United States, in every street and alley, on every corner, and across the internet, the American public seem to have gone mad, engaging in fervent discussions. In the Department of Physics at Masan Institute of Technology, the entire class began an intense discussion on the reality of quantum mechanics. A classmate from California, holding various data in hand, exclaimed excitedly, Li Hao's linear algebra is real. It is entirely a new system. A unique aspect of linear algebra lies in the fact that it is algebra, based on the uncertainty of numbers and the uncertainty of results. It primarily studies commonalities and the characteristics within the process of arithmetic changes. Linear algebra is inherently suited for calculating quantum mechanics formulas, and the quantum uncertainty proposed by Li Hao is a great breakthrough in physics. He sees what others cannot see, and he invents what others cannot imagine. I believe Li Hao will definitely revolutionize traditional physics. A classmate from Texas angrily shouted, that's complete nonsense. The numerical uncertainty in linear algebra indicates that its authenticity cannot be determined in the short term. At the very least, confirmation from the World Mathematical Research Organization is required to ascertain whether linear algebra is real. And now, since we can't even prove whether linear algebra is real, how can we possibly evaluate the even more mysterious quantum mechanics? Is the standard for your judgment of right and wrong simply based on your inability to understand? And aren't you the same? What is your purpose in boasting about Li Hao? To show that you're different from others? I am not bragging about anyone, I am just discussing academic issues. I am not targeting anyone, I just think Li Hao's quantum mechanics is correct. He is wrong, he is boasting, it is nonsense. The students in California were so anxious and frustrated that they turned on the TV and shouted, look at how the global media is reporting this. They are all distorting the truth. Li Hao is talking about establishing a new system within the framework of traditional physics. This would overturn the traditional understanding of physics. But now the media is smearing him, claiming he wants to destroy traditional physics. Ordinary people don't understand linear algebra, they don't understand the concept of quantum mechanics, they just follow the media's narrative blindly. And you, are you a qualified scientist? How are you any different from those ignorant masses? Nonsense, isn't what the media says correct? Can anyone prove that Li Hao is right now? You don't understand, it just means your level isn't high enough. In the entire physics department's classroom, all the students began to argue. Some believed that what Li Hao said was correct, that quantum theory holds, and linear algebra is valid. Some believed that Li Hao's words are sheer nonsense. While everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, a graduate student from the physics department pushed the door open and stumbled in, holding a newspaper in his hand. Extra, 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 extra. A scream of excitement plunged the entire classroom into immersion. All the students turned their heads and stopped arguing. The graduate student waved the newspaper, shouting. The Fields Medal winner and Fields Medal judge, Mr. Ling Tu, departed overnight from France to visit China in the early hours. Journalists from around the world captured the moment. Mr. Ling Tu was interviewed at the airport, where he said he was going to seek advice from Mr. Li Hao and discuss some questions about linear algebra. Silence. The entire physics research class fell completely silent. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry are interconnected. Those who study physics naturally understand mathematics. And who here hasn't heard of Mr. Ling Tu? A student from California trembled with excitement. Ling Tu. Did Mr. Ling Tu prove the validity of linear algebra? A graduate student read from the newspaper. Mr. Ling Tu said, the validity of linear algebra is something that fundamentally does not need to be questioned. It exists, and it truly exists there. Mathematicians around the world can give you a 100% affirmative answer. At the same time, this is also a very naive question. I don't understand why you would doubt the correctness of linear algebra. What you should actually care more about is in which fields linear algebra will play such an important role in the future. Real. It's real. Mr. Ling Tu said that only fools who don't understand mathematics at all would question linear algebra. Those who truly understand mathematics wouldn't even speak out, because they are quietly studying this newly emerged system. Mathematicians simply don't have the time to step forward and explain to the public, nor do they care to explain. The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The world's most renowned mathematicians say that linear algebra doesn't need to be doubted at all. So, what about quantum mechanics? The news is out. The whole world was in an uproar. Tengshuan News, Fields Medal winner Mr. Ling Tu rushed overnight from France to China to discuss linear algebra with Li Hao. NetEase News, shocking, Fields Medal jury member confirms the authenticity of linear algebra. Baidu News, it is reported that Li Hao might become the first Chinese person to win the Fields Medal. In an instant, all the news pages in China were dominated by the news. Damn, Fields Medal? Chen Jing was only nominated, didn't win it. The legendary Nobel Prize of the mathematics world. Linear algebra is real? If linear algebra is real, then can Li Hao's quantum mechanics also be verified? China was completely shaken. Countless citizens exclaimed in astonishment. Tonight is a sleepless night, destined to bring countless earth-shattering news to the surface. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, the atmosphere was also boiling. Countless Americans gathered in small groups, fervently discussing an emerging field of study. Linear algebra has been thoroughly proven to be true. So what about quantum mechanics? Is quantum mechanics true? I can't believe how much I hope it's true. After all, it's so astonishing, isn't it? A 13-year-old boy who can not only build a nuclear fusion reactor with his bare hands but also overthrow existing traditional physics and establish a new system of physics. Li Hao is my god. Li Hao must be the reincarnation of God. He must be the reincarnation of the god of wisdom. Why hasn't Hollywood released a new movie yet? Add Li Hao to the Marvel heroes. The ancient East always produces such world-shaking geniuses. Now, it doesn't matter whether quantum mechanics is true or not. Just with linear algebra alone, Li Hao is enough to be immortalized in history and recorded in the annals of time. Woo woo woo. Future math classes are going to be even harder. Not only do we have to learn so many things we don't understand, but now linear algebra is being added too. Woo woo woo. What if I can't pass? Same sorrow, sigh. Why did Li Hao have to invent linear algebra out of nowhere? This is just adding more problems for students all over the world. If America is sorrowful, isn't China the same? Students all over the world feel both surprised and sorrowful. Surprisingly, Li Hao's linear algebra really has no issues. What a big deal this is, how shocking it is. In everyone's hearts, they do not want Li Hao, who has already ascended to the altar, to fall from it again. But sadly, Li Hao is probably going to become a demon in the history of mathematics. Countless students want to cry. Linear algebra. That's advanced algebra, after all. I want to invent something that, after Li Hao says it, a large number of people around the world won't even understand. And if nothing unexpected happens, the math class is about to start learning linear algebra. We have to learn something that so many experts can't even understand. Millions of students around the world want to cry. Li Hao has seemingly transformed into a devil in the eyes of math students worldwide, holding the same status as those ancient mathematicians. There is no doubt that if linear algebra is thoroughly popularized, Li Hao's status in the mathematics world might surpass that of modern mathematicians in the future. He might even stand shoulder to shoulder with those ancient mathematicians, for no other reason. Because modern mathematicians have merely solved or verified some of the problems posed by ancient mathematicians. However, Li Hao, like mathematicians of ancient times, directly pioneered a new mathematical system, adding yet another branch to algebra in mathematics. What an astonishing achievement this is. The whole world is shocked. And what's even more shocking is yet to come. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. The whole world stays awake. Late night. Fu Song. Inside a physics laboratory. Suddenly, a a terrified scream bursts out. Really? Quantum mechanics, established. A scream echoed throughout Fusang.
In the physics laboratory, a white-haired physicist trembled with excitement as he looked at a paper on the table. He had completed this paper on the uncertainty of quantum. In the laboratory, other physicists excitedly said, "Professor Nakamoto, quantum mechanics is valid. We had some partial discoveries before, but they were never as systematically summarized as Li Hao's work. Now, the whole world is questioning him, and we are about to become the first laboratory to write a paper on quantum mechanics."
Yes, this is a tremendous honor. The whole world is questioning Li Hao's theory.
But if we release on the uncertainty of quantum at this moment, we will be remembered by the world.
We are the first team to corroborate Li Hao's theory. Ha ha ha, let's publish the paper. It's done, it's really done.
I have a feeling that after us, quantum mechanics will be fully established. Just as Professor Nakamoto excitedly began preparing to publish his paper, a student burst in from outside in a panic, crying out with a trembling voice,
"Something terrible has happened." Professor Nakamoto's eyes widened. What happened? Speak quickly, it's bad news.
England's Nobel Prize in Physics nominee Mr. Stephen published a paper to the world 5 minutes ago. In the Fusang Physics Laboratory, all the physicists gasped, and everyone began to tremble.
Professor Nakamoto, with a sob in his voice, "5 minutes earlier than us?" "No, what kind of paper did he publish?"
The students' eyes turned red, and they cried out.
"Professor Stephen's paper is titled On Quantum, the Uncertainty Principle." "No, how could this happen? Woo woo woo. Has all our previous effort been in vain? Were we just 5 minutes late? Why, this is so unfair."
The arguments supporting Li Hao, the evidence backing Li Hao's statements, should have been ours.
Just 5 minutes late, and we've lost the chance to be remembered throughout history. It's still the same paper. We're also discussing the uncertainty of quantum mechanics. No! A wave of despair began to spread in the physics laboratory in Fusang. It was just 5 minutes late.
They missed the chance to board Li Hao's ship and ride the wave of his success to eternal fame.
The entire laboratory in Fusang was enveloped in an incredibly gloomy atmosphere.
And in just 2 minutes, the boss of Fusang called.
"Hello, is Professor Nakamoto there?" Nakamoto answered the phone. "Prime Minister." The leader of Fusang asked excitedly, "Is your paper ready for publication?" The quantum mechanics theory proposed by Huaxia is currently facing worldwide skepticism.
If the paper appears at this moment and supports Li Hao's theory is correct, then once quantum mechanics is fully verified in the future, our Fusang physics community will gain worldwide fame and might even become one of the few countries mastering the truths of the world.
This is extremely important for Fusang,
Nakamoto said in a somber tone. "I have to tell you some bad news, sir."
"Go ahead."
Just a few minutes ago, Professor Stephen from England has already published the paper on quantum and the uncertainty principle in advance. The content of the paper coincides exactly with our research. If we publish our paper now, the scientific community will suspect that Fusang plagiarized England.
This. On the other end of the phone, the leader of Fusang exclaimed in astonishment, "How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Just a matter of minutes." "No, sir. This is not a coincidence. In science, there are no coincidences. This is inevitable." As he spoke, Nakamoto suddenly thought of something, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "Yes, we can publish another paper." The boss said excitedly, "What paper?" "Stephen's published paper only proved the immeasurability of quantum mechanics. However, we have discovered another approach to quantum mechanics, which is the wave-particle duality proposed by Li Hao.
Particles have waves, and this point was previously doubted without any experimental evidence or conclusions. But now, we can put our past suspicions to the test.
Alright, quickly publish the paper.
Nakamoto became excited again, and the physics laboratory in Fusang was once again filled with fervor. Quick, prepare the paper.
Strive to publish it on the international forum within an hour.
But Mr. Nakamoto, we haven't proven the wave-particle duality yet. It's just a conjecture that coincides with Li Hao's ideas.
Isn't it somewhat irresponsible to post it now? Nakamoto, with reddened eyes, said, "What Li Hao said is basically correct, and we had speculated about this before.
It coincides with our thoughts. Now, even though the evidence for his wave-particle duality is just theoretical suspicion, we should post it first to claim a spot. We can slowly prove it through experiments later.
If we're even a step late, what if someone else claims the spot?" Sigh. "Okay."
For a moment, the entire physics laboratory in Fusang was bustling, with everyone reviewing or organizing previous research materials.
Everyone worked overtime to write papers, write research theories and directions, summarize the paper. They must secure a place in international forums. Li Hao's quantum mechanics theory has just been released, and the whole world is questioning it.
At this moment, stepping forward to support Li Hao's theory would be celebrated as a scientist who rarely masters the truth and dares to stand up to face doubts.
Everyone was engrossed in the new paper.
It must be said that Fusang scientists also possess a certain spirit of scientific research, at least they don't get discouraged.
However, 2 minutes later,
with a loud bang, Nakamoto's student rushed into the laboratory again, his tone tinged with sobs, something's wrong.
What is it now? Quick, tell me, what happened this time?
The students' tears fell like soybeans, and they wailed to the heavens. The heavens are dooming Fusang's physics. Just a minute ago, the German Nobel Prize winner in physics, Professor Staff, published a paper titled Particles Contain Waves, on wave-particle duality.
Silence, silence, a deathly silence. Amid this silence, Nakamoto's tears streamed down uncontrollably.
Everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
Has someone else beaten us to it again?
Zheng Ben slowly knelt on the ground, looking up to the sky and weeping bitterly. Why is everyone faster than us?
Why? The theory of quantum indeterminacy was taken by someone else first. Why was the wave-particle duality of photons also taken first? No. Heaven wants to destroy Fusang's scientific community. Fusang is truly unfortunate, always missing the mark no matter what it does.
Li Hao's quantum theory has been out for less than 10 hours, and while the whole world is still in the process of questioning it, papers have already emerged. Moreover, they are all from big names in the field of physics. They have been researching this for many years but have never dared to confirm it, never dared to speak about it, and have never been able to achieve any systematic organization or analysis.
Li Hao's theory emerged, and instantly, the scientific community exploded.
In fact, at this very moment, the scientific community had already erupted.
Moshan Institute of Technology, Department of Physics. It was late at night, and class was still in session. The school was packed with people, and students from California and Texas had already taken the stage to begin their debate. The chaotic arguments gradually turned into two distinct and opposing teams. Students from other departments, as well as many faculty members, also squeezed into the classroom at this time to listen in on their discussions and debates. Scientists cannot do without debates. Only through debates can progress be made. The small classroom was now packed with at least 500 or 600 people. Students and teachers from all over the world were attentively listening here. The students from California shouted loudly, "Linear algebra can be proven because there is absolutely no doubt about the authenticity of linear algebra." At least Mr. Ling Tu, a Fields Medal laureate, and Mr. Jing Chen, a mathematician nominated for the Fields Medal, have already expressed their views. There is absolutely no problem with linear algebra. The students from Texas said solemnly, linear algebra cannot explain any issues.
Right now, we are discussing the correctness of quantum theory.
Let's set aside all identities and biases. Without starting from personal perspectives, but purely from an academic standpoint, do you think the existence of quantum is possible?
Everything about it is filled with uncertainty, which completely overturns the existing physical system.
Below, 500 people silently took notes, deep in thought.
The students from California shouted loudly,
"This is just the first step for us humans in understanding the universe."
It's like telling people 1,000 years ago that we could transmit sound over great distances, use computers and mobile phones. They wouldn't have been able to comprehend it either.
It's the same principle. Now, Li Hao has proposed quantum mechanics, which is a disruption to traditional physics, but why is it so arbitrarily dismissed as impossible? Absolutely impossible. As he spoke, a student from Texas shouted, "How many of you here believe that Li Hao's quantum mechanics theory is feasible? That it is correct? Please raise your hand so I can see."
The more than 500 people below remained silent, looking at each other in confusion. After a moment, people raised their hands in twos and threes. Those who didn't raise their hands looked at the ones who did with sneers on their faces, whispering among themselves. A proud look flashed in the eyes of the student from Texas, who shouted loudly,
"Did you see that? So many people don't believe in quantum theory. Do you think your opinion surpasses that of the majority?"
The student from California sneered, "Don't try to pressure me with numbers. We are all scientific researchers. You should understand better than I do that the truth of this world is always in the hands of a few.
Quantum mechanics must exist. I believe it exists."
As he spoke, the student from California suddenly shouted, "I will immediately purchase a ticket to China, go there to find Mr. Li Hao, discuss and explore with him."
You don't believe it now, but what about a year later? 2 years later?
The student from California's voice suddenly became excited, and he roared, "Within 3 years, I will visit all the renowned physicists around the world to seek answers.
I will spend 3 years experimenting and researching quantum mechanics.
I will eventually prove it. This is a great discipline."
The classmate from Texas fell silent.
Although it was just a difference in opinion, the spirit of scientific inquiry moved him for a moment. For a moment, all the teachers and students in the classroom fell silent. Although Li Hao's quantum mechanics theory seemed a bit far-fetched, and everyone felt like mocking the classmate from California who unwaveringly believed in Li Hao's ideas, after he spoke those words, everyone began to feel a sense of admiration for him. And at this very moment,
bang!
The classroom door was suddenly pushed open.
Amidst a commotion, more than a dozen classmates holding newspapers rushed in like mad. Big news! A classmate unfolded the newspaper in his hand, stood on the desk, and shouted with a slightly trembling voice.
15 minutes ago, Mr. Stephen, a nominee for the Nobel Prize in Physics from England, published a paper titled On Quantum and the Uncertainty Principle. In the paper, Professor Stephen mentioned that he had discovered the immeasurability reality of quantum many years ago. He had been deeply trapped in self-doubt, but after seeing Li Hao's proposed quantum theory, Stephen conducted experiments again and once again found it immeasurable. Professor Stephen proposed that quantum uncertainty, the time, motion, and position of quantum are all random. This coincides with Li Hao's quantum theory. Professor Stephen also suggested that the emergence of quantum mechanics will completely drive a major revolution in world physics. The quantum mechanics proposed by Li Hao will overturn traditional physics. Silence, a deathly silence. The physics students at MIT, over 500 heads, all turned in unison to look at the student reading the newspaper. Silence without a sound. Moments later, the students from California and Texas rushed over simultaneously, snatched the newspaper, and began reading it while panting heavily. For a long, long time. The classmate from Texas said tremblingly, "Has quantum uncertainty really been confirmed? Is quantum really about uncertainty? No. This overturns traditional physics. Truly overturn traditional physics." At this moment, another student ran in, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Extra! Extra!" Professor Staff, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist from Germany, has published a paper on wave-particle duality, proving that particles have waves. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. It's really been proven. Oh my god, how long has it even been? So, does that mean everything Li Hao said is true? He really overturned traditional physics. My god. MIT, the entire campus was in shock. Overnight, the Department of Physics, led by professors, immediately established a research group focused on quantum mechanics. They gathered all the outstanding graduate students from the physics department, as well as professors and PhDs, to begin research on quantum mechanics. At the same time, Time magazine of the United States suddenly released a new issue of Time Person to the World. Cover person Li Hao. On the cover of Time magazine is a picture of Li Hao standing at the site of "I want to invent." Behind him is a whiteboard with quantum theory written on it. Time magazine, the world's youngest outstanding mathematician and physicist, washes Li Hao. He is the world's youngest outstanding mathematician and physicist. He once invented the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, advancing the physics community's challenge of controllable nuclear fusion from theory to the experimental stage. He proposed linear algebra, making outstanding contributions to the global mathematics community. This introduced a new branch in algebra within mathematics: advanced algebra, linear algebra. Since the 20th century, the world has not seen such an outstanding mathematician. He brought forth a new family in mathematics, the linear algebra family. Fields medal judge Mr. Ling too also highly praised him, calling him the mathematician who made the greatest contribution to mathematics in the 21st century. He proposed the quantum theory, overturning the traditional physics we had adhered to for centuries and introducing a new concept to the field of physics. Subsequently, Professor Stephen of England published the paper on quantum and the principle of uncertainty, providing evidence for Li Hao's proposition of quantum uncertainty. Professor Staff of Germany published the paper on wave-particle duality, proving that particles within light exhibit wave properties, supporting Li Hao's proposition of the wave-particle duality in quantum mechanics. He is the youngest outstanding mathematician and physicist of the 21st century, Li Hao. Let the whole world know Li Hao. Time magazine cover figure, Li Hao. And within Time magazine, a large section recorded all of Li Hao's achievements. As soon as midnight passed, the new issue of Time magazine was released. America exploded. The entire United States was shocked. Countless people scrambled to buy the latest issue of Time magazine, leading to a rare historical shortage. Oh my god. The world's youngest outstanding mathematician and physicist. What an honor is this? Has it been proven? I protest. Time magazine is making things up. Why is the headline, "The youngest mathematician and physicist"? Shouldn't it be the scientist who overturned traditional physics? My god, has Li Hao's statement been proven so quickly? I'm going to Huaxia. 5 hours later, the Royal Institute of Technology of England announced. Starting today, the Royal Institute of Technology of England has officially established the Department of Quantum Physics. Coincidentally, the German National Institute of Technology also announced. The German government, starting today, will invest an initial sum of $100 million to establish the German Institute of Quantum Mechanics. Fudan University, China. Starting today, Fudan University is establishing a new Department of Physics, Department of Quantum Physics. Graduate students in physics may apply to join. Japan. Tokyo Institute of Technology officially established the Li Hao Physics Research Center today. An investment of 70 billion yen. One day later, the entire world was in an uproar. Oxford University announced the establishment of a quantum mechanics research center. Cambridge University announced the establishment of the Quantum Physics Research Institute. MIT announced the establishment of the Li Hao Department of Physics. Yale University announced the establishment of the Quantum Physics Academy. One day, for an entire day, nearly 70 prestigious universities around the world announced the establishment of quantum mechanics research centers, and nearly 10 research institutes are named after Li Hao.
unified under the name Li Hao Physics. For the first time in world history, a discipline is named after a person. Li Hao, world-renowned figure of the era, the first Asian scientist to appear on the cover of Time magazine, the first person to have nearly 10 prestigious universities name a new branch of physics after him, the father of controlled nuclear fusion, pioneer of linear algebra, promoted quantum mechanics, proposed the pioneer of quantum mechanics. The whole world, a great shock. One day, just one day, all the people around the world who doubted Li Hao shut their mouths. Everyone stared in astonishment at the actions of the world's top universities and major scientific departments, their hearts filled with fear. The entire world exploded within a single day. The whole world, the entire nation, and countless media outlets began frantically digging into Li Hao. But Li Hao turned a deaf ear to all of this. He had no time to care about external fame. He was simply excitedly listening to the voice in his mind, holding his breath. Calculating. Host, Li Hao. Age, 13. Mathematics, LV7. Physics, LV8. Chemistry, LV7. Task, participate in the second season of I Want to Invent to create program effects. Reward, none for now. Beep 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 beep. Immediately afterward, the sound of the system echoed in his mind again. In any region, theoretical knowledge is always the most fundamental aspect of any discipline. Advanced theoretical ideas, moreover, serve as the benchmark for the direction of science. In this world lacking theoretical knowledge, even the tiniest bit of theoretical knowledge becomes incredibly precious. Thank you, host, for bringing quantum mechanics to this world. Congratulations to the host for successfully participating in the second season of I Want to Invent, successfully inventing linear algebra, and proposing the theory of quantum mechanics. Since there were a large number of intellectual audience members present, the comprehensive program effect rating is S-level. Li Hao let out a sigh of relief. It was S-level. The first rating has already reached S-level, so perhaps the rewards will be even richer later? System. Science knows no bounds. You proposed the concept of quantum mechanics, giving humanity hope once again for advanced science. Your calm demeanor in the face of skepticism increasingly resembles that of a true scholar. Science spirit rating, S-level. The system continued. The live broadcast's impact garnered super attention, sparking interest in quantum mechanics among over 74% of viewers worldwide. In total, 6% of young viewers began paying attention to quantum mechanics. In total, 82% of the younger generation started showing interest in quantum mechanics. In total, 2% of children developed an interest in quantum mechanics. In total, 10% of elderly people developed an interest in quantum mechanics. In total, over 1.9 billion viewers worldwide developed a strong interest in science. Among them, 200 million viewers developed an interest in quantum mechanics. Science popularization rating, SS. Hiss. Li Hao took a deep breath, not expecting that the more people paid attention, the higher the rating would be. This time, it actually reached a terrifying SS level rating. System. Theoretical knowledge has given scientists worldwide a new breakthrough, pushing academic progress one step further. Overall rating, S+, excellent plus dot. At this moment, Li Hao held his breath, silently waiting. Reward. A reward is coming. After waiting for nearly 10 seconds, a voice appeared in his mind. Beep 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 beep. Because the host's rating has reached S+, exceeding S, below SS. Therefore, the host is rewarded with quantum theory, intermediate knowledge. And an excellent scientist also needs to ensure their own safety. The host is rewarded with the research blueprint for Tsar Bomba and all necessary materials. As a scientist, you must protect yourself and also protect your homeland, okay? Buzz sounded. Li Hao's scalp tingled, staring in shock at the reward in his mind. Big Ivan. Li Hao knew exactly what Big Ivan was. He understood it all too well. Tsar Bomba, also known in the past life as the Tsar hydrogen bomb. It is the most terrifying and most powerful bomb in the world. Its yield is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The technological breakthroughs in yield stacking behind it rely on a terrifying foundation of scientific knowledge. Legend has it that the former Soviet Union once created the Tsar Bomba. After its successful development, there was no place on Earth suitable for a test detonation. This is because detonating it in any corner of the Earth could potentially trigger a global catastrophe. This is the terrifying Tsar Bomba. And this time, the reward given to Li Hao by the system completely left him dumbfounded, because not only did it reward him with the blueprints and data for the Tsar Bomba, but it also provided all the materials needed to create one. Among these were no shortage of forbidden materials like a large amount of U-235. Gulp. Li Hao swallowed hard. The system wants me to destroy the Earth. In an instant, a storage space appeared in Li Hao's mind. Looking at the materials within the space, Li Hao's breathing became rapid. 400 tons of high-concentration U-235. Ready refined deuterium and tritium. Even some special metals, all stored in his mind. Li Hao's eyes widened. These materials, if I had these materials, even if I didn't use them to build the Tsar Bomba, I could still create many things. These are materials that even an entire nation's resources couldn't gather.
However, the system provided all the materials genuinely needed to manufacture a Tsar Bomba.
In fact, Tsar Bomba never actually existed because the former Soviet Union only conducted the test after having its yield.
However, the system provided all the materials needed for a complete 100 megaton Tsar Bomba. These materials are the true treasures. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind once again.
Beep beep beep. System, new task.
Please participate in the latest season of I Want to Invent. You have painstakingly prepared the Mosey satellite for a long time. It's time for it to meet the world. All information in this world exists in a semi-public state with no true sense of confidentiality.
The Mosey satellite, it's time for it to emerge.
By launching the first quantum satellite, you will become the first in the world to propose quantum and utilize quantum technology. Thousands of years from now, your legend will still be told in this world.
Go for it, Li Hao.
After the system finished saying this, suddenly, another line of light screen appeared in Li Hao's mind. On the screen, there was a line of small text.
Extra side mission, do you accept?
If you accept, you will touch the taboos of science, the realm of gods.
Refuse, please ignore, the taboo of science, the realm of gods.
Li Hao suddenly widened his eyes.
What was that?
Staring at that line of text, Li Hao remained silent for a long time.
Can I choose to understand it first? System, if you don't have even a bit of adventurous spirit, you don't seem like an excellent scientist.
Li Hao paused for a moment and said,
if you dive in without knowing anything, lacking rigor and scholarship also doesn't make an excellent scientist. System, no response at all.
Li Hao, however, fell into deep thought. He wasn't foolish. He naturally knew that he had always been making deals with the system. He advanced the development of world science, continuously using tasks to obtain the knowledge, expertise, and materials he desired. But this time, the reward was a bit too exaggerated. The prize turned out to be the taboo of science, touching the power of God.
The taboo of science. What an awe-inspiring prize this is. One could even say that the taboo of science is also humanity's forbidden zone.
Li Hao didn't know what the cost of this reward was or what he needed to sacrifice.
After a long silence, Li Hao asked again, how long will this task remain available?
System, 7 days. After 7 days, there will be no choice left.
It will be considered as forfeited.
Li Hao nodded.
I'll give you my answer in 7 days. System, awaiting your good news.
He has 7 days to consider whether to explore the forbidden zones of science.
Li Hao knew that once the bowstring was drawn, there was no turning back.
The existence of the system could not simply serve as a stage for him to showcase his inventions, as this would have a negligible impact on advancing scientific progress far too insignificant. What he could achieve was merely shortening the development process of human science.
But it was not enough to bring about correction, and the ultimate mission the system assigned to itself is actually to correct human science. Correction requires strong medicine.
A mere mild interest cannot change the thoughts of the world.
Most importantly, this world lacks far too much in terms of science.
They haven't experienced the few eras of scientific explosions that the Earth in the previous life had.
Nor have they had an era of theoretical explosions. They are missing too much knowledge.
How many episodes of I Want to Invent does Li Hao need to participate in to make them understand?
This is an unknown variable.
That night, at 7:30, a piece of news from the evening broadcast quietly emerged. According to reports, today the Mosey Research Center in Cold City has achieved a groundbreaking advancement. The world's first quantum satellite is about to be launched at the Mosey Launch Center. This marks a major breakthrough for humanity in advancing quantum practicality.
Chief Engineer Li Hao, head of the Mosey Research Center, stated, the launch will take place this Sunday evening at 8 o'clock at Peak 016 of the Mosey Research Center.
The appearance of a piece of news brought silence across the entire country. Old Lou, who was watching TV in front of the television, spat out a mouthful of tea on the spot, his eyes wide open as he stared at the screen. Silence, a long, long silence, and then he said in a trembling voice, This has already been developed?
Quantum mechanics was just proposed by Li Hao, and it's already being practically applied? Quantum satellite.
My goodness, back then someone speculated that Li Hao's Mosey Research Center might very well be a quantum research center, and it turns out to be true.
A quantum satellite, it's actually a quantum satellite.
At the same time, the entire nation was shaken.
Quantum satellite.
Quantum theory was just proposed by Li Hao, and the theory of quantum mechanics has just been proven. The whole world has just begun urgent research, and now Li Hao is already putting it into practice.
A quantum satellite is already out?
What the? The whole nation, everyone was dumbfounded.
Meanwhile, at the White House, the President of the United States was losing his mind, holding the phone and roaring, Why? Why is China always one step ahead of us?
MIT has just started research on quantum theory, so why is China immediately launching a quantum satellite this Sunday?
Explain. I want an explanation. I want an explanation of what is going on. What is this situation? Why are they developing so fast? Who is truly the world's top military power?
The voice on the other end of the phone, belonging to the director of the American Institute of Physics, trembled as he said,
Mr. President, there's nothing we can do. It's all because of Li Hao. Li Hao's talent silent is truly terrifying. The fact that China has so quickly invested in quantum experiments shows that Li Hao had already started researching quantum mechanics long ago, at least several years ago. The American president gritted his teeth and asked, "What exactly is the purpose of a quantum satellite?" "They are utilizing the principle of quantum encryption, using quantum keys for signal transmission. If the MOSI satellite is successfully launched, it will operate in outer space." To give an example, all signal transmissions on Earth form a single network. No matter how powerful the encryption methods are, they are still within the scope of this network. Quantum encryption, however, is like using a pole to push this entire network into outer space, forming a new network that outsiders can never access. In other words, from now on, China will be able to keep secrets from the entire world. Any signal or information that China wants to encrypt will be unbreakable. The President of the United States widened his eyes. Impossible? How could there be a signal in this world that can't be deciphered? That's simply impossible. Any signal can be intercepted. No, Mr. President, their signal cannot be intercepted because they use quantum encryption. What exactly is quantum encryption? Let me put it this way. Everything about quantum and classical physics is different. First of all, it has the uncertainty principle. Secondly, quantum encryption works in outer space, like putting a signal in a box where outsiders cannot obtain the key. It is completely impossible to spy on all the signals inside the box. In fact, the probability of obtaining the password is zero. It is absolutely impossible to get the password, because quantum has the uncertainty principle. For example, even if you get the keyhole of the box changes every second, constantly shifting at different times and locations, moving in a completely random manner. This is a signal that no matter how advanced the technology becomes, it will never be decipherable, because they have quantum satellites. This is the uncertainty principle. The President of the United States remains silent for a long time. Then, can Huaxia intercept our information transmissions? They can. Once they master the uncertainty principle of quantum satellites and then grasp the fixed principles of classical physics regarding time, position, and motion, it will become very simple. Hiss. The President of the United States instantly felt his scalp tingle and screamed in terror. So, from now on, Huaxia has entered an era of secrecy, and the entire world will become a blank sheet of paper in front of Huaxia. At the same time, England, the Queen of England, after watching the news broadcast from China, immediately convened an emergency meeting. All the physics professors from the Royal Institute of Technology in England attended, along with a large group of scientists currently engrossed in the study of quantum mechanics. During the meeting, the Queen of England's expression was extremely solemn. "Can anyone tell me what exactly the quantum satellite invented by Li Hao is? What is it used for?" Countless people remained silent. Countless people looked at each other in dismay. For a long time, not a single person could explain what exactly the quantum satellite was for. This was too bizarre. This was too inconceivable. They are all developed countries, yet such phenomena are simply chilling. Imagine, a country announces their advanced technology, but other countries at the same level cannot comprehend such technology and even have no idea what it is used for. How terrifying is this? This signifies just how many years behind the technology truly is. The Queen of England wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her gaze gradually becoming sharp. "So, we don't even know what exactly China is researching? Do you understand what this means?" An official wiped the cold sweat and stood up, trembling as he spoke. This means that England's technological capabilities are at least 50 years behind China. Bang! The Empress slapped the table and stood up abruptly, screaming, "More than 50 years. It's like you've traveled back hundreds of years to the Middle Ages, trying to tell those ancient people that you've invented a mobile phone, and they simply can't comprehend what a mobile phone is." It's the same principle. And now, Huaxia is telling us they've invented a mobile phone, while England cannot understand what a mobile phone is? Do you know what this means? It means that, in the eyes of the Huaxia people, we have completely become backward ancients. They have already entered the information age, while we are still brandishing cold weapons and shouting. Silence. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. For the first time in history, such a scene occurred. The technology of one country actually left another country unable to comprehend it. Incomprehensible. Oh my, what kind of concept is this? Civilians, ordinary people around the world see the news and just exclaim in surprise. Oh, Li Hao actually used quantum. Oh, Li Hao launched a satellite. However, they won't deeply think about the story behind it, nor will they deeply think about the matters behind it. They have absolutely no idea what this means. This means that Huaxia has completely taken the lead in the quantum field worldwide. It has surpassed the world by at least 50 years, to the extent that even if Huaxia's technology is openly broadcasted to the world through the news, you still cannot comprehend it. Huaxia now doesn't even bother to keep it a secret anymore. No need to keep it a secret. There's absolutely no need for confidentiality, because even if I tell you, you won't understand. This is the most blatant technological domination. This is the most straightforward and unrestrained trampling of fundamental science. Yes, we are openly telling
telling you, our Huaxia's latest technology has made new progress, but there's nothing you can do about it. You can't even figure out what it is, what the principle is, or how it works. The whole world is in an uproar. It was a loud bang. At this moment, Huaxia became a giant. It took a fierce step forward. One step landed, leaving everything far behind. Behind, hundreds of countries stared blankly at the back of the giant as it walked away, unable to comprehend, unable to understand where the giant is heading, unable to understand what kind of path the giant is taking, even more unable to understand how the giant took that step. Around the world, only the United States vaguely understands the meaning of quantum satellites and their purpose for super-encryption, a level of encryption that surpasses human technology. Apart from this, no other country in the world knows what quantum satellites are used for. Even if the United States knows the function of the quantum satellite, they are powerless. They understand some basic principles. But just as you understand the principle of a television being a light-emitting transistor, you still cannot explain the specific principles or data. You cannot create one. It's the same reasoning. The common people of Huaxia are still living in ignorance. Even for the news, they seem indifferent. After all, aesthetic fatigue has set in, and they think Li Hao has already developed nuclear fusion. So what's the big deal about launching a satellite? The common people of Huaxia, and even the common people around the world, are somewhat disappointed. In the next episode of I Want to Invent, Li Hao just launched a satellite. Although it's called a quantum satellite, since it doesn't explode, it doesn't sound impressive. However, they have absolutely no idea how terrified their own country truly is. Similarly, the people of Huaxia have no clue how powerful their country actually is, nor do they understand the magnitude of what Li Hao has accomplished. They have no idea what the significance of the quantum satellite truly is. Fundamentally, no one even knew that just now, Li Hao, leading the giants of Huaxia, had advanced decades ahead of the rest of the world. Taking a step forward, they left everyone far behind. Charge, Mosey satellite. And at this moment, the United States, the White House, all the top officials of the United States were summoned for an extremely serious meeting. After a long while, the Secretary of Defense said in a deep voice, "Can it be accurately calculated? Just how many years ahead of us is China?" Present were not only the high-ranking officials of the United States but also scientists from MIT. A scientist stood up and said in a deep voice, "Within at least 30 years, the United States will have no way to apply quantum technology in practice. The theory of quantum indeterminacy has just been proposed, while China has already made progress and breakthroughs. This is a very alarming matter. Think of something." With a loud smack, the Minister of Defense slammed his palm on the table and roared, "Think of a solution, all of you. Just think about it. Doesn't it terrify you? Do you not find it terrifying? I can feel the chills down my spine. Something that couldn't be achieved in 30 years, yet Huaxia has done it." Everyone present remained silent. After a long silence, an official spoke in a deep voice. "Simply catching up in terms of technology is no longer possible. Now, we can only approach it from a different angle. You speak. Now, we can only start with the person. Li Hao is just a 13-year-old child. His mind is not yet fully developed, but he possesses the most critical scientific knowledge in the world. Whoever controls Li Hao controls the world. We can start with Li Hao." Hiss. The Minister of Defense suddenly stood up, looking at the official in shock. "You, continue." "Yes, Minister." The official stood up, his tone becoming a bit more urgent. "We can invite Li Hao to visit the United States and give a lecture at MIT. In short, no matter what method we use, we must ensure Li Hao visits the United States. Only if Li Hao visits the United States will we have a chance. Whether it's persuading Li Hao to defect, kidnapping him, or secretly hiding him, in any case, the initiative will be in our hands." "What?" As the words fell, everyone in the conference room stood up. Everyone looked at the official with an expression of disbelief. This plan was a bit too shocking. Li Hao is just a 13-year-old child. Does the United States really need to resort to kidnapping when dealing with a 13-year-old child? But the Minister of Defense pondered and said, "This method, let's not mention it for now. If we resort to kidnapping or similar measures, it could very likely trigger a third world war. There's no doubt about it. Li Hao is now a national treasure of China. We can only use diplomatic means, not force. Therefore, we have to attract Li Hao, and we can only use methods of attraction, not coercion. There are many ways to attract him, such as inviting Li Hao to the United States to give lectures, hiring Li Hao as a professor, or using." "Using what?" The official thought for a moment and couldn't help but let out a helpless bitter laugh. It seemed like there was nothing. He wanted to suggest using money and beauties to entice Li Hao, but then suddenly realized that Li Hao could get those in China as well. Moreover, he could have them better, more comfortably, and more safely. Most importantly, using beauties and money to attract a 13-year-old child? At 13, did he have any concept of money or beauty? He had absolutely no concept, so how could he be attracted? At this moment, a professor from MIT stood up and said loudly, "Only knowledge and a platform can attract a scientist. I suggest that if Li Hao comes to the United States, he can obtain all the knowledge he desires. The United States will not keep secrets from him. If
if you don't sacrifice, you can't catch the wolf. All scientific knowledge in the United States can be shared with Li Hao.
Everyone fell silent, including the ruler who had remained quiet all along.
Using all of the United States core confidential science to exchange with Li Hao, is it worth it? Involuntarily, everyone fell into a moment of deep thought.
Amid this silence, the highest authority made the decision, stood up, and said, "Let's do it." He possesses controlled nuclear fusion technology, quantum technology, and who knows what else he has mastered. Exchange with him. Whatever he wants, the United States can exhaust all its resources to satisfy him.
I believe it's worth it. Buzz. The conference room was in complete chaos.
Everyone stared blankly at his departing figure. Their hearts were filled with immense fear. The 13-year-old boy from China turned out to have a status even more terrifying than they had imagined.
The Secretary of Defense let out a bitter laugh, then released the news.
The United States officially extends an invitation to Li Hao, hoping he will visit the U.S. to discuss science.
Let's first find a way to get him here.
The United States made a decision, and the next step was to figure out what methods to use to attract Li Hao to come to the U.S.
The Secretary of Defense asked, specifically, what methods do you think we should use to attract Li Hao to visit the U.S.? Would just inviting him to give a lecture at MIT be a bit insufficient?
At this moment, the president of MIT burst into hearty laughter.
You're overthinking it.
MIT is one of the top science universities in the world, having nurtured countless Nobel Prize winners globally. For a Chinese person, being able to study at MIT is an immense honor,
let alone giving a lecture there.
Worldwide, only a handful of people have ever given lectures at MIT, and without exception, they are all top-tier elites.
The Minister of Defense nodded slightly. You have a point. MIT's scientific level ranks among the best in the world, and Li Hao is a scientist. He certainly can't resist the allure of MIT. He also needs scientific discussions and is undoubtedly eager for a wealth of knowledge.
Minister, if we had one more condition, we could say that success would be almost guaranteed.
What condition?
If Li Hao comes to the United States to give lectures, we can not only share with him the core knowledge points of the world's most mysterious discipline, general relativity, but also offer him an additional $1 billion in scientific funding.
The Minister of Defense widened his eyes. Even general relativity is to be given to Li Hao?
You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait.
But giving him $1 billion as well, isn't that promise a bit too much? Ha ha, as long as it's foolproof. Alright, then it's settled. I believe no one in the world can refuse an invitation from the United States. Hee, just waiting for Li Hao.
Thus, the United States finalized such a plan. At the same time, while inviting Li Hao for a visit, another plan was initiated by the U.S. military.
Mosey, stop Mosey from going to space. Because of the unknown, there is fear.
No one knows to what heights Huaxia will soar after Mosey goes to space. So, the high-level officials in the United States formulated a plan outside the scientific community to disrupt the launch of the Mosey satellite at any cost.
Prevent the Mosey satellite from going into orbit, and stop China's first quantum satellite.
At the same time, as the United States was devising a plan to attract Li Hao.
Meanwhile, China's propaganda department was holding a highly serious meeting.
On the projector in the meeting room, screenshots of various internet comments from Huaxia and statements published by some self-media public accounts in Huaxia were being displayed.
Li Hao actually bought a villa on his own.
A 13-year-old boy. Is his life really so extravagant and indulgent?
Shouldn't Li Hao be dedicating himself to science? Why does he deserve to enjoy life? I'm not convinced.
I graduated from Qilu University, a proper 985 elite school. Why am I unemployed at home and unable to find a job, while Li Hao, who dropped out of elementary school, gets to enjoy life? He even controls the direction of $2 billion in funds. He must have used research funding to buy the villa.
Li Hao just invented two useless things, didn't he? Scientists have already said that they can only be used in the laboratory for now, and we can't use them. Why does he have so much money? Such remarks are countless.
The minister of Huaxia looked at those internet screenshots with an extremely grim expression. Gradually, his anger turned into sorrow, and his eyes reddened. In the entire conference room, everyone was utterly silent, not a sound to be heard.
For a long time, the minister spoke in a hoarse voice. What on earth has happened to the values of young people in Huaxia nowadays?
Not long ago, Mr. Yuan, who invented improved rice to ensure the whole nation could eat their fill, was criticized, mocked, and even forced to apologize on Weibo just because he didn't recognize a young South Korean celebrity at a public event.
What's going on? What has happened to their values?
Li Hao invented controllable nuclear fusion, putting Huaxia at the forefront of the world. He pioneered quantum mechanics and linear algebra, securing Huaxia an unchallengeable position in the global fields of physics and mathematics.
Soon, he will even launch the world's first quantum satellite, Mosey. He just bought a villa, so what? With Li Hao's outstanding contributions, even if he were to enjoy the treatment of an emperor, why not?
While speaking, the minister's tears unexpectedly fell, and he suddenly kicked over the table, roaring. Those public accounts, rumors, and gossip spreading in the shadows, stirring up trouble, and leading public opinion should not not exist. Collaborate with the Gonan department, conduct a nationwide investigation, arrest whoever needs to be arrested, shut down whoever needs to be shut down. They've been indulged for too long. Li Hao is a national treasure-level scientist. How could his reputation be tarnished by the dregs and scum of society? Those scum, degenerates, and pretentious behaviors fostered online must be dealt with severely. Yes, the Department of Culture, all the officials stood up indignantly and roared. The minister snorted coldly. At the same time, we might as well release the news and directly inform the entire nation that Li Hao's annual salary is tens of millions, provided by the state. Scientists should enjoy the highest salaries and the best treatment in the country. Additionally, I want to help Li Hao apply for more scientific contribution awards, starting with a bonus of 1 billion. We can't always let the money go to entertainers or foreigners. Our country's scientists are the most important. Yes. At this moment, the minister's secretary hurriedly walked over. Minister, major news. Speak. The secretary said in a serious tone. News has come from the United States. They have invited Li Hao to give a lecture at MIT, awarded him a $100 million scientific contribution prize, and are willing to share MIT's research on general relativity with him. The minister sharply drew in a breath, then slowly turned to look at his colleagues, letting out a chuckle. This is the person being attacked by Chinese netizens just because he bought a villa? Ha, they attack Li Hao. Meanwhile, every other country in the world is eager to offer everything they have to attract him, practically begging on their knees for him to visit. If we don't cherish our own national treasure, are we going to send him away for others to treasure endlessly? As the words fell, an extremely chilling murderous aura began to spread throughout the entire conference room. At the same time, it is about to spread nationwide. Purge. All statements that defame or slander Li Hao must be purged and thoroughly investigated. Huaxia will never allow scientists who have contributed to the country to be wronged. Not even a little. At this moment, the upper echelons of China were shaken, and countless high-ranking officials were furious. Li Hao is a heroic scientist of China, backed by the full support of the nation, not slander. No one expected that Li Hao buying a villa in Purple Mountain would become a target of attack for those societal scum and degenerates. At this moment, the nation wanted to speak up for Li Hao. Even if an outstanding scientist of Huaxia enjoys the treatment of an emperor, so what? And it was at the very instant this news began to spread. The minister of the Ministry of Culture proactively submitted a proposal to the higher authorities. Recommend awarding Li Hao a 5 billion yuan outstanding scientific contribution prize. Just as the purge operation was about to begin, the internet in Huaxia completely exploded. It was entirely stirred up into a storm by certain individuals, or by internet trolls and bandwagoners. On Weibo, a prominent account named Omniscient Xiao Huang openly posted an opinion. As far as I know, Li Hao's monthly salary reaches millions. Oh my, everyone think about it, millions in monthly salary, and he's only 13 years old. Dropped out of elementary school and earns millions a month? Moreover, he personally controls the flow and direction of 2 billion in funds. Why? A 13-year-old child, why does he get to control so much money? Is it legal? Is it reasonable? It's not reasonable. He's only 13, and he dropped out of elementary school, yet he managed to buy a villa on his own. And me, I graduated from Qilu University as a top student from a 985 institution, but now I'm unemployed and staying at home without a job. It's unfair. Why would I, a top student, lose to a 13-year-old kid? I refuse to accept this. The post was published on Weibo, and soon, the number of shares exceeded 20,000. Meanwhile, the views surpassed 5 million. The comments section was in an uproar. Netizen01, I also graduated from a 985 university, but now they're only offering me a monthly salary of 50,000? Oh my god, I'm a top female graduate from a 985 university, and yet I lost to a 13-year-old kid. Netizen02, exactly. Li Hao just researched something about nuclear fusion, right? What's the use of that? I heard it will take decades before it can be applied to civilian or commercial use. What's the point of that? That useless thing that can't even create value, and yet he gets a monthly salary of millions? Does the country have too much money to spare or what? Netizen03, I feel like this 13-year-old kid is earning way more than my Fan. Fan practices piano for 10 hours a day, rehearses dance routines even with a 40-degree fever, all just to bring his fans some happiness. But my Fan's annual income is only slightly higher than his. But think about it, Fan studied abroad and is a talented returnee with real skills. What does Li Hao have? He's only 13, hasn't even graduated from elementary school. Why does he deserve this? Your values, have collapsed. User 04, I don't know why, but seeing these comments suddenly brought tears to my eyes. What has happened to the young people of Huaxia nowadays? Without the silent contributions of scientists, what are you? What are you even worth? You're nothing. Worthless. User 06, I cried. Really, I got angry when I saw this blogger's post, but when I saw so many people supporting him in the top comments, I suddenly cried. I couldn't hold back my tears. My father was also a scientist. He passed away from pneumoconiosis due to his research
research in chemical engineering.
He solved the toxicity issues in chemical engineering, but he himself was poisoned.
I feel so upset.
People nowadays are so restless, they have no idea what scientists have silently done for this world.
Everyone, come and look. The account above, whose father is supposedly a scientist, I just checked her Weibo.
From the photos on her Weibo, it's obvious her family lives in a duplex apartment.
And the address is in the capital.
Oh my, a duplex apartment in the capital, a house worth tens of millions.
She says her father is a scientist?
I suggest a thorough investigation into the source of her family's funds. User 06 spoke again. This is the compensation from the state after my father died in the line of duty while researching chemical engineering.
Investigate thoroughly? What do you mean?
Everyone, quickly dig into this user 06. Investigate her thoroughly. She actually lives in a duplex apartment in the capital. Oh my goodness.
Investigate thoroughly. How does she deserve to live in a duplex apartment? So wealthy.
Meanwhile, in a duplex apartment in the capital, the young Lu Lin looked at the black and white photo of her father placed in the middle of the living room, tears gradually streaming down her face. She picked up her phone and replied to the comment again.
Should scientists live poorly, eat poorly, and dress poorly? What kind of twisted logic is this?
The organization gave my family a sum of compensation for my father, who exchanged his life for it.
Is that wrong? Did my father, who worked tirelessly for this world his entire life, not deserve it? Your father wasn't a businessman or a celebrity, so why should he earn so much money? My goodness, your worldview. This netizen's remarks completely sparked public outrage. I've always been a lurker on Weibo, never leaving comments. I can't stand it anymore.
Don't say you're some 985 graduate, your whole family is trash. Serves you right to be poor for a lifetime.
You're poor yourself and you don't allow others to have money? I can't stand it anymore. Netizen 06's father was my senior. He worked on the front lines for decades and ultimately died from inhaling toxic gas.
The country did not forget him, providing generous compensation and taking care of his children and family.
Is that wrong? What's wrong with that? Shouldn't it be done? I really want to beat him to death right now. I can't take it anymore. Weibo is boiling over.
Most young people still have a sense of right and wrong. Their values are still upright.
Lu Lin from the capital city once again burst into tears.
Seeing over 1,000 netizens suddenly speaking up for her in solidarity, she couldn't help but cry again.
At this moment, a new Weibo account suddenly appeared and left a comment below. Shouldn't scientists be wealthy? Scientists have always been silently contributing behind the scenes. What's wrong with that? We are wealthy, and shouldn't we be?
Not only are we wealthy now, but I am also about to apply for more funding and subsidies for scientists.
Everyone was stunned. Who is this?
Such bold words.
But after seeing the Weibo ID, everyone fell silent, dumbfounded. ID, Han Chang Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao couldn't hold back anymore. He had to step forward. Meanwhile, in the Mosey Satellite Development Base, Li Hao sat angrily in front of the computer, sipping on his milk tea while staring grimly at the comments on Weibo. What is wrong with these people? At this moment, Lu Shi, who was accompanying him, sighed and said, Li Hao, don't pay attention to them. They're just internet parasites. They'll eventually be dealt with.
They think they can speak online without facing legal consequences, but the internet is not a lawless place for them.
Li Hao grinned at Lu Shi. But I really am quite rich. Lu Shi burst out laughing. How much money do you have? Not telling you. Only after we get married will I let you manage the finances. Little brat, who said I wanted to marry you? Li Hao waved his fist and said nothing more.
Meanwhile, on Weibo, everything went completely silent because of a single post from Li Hao. The silence lasted only a moment before Li Hao's comments started receiving likes at an explosive rate.
1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. Crazy surge. That sentence was spoken with strength and conviction. We are rich. So what?
Not only are we rich now, but in the future, I will also apply for more money for them.
So what?
In the capital, Lu Lin looked at Li Hao's speech and couldn't help but clench her fists excitedly.
Scientists shouldn't lack money. Dad, Li Hao has stepped forward, the leading figure of the new benchmark in the global scientific community. He has stepped forward. He is about to demand an explanation for us. We don't seek special treatment. We only hope to reasonably enjoy the property we have earned through our efforts. On Weibo, countless comments emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Well said. Thumbs up for Li Hao.
Supporting scientists to have higher salaries is essential. Only by ensuring their basic needs are met can scientific progress be guaranteed. Scientists are the foundation of this world. The progress of the entire world relies on these scientists. The fact that you can use your phone to speak here, did the phone appear out of thin air? Without physicists providing theories, chemists supply
supplying materials, and mathematicians offering data, what would you be using to speak here? Exactly, well said. If physicists hadn't invented the transistor, what would you use to watch TV? If physicists and mathematicians hadn't invented binary, what would you use to access the internet? You keyboard warriors are using keyboards invented by scientists to type out insults against scientists here. Shame on you. What the hell is 985? You're just a parasite of society, a scum. I hate two kinds of people the most in my life. The first are those who only envy others, and the second are those who pound on their keyboards to vent their cynicism. And you all meet every condition. Go to hell. This tweet went viral. Weibo ID omniscient Xiao Huan also went viral. Quickly, this Weibo post topped the headlines. Hashtag Li Hao himself appears. Instantly, countless netizens flocked to it. Li Hao himself. Li Hao is on Weibo too. Quick, go check it out. Wow, my idol is on Weibo? I need to follow him. Awesome. Where is it? After countless netizens swarmed in, they were shocked to discover that it was actually scolding Li Hao. Immediately, all the young people who admired Li Hao exploded. But it also attracted more clueless keyboard warriors who only know how to follow the trend. All-knowing Xiao Huan's Weibo became even more popular, even more explosive. The arguments below completely spiraled out of control. Although I think Li Hao is indeed very impressive, what Xiao Huang said isn't wrong. He's only 13 years old, so how can he afford to buy a villa? How much does a villa cost anyway? I suggest thoroughly investigating whether Li Hao has embezzled funds. Didn't the government allocate him a 20 billion project budget? 20 billion just to develop that useless thing? No expenses for the venue, no expenses for the equipment, just 20 billion for research? 20 billion just to develop that useless thing? And they even named it Mosey? Upstairs, I warn you not to call that a piece of junk. Do you know that the whole world wants to get that so-called piece of junk, willing to pay any price to obtain it? And here you are saying Mosey is a piece of junk. Do you even understand what quantum means? I don't get it. Anyway, I just suspect that Li Hao embezzled 2 billion. Are you kidding me? Does Li Hao even need to embezzle? Li Hao earns tens of millions a year. Embezzlement, my foot. What? Tens of millions? Why does he get a salary of tens of millions a year? NBA stars only earn tens of millions a year, so why does Li Hao, at just 13 years old, get paid tens of millions annually? Why? Wow, tens of millions in annual salary? He dropped out of elementary school and he earns tens of millions annually? I just found out Li Hao's salary is that high? Why doesn't Li Hao donate it? Why doesn't he support us college graduates who can't even find a job? Donate it. Donate it. Tens of millions in annual salary and you still won't donate it? Even if you don't donate it to us, at least donate it to underprivileged children. I can't accept this. I graduated from a top-tier university, failed the civil service exam, and now I can't find a job. Why can't he share a little of those millions with me? I used to like science too. I'm convinced, truly convinced. Turns out our Huaxia keyboard warriors are so shameless. Oh, give me a break. I was just trying to teach a lesson to one or two parasites, but unexpectedly, it attracted even more parasites. Sigh, when will we finally be able to deal with these keyboard warriors? Let the bullets fly for a while. Soon, very soon. Those who deliberately stir things up, those keyboard warriors who blindly follow the trend, it's time to clean them up. That knife is in midair, about to strike down. At the same time, North China, in a tube-shaped apartment building of a certain neighborhood, a bespectacled young man returned home and shouted, "Dad, give me 500 yuan. The elderly father, who was cooking, sighed, "What do you need money for again? Why do you care so much? Give it to me, I don't have money to buy cigarettes." Hey, you're in your 20s, with hands and feet. Hurry up and go find a job. The family sent you to Qilu University, a prestigious 985 university, and even sent you abroad for a year. Now you've been back for 1 or 2 years after graduation. It's not great to ask for money every day. Why not go out and find a job? The young man adjusted his glasses and shouted, "Why do you talk so much? Am I not looking for a job right now? You've been looking for over a year. Have you found one? If you say one more word, I'll hit you. I said I'm looking, so I'm looking. How about Dad helps you find a job?" No way. I'm a graduate from a top 985 university, and I'm even an overseas returnee. What kind of lousy job are you trying to get me? A salary of just over 10,000 a month? That would completely bury my talents for no reason. I'm an overseas university graduate. I deserve at least a job with a monthly salary of $1 million to be worth my time. With a loud bang, the old father threw the spatula to the ground and shouted angrily, "I really regret having you. How did you turn out like this? Overestimating yourself, incapable of anything, and full of arrogance every day. Are you planning to cling to that diploma for the rest of your life? Stop talking nonsense." Saying this, the young man directly took the wallet, pulled out all the money, went downstairs to buy a few packs of cigarettes, and then returned to the bedroom. He opened his laptop and skillfully logged into his Weibo account. Moments later, the young man widened his eyes. Wow, so many comments. I'm famous, my Weibo is famous, haha. He is none other than omniscient Xiao Huang himself.
No one would have thought that the so-called omniscient Xiao Huang, who often pointed fingers online, claimed to be a high-achieving overseas returnee, and spoke with a seemingly insightful tone, turned out to be an unemployed freeloader living off his parents after returning from abroad. Right after, Xiao Huang saw Li Hao's comment. Xiao Huang snorted coldly. You actually admitted to earning tens of millions annually.
On what grounds? You're just a farmer who dropped out of elementary school. How do you deserve an annual salary of tens of millions? And you still want to apply for more pay? Bah! Isn't it just inventing nuclear fusion that can't be applied to civilian use for decades? If I had been studying the field of nuclear fusion since I was young, I could do it too. As for linear algebra, isn't it just something you came up with on a whim? Quantum mechanics, that's just theology, nonsense. And yet you receive such generous treatment? Why? And you're living in a big villa, while I can only live in this kind of tube-shaped apartment? I refuse to accept this. The more Xiao Huang spoke, the angrier he became. He lit a cigarette and took a fierce drag. Damn it. I worked so hard to get into a top 985 university, and I even studied abroad for a year. I can even speak French. And yet, I don't even have a job with a 1,000,000 yuan monthly salary. You're only 13, a rural kid who hasn't even finished elementary school. How can you earn tens of millions a year? And the country trusts you so much, giving you access to 2 billion in funds. Why don't you donate it? I want to start a business too. Someone as outstanding as me, you should donate money to me so I can start a business and make a greater contribution to society. As he spoke, Xiao Huang opened the Weibo posting interface again, took a deep breath, and began typing on the keyboard. Clack, clack. In the dim corner of the room, a keyboard warrior who graduated from a prestigious university began his next round of attacks. He felt that society was unfair to him, that the whole world was unfair to him. He believed he deserved to enjoy the pleasures of life and receive the utmost respect. 5 minutes later, an article was drafted. Xiao Huang let out a cold laugh and published it. On Weibo, omniscient Xiao Huang once again posted a Weibo update.
And because of Li Hao's appearance, which brought many followers to his Weibo, this post instantly caused another surge in popularity, once again sweeping into the top 10 trending topics on Weibo.
Omniscient Xiao Huang.
I suggest the relevant authorities thoroughly investigate whether Li Hao is involved in corruption. Li Hao is only 13 years old. How can he afford to earn a villa? How can he receive an annual salary of tens of millions? This is a form of social injustice. Why are resources monopolized by such people? It is suggested that Li Hao donate his own money to help college students start businesses and make a greater contribution to society. Finally, I hope the relevant departments thoroughly investigate whether there is any corruption.
2 billion, and that's all they came up with? What quantum satellite? It's just a fancy name, completely useless.
Afterward, Xiao Huang tagged Jin Guanggu and People's Daily at the bottom of the Weibo post.
As soon as the Weibo post was published, the comments section erupted. Countless netizens were shocked by his shamelessness. Shocking. I have never seen someone so shameless. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand others to donate? Li Hao deserves to be wealthy. What does it have to do with you? So what if he buys a villa? With the outstanding contributions Li Hao has made, even if it's extravagant, he deserves it. Who do you think you are? Go to hell. Supporting college students and starting businesses? What kind of nonsense are you? Why should anyone support you? Do you have any skills? Do you have anything worthwhile to show? Die, you parasite. Why are you all criticizing Xiao Huang? Xiao Huang is right.
I also graduated from a prestigious university, but I still don't have a job.
I have many ideas, but I lack the funds to get started.
People really should donate money to help us start businesses.
Get lost. All of you are such damn idiots.
Heh,
the worldview of returnees, impressive. You are even more shameless than radical feminists, like clowns jumping around.
Little Huang sat in front of the computer, dumbfounded.
This isn't right. Why is it that my comments aren't getting much support? Could it be that what I said is wrong? Impossible.
At that moment, the account he tagged, Jin Guanggu, replied.
This reply caused an internet-wide explosion. Little Huang was completely stunned. Xiao Huang's shameless remarks completely angered most of the onlooking netizens.
Some netizens didn't even want to respond. They were originally just lurking, but were so infuriated by such shameless remarks that they started leaving comments. Jinguang Pavilion usually wouldn't bother with such matters, but after being tagged, even Jinguang Pavilion was provoked into replying. The country simply prefers to give scientists more favorable policies.
Do you have a problem with that? One sentence.
Just replied with one sentence.
The whole internet is buzzing. Ha ha ha, that feels good.
Just roast him to death.
Damn it, what kind of worthless crap are you? How dare you blabber here? Omniscient Xiao Huang? Idiot Xiao Huang. Feels great.
The first time seeing Jinguang Pavilion come out like this to confront someone, they actually got mentioned.
That felt great.
Xiao Huang looked at Jinguang Pavilion's reply, dumbfounded.
Isn't this supposed to be different? Shouldn't they be conducting a thorough investigation?
They should be thoroughly investigating Li Hao's funding sources.
How does he have the right to buy a villa? Why does he want to buy a villa? Didn't he just research some useless satellite thing? What kind of technology is that? Give me 20 billion, and I could do it too. Why him? Why are they confronting me instead of Li Hao? Shouldn't they adopt my suggestions? And just as Xiao Huang was dumbfounded, the People's Daily also responded. May I ask who you are? May I ask which country you are from? What does our Huaxia wanting to treat scientists well have to do with you? In the capital city, within a duplex community, Lu Lin burst out laughing on the spot when she saw this reply. Ah, serves you right. Deserved it. Does it have anything to do with you? You're being way too polite. Ha ha ha. Thinking this, Lu Lin also replied below. May I ask who you are? May I ask which country you are from? We in Huaxia want to treat scientists well. Does that have anything to do with you? Suddenly, Lu Lin's reply set off a new wave of rhythm, with countless netizens commenting below. None of your business. None of your business. None of your business. Idiot, go die somewhere else. And just as Weibo was bustling, some other self-media platforms and public accounts saw an opportunity to attract traffic. Southern February Media. It is a media company operating 3 public accounts, primarily publishing gossip to earn traffic revenue. Inside the office building, the boss of February Media looked at Weibo excitedly. This is a hot topic. This is a hot topic. Quick, repost it on all 3 public accounts. An employee frowned. Boss, we shouldn't repost this kind of news. Li Hao is an outstanding scientist. Boss Zhang said coldly. What does that have to do with me? Did he give me any money? All I know is that the entire internet is now focused on Li Hao's income, and he even bought a villa. This is a hot topic. As long as we repost it and add some sensational details, we can definitely generate considerable traffic. But boss, in just a few days, Han City will launch the Mosey satellite. This is our nation's first quantum satellite, marking. Shut up. Boss Zhang slammed the table. What does it have to do with me? Does it concern me? What's Mosey? Isn't it just a lousy satellite? Spending 20 billion to research something like that. Might as well give the money to me. Share it, boss. Share it. Do you still want to work here? The young employee took a deep breath and suddenly slammed the table with a loud bang. Suddenly, more than a dozen other employees stood up and looked over, dumbfounded. Boss Zhang glared. What are you trying to do? The young man suddenly tore off the work badge from his neck and shouted furiously. I quit. Do you even deserve to call yourself a Chinese? Li Hao is a great scientist of our country, elevating China's status in the international scientific community significantly. And you actually want to profit by smearing Li Hao? Do you even deserve to call yourself Chinese? I quit. After speaking, the young man turned and walked out of the workshop. Boss Zhang, panting with anger for a moment, turned to the other employees. What are you standing there for? Repost it for me. Why yes, boss. Weibo is where young people gather. Public accounts, on the other hand, are places that some older people always love to follow. Suddenly, 3 public accounts of Southern February Media began reposting and crazily exaggerating the story to attract attention. Shocking. 13-year-old Li Hao buys a villa with his own funds, living a life of extreme luxury and indulgence? Stunning. Li Hao's annual salary exceeds 50 million. Does this signify a mistake in China's decision-making? Social resources are overly skewed, as even international superstars earn only about 100 million annually. How can a farmer who dropped out of elementary school earn over 50 million a year? Where did Li Hao get the money to buy a villa? Mosey? It's just a satellite with little technology. How did a 13-year-old boy use hype to get rich? 3 public accounts released the news. The audience exceeded 1 million people. It must be said that the titles of the 3 public accounts were particularly eye-catching, and Boss Zhang made a fortune. However, he was unaware that a butcher's knife was quietly descending upon him at this moment. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. In the capital, the alarm of the Public Security Department rang out. All the cyber police and officers gathered together. In the conference room, the minister looked at his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "This is about to be the largest action against the internet in the history of China." The cause? Some profit-driven individuals have smeared the nation's scientists. Scientists are making sacrifices on the front lines, contributing outstandingly to the nation and the world. They are not to be slandered or ridiculed by the dregs and scum of society. As he spoke, the minister suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes blazing as he roared, "Strike hard. Completely purge the entire internet. The internet is not their lawless playground. This time, we take the initiative and no longer sit idly by. Restore the innocence of all Chinese scientists. Restore a clear and just world for all Chinese scientists. From now on, let all those scientists who have silently contributed behind the scenes, even those who have sacrificed their lives, step into the spotlight. Let the world know them. Let the homeland and the people know their names. At the very least, let their deeds be known. Let people understand the immense contributions they have made to this country and to the world. Strike!" Dozens of high-ranking officials suddenly saluted. Yes. Immediately, hundreds of police cars with flashing lights sped off in all directions. Purge, begin. No purpose, no benefit. Just because I couldn't stand it anymore. Inside the tube-shaped building, Xiao Huang opened the laptop again and sneered, "Trying to mess with me, huh? I'll let you all argue." fired you, Li Hao, hee hee. Saying this, he started typing on the keyboard again. Meanwhile, downstairs at the tube-shaped building, 4 police cars, with their sirens flashing, stopped downstairs. Instantly, the residents in the alley gathered around, discussing and wondering what was going on. A team leader glanced at the information in his hand and shouted coldly, "The IP address is here, carry out the arrest." Yes. A dozen officers immediately rushed into the tube-shaped building, leaving countless residents stunned. Who are they arresting? Deploying such a large police force, who are they going to arrest? My goodness, it's at Huang Kang's house. Huang Kang? The one who graduated from a prestigious university and spends all day freeloading off his parents? Ah, good riddance. This kind of societal parasite should have been arrested long ago. I feel sorry for his father. Bang! Xiao Huang only heard a loud noise, shivering in fright. Who is it? Turning around, he saw a large team of officers rushing in, his face turning pale with fear. What are you doing? What do you want? Did you get the wrong person? The captain shouted coldly, "What's your name? Speak, your name." Huang Kang. That's right, it's you. Take him away. No, it's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Huang Kang struggled frantically as he was handcuffed, shouting hysterically, "Why are you arresting me? Why? I graduated from Qilu University and I even studied in France for a year. I'm a top student, a pillar of the nation. Why are you arresting me? On what grounds? Let your leader come see me. I'm a top student. Let your leader come see me. You must have the wrong person. I'm going to sue you." "Shut up," the captain, furious, said, slandering the nation's scientists, spreading dangerous rhetoric. "The damage you've caused to the country is immense. Do you think the internet is a lawless zone for you? Take him away." No. Amidst a burst of screams, Huang Kang was directly taken into the police car. Countless neighbors gathered around, only then realizing that Huang Kang was arrested because of the slanderous remarks he posted about Li Hao on Weibo. Instantly, countless neighbors were outraged. What? Slandering Li Hao? Li Hao is the self-made civilian scientist I admire. He even made it to the cover of Time magazine in the United States and was recognized as the world's youngest outstanding mathematician and physicist. He is the first Asian scientist to appear on the cover of Time. Li Hao is a national treasure-level scientist of Huaxia, and he dares to criticize him. Even as a layman, I know how important his controlled nuclear fusion is. And then there's the Mosey satellite, which is about to be launched into space. That's even more critical. I've heard it has made every country in the world feel threatened, and yet he's smearing Li Hao online. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Southern February Media Company, a dozen police cars stopped downstairs, and dozens of officers took the elevator inside. In the company, boss Zhang excitedly watched the backend's incoming funds. 300,000, 350,000, 400,000. Oh my god, we made it, we hit it big. Ha ha, a profit of 400,000 in one day. Boss Zhang excitedly took a swig of alcohol and said with a trembling voice, earning 400,000 in one day, it's worth it, it's worth it. The employees in the company also got excited. Boss, our bonus? Boss Zhang burst into hearty laughter, took out 10,000 yuan from the safe. You guys split it. There are more than 10 of us, this 10,000. What? Too little? Then forget it. Hee hee, we'll take it, we'll take it. Just as they were speaking, suddenly, a commotion was heard in the corridor. Everyone turned their heads in confusion to look. Da da da. Only the crisp sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor echoed from the corridor outside. Then, the door was pushed open. Dozens of officers walked in. The captain glanced at everyone, took out an arrest warrant, and said coldly, "Who is the boss?" Silence. The entire company fell into a deathly silence. Boss Zhang swallowed nervously and stood up. May I ask what's going on?" The captain waved his hand. "Take him away." As he spoke, he pointed at the other dozen or so employees who were splitting the money. "Take them all away one." Yes. Meanwhile, Weibo Corporation. Zhizhizhi. A dozen cars stopped in front of Weibo Corporation's building. The Bureau of Culture and the police have all arrived. A dozen people in suits stepped out of the car and strode into the lobby of the Weibo company with imposing presence. Tap, tap, tap. In the lobby, only the crisp sound of footsteps could be heard. The receptionist nervously stood up. You are. The leading captain said coldly, "Which floor is the chairman on?" "TW, 25th floor." "Thank you." After speaking, more than a dozen people entered the elevator and headed to the 25th floor. Immediately, the lobby on the first floor erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned. What happened? What's going on? Meanwhile, in the chairman's office on the 25th floor, with a creak, the door was pushed open. The chairman, Chao Cheng, who was working in the office, raised his head in astonishment, only to see dozens of uniformed individuals appear before him, instantly becoming tense. "I am Chao Cheng, you all." The captain took out a document and showed it to Chao Cheng, speaking calmly. "A large number of people are spreading harmful social remarks on Weibo, smearing senior scientists of Huaxia who have made outstanding and significant contributions to the country. Weibo has played a role in fueling the situation and even allowed it to reach the headline section, indirectly promoting it." Chao Cheng was dumbfounded. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. With a crack,
back, it shattered.
No, how could something like this happen? Why didn't I know? Get in here.
Immediately, the secretary stumbled in hurriedly. Chow general manager.
Chao Qing angrily looked at the secretary. Is it true? It is. Chao Qing sighed and said nothing more. We just won't let you come with us.
This time, it's a meeting to give Mr. Chow a verbal warning.
Regroup.
After speaking, he turned and left without any hesitation. General Manager Chow watched the backs of the departing crowd, glared fiercely at his secretary, and roared.
Still not solving it? Li Hao must not be insulted.
Yes. The great internet purge has officially begun.
A massive online upheaval. However, more people simply don't understand why. Why is there such a grandiose and ostentatious display? I'm still not convinced. Is it just for Li Hao? I don't deny that Li Hao has made significant contributions, but it's not to such an extent, right? Didn't he just invent a nuclear fusion that is still in the laboratory stage? What else? Theoretical stuff doesn't even need to be mentioned. It's meaningless. What else? And there's Mosey. Yeah, isn't it just a lousy satellite? What's so impressive about that? A lousy satellite? That's a quantum satellite, and in the whole world, only China has it. But I still don't understand why China values Li Hao so much. It's completely unnecessary. After all, Li Hao is Chinese, he can't run away. Just pay him tens of millions in salary. Why go to such lengths? Why even a major purge? Upstairs, I can only say, you don't know a thing. Do you know how many countries around the world feel uneasy about Mosey? TCH, anyway, Li Hao is also from Huaxia. It's not like he can go anywhere. Just suppress the news, but they even arrested so many people. Is it really worth it for just one person? This isn't just for him. It's for all the scientists across the country who quietly dedicate themselves. They deserve the respect they are owed. They simply don't understand. Is it unnecessary? Ordinary people have no idea what Li Hao has sacrificed for Huaxia. Ordinary people also have no idea how many countries and forces around the world have their eyes on Li Hao. And at this moment, it has been revealed. The news, from across the ocean, has finally reached the homeland of Huaxia. While the entire internet was debating whether Li Hao was worth the country's immense efforts, at this moment, the Huaxia News Department received the news. In the office of the Huaxia News Department, the minister received a call from the Foreign Affairs Department. Hello, this is the News Department. Hello, News Department, this is the Foreign Teachers Department. There is an important piece of news that, after much deliberation by the higher-ups, still needs to be conveyed. The head of the news department stood up, instinctively realizing that this was significant news. The other people in the office, as well as the clerks, also stood up immediately, some looking nervous, others puzzled, as they turned their eyes to the head. The head quickly made a gesture for silence and picked up a piece of paper to start preparing to take notes. Please speak. A dozen seconds later, the pen in the news department director's hand fell to the ground. What? Repeat that again. I suspect there's something wrong with my ears. Another 10 seconds or so passed. The head of the news department muttered in shock. Is this real or fake? Should news like this really be spread? This is too unbelievable. Even general relativity has to be brought out to please people? 1 hour later, Huaxia, in a well-known high school, two students were sitting together, engaged in a heated debate. I think you're being a bit too indulgent with Li Hao. No, I don't think so at all. This is all what Li Hao deserves. Look at America. What is America's attitude towards scientists? They just let them be free, do whatever they want. But there are no special privileges either, and I heard that apart from having slightly higher salaries, American scientists don't have anything particularly special. Yet their lives are very happy. Can you stop mentioning America in every sentence? I'll keep mentioning America, so what? I'm going to study abroad in America in the future. America never flatters anyone. So confident. Only Huaxia treats Li Hao like a treasure. Isn't it just a broken satellite he invented? What's the big deal? Has Li Hao been recognized by the international community? It's just Huaxia entertaining itself, treating him like a gem. Li Hao hasn't won the Fields Medal, has he? He hasn't won the Nobel Prize, has he? It's just the cover of Time magazine, and Time magazine isn't even authoritative. Whoever is famous gets on it. How has Li Hao not gained international recognition? Li Hao is authoritative worldwide. Authoritative my foot. Li Hao is only impressive in Huaxia. Once he steps out, he's nothing. The international community has countless outstanding scientists. Who needs Li Hao? Another student got angry, stood up, and said, the Fields Medal judge, Lin Tu, has come to Huaxia. Do you know what that means? Do you know who Lin Tu is? His visit to Huaxia means Li Hao's Fields Medal is already secured. Li Hao might become the first Chinese person to win the Fields Medal. Don't bring up Lin Tu, that's not certain at all. Didn't Chen Jing almost make it back then? But it was just almost. In the end, it was only a nomination. Not the same. How is it not the same? At this moment, right in the middle of the debate, a classmate who had been sitting nearby playing on their phone suddenly stood up and let out a scream. Whoa! The two classmates who were arguing frowned and turned their heads. What are you doing? Making such a fuss? That classmate held their phone, their whole body trembling. This,
Something big has happened, something big is going to happen.
What big thing?
As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of commotion spread throughout the entire school. The two turned around, only to see more than half of their classmates standing up with their phones in hand, looking as if they'd seen a ghost, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at their screens.
The two classmates were dumbfounded. What happened? What on earth is going on? Silence, a deathly silence.
Incomparable eeriness, the entire school building, only faintly came the hurried whispers, check the phone.
Check the phone? Phone? What's wrong with the phone?
The two debating students silently picked up their phones.
A moment later, whoa, this.
The two stopped arguing, only staring at the phone screen in shock.
A minute later, a trembling scream echoed throughout the entire teaching building. Extra, extra.
The White House has officially invited Li Hao, hoping he will give a lecture at MIT. If Li Hao goes, the White House will award him a $100 million scientific contribution award in the name of the United States. At the same time, they are willing to openly discuss the general theory of relativity, which contains the most core knowledge mastered only by the United States, with Li Hao.
The White House has invited Li Hao. Holy crap, he can't go.
Li Hao is Hua Xia's Li Hao, he can't go. Refuse, sob. Li Hao must refuse the White House's invitation.
Damn it, $100 million scientific contribution award?
My Hua Xia's Li Hao doesn't need your America's prize money. Damn your ancestors.
We don't need your prize money. Li Hao is Hua Xia's Li Hao. Isn't this too tempting? My goodness. 13 years old, invited by the White House to give a lecture at MIT? This is simply an incredibly terrifying honor. Tangshuan News. What exactly is the United States aiming for? Why spend a fortune inviting Li Hao to visit Mason Institute of Technology? What truth is hidden behind this? NetEase News. Shocking, has the United States lost all dignity just to win over Li Hao? Since when does the US get to award scientific contribution prizes to our Chinese scientists? Chinese scientists won't go. Shocked, once again witnessing the shameless face of a certain major country.
A series of news stories instantly exploded across major internet forums and news portals in China.
Renowned media outlets also began frenzied reporting. China's National News Department officially and rationally released the details of the news.
According to reports, this morning at dawn, the highest office in the United States formally extended an invitation to Chinese scientist Li Hao to deliver a lecture at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They stated their willingness to share insights on general relativity with Li Hao and offered a $100 million scientific contribution award.
News without any opinions has just been released.
On Weibo, on the internet, in major universities, people are discussing whether Li Hao is worth anything, whether he is worth initiating a nationwide purge. From this moment on, everyone fell silent, staring in astonishment at the news flashing by. Images emerged in their minds, leaving them deeply shocked.
Just how valuable is Li Hao? To make the United States completely disregard the opinion of the international community and directly extend an olive branch?
You can't go, you can't go.
Li Hao, you can't go to the United States to give lectures.
You are a scientist of China, and you are not allowed to leave the country.
You are China's treasure. How can you go abroad? Whoa, the person above, do you even have any shame?
5 minutes ago, you were saying that China isn't worth investing so much in Li Hao, claiming that since Li Hao is Chinese, he wouldn't leave anyway. Now you're starting to morally coerce Li Hao.
What kind of nonsense are you? Anyway, Li Hao just can't leave. Isn't this terrifying?
A 13-year-old boy achieving this level, the first in history. There's never been such a strong figure in the history of the world. To think he made the world's #1 country extend such an olive branch.
It's over. If I were Li Hao, I would definitely go. If I were Li Hao, I would go too.
So many netizens in Huaxia don't understand him, don't support him, and even talk behind his back. Some even want to use public opinion to pressure him into accepting a lower salary.
Damn it, idiots. There's simply no way anyone could refuse. $100 million in prize money. Lecturing at MIT, damn.
Streets and alleys, major universities, all are fervently engaged in discussions at this moment. In South China, within the rocket class of a certain experimental high school, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, stood on the podium, pressed the remote control to turn on the multimedia TV, and glanced indifferently at the entire class.
I think it's necessary for you to take a look at this news. The entire class quieted down.
They just silently watched the news being broadcast, which was about the United States extending an olive branch, with domestic and foreign experts analyzing it non-stop.
The entire class was utterly silent.
Yet just 10 minutes ago, the whole class had been joking around, making fun of Li Hao for entertainment. Everyone was saying, Li Hao dropped out of elementary school and is still so capable.
Maybe we should drop out too.
But now, it had completely quieted down.
Li Hao Qiang, it really has nothing to do with academic qualifications.
He is simply too powerful. So powerful that he might have special privileges all over the world in the future. Even the United States is frantically trying to win over Li Hao at this moment, completely disregarding the opinions of the international community. After a long time, a high school student exclaimed,
$100 million. This is just a welcome gift, right? $100 million is given upon arrival. And if Li Hao is willing to stay in the US for a few more days, the US might even be willing to cut military spending to give more to Li Hao. As long as Li Hao names a price, the US would agree. What kind of situation is this? According to the news, right before the US announced they would give Li Hao $100 million, Texas's military budget was cut. Damn, what kind of level is this? Are they really willing to cut military spending just to curry favor with Li Hao? Watching the classmates' heated discussions, a trace of emotional indignation flashed in the homeroom teacher's eyes. Li Hao has made such great contributions to the country, his knowledge has surpassed the entire world, and he has even been recognized as the greatest scientist of the 21st century. Born in his homeland, shouldn't the children of China feel proud? Yet there are people who smear him. So many trend-following trolls and keyboard warriors are tarnishing his name. Some even think that Li Hao living in a villa is a sign of excessive luxury and indulgence. Look at other countries. They don't have Li Hao, yet they are willing to completely abandon their dignity to flatter and please him. Just going there means a gift of $100 million. How extravagant and indulgent is that? Other countries would rather have such an extravagant and indulgent figure in their own land. As long as they have one, that's enough. Even if the country has to tighten its belt, they will do whatever it takes to keep him. Turning off the television, the homeroom teacher scanned the entire class with a stern gaze and said in a deep voice, "Have you all grasped the lesson here? Living in blessings without realizing it. The person you are tarnishing, how many countries around the world wish to have him? How many countries hope that Li Hao was born in their nation? You don't want to cherish him, but there are countless people around the world willing to put in 10 times the effort to cherish him, and you shouldn't tarnish him." The students fell silent, involuntarily beginning to reflect on themselves through this matter. The things you don't want to cherish, there are countless people around the world who would gladly put in 10 times the effort to cherish them. At this moment, everyone began to worry. Li Hao, don't go. Phoenix TV. At this moment, the host was on the verge of losing it. During the live broadcast, after staring at the latest news from the National News Department for a long time in silence, he suddenly screamed into the microphone. The latest news: the United States has actually invited Li Hao to give a lecture at MIT. If Li Hao agrees to go, the principles of general relativity will be disclosed to him, and he will be awarded a $100 million scientific contribution prize. The highest office in the United States has directly issued the invitation at the United Nations. What? An expert on the program exclaimed in shock, shouting exaggeratedly in perfect coordination. Host, is the news true? With one question, the attention of the entire audience, as well as the viewers in front of their TVs, was captured. The host nodded excitedly. It's true. The whole world is now reprinting and reporting it. Expert Ho, please explain the significance behind this action by the United States. Expert Ho took the microphone and said with some excitement, "From this matter, we can analyze several important factors. First, when Li Hao invented controllable nuclear fusion, the United States showed no reaction at all. It seemed as if they were completely indifferent to the matter. We can draw a conclusion that the United States' demand for controllable nuclear fusion is not significant enough to make them bow down. And when linear algebra and quantum theory were introduced, the United States remained calm and unhurried, showing no urgency. This is because the United States immediately began investing in research. But pay attention, the terrifying part is coming. When the United States learned that China was about to launch a quantum satellite, they immediately reacted. What does this indicate? The host cooperatively asked. What does it indicate? This shows that the United States is afraid. The United States is truly afraid, which indicates that quantum theory is also considered a very terrifying field of study in their eyes. And now, China immediately claims that quantum theory has already been put into practice. How could they not be afraid? Therefore, no matter the cost, they want to win over Li Hao. Li Hao now possesses the most terrifying knowledge and expertise in the world, and he is the only one who knows it. The host asked again, so, are you saying that the United States is using the excuse of inviting Li Hao to give lectures as a way to control or win him over? Expert Ho laughed heartily. This is as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions. Everyone knows it. Everyone understands the true purpose behind the United States' actions, but no one is openly pointing it out. Let's analyze this. Just how significant is Li Hao's position in the eyes of the United States? Let's first look at this $100 million. You should know that when the United States offered a reward for bin Laden, it was $50 million. Although the United States is wealthy, the government may not necessarily be that rich. Moreover, $100 million, such a large sum, requires congressional approval. And we know that submitting an application to Congress, holding discussions, and processing the request involves a lengthy procedure. But now, looking at it, the United States reacted extremely quickly, making the decision in just one day. So we can infer that this $100 million might not have come from Congress but directly from the government itself. The government is paying out of its own pocket. The notoriously stingy American government is paying out of its own pocket. What does this mean? It means that, in their minds, Li Hao's importance has reached an urgent level. The host took a deep breath. breath. That's a good point, Expert Ho. So, what is general relativity? Expert Ho exclaimed with excitement. Oh, general relativity is even more extraordinary. It's a cutting-edge discipline worldwide, rumored to have been developed by Einstein over 100 years ago. However, general relativity was never published, as Einstein disappeared during wartime due to a series of reasons. And general relativity? It ended up at MIT, where it has been preserved ever since. The United States has classified general relativity as its most confidential archive, accessible only to their nation's top scientists, those who are absolutely loyal. And in this regard, the United States is quite selfish. They are unwilling to share it with the world for research, even though it wasn't originally developed by them. Over the years, despite global pressure to seek breakthroughs in new science and new physics, the United States has refused to share it. Legend has it that whoever masters general relativity will hold the key to future physics. In fact, the United States has indeed leveraged general relativity to become a technological and military powerhouse, even producing several Nobel Prize winners in physics. And now, the United States is willing to present the general theory of relativity for Li Hao, a scientist who does not belong to the United States, to read and study. What does this signify? It signifies that the United States possesses the confidence to win, an incredibly strong determination, and is absolutely committed to drawing Li Hao in. They are resolute in obtaining Li Hao, no matter the cost. The host fell silent. All the audience present, as well as those watching in front of their televisions, were dumbfounded at this moment. Fell silent. They had previously thought that Li Hao's position in the United States was important, but they never imagined it would be this significant. They even brought out the theory of general relativity as bait. No, not bait. Just as long as Li Hao arrived in the United States, he could watch it immediately. What an olive branch this is. Everyone had thought before that Li Hao might just be someone with a high net worth, but only now do we realize that the United States is actually willing to use the power of an entire nation to win over Li Hao. This is terrifying. All the people of Huaxia were panicking. The host remained silent for a long time before asking solemnly, Expert Ho, do you think Li Hao will go to the United States? Expert Ho's tone became much more serious as he pondered and said, I believe that no scientist in the world could resist such a temptation. $100 million is just a greeting gift, but knowledge, for a scientist, is irresistibly alluring. Even in death, I would want to unravel the mysteries in my heart before I go. The entire audience fell silent. At this moment, the whole of China quieted down. All Chinese people's hearts suddenly felt heavy. General relativity. That is something the United States resisted global pressure and refused to reveal. Now, are they going to bring it out? Can Li Hao resist such temptation? Meanwhile, at the Mosey research base, Li Hao looked at the analysis by experts on Phoenix TV and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Academy of Sciences President Lu Jia murmured, general relativity. A trace of fascination flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to look at Li Hao. This is the general theory of relativity. Einstein, this was Einstein's last masterpiece before he disappeared. Li Hao chuckled without answering and instead said, Grandpa Lu, I want a drumstick. Lu Jia handed over a drumstick like a soulless puppet, then looked at Li Hao with a somewhat complicated expression. But it's general relativity, aren't you tempted? Li Hao shook his head. Not tempted. I just want to eat chicken legs. Ah woo. Saying this, he took a big bite. At this moment, Lu Shi, who was beside him, noticed a trace of disdain flash in Li Hao's eyes. She was a bit surprised. Li Hao, disdainful? But she didn't ask. It was disdain. Is general relativity a treasure? The history of this world is indeed skewed. No wonder science hasn't had a big bang. In the previous life, general relativity was something even elementary school students knew. It was precisely on the foundation of general relativity that modern physics was formed. General relativity is one of the important components of modern physics. But, I will. Li Hao chuckled and said, not only do I understand general relativity, I also understand things that have never even appeared in your world. Special relativity. Lu Jia anxiously scratched his head. Li Hao, are you really not interested at all? Li Hao picked up another chicken drumstick. I love chicken drumsticks the most. Nom nom, nom nom. Lu Jia let out a bitter laugh. Eat a little slower, will you? Are you interested in general relativity or not? Li Hao completely ignored him, picked up a can of iced cola, inserted the straw, and started sipping the cola with a slurp, slurp. Then he didn't forget to burp. Ah, so refreshing. This time, Lu Jia was really anxious and stopped beating around the bush with his questions. Hey, Li Hao, hurry up and answer me. Are you interested in general relativity or not? I'm interested. Scientists all over the world are interested. How about you go to America and trick them into giving us their general relativity? A hint of amusement flashed in Li Hao's eyes. How lamentable it was that someone as intelligent as Lu Jia could also become obsessed and lose all reason when faced with general relativity. His eyes were completely filled with general relativity, leaving no room for independent thought. Indeed, is there any scientist, any physicist, who wouldn't be interested in general relativity? Li Hao was about to leave. Lu Jia clung tightly to Li Hao, refusing to let him go. Insisting
insisting on getting an answer from him. Li Hao chuckled. Grandpa Lu, Mosey is going to be launched the day after tomorrow.
At this critical moment, I really don't have time to go to the United States. Besides, I get airsick and seasick. I definitely don't want to suffer that much. Lu Jia rolled his eyes. You really don't know how lucky you are. Scientists all over the world would give anything just to take a look at general relativity, even if it meant dying for it. It's just airsickness. You should go once.
Li Hao completely lost interest in talking to him, chuckled, and turned to run away.
Mosey is my top priority right now. Once Mosey is launched, I'll give you all a surprise. A big surprise.
Lu Jia and Lu Shi watched Li Hao's cheerful figure running off into the distance, hopping and skipping toward the base. Both were left speechless.
How should I put it? After all, he's still just a child.
The two had no idea how terrifying the energy within this child truly was.
Can general relativity attract Li Hao? What are you thinking?
In his previous life, Li Hao was also a scientist, able to recite general relativity backwards and forwards, and was equally well-versed in the more obscure special relativity.
In his previous life, which physicist's introductory course didn't start with relativity? This world actually doesn't have it. Li Hao simply didn't care about these things.
What truly had a fatal attraction for him was that choice within the system, a choice that could lead to either heaven or hell in a single thought.
Forbidden science. That was the realm of the divine. The divine realm was what truly held infinite allure for Li Hao.
After walking away, Li Hao stood at the corner of a house, smiling as he watched the two people in the distance still sighing helplessly. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he murmured,
"Is hiding a general theory of relativity really such a treasure? Do they truly think they can use it to threaten and attract scientists from all over the world? Ha ha."
He couldn't help but think to himself that once he had some free time, he would directly reveal the general theory of relativity to the entire world.
What kind of expression would the United States have then? A treasure they've kept hidden for over 100 years. Thinking about it, Li Hao couldn't help but let out another mischievous laugh. Extremely devious.
A group of officials gathered together with worried expressions, constantly looking at the latest news on the computer and updates from the United Nations.
Why is there still no response? That's not logical. It's already been 5 hours since it was released. This news should have spread throughout China by now, right? Why is there still no response? Could it be that Li Hao is going to reject our invitation? If they reject our invitation, how embarrassing would that be for the United States and the international community?
It would be a huge disgrace. We should have secretly informed Li Hao or Huaxia beforehand, instead of making such a grand gesture to invite them.
But if we don't make a grand gesture, how can we show Huaxia our determination?
After speaking, everyone fell silent once again. Now it's already a case of riding a tiger and unable to dismount. Even if it doesn't work, it has to work.
There's no other way.
The reason why the United States is making such a big fuss and letting the whole world know is to put pressure on China.
They are putting on a posture of riding a tiger and unable to dismount to show an attitude. If you don't let Li Hao come, then you're disrespecting the United States. Are you really going to offend the United States? This is the mindset they came with. However, now they regret it because China might really not give them face. China today is no longer the China of the past.
In the past, pressure could be applied through diplomatic means and international fishing agreements, but that no longer works.
China's technology is now on the verge of leading the world in all aspects. At this moment, China is like a sleeping lion that has awakened.
After a long silence, the leader of the United States said in a deep voice,
"Stop looking so worried. I don't believe China wouldn't want to obtain the theory of general relativity.
Although there is a bit of coercion involved, the allure we are offering is also very significant." The Secretary of Defense smiled confidently.
The whole world, which country wouldn't want to study relativity? As long as someone is a scientist, there's no way they wouldn't be interested in general relativity.
Especially someone like Li Hao, a super scientist, a super genius. He needs to study relativity to achieve an academic breakthrough.
We can only pray. Pray for what? Li Hao will definitely agree, and so will Huaxia. At worst, they'll just take a step back.
Huaxia will most likely agree to an exchange, letting Li Hao come to the US to give a lecture, reveal a bit of quantum knowledge, in exchange for general relativity. Or Li Hao doesn't come to America, and the two sides directly exchange scientific knowledge. This is a deal where both parties get what they need.
But, at this moment, a rapid and urgent sound of high heels echoed. The people in the office all fell silent and looked toward the door.
With a creak, the door was pushed open, and the Secretary General walked in with a hurried expression.
"Everyone, something big has happened. What is it? Speak quickly."
The Secretary opened the folder, breathing a little heavily, and began to read in a trembling voice. "The Foreign Teachers Department has received the latest news. England, through the United Nations, has extended an invitation to Li Hao to visit Cambridge University to hold expert lectures and meet with world-renowned physicists for discussions. At the same time, England, in recognition of Li Hao's groundbreaking quantum mechanics theory, has awarded him the World Scientific Outstanding Contribution Award worth £100 million. Additionally, Li Hao has has been invited to the archives of the Royal Institute of Physics in England to browse and exchange ideas freely.
Quiet. Silence. The entire conference room and office fell completely silent. The top executives in the office looked at each other in astonishment, dumbfounded. For a long, long time, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, red-faced and furious, roared, "They're shameless. We, the United States, were the first to extend the invitation." Shameless. Ah, they're shameless. This is clearly an attempt to compete with the United States for talent. Has the world's strongest military power now become something people can ignore?
We offered $100 million, and they offered £100 million.
We proposed the theory of general relativity, and they offered unrestricted access to the Royal Academy's archives for browsing and discussion. This is targeted at us, the United States. Clack, clack, clack.
At this moment, the sound of joints cracking echoed in the room.
The leader of the United States clenched his fists tightly, the cracking sound audible. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "This is a slap in the face. Li Hao must come to America. He won't agree to England. What status does England have? Does it have the allure of relativity?" Everyone suddenly realized, yes, relativity. We have the original work on relativity. That's Einstein's theory. Li Hao will be attracted to it. The Royal Institute of Technology in England is nothing. What do they even have to show for themselves?
At this moment, another secretary hurriedly ran in.
"Everyone, something big has happened. Speak." "It is." The secretary took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice,
"News has come from Huaxia."
Regarding the invitation from the United States, Li Hao said, "I don't want to go. I get airsick.
I'm not going to the US to eat donuts and hamburgers. They're all junk food."
With a buzzing sound, the entire top office was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. What kind of argument is this? What kind of excuse is this? Motion sickness? Don't want to eat donuts and hamburgers? Oh my gosh. For the first time, the United States was rejected with such an excuse. It's like a girl breaking up with you, using the excuse, "You're not a QQ member. You're not worthy of me." The high-ranking officials of the United States were furious. However, it feels like punching cotton. There's nothing you can say about it, and you don't even have the right to get angry.
This kind of wording is essentially the rhetoric of a child.
And if you get angry at a child's rhetoric, wouldn't others laugh at you?
Although the senior officials of the highest office clearly know that they have been rejected.
Moreover, on the international stage, they refused in such a ridiculous manner, using such an incredibly poor excuse. Yet their anger couldn't be expressed, giving the feeling of punching cotton, completely powerless, with no way to act. Disgusting. Unbelievable.
The leader of the United States roared and slammed his palm on the table. He actually said he gets airsick.
This is an excuse?
The secretary chimed in, reminding him, and he thinks the United States is all about donuts and hamburgers, all junk food.
Shut up. The U.S. boss roared loudly, pointing at the secretary, "Get out." Yes. After the secretary left, the U.S. boss paced back and forth in the office in anger, fuming with rage. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any solutions?"
The boss looked at the senior executives, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes.
Silence. Everyone fell silent. Then, they quietly lowered their heads, not daring to meet the president's gaze. This is simply outrageous.
Using such an incredibly poor excuse is just too much.
After a long, long time, an official timidly raised his hand and said, "How about we hire all the top chefs in the world to serve Li Hao exclusively?
And also tell Li Hao that the United States has the most advanced motion sickness medication." The leader of the United States looked at the official in astonishment, remaining silent for a long time, unable to say a single word.
The official saw the leader's silence and was overjoyed. "Could it be that my idea has worked?" He quickly continued, "I believe this must be an incredibly wise decision. It will fully demonstrate our country's care for Li Hao. He doesn't like sweet food, so I suggest issuing a ban.
Everywhere Li Hao goes in the United States, hamburgers and donuts should be prohibited from being sold.
All citizens should be forbidden from consuming these two items.
Instead, we should start vigorously promoting Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and Shandong cuisine from China."
The boss was completely furious, so angry that tears were about to fall. Are you a dog?" The official shuddered in fear and quickly muttered under his breath with his head lowered, "This was a good idea to begin with." "Shut up." "Yes."
The leader of the United States looked speechlessly at the ceiling.
"What on earth has happened to this world? I, the leader of the world's #1 military power, am being completely outplayed by a child? Donuts are ruining the country. No. How can I think like this? Am I actually starting to blame donuts? Clearly, it's just that Li Hao has no intention of coming coming. Oh no, fuck. Damn, Li Hao's remarks are toxic. They actually misled my judgment. But how can we, America, step down gracefully? Meanwhile, in China, Phoenix TV, the host and expert Ho are still bantering back and forth like a comedy duo, making a fuss. Wow, host, this is incredible. This matter has blown up. Expert Ho exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms and legs. I just received some news. The National News Department has already arranged for reporters to interview Li Hao. They're heading straight to 016 Mountain. Do you know what 016 Mountain is? What kind of place is it? Ah, that's the research base for our country's Mosey satellite. Going directly to 016 Mountain to interview Li Hao, what does that mean? It means the country wants Li Hao to make a statement. Is he going or not? They're waiting for Li Hao's response. What can we infer from this situation? Expert, quickly tell us, what can we deduce? We can deduce a serious issue, and that is the country is adopting a tacit approval stance. Because for such a major event, if Huaxia didn't want Li Hao to go out, they would have completely blocked the news, and the information wouldn't have even reached Huaxia. But now, everyone on the streets of Huaxia knows that the US has invited Li Hao. This indicates that Huaxia doesn't mind, and perhaps our country even somewhat wants to exchange the general theory of relativity with the US. Of course, it's absolutely impossible for Li Hao to go to the US. At most, it would just be an exchange of knowledge. An exchange? But we've worked so hard to develop quantum. You don't understand, do you, host? The general theory of relativity, in a certain sense, is no less significant than quantum theory. Moreover, Huaxia needs relativity, because with relativity, it becomes easier to study quantum. Wow, Expert Ho, you know so much. Of course. Expert Ho smiled proudly, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Just wait, no one can refuse the exchange with the United States. No scientist can resist the allure of general relativity. Not even Li Hao. Before he could finish, a staff member hurriedly ran onto the stage and whispered a few words into the host's ear. A loud thud. The entire audience was startled, and the viewers in front of their TVs also stood up. A moment later, a scream was heard. What? Say that again? No, how is this possible? Expert Ho looked at the host in confusion. What's wrong, host? The host, as if seeing a ghost, said, breaking news, England has officially extended an invitation to Li Hao. The expert's eyes widened. This, the host read aloud. The latest news is that England has officially extended an invitation to Li Hao. They hope Li Hao can go to Cambridge University to give a lecture. If Li Hao goes to England, he will be awarded the World Science and Contribution Award worth £100 million. At the same time, he will be allowed access to the archives of the Royal Institute of Technology in England, with the freedom to browse and discuss with all scientists in England. With a boom, the entire audience was somewhat in an uproar. Even that Expert Ho, after several seconds of silence, let out a shocked scream. This is incredible. Now England and the United States are going head-to-head. Both sides are inviting Li Hao to renowned universities to give lectures, and England is offering even greater material incentives, £100 million. As we all know, £100 million is equivalent to nearly 1 billion Chinese yuan. This time, England is making a big move. The host asked Expert Ho, which one do you think Li Hao will choose? Expert Ho sighed deeply. Now, Li Hao has to make a choice. He must choose one, as both major powers have started extending invitations to Li Hao, and they are doing so through the international community. If he chooses neither, it will be disadvantageous for Li Hao. Analyzing from a comprehensive perspective, I believe Li Hao is most likely to choose the United States, because no one can resist the allure of the theory of general relativity, and Li Hao is an outstanding. As he spoke, Expert Ho's voice gradually weakened. With a complex expression, he looked at another staff member who had just rushed onto the stage from backstage. The staff member ran straight to the host, his face anxious, and once again leaned close to the host's ear to say a few words. What? The host widened his eyes. Are you sure the news is true? The staff member nodded. The National News Department has released these words exactly as they are and has already informed the United States. The host took a deep breath. This is too unbelievable. The host was completely stunned. The expert urged nervously, host, what happened again? The host picked up the microphone, just about to speak, when suddenly, an audience member in the studio stood up, looked at their phone, and let out a scream. My goodness, Li Hao rejected America. A buzzing sound filled the room as the entire audience erupted in shock. Everyone took out their phones and browsed the latest news. The host angrily glared at the audience member and quickly said loudly, just received the latest news. Li Hao has just rejected the United States. Expert Ho exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Why would he reject a place like the United States? How could there be a scientist in the world who would reject general relativity? Why did he refuse? Host, Li Hao said, because he gets airsick. He doesn't want to travel long distances. Also, he's not used to the dietary habits in the United States. He doesn't want to eat donuts or hamburgers. Expert Ho spat out a mouthful and started coughing violently after choking on his saliva. Silent. Everyone quieted down. What is the reason for this? Everyone began to question the authenticity of this news. In front of the TV, one viewer
even started cursing. I'll be damned with your Phoenix platform. Is it really okay to insult our audience's intelligence like this? What kind of reasoning is this? Spreading fake news just to grab viewers' attention? How could Li Hao possibly say something like that? The wife sitting next to him said, but don't forget, Li Hao is just a 13-year-old child. The man roared, even if he's just a child, he's still that lofty scientist. How could he say such a thing? It's impossible. Not going to America because of air sickness? Not going because he doesn't want to eat donuts and hamburgers? Isn't this nonsense? This must be some unknown third-rate media or those public accounts fabricating the news. At this moment, the woman opened her phone and widened her eyes. This is news from the national broadcaster. What? The man quickly picked up his phone, only to see it was a video of an interview with Li Hao. In the interview, Li Hao's cheeks were puffed up like balloons, holding half a chicken leg in his hand, chewing as he spoke. During the interview, the reporter asked, do you want to go to the US to give lectures? The US has promised you the research rights to general relativity. Li Hao shook his head while eating the chicken leg. The reporter curiously asked, what? Not going? The reporter gave a wry smile. Why? I don't want to take a plane. I get airsick. Speaking, Li Hao took another sip of his icy cola and continued, I don't want to eat donuts and hamburgers every day. Everyone says they're junk food. I'm not junk. The reporter was amused to the point of laughing out loud, but then felt it was inappropriate and not serious, so he could only look at Li Hao with a conflicted expression. This reason isn't good, right? Li Hao ignored the reporter and skipped away. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to play games with my sister. Hey, Li Hao, Li Hao. In the interview video, there was only the reporter's helpless calling, while Li Hao had already run off into the distance. At this moment, everyone across the country saw this interview video. Everyone, stunned, and the video quickly spread abroad, leaving countless foreigners smiling wryly. Is such an adorable child really the world's strongest scientist? So cute. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in England, the senior officials in England looked at each other, holding a news video from China, which featured an interview with Li Hao. They had also received the news that Li Hao had rejected the United States. This left many people in England feeling a bit helpless, smiling wryly. He actually used such a clumsy excuse to reject America. Does that mean England will also be rejected? Sigh, probably. No, I even suspect that he wouldn't even bother to reject England. A glimmer of hope flashed in everyone's eyes. Really? He won't reject us, England? Yes, he will simply choose to ignore. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, England's female leader sighed, but China's technology has already left the rest of the world far behind, which is truly terrifying. And this is just the stuff that's been exposed. Who knows how many secrets are still hidden in the shadows. I feel restless every day because, when you think about it, it's just too frightening. The East. The CIA director said, Your Majesty, this matter requires careful consideration. How should we carefully consider it? There's no use in rushing now. The most important thing is that once the quantum satellite is launched, no one knows what kind of high-tech society Huaxiao will enter. It's possible that from then on, Huaxiao will become a country that can never be surpassed. I just received some intelligence from the US, and I now understand the true purpose of the quantum satellite. The Queen raised an eyebrow sharply. Quickly, tell me, what exactly is the quantum satellite used for? From the few words revealed by the United States, our scientists analyzed them and came to a conclusion. Quantum key, quantum information transmission technology. What is that? The CIA director said solemnly, any communication signal in this world can be intercepted. No encryption method can achieve 100% security. No matter how advanced the encryption, it will always be cracked eventually. However, in theory, a quantum key can never be cracked, not even in 100% certainty. Everyone's eyes widened. How is that possible? Due to the uncertainty of quantum mechanics, all the information and signals within quantum keys are constantly changing at every moment. No one can predict the next move of quantum particles. Quantum mechanics is different from traditional physics. Everything in traditional physics adheres to the law of causality, whereas quantum is beyond the scope of causality. Hiss. The female boss took a deep breath. What you're saying is that the quantum theory developed by Li Hao can actually be understood as breaking through the law of causality? Yes. The CIA director nodded firmly. At this moment, a scientist stepped forward, his tone somewhat profound. In this universe, all matter falls within the scope of causality, because time, motion, and position are all determined. However, everything about quantum mechanics is uncertain. This results in quantum phenomena being free from causality. Various changes can occur, those you can imagine and those you cannot. To say something even more terrifying, let me give an example. I am holding a teacup in my hand. As he spoke, the scientist picked up a teacup and said calmly, what I can be very certain of is that it falls within the scope of causality. If I let go, that is the cause, and the teacup will definitely fall, which is the effect. Clink. He let go, and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He then said, quantum is like this. I pick up this teacup, it might fall, it might not fall, it might even disappear, or it might grow larger or smaller. It has no definite outcome. It might fall to the ground, but it might break, or it might not break. It might disappear, or perhaps a face might suddenly appear beneath it and it could kill someone. As his words fell, everyone stared at each other wide-eyed. They understood, yet they didn't. But all they felt was a chill down their spines. What kind of eerie phenomenon is this? This phenomenon has already surpassed human common sense. And this is the truly terrifying aspect of Huaxia having entered the quantum era. Just imagine, we are still confined within the realm of causality, still studying conventional physics. Meanwhile, Huaxia has already taken the lead and stepped into the domain of non-causality. This is what is truly frightening. The female leader suddenly stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts? As soon as she finished speaking, a secretary hurriedly ran in. Your Majesty, a phone call. The female boss scolded. We are in the middle of an emergency meeting. No one's call should be answered at this time. The female secretary said urgently, I think you should take this call. Who is it? The one from the highest office. The female boss raised her eyebrows and quickly picked up the phone. Hello, it's me. May I ask what the matter is? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a sigh. Li Hao has turned everyone down. But, the Mosey cannot succeed. Do you understand what I mean? A complex expression appeared on the queen's face. Please elaborate. We must prevent the success of Mosey. Huaxia cannot go that far, cannot run that fast. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, the highest office. Everyone held their breath, watching the boss holding the phone and conversing with the English side. Watching the boss chatting and laughing on the phone, everyone became a bit nervous and couldn't help but whisper. Are we really going to do this? We have to do this. If we don't, won't our America be completely surpassed by China? That would be an extremely terrifying thing. From then on, we would no longer be able to understand China. They would become incredibly mysterious. Meanwhile, China could use quantum technology to decipher all our information. Sigh, but doing this is no different from starting World War III. War is impossible now. It's just deterrence. Yes, deterrence. Everyone will be concerned about saving face. Or international fishing vessels, they'll have to find a way out. Will Huaxia compromise? How would we know if they will compromise without trying? Yes, you won't know until you try. Anyway, my America is still the world's #1 military power. While we haven't been surpassed by China yet, we should delay as much as we can. Finally, the American leader hung up the phone, turned to look at the people in the office, and said in a deep voice, Everyone, we have basically reached an agreement with England. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, and his tone became a bit sharper. Mosey, launch not permitted. Everyone took a deep breath together, feeling the intensity of the atmosphere. The leader of the United States said solemnly, since Li Hao has refused the invitation from the United States, is unwilling to engage in scientific exchange with us, unwilling to visit the United States, and even unwilling to conduct a scientific visit to MIT. Well, if he refuses the toast and opts for punishment, then don't blame us for uniting to pressure China. The Minister of Defense said solemnly, what do we need to do? 2 lines of action are being carried out simultaneously. Please go ahead. First, apply to Congress for a military budget. The United States will enter Level 1 combat readiness while conducting military exercises in the Pacific. During the exercises, continue to appeal to China through the United Nations, hoping that China can recognize the situation enjoying alone is not as good as enjoying together. The information Li Hao possesses must be shared with the international community for scientific collaboration. At the very least, it must be shared with the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Everyone nodded slightly but couldn't help showing wry smiles. This is just too shameless. Although shameless, profit comes first. No one can care about so much. What morality is there to speak of? This is a game between nations. This was invented by scientists from Huaxia. They don't want to share it, yet you insist on standing on the moral high ground to demand they share it. Isn't this equivalent to your neighbor getting rich, and you don't want them to surpass you, so you organize the community committee to demand your neighbor hand over their money to share with everyone? This is rogue logic, moral coercion. But, there's no other way. They would rather lose face than lose their interests. The boss raised his second finger again. Second, split into 2 groups. Dispatch agents to infiltrate Huaxia and secretly capture Li Hao alive. If possible, arrange for immediate smuggling after capturing Li Hao alive and send him to the US. The Minister of Defense suddenly widened his eyes. Secretly infiltrate Huaxia to capture Li Hao alive. Yes, why not? This seems a bit too inappropriate, doesn't it? If this leaks out, then the United States will face condemnation from the entire international community. Moreover, this could even genuinely provoke a war. To start a war between the 2 strongest nations in the world over a child, forgive me for being blunt, but I cannot follow your orders. With a loud bang, the boss slammed his palm on the desk and roared, outrageous! Are you going to defy the orders of the highest office? The Minister of Defense gritted his teeth. I can't stand by and watch the highest office be destroyed. I can't just sit and watch the outbreak of World War III, and I certainly can't risk everything for a child. Before he could finish, the leader interrupted directly. What do you mean by for a child? Do you think he's just any ordinary child?
child? He's far from ordinary. What do you even understand? What do you know? For that child, I would rather half the world's population perish. I would rather bear the infamy for millennia. That child is the hope for humanity's future. Whoever has Li Hao has the world. He holds the most critical scientific knowledge in the world. He alone can completely change the entire world. The most terrifying part is, he's only 13. As the words fell, everyone fell silent. Everyone, at this moment, saw the determination of the White House. They want to get that child. Either China shares its scientific knowledge, or they resort to underhanded means to get that child. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. The terrifying part is that the two countries are joining forces. England has also joined this plan. Two countries joined forces, all for a 13-year-old boy. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Fortunately, they weren't the ones being targeted, otherwise, not even the gods could save them. It's not the obvious threats that are scary, but the hidden ones. Action. Yes. With the order issued, the highest office began to move. However, they don't know that Li Hao is not someone you can just kidnap at will. Not to mention the security forces around Li Hao, which are essentially an entire army. Even if you successfully kidnap Li Hao and take him to your country, it will definitely not bring you any benefits. Instead, it will bring an enormous and terrifying disaster. Just as the leader of the United States said, he is not a simple child. Yes, in the eyes of others, Li Hao is at most someone who has mastered scientific knowledge. But his temperament is immature, he is still a child. However, there is one thing they are even less aware of. Li Hao has also mastered all the materials needed to create a device capable of blowing up the Earth, the Tsar Bomba hydrogen bomb. The Tsar Super Hydrogen Bomb, for which there is no location in the world suitable for testing. And with such a Tsar Bomba, all the materials are fully prepared. Li Hao would only need one day to make one. Although it wouldn't actually result in creating a 100 megaton Tsar Bomba, but scaling it down tenfold to a 10 megaton Tsar Bomba could be done in just one day. And even a mere 1 megaton Tsar Bomba would turn an entire region to ashes. They have absolutely no idea how terrifying that brat truly is. Still want to catch him? Still want to kidnap him? If Li Hao knew they were planning to kidnap him, he would have eagerly gone on his own. Because this is what is truly called inviting a wolf into the house. United Nations. Journalists from news media around the world were once again gathered together, urgently summoned together. This time it was convened by the United States. Countless reporters carrying professional equipment began to enter the venue, chatting with each other as they went. What major event is the United States holding again? I have no idea. Anyway, it should be quite urgent because it feels like there's a lot of commotion. Guess who I saw backstage? Who? I just saw the vehicle of the English diplomat drive into the backyard. I feel like England is going to make a statement too. What? England went too? Everyone fell silent. After a moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Do you think it might be because of Li Hao? A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. A reporter from Fusang quickly said, it's very possible, because not long ago, both the United States and England made statements in the international community inviting Li Hao to their countries to give lectures. And just recently, Li Hao directly rejected the United States and ignored England. Now these two countries are holding press conferences. Could it be? Everyone froze, their expressions becoming somewhat solemn, gradually turning into frenzy. Big news, major headlines. 1 hour later, at the United Nations, thousands of journalists were all in place. The eyes of the entire world were focused here. Although the speech had not officially begun, everyone present had a faint guess in their hearts. Everyone was very excited. Such an event had never occurred in the history of the world. It seemed that suddenly, the entire world revolved around Li Hao alone. Amidst a round of applause, the diplomat from the United States stepped onto the stage and smiled slightly. Gentlemen, I won't waste time with unnecessary pleasantries. Here, I speak on behalf of the White House to address Huaxia. Journalists from around the world held their breath, thinking to themselves, as expected. Amid the frenzied flashing of cameras, a trace of a sly smile flickered in the eyes of the American diplomat. As we all know, Huaxia has produced a great scientist named Li Hao. At the age of 13, he has already mastered controlled nuclear fusion and quantum science. Here, I would like to express my sincere respect for Li Hao's contributions to the scientific community. It is Li Hao who has propelled the progress of global science. Speaking, he actually bowed to the audience below the stage. Then he continued. So, Li Hao is the greatest scientist in the world in the 21st century. Quantum theory has changed the world and transformed traditional physics. I would like to represent the perspective of my country, the United States, and say that we believe Li Hao should not just be a scientist of Huaxia, he should be a scientist belonging to the entire world. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into an uproar, and everyone began whispering to each other. At this moment, even the most clueless person could understand that this was not praise from the United States. It was a tactic of killing with flattery, a deliberate misrepresentation. Clearly, it was China's Li Hao, but they insisted on framing him as the world's Li Hao. Then, the next step would undoubtedly be to say that since Li Hao belongs to the world, the things he invented should naturally be enjoyed by everyone globally, right? Sure enough, enough. In the next moment, the US diplomat spoke loudly. The United States hopes that China can open its heart and abandon its narrow-mindedness.
Let Li Hao share the knowledge of quantum theory as well as the research framework and direction of the Mosey satellite so that the world's 5 permanent members of the Security Council can share technological advancements. A buzzing sound buzz in the entire United Nations Assembly erupted into chaos.
Damn, that's just way too shameless, isn't it? The things invented by Li Hao, why should he have to share them with you? Who do you think you are? Even if Li Hao isn't from Huaxia, the invention is still Li Hao's. Inventions belong to their inventors. Li Hao can do whatever he wants with it, so why should he have to hand it over for you to freeload? Journalists from various countries were stunned.
They knew America was shameless, but they didn't expect it to be this shameless.
Demanding others to unconditionally share their work with you, on what grounds should they share it with you?
At this moment, a Chinese journalist couldn't hold back, stood up with a flushed face, and shouted,
Li Hao is Chinese.
Even if his research doesn't belong to China, it still belongs to him personally.
Why should he share it with America?
The United States chuckled. Please don't get excited, dear reporter.
First of all, the United States has the world police, responsible for handling global security issues.
Secondly, it's not exclusively for the United States. Other permanent members of the Security Council will also share it.
Bah!
Many reporters from various countries secretly spat in disdain. Truly shameless.
World police? Why? Does the world really need you to be the police?
As expected, always so self-righteous. The Chinese journalist asked sharply again, Einstein's general theory of relativity also belongs to the entire global physics community, so why hasn't your America shared it with the world?
The American diplomat's face darkened.
After a moment of silence, he shouted loudly, I said, America is the world's police.
Managing the entire world is an extremely difficult task. Shouldn't we have more control than others? And, you've asked enough questions. Security, escort this journalist from China out.
He is disrupting the order of the venue. The United Nations security guards quickly rushed in, grabbing the Chinese journalist and leading him out. The Chinese journalist completely lost it.
Any Chinese person would find this unbearable.
This was utterly shameless, absolutely despicable.
How could there be such shameless people in the world? You are shameless, absolutely disgraceful. Huaxia will never back down. Keep dreaming. The American diplomat was furious and shouted, drag them out for me.
Amidst bursts of angry curses, the Huaxia journalist was driven out of the venue.
The entire United Nations fell into silence.
At this moment, all the countries of the world widened their eyes, staring incredulously at the diplomat from the United States.
How could they be so shameless, so overbearing?
The US diplomat smiled and said, oh, one last thing.
England shares the same view as us, the United States.
Immediately afterward, the English diplomat also took the stage and began explaining their ideas, which essentially boiled down to asking Li Hao to share his technology. At this moment, the whole world was shocked.
2 global superpowers actually joined forces to bully a child? More than just bullying a child?
Immediately afterward, diplomats from the United States and England stood on the same stage, watching the reporters below frantically take photos, chuckling.
Next, there's one last thing to announce. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone stared at the two with grim expressions.
At this moment, all the reporters in the world harbored a burning anger in their hearts and inexplicable fury.
Bullying. This is simply too much bullying.
2 countries join forces to bully a single child.
What else do you want to do? You actually have the audacity to have a second matter?
The American diplomat laughed and said, just today, my country, the United States, reached an agreement with England.
Tomorrow, we will jointly conduct military exercises in the Pacific. The English diplomat also nodded with a smile. Yes.
All the reporters at the scene began whispering to each other.
Another joint military exercise? Which country are they planning to threaten this time? What military exercise?
Ever since entering the 21st century, military exercises have basically meant military threats.
Exactly. They bully the children of Huaxia, and that's not enough. Now they want to bully other countries too?
Amid the crowd's discussions, the American diplomat spoke softly. Considering that Huaxia is about to launch a quantum satellite developed under the leadership of physicist Li Hao, named Mosey, the launch is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at the Mosey base in Cold City 012 Mountain.
We, the United States, are the world's police, bearing the responsibility of supervising the entire globe.
And now, Huaxia refuses to disclose the details of the Mosey satellite. Therefore, we, the United States and England, believe that since the quantum field is an area humanity has just begun to explore, we cannot be certain whether there are any dangers to the world or potential threats to the United States or England. So, we have decided not to allow Huaxia to launch the Mosey satellite.
The English diplomat also nodded and said, England believes that Huaxia cannot launch the quantum satellite.
At least not until England and the United States have obtained the specific principles of the quantum satellite and thoroughly analyzed all its details, risks, and functions. Huaxia is prohibited from launching it. When the plan to launch the quantum satellite is cancelled, the joint military exercises between the United States and England will be withdrawn. one. After speaking, the two nodded toward the audience below the stage, then turned and left. Throughout the United Nations, hundreds of journalists and media personnel from various countries fell silent. They stared at each other in disbelief. This is just too bullying, isn't it? I've finally seen the so-called face of a major power. Two countries are teaming up to bully a child, and now they want to bully the child's country. Li Hao is someone who will lead global scientific progress. He shouldn't be treated like this. But our resistance is completely useless. They are developed countries. So infuriating. On site, other Chinese reporters clenched their fists even tighter, so angry that their nails dug into their palms, drawing blood without them noticing. A reporter with a DSLR camera gritted his teeth and said tremblingly, "Is it just because our science has made progress that we have to be suppressed by them? I refuse to accept this. America and England are too bullying, treating us as if China has no one. Send the news back quickly, send the news back to China. Our country will never back down. Impossible to compromise. Go to hell. What kind of so-called great power? Do you really think Huaxia is like those small countries you've bullied into submission and will yield to you? This time, no more compromises." An hour later, Huaxia was enraged. The news reported everything. This United Nations diplomatic incident sparked worldwide outrage. Tingshuan News, the US and UK jointly pressure China to stop the Mosey experiment. Shameless. NetEase News, the US and UK jointly demand that China hand over all of Li Hao's invention patents for their sharing. China will never yield. Major news outlets have begun frenzied reporting. China shocked. Never encountered such a thing. Never suffered such humiliation. Do they really think China is the same as it was 100 years ago? Countless netizens, countless Chinese citizens, at this moment, were all enraged. No matter whether they previously had complaints about Li Hao's treatment or were indifferent to the matter, everyone, absolutely everyone, has started to realize the importance of the Mosey satellite. Previously, they didn't understand the Mosey satellite. All those keyboard warriors thought the Mosey satellite, a quantum satellite, was just a broken satellite. What's the big deal? But now, they understand. It is truly important. Important enough to make the United States and England join forces, completely shameless in the international community, revealing their despicable faces, adopting a predatory attitude, and attempting to prevent China from launching the Mosey satellite. And with such a powerful Mosey satellite, do you still dare to say it is not important? Even if countless people truly don't understand the significance of quantum satellites or what the concept entails, they don't understand, and they feel they don't need to understand. They only know that this represents the progress of China. At this moment, countless Chinese citizens clenched their fists. Do not bow down. However, all the netizens and the people of Huaxia turned their attention to the upcoming news broadcast. Their attitude was like this: but what about the state? Would it bow its head? That night, the news broadcast officially began reporting on this matter. The news anchor started narrating the events that occurred at the United Nations, and because of overwhelming anger, his voice even trembled slightly. "We are deeply distressed by the joint pressure tactics of the US and UK, distressed by their arrogant actions in obstructing our country's scientific and technological breakthroughs. Their outstretched hands demanding things reflect a way of reaping without sowing, only knowing how to take. We are furious about the joint military exercises conducted by the US and UK. Furious that they use such means to insult China as if it has no one to stand up. Furious that they rely on their subjective assumptions to smear China and suppress it. Our country is no longer the China of 100 years ago. With a history of 5,000 years, what storms and waves has China not seen? How could we bow to robbers in such matters? On this issue, China's stance remains firm. If you want to fight, we will fight with you. If you want war, we will accompany you in war. Li Hao is free, and only Li Hao himself can make his choices. No one, no force, can influence his decisions. As China says, his backing is this nation. Our stance remains firm. Please keep moving forward, Mosey." The whole nation is boiling with excitement. At this moment, everyone in the country clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. "Please keep moving forward, Mosey." Such remarks have never been made before. In the past, it was just protests. It was just defiance. Just condemnation. And this time, an unprecedentedly strong statement was made: if you want war, then war it is. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We will accompany to the end. On Weibo, there was unprecedented unity, and the opinions were unprecedentedly consistent. Not a single dissenter came out to voice opposition. Weibo's top trending headline ranked number 1. "Please keep moving forward, Mosey." Weibo trending second. "If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to battle, then battle." Explosive, silent explosion. The entire Huaxia was like a barrel of oil set ablaze. In the 5,000-year history of Huaxia, nearly 2 centuries of suppressed humiliation erupted completely at this moment. This time, we have truly stood up. Attack. Support it. Fight. Damn it, joint military exercises? Who are you trying to threaten? The most outstanding mathematician in China is Li Hao. The most outstanding physicist in China is Li Hao. The world's most outstanding mathematician and physicist are both in China, and his name is Li Hao. What is there to fear? Just move forward with
with Mosey. Who do you think you are? You think we won't launch Mosey just because you say so? What right do you have to impose your thoughts on the children of China? We will launch Mosey. It must be launched. Mosey, no matter what, please keep moving forward. Go, Li Hao. Congratulations to Mosey and to Li Hao. Just do it, don't be afraid. Li Hao managed to create controlled nuclear fusion with his bare hands, and you're doubting his ability to create uncontrolled nuclear fusion with his bare hands? Bragging upstairs. Uncontrollable nuclear fusion, that would be a hydrogen bomb. If you want to fight, then fight. Cold City. The streets are deserted. Countless ambitious youths from the Cold City have all gathered outside Mount 012.
In the mountain, countless soldiers armed to the teeth are guarding the area. Tanks are parked everywhere, armored vehicles are stationed all around. Soldiers are everywhere, and red flags flutter in the wind. Everyone knows that within this heavy encirclement lies what the entire world covets, and what China values most, both a person and an object.
The person is Li Hao, and the object is Mosey. Countless aspiring young people wave the national flag wildly, shouting in unison, "Charge ahead! Mosey, fearless of storms, keep moving forward. Huaxiao must launch Mosey. Go, Li Hao! Go, Li Hao! Please keep moving forward, Mosey! Please keep moving forward, Mosey!"
A petition signed in blood by 10,000 people requests Li Hao to build a hydrogen bomb with his bare hands to show them.
Joint military exercise? Ha, what do you mean by a joint military exercise? Mere barbarians dare to threaten the great and mighty China? Outside the mountain, it was extremely noisy.
Standing atop the mountain peak, Li Hao sat alone on a small stool, resting his chin on his hands as he stared blankly at the bustling crowd below.
Lost in thought, without speaking, without moving,
just watching the crowd marching outside the mountain, staring for quite a while. After a moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and Lu Jie said solemnly, "Li Hao, the Mosey is now undergoing its most critical debugging phase.
The day after tomorrow is the day it will ascend to the skies. After that, China will have the world's first quantum satellite. At this moment, aren't you going to take a look?" Li Hao.
He said nothing, just stared blankly outside the mountain. Two big, shiny black eyes, extremely adorable. However, they showed a look of being preoccupied.
Lu Jie sighed, "Stop looking." Li Hao. Sigh.
"Don't worry, the National News Department has already expressed the most serious stance.
The Mosey satellite will definitely go to space. Definitely."
Lu Jie talked for a while, but Li Hao completely ignored him.
Feeling bored, Lu Jie shrugged and left.
After Lu Jie had been gone for a while, Li Hao's motionless body finally stretched lazily and moved his muscles a bit.
He smiled.
His big eyes instantly squinted into crescent shapes, looking extremely adorable.
"So many people support Mosey. This is something I never expected.
I thought none of you understood the concept of quantum satellites, so you wouldn't care at all." Li Hao chuckled softly, picked up the ice-cold cola placed by his feet, took a couple of sips with a slurp, and stood up, walking toward the Mosey research base, murmuring, "This country in the parallel world, just like my homeland in my previous life, has never let me down.
Although there are still many detailed flaws, it has never compromised on major issues.
Well then, I shall love this world's Huaxia as I loved my homeland in my previous life.
That way, I will be worthy of you."
With that, Li Hao looked toward the storage space in his mind.
System, host. If I want to create a Tsar Bomba now, how long would it take? The system was silent for a moment. After calculation, a 100 megaton Tsar Bomba cannot be completed manually.
The yield is too large, and you need to meet the following conditions: a secret underground base with an area of no less than 10,000 square meters and a height of no less than 20 meters. You need a set of CNC robotic arms for large special material transport vehicles.
You need Li Hao. Although these are all things that can be done with money, it's obvious that I don't have time recently. System, host, you are correct. Additionally, I need to inform you that another day has passed. You have 6 days left to make your choice. Li Hao nodded, keeping it in mind, and suddenly asked, if I were to create a million-ton Tsar Bomba, could I complete it on my own? Without certain equipment, you cannot do it within 6 days. Then what can I create? 1 ton equivalent. You can complete it in 1 day, one person can complete it. 1 ton. How powerful can 1 ton be?
System, due to the excessively high purity of the materials provided by the system, a 1 ton equivalent Tsar hydrogen bomb can level 4 New Yorks.
Radiation can spread and cover 1/30th of the U.S. territory. The radioactive elements have a half-life of 280 years.
Hiss. Li Hao gasped in shock.
This is the terrifying destructive power of the 1 ton yield Tsar Bomba?
Then if he really managed to create a super Tsar Bomba with a yield of 100 million tons, Earth would probably enter its next cycle, wouldn't it? Li Hao smiled wryly at this moment. He finally understood why the Soviet Union during the Cold War in his previous life created the Tsar Bomba, only to dismantle and destroy it in the end.
This is simply a doomsday weapon.
Don't even mention your so-called mythical neutron bombs, proton bombs, or other unrealistic black weapons. The Tsar Bomba, Big Ivan, is truly the weapon that can genuinely be called a doomsday weapon. No wonder the Soviet Union destroyed it shortly after creating it, because it was too dangerous, too terrifying, too insane. insane.
It perfectly demonstrated what it means to be brute force unleashed.
I'm not going to reason with you, nor am I going to discuss which weapon has greater destructive power.
As long as the yield is big enough, I can dominate.
It's just like how the Russians build planes. I don't care what shape your plane is. Don't talk to me about aerodynamics or not. As long as my engine is powerful enough, I can make a brick go supersonic.
This is the existence of the doomsday weapon Tsar Bomba. Why did the Soviet Union destroy it? Because if it were accidentally detonated, the entire Eurasian continent would be wiped off the map in an instant.
Then the rest of the world, Australia, the Americas, even Africa would experience a dozen massive earthquakes. On that day, the entire sky over the earth might be covered with mushroom clouds, and the mushroom clouds would block out the sun.
If a volcanic eruption were to occur, 9/10 of the global population would perish on that day.
The remaining 1/10 of the population would face the horrors of nuclear radiation.
And the half-life is 280 years. A half-life of 280 years.
This also means that during those 280 years, the water would be radioactive, all the fish in the water would die, the land would be barren, and nothing would grow.
It would become a wasteland of radioactive soil. This is Big Ivan. No wonder the former Soviet Union couldn't find a site to test or detonate Big Ivan after creating it. It was simply impossible. How could it be tested? The only option was to conduct experiments in outer space.
It can truly be called a doomsday weapon. Of course, the Tsar Bomba in its previous life did not have such terrifying power because the purity of U-235 was insufficient. The purity of the hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium, was also inadequate. However, the 100 megaton Tsar Bomba materials gifted to Li Hao by the system are all of super purity, infinitely close to 100% purity. According to data conversion,
the purity of U-235 is probably 99.999,999,999%, infinitely close to 100% purity. The known purity of extractable U-235 in this world is probably only around 60%.
Yet, in the eyes of the scientists of this world, this 60% purity is practically equivalent to 100%.
But what they don't know is that there is an even higher level of purity beyond this 60%. They have never seen it, never heard of it, and have not even imagined it.
If the purity of U-235 is already like this, then there's no need to mention the isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium. The purity of these two substances is even more difficult to extract.
If it weren't for the system's gift,
even if Li Hao personally took action, personally extracted, and used the materials and tools of this world, he estimated that he could only achieve a maximum purity of about 61%.
This is the super purity material for the Big Ivan.
Looking at the data of this Big Ivan, Li Hao couldn't help but smile wryly for a moment. He realized that he seemed somewhat reluctant to use such super purity material to create a Big Ivan.
With a bang, everything would be gone. Nothing is left. A bit of a waste of materials, huh?
Li Hao couldn't help but think as he walked, how about making a 0.5-ton equivalent Tsar hydrogen bomb first, and planting a small mushroom in the Pacific Ocean?
Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. If they keep pushing me, then I'll do it this way. But before I grow mushrooms, should I notify them first? Or just secretly set off a bomb and run? That's the question.
Li Hao pondered, took another sip of his cola, and as he approached the base entrance, he saw everyone inside busy at work. The people inside were all incredibly busy conducting experiments, surveys, calculations, assembly, and component inspections. A flurry of chaotic activity. Li Hao originally intended to go in and lend a hand, but suddenly stopped, a deep and thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. I can't protect you all forever, nor help you forever.
I've already provided the most critical elements, and that's enough. You should learn to be independent and conduct your own research. If you become reliant on me, then if one day I'm no longer here, who will you depend on? I don't have the patience to teach others over and over again. With that thought, Li Hao, who had initially planned to help out, turned around and left. At this moment, a female scientist in the base saw Li Hao and quickly shouted, "Chief Engineer Li, please wait." Li Hao turned around and blinked his big eyes. "What's the matter, Auntie?" The female scientist blushed and muttered, "Little rascal, why are you calling me Auntie? Call me sister." Li Hao nodded. "What's the matter, Auntie Sister?" Auntie Sister rolled her eyes and then helplessly looked at Li Hao. "Chief Engineer Li, should this solar panel be attached to the quantum satellite or the regular satellite?" This question, Li Hao turned around and hopped away. "I don't know. You guys figure it out yourselves. But Chief Engineer Li, would it be better to secure this solar panel with flathead screws or rivets? I don't know. Why don't you try sticking it on with some transparent tape? How can this be?" Before the words had even faded, Li Hao hopped away cheerfully. From a distance, his childish voice could be heard shouting, "Wife sister, play games with me. I'm about to become a king." In the base, a group of scientists smiled wryly and sighed deeply. Kids will be kids. But some elderly scientists watched Li Hao's departing figure, a hint of contemplation in their eyes, remaining silent for a long time. The highest office. Due to the time difference, it was already late at night in the United States, in a residential area within the highest office. Late at night, the sound of snoring echoed like thunder. The Minister of Defense was already asleep, but at that moment, a rapid telephone ringing sounded. Beep beep beep. The Minister of Defense suddenly woke up and answered the phone. Hello, please speak. Minister, we have already issued the diplomatic statement. England has also issued a corresponding statement. Any response? Any updates? Huaxia has replied. Through what channel? The Foreign Education Department or the United Nations? No. What is that? Replied on the news broadcast.
The Minister of Defense suddenly stood up, his brow twitching as a bad premonition arose in his heart. This was illogical, completely illogical.
The game between nations usually begins with reaching a tacit understanding, then proceeding in secret.
If mutual understanding cannot be reached, the Foreign Affairs Department will first engage in communication.
Many statements from the Foreign Affairs Department, if not made public, will remain unknown to ordinary citizens.
However, there is another special situation, which is bypassing the Foreign Affairs Department entirely and responding directly through news. Responding through news indicates that there is no room for negotiation, and it is impossible to use diplomatic language to maneuver further. Diplomatic statements may have contradictions, and discussions are possible. But if diplomacy is no longer needed and responses are directly made through news broadcasts, it indicates the determination of that country. It means they no longer intend to negotiate with you and have made a decision that will not be changed. By spreading the message through news, the citizens of the country will all know about it.
The entire world will know about it.
When everyone knows about it, a country can no longer go back on its word.
Such flip-flopping will dishearten its own people and make it a laughingstock to foreigners.
Therefore, until a final decision is made, it is generally impossible for news to provide any diplomatic response, nor will it make absolute statements that leave no room for maneuver.
Huaxia responded in the form of news, which made the defense minister's heartbeat accelerate. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The U.S. defense minister took a deep breath and asked nervously, "What did they say? What were the exact words? Don't embellish, don't omit anything. I want to hear the exact words. I want to understand all the details."
Huaxia said, "Regarding the joint pressure tactics of the US and UK, we are deeply saddened.
Saddened by their arrogant behavior in obstructing our country's scientific and technological breakthroughs. Their outstretched hands demanding things reflect a way of reaping without sowing, only knowing how to take.
We are furious about the joint military exercises conducted by the US and UK. Furious that they use such means to bully Huaxia as if we have no one. Furious that they rely on their subjective assumptions to smear Huaxia and suppress us. Our country is no longer the Huaxia of 100 years ago. With a history of 5,000 years, Huaxia has weathered countless storms and will not bow to robbers over such matters."
On this issue, Huaxia's stance remains firm. If you want to fight, we will fight with you. If you want war, we will accompany you to war.
Li Hao is free, and only Li Hao himself can make his own choices. No one, no force, can influence his decision.
As Huaxia says, his backing is this nation. Our stance remains resolute. Keep moving forward, Mosey.
The Minister of Defense gasped after hearing it, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, leaving his entire body cold to the core.
All right, I understand. Beep beep.
Hanging up the phone, the Minister of Defense hurriedly began to get dressed, his face full of panic and fear. The wife, who was sound asleep, slowly woke up. "Dear, where are you going so late?" The only sound was the rustling of him putting on clothes, without a word. The wife's drowsiness also cleared up, and she quickly sat up, frowning as she looked at her husband. "What's going on?
What happened?"
The Minister of Defense crouched on the ground and began putting on his shoes, his breathing growing increasingly rapid.
"Speak, what's going on?" After getting dressed, the Minister of Defense walked out in silence. Click, the door opened.
His wife, extremely worried, hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed her husband's arm. "Tell me, you're making me so worried about you.
What's going on? What happened?
Please tell me." The Minister of Defense slowly turned his head, his face ashen, a deep look of worry flashing in his eyes as he gazed at his wife.
Silence. Silence for a long, long time. The Minister of Defense suddenly roared. Something big has happened. After speaking, he quickly walked away.
While walking, he took out his phone and called all the officials one by one.
"Don't sleep. Get up quickly. Gather at the President's office immediately. Hurry up. Gather in the office within 5 minutes. Everyone, hurry up. Something big has happened.
Something earth-shattering has happened. The sky has been pierced." Suddenly throwing the phone to the ground, the Minister of Defense clenched his teeth tightly and muttered, "Fool, I've always said, never get yourself into a situation where there's no way out.
Always leave a retreat. This time, let's see how you handle it. The Lion of the East has awakened. It has awakened. You all thought it was asleep, thought it was as easy to bully as before. But now it has awakened. A deadlock indeed. Let's see how you handle this. If it goes wrong, I'm afraid, the world will know no peace again." The highest office, the atmosphere was oppressive.
Everyone had gathered here with dark circles under their eyes.
Everyone's hair was messy, disheveled and unkempt.
These world-class leaders, the heads of the world's largest nation, were always impeccably dressed in public.
No one had ever seen this side of them. Something big has happened. Something really big has happened. The scarlet cigarette but flickered on and off in the office.
The American boss kept smoking, taking deep drags into his lungs.
After a long while, he rasped out, "Is it really what was said?"
The foreign education minister stepped forward. "Yes, sir, the exact words, not a single one different."
"You've also seen the video. Are you sure it's not netizens or someone with ulterior motives trying to sow discord, photoshopped?" Everyone rolled their eyes. Such an important matter, a major issue between nations, PS? What were you thinking? Everyone was a bit speechless. How did he even become the boss? By showing off? The Minister of Defense said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and come up with a solution, will you? What should we do? What should we do now?
You've pushed others to the top, and now they can't come down, but neither can you. We're in a situation where it's hard to back down. Tell me, with Huaxia being so resolute in burning their bridges, are we really going to go head-to-head with them?
Isn't that a joke? If the number 1 and number 2 powers start fighting, it'll be a lose-lose situation, setting back both economies and sciences by decades. Other countries will just swoop in to take advantage." The leader of the United States sighed,
"I never expected Huaxia to be so tough, all for Li Hao." The Minister of Defense sighed, "But for Li Hao, you're willing to pay such a high price.
Do you think Huaxia wouldn't do the same? You're always so self-righteous. What should we do now?"
Everyone, including all the staff, was dejected at this moment, and so, silence lingered for a long, long time. The leader of the United States said in a deep voice, "No matter what, the words have already been spoken. Words, once spoken, are like water spilled on the ground.
Now, let's see who backs down first." The Secretary of Defense sighed, "This is the only choice left. We'll take it one step at a time." The American leader's face was extremely grim, as cold as water. "This time, I miscalculated. I didn't expect to be caught in a dilemma.
I originally thought China would back down, or at worst, come to the negotiation table for a discussion. But now there's no way out, no room for maneuver. We can only conduct military exercises with even greater force. Yes, before, we were tough only in words, but China's rhetoric was even tougher than ours. So, let's be tough in actual actions. China probably won't adopt a tough stance in practice. But have you considered? What if, this time, you miscalculate again?" The American leader fell silent, remained silent for a long, long time, then suddenly laughed and said, "Isn't England here to accompany us?" At the same time, England. A dense cloud of sorrow loomed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Oh my, I've said it long ago, we can't cooperate with a backstabber like the United States. I've said it before, haven't I? Now look, it's turned into such a big dispute. Sigh. For someone like Li Hao, it's not worth it. Nonsense, it's worth it. For Li Hao, even if half the country's people die, I think it's acceptable. Sigh. The key issue is, even if you make sacrifices, even if you pay the price, you still won't get Li Hao. What's the point then? Sigh. The English boss lady looked at the light rain outside the window, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. She knew that England's overall strength, when compared to that of China, was as fragile as breadcrumbs. If it really came down to a head-on confrontation, perhaps they would have to resort to nuclear weapons before the fight even began. That's just how war is. The world has signed agreements for nuclear weapon peace leaps. Those with nuclear weapons are not allowed to use them, only for deterrence. Because once nuclear weapons are used in war, you have them, he has them, and others have them too. Then the Earth would be finished. So even if there is really a world war, nuclear weapons are unlikely to be used. It would all be conventional military equipment clashing, and there might not even be casualties. It's just a competition of military technology. Your drone came to scout me, and I didn't know. Then you've won in terms of reconnaissance. If you launch a missile and I intercept it, then I've won in terms of defense. After entering the 21st century, even if there are major conflicts that cannot be reconciled, at most it will be a confrontation. The situation where soldiers continuously sacrifice themselves is unlikely to occur. If it really comes to the point of risking lives, then it's truly over. As for the clash of military technology, the Queen of England gave a bitter smile. Perhaps it can't compare to China 20 years ago, right? Remained silent for a long, long time. The English female leader spoke. Listen to the Americans, still, proceed with the rapid initiation of joint military exercises. This time, it's a contest of attitude. Let's see who is tougher. At this moment, the English Minister of Defense asked, what if China remains tough? The English woman in charge said expressionlessly, then just withdraw. At worst, England loses face, but who will remember in a few years? Haha, but America can't afford to lose face like this. It has begun. The moment of truly competing in attitude has begun. Whoever has a tougher attitude and greater determination will win this time. And this victory, achieved without bloodshed, will instantly elevate their international status. No one could have anticipated, and couldn't help but marvel, the upcoming confrontation among the three nations is actually over a single child. Li Hao, a man destined to be
be recorded in world history. That night, Pacific Ocean anomaly. Pearl Harbor, alarms blaring. American ships began to assemble. Countless American soldiers were groggily woken up and boarded the ships. What happened? What's going on? Oh my god, DEFCON 1. Are the Navy and Air Force being deployed directly? Finished. What should we do? I don't want to die. Sob sob sob. In the past, wars only involved sending the army, and it was always planned for a long time. Why is there a sudden emergency assembly this time? Could it be we're going to clash with a major power? No, I protest. I protest. Amidst a commotion, the American soldiers, though helpless and terrified, still boarded the ship. At the same time, England's ports also began to mobilize. This night will not be peaceful. While the UK and the US were assembling their forces, on the Huaxia side, all troops had entered a state of strategic alert. A certain Huaxia commander smiled as he looked at the images transmitted by the spy satellite, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Huaxia has been rising and rejuvenating all the way, and this time, it has finally encountered a bottleneck. It's time for a tough battle. Huaxia's rise is an inevitable part of history. No one, no country, no force can stop Huaxia's forward march. Commander, please issue the order. Our troops begin to assemble. They conduct military exercises, so will we. Where are they conducting their exercises? Have we detected it? It should be in the international waters of the Pacific Ocean. Wherever they conduct their exercises, we will conduct ours. Go, have each of the 4 fleets dispatch a few units. We'll conduct exercises right alongside them. Yes. After the subordinate left, the commander let out a cold laugh. This time, our China is unprecedentedly united, and our stance cannot be reversed. The Mosey satellite must be launched. Li Hao must be safe. Any difficulties standing in our way will always be overcome. As the saying goes, in China's 5,000-year history, what great storms and waves have we not seen? The challenges and obstacles before us are merely a hurdle in the course of development. We just need to cross it. If we must fight, then fight. If we must battle, then battle. And the news also reached China's media and public opinion. Has it begun? It's finally starting. Ha ha ha, awesome. Finally, we can hold our heads high. A weak nation indeed has no diplomacy. If those treacherous wolves covet our nation's treasures, then cut off their hands. Sigh, but this time, will it really escalate into a fight? If it does, it could be very dangerous. What are you afraid of? But no one really wants war to happen. Precisely because we dislike war, we have no choice but to fight. Defeat the enemy, frighten the enemy, crush the enemy. Then there will be no more war. But the national strengths are not very different, so defeating the enemy won't be easy. As long as our quantum satellite is successfully launched, the national power disparity will become significant. The joint military exercise by Britain and the United States is precisely because they fear that China will widen the gap too much. They are afraid, they are intimidated. But we are not afraid. It's already 1 a.m. now. Tomorrow is the launch time for Mosey. Will Mosey succeed? It definitely will. Trust Li Hao, trust Mosey, trust China. Although Huaxia is full of passion, there are also concerns within. Some enjoy war, while naturally, others prefer peace. After all, the life before us was hard-earned, and no one wants to see it destroyed just like that. Isn't it the same for Britain and the United States as it is for Huaxia? Just as the two countries launched their warships, the media in Britain and the United States went crazy, frantically reporting on the matter and analyzing all the pros and cons and consequences. Countless people were in a state of panic. In the United States, countless citizens rushed to the streets overnight to start protesting. Oppose the war. Oppose war. Stop pressuring Huaxia. What if war really breaks out? Don't continue like this any longer. Protest, protest. Such voices are incessant. Meanwhile, the highest office is facing extremely terrifying pressure. Because after the highest office issued the order, Congress suddenly withdrew its support. The Congress of the United States conducted a thorough analysis and comparison and suddenly realized that there was no chance of winning against China. The probability of mutual destruction was 100%. Even with the addition of England, it would make no difference. They can bully small countries, but a confrontation between major powers? How could that be possible? Congress, not approved. However, the highest office has already deployed troops, and there's no way to withdraw them immediately. Everyone is bearing an unimaginable amount of pressure. In the office, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. At this moment, the secretary pushed the door open and walked in. Gentlemen, everyone's spirits were lifted, and they hurriedly asked, "Is there any news? Quick, what is China's response? Hurry up and tell us." The secretary said urgently, "The US and British forces have already rendezvoused in the Pacific. What about Huaxia? How is Huaxia reacting? Any signs of loosening?" "No." Sigh. Everyone let out a sigh. At this moment, the secretary said again, "There's one more thing." "What?" "Speak quickly." Huaxia not only shows no signs of backing down, but has become even tougher. Just now, Huaxia's four-seas fleet has assembled and started military exercises. Hiss. The Minister of Defense gasped, his hair standing on end. This is a full-on confrontation. "Sir, withdraw the troops. Let it be embarrassing. It doesn't matter anymore. If a real conflict occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable. The American leader gritted his teeth, his face filled with struggle, and asked, "Where is China conducting military exercises? The Yellow Sea or the North Sea?" The secretary replied with a serious expression, "China is heading straight for our fleet. Wherever we conduct military exercises, they follow and conduct theirs." Silence, a silent stillness. In the entire office, everyone stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Deadly silent.
Bang! The teacup in the foreign education minister's hand fell to the ground, breaking the silence. Buzz! The office instantly erupted. This is directly forcing you to confront it head-on, forcing you to have no choice but to back down. You act tough, and my stance will be even tougher than yours. Wherever you conduct military exercises, I will conduct military exercises there too. You change locations for military exercises to avoid friction, and I follow, continuing to conduct exercises right next to you.
You are avoiding friction. As for me, I came here precisely to create friction. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. You're not playing again? Even if you don't want to play, you have to play.
At this moment, the entire bodies of all the politicians in the highest office trembled, trembling out of fear.
Not even once. There has never been a time in the world when someone bullied America like this. Chasing you. The American boss murmured, how can they do this? Isn't this bullying? We didn't intend to fight. We didn't really want to fight. Who wants to fight?
The world is so peaceful now, everyone is living so comfortably, and all 5 countries have nuclear weapons.
Who would want to fight? According to tradition, wasn't it always just deterrence before? Wasn't it always about intimidating each other and showcasing military strength? You are really coming with the intention to fight, chasing behind and creating friction. How can this be tolerated? Military exercises are inherently dangerous.
And Huaxia is conducting exercises right next to you.
If an accident happens, or there's a misunderstanding, even the slightest friction could occur. Wouldn't that immediately lead to a firefight? And once it starts, it won't stop. Who would want that?
At this moment, another secretary stumbled in hurriedly and shouted,
"Huaxia has news again, news again." The leader of the United States roared, "FK, speak, hurry up and FING say it." The secretary shivered in fear and quickly shouted, "Huaxia, a new ID Han Chang Li Hao suddenly appeared on Weibo. After verification, that ID is indeed Li Hao's Weibo account. Weibo is like our Twitter, a public platform, and Li Hao has spoken on Weibo." The Minister of Defense took 2 steps forward and shouted nervously, "What did he say? What did Li Hao say?" Li Hao said, "You bad guys dare to bully my country. Be careful, or I'll go to your land and plant a big mushroom." It was still that familiar tone, that familiar way of speaking. The American boss frowned in confusion and asked, "What does planting a big mushroom mean?" Everyone in the office was equally puzzled, as they had never heard of this term before. Planting a big mushroom? What does that mean? At this moment, the secretary explained, "In China, there's a metaphor that compares detonating an atomic bomb to planting a mushroom. This is because an atomic bomb explosion produces a mushroom cloud, so a big mushroom likely refers to a very high-yield atomic bomb." Everyone looked at each other in dismay, but no one took it seriously. It was just the tone of a child. The American leader rolled his eyes, a hint of doting flashing in them, and said, "Although he's very talented and adorable, constantly bragging isn't good. It seems he still needs to come to America to receive some advice on humility." Sigh, if only Li Hao were one of ours in America. How did China end up getting such a bargain? At this moment, the Secretary of Defense chimed in, "Sir, do you think Li Hao is bragging? Ha ha, little brat, he must be bragging. Huaxia already has atomic bombs, why would they need him to make one? Nuclear weapons won't be used between nations. That's just Li Hao's personal opinion and doesn't represent any stance or country." Kids saying things out of anger, truly adorable.
The Minister of Defense said solemnly, "Indeed, Huaxia would never support Li Hao in making an atomic bomb.
It would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. However, if you think Li Hao doesn't have the capability to make an atomic bomb, then you are gravely mistaken." The leader of the United States suddenly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, those in the office who had been laughing earlier suddenly restrained their smiles. "No, incorrect. We always habitually see Li Hao as a troublemaker. We always habitually forget that Li Hao is not an ordinary troublemaker. He possesses near-divine powers in this world." The Minister of Defense reminded, Li Hao's first creation was a controllable nuclear fusion device. He made it all by himself. Hiss. The US leader took a sharp breath. "Yes, I remember now. Li Hao can create controlled nuclear fusion with his bare hands. And controlled nuclear fusion is extremely difficult. If he can achieve that, he's not joking, he really might be able to build an atomic bomb." The Secretary of Defense's face turned pale. "Quick, withdraw the troops. Huaxia is a country, a rational one. But Li Hao, that reckless kid, doesn't care about any of that. If he really wanted to plant a mushroom cloud in the US, he could even choose to sneak into the country, secretly hiding an atomic bomb on US soil like a prank, setting it off like fireworks for fun. He could absolutely do it." The US leader had only
struggled against Huaxia's military threats. But at this moment, upon hearing Li Hao's remarks, he was filled with terror. That brat possesses the power of a devil, and he acts entirely based on his whims. The voice of the American leader trembled. Quickly send a message to the Huaxia side, and make sure to keep an eye on Li Hao. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings to arise.
Yes, quick, go now. If we're late, what if Li Hao has already made it? I feel like Huaxia must be very nervous too, right?
Huaxia might also be afraid that Li Hao will sneak out and cause trouble. They probably fear that Li Hao might actually make an atomic bomb and set it off for fun in someone else's country.
Ugh, little devil. Why does this brat really have the capability to create an atomic bomb? Even if it's just a small one with a yield of a dozen kilograms, it would be enough to cause catastrophic destruction to half a city, wouldn't it? When you think someone is bragging, suddenly someone realizes, no, it's not bragging, it's truly impressive. Everyone previously thought Li Hao was just saying childish angry words. It really was angry words. But Li Hao's kind of angry words, he can actually make them happen. If he really sets off a nuclear bomb in your country just for fun, even if it's as small as a firecracker, it's not just about the explosion. The most terrifying part is the nuclear radiation half-life that lasts for hundreds of years. A nuclear bomb as small as a firecracker could potentially cause nuclear contamination to your entire city, making it uninhabitable for hundreds of years. Who dares to take that gamble? Do you dare to bet that Li Hao can't create it? No one in the world would bet. Absolutely not. No one would bet because they would definitely lose. Sound Empire, the highest executive residence. The female boss of the Yin Empire also received the news.
Huaxia was actually conducting military exercises in pursuit of them, and her heart skipped a beat.
Huaxia is counterattacking. Their stance is even tougher than ours.
The Minister of Defense of the Yin Empire shouted loudly, "Retreat the troops, quickly, retreat."
Huaxia cannot be offended. At this moment, another CIA agent came to report, we have received the latest news.
Li Hao posted a statement on Huaxia's Weibo, saying, "You bad guys dare to bully my country. Be careful, or I'll come to your land and plant a big mushroom." The Secretary of Defense's pupils contracted, and he screamed, Li Hao is not joking.
Quick, withdraw the troops immediately.
The female leader of the Sound Empire completely lost her composure and hysterically shouted, "Send out an emergency message, immediately, everyone, withdraw the troops at once.
No delays allowed." Yes, Pacific Coast. The navies of Britain and the United States began patrolling the Pacific. Meanwhile, the four-seas fleet of Huaxia advanced at a steady pace. Wherever they went, the Huaxia navy followed.
On a vessel of the Yin Empire, a general of the Yin Empire clenched his fist.
Damn it, we're just here for a military exercise. This isn't your territorial waters. You're going too far. Are you the enforcers of the high seas?
The deputy commander also gritted his teeth. We can't conduct the military exercise. If an accidental friction occurs and we damage the Chinese fleet, or the Chinese damage our vessels, it would be a major incident.
But there hasn't been an order to withdraw troops yet.
Speaking of which, the general shouted in frustration, "Shout to the Chinese navy behind us, this is international waters, not your Chinese territory.
Stop following us." Yes. Immediately, some crew members began using Chinese to shout at the Chinese navy.
The sound lingered for a long time. After about a minute, Huaxia also addressed the navies of the UK and the US in English. "But this isn't your territorial waters either.
This is the high seas. We can go wherever we want."
On the fleet of the British Empire, everyone was speechless.
"This is outrageous.
This is not your Huaxia's territorial waters, yet you insist on following us."
Huaxia actually said, "This isn't your territorial waters either, so why can't we follow you? Mind your own business."
Meanwhile, the fleet from the United States was also very angry, but there was nothing they could do.
The orders they received were only for joint military exercises, not for war.
And certainly not to create friction.
Who would really want friction to occur? Who would want war? Do you really think human lives are worthless? Do you really think war doesn't cost money? Moreover, this is a war in a third-party world. Who would dare to fight?
At this moment, aboard the Yin Empire fleet, a soldier stood up in surprise and excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "General, we've received news from the nation.
We're to immediately retreat without notifying the Me Nation.
Let's leave quickly. This is no longer something our Yin Empire can get involved in."
The Yin Empire general was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really?"
As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his loss of composure and quickly adjusted his tone. "This is a critical moment in our confrontation with Huaxia. Although we've suffered a slight setback, the situation can still be salvaged. Withdrawing at this time seems inappropriate. But since it's a direct order from the nation, we have no choice but to comply." A group of generals quickly nodded in agreement.
Yes, the general is right.
It's not that we are afraid of Huaxia,
nor is it that we want to run.
We are very courageous in engaging on the high seas. We just suffered a temporary setback. We don't want to retreat, but the country must consider the bigger picture, so we have no choice but to retreat.
That's exactly it.
We definitely have no problems ourselves, and our courage is certainly not an issue.
Point to where, and we'll strike there. What? Saying I'm scared? Nonsense. Who's scared? I'm not afraid. But it's just the country's orders that made us leave. We don't want to disobey orders. Toot toot toot.
The main ship emitted a long horn sound.
All the Imperial Navy of the Sound Empire, who were already on edge, immediately straightened up with excitement and stood up. Retreat? Is this the order to retreat? Are we retreating? Thank God. Finally, we're retreating. Finally, we don't have to engage. Oh my God, it scared me to death. Who would have thought Huaxia would pull something like this, chasing us down? If a real conflict broke out, none of us here would survive. I heard that Huaxia's Dongfeng Express delivers globally.
If a conflict really breaks out here, Dongfeng Express from the heart of Huaxia will be sent directly to us, and no one will survive.
Woohoo, they're finally retreating.
At this moment, on various warships, countless young officers were jumping up and down excitedly, running back and forth shouting,
"Everyone, pack up your things and prepare to retreat. All soldiers, listen up. Enter Level 1 combat readiness.
Ensure a safe retreat from the Pacific and return to our Empire port.
Prepare. We're retreating."
Orders were issued one after another. The previously listless Empire Navy immediately stood upright, their expressions extremely serious and ferocious. All bullets were loaded, all shells were filled, and all weapons were ready for an offensive state. This sudden movement immediately stunned the nearby American Navy.
Not good. What?
The soldiers of the Empire have entered combat readiness.
Could it be? Damn, they've gone crazy. Could it be that they're about to attack? Woo woo woo. No. The Sound Empire's thinking is abnormal. They're crazy. What if they really start a fight? Quick, stop them.
The US Navy was completely stunned.
How did they suddenly enter Level 1 combat readiness? Damn it.
At this moment, the Huaxian Navy was also stunned.
Could it be the Empire is about to start a fight? Isn't this madness, trying to smash an egg against a rock? What level is the Empire Navy at? What level is the Huaxian Navy at? A direct confrontation. Are you sure you want to open fire?
The Huaxia commander let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. Enter Level 1 combat readiness.
The Empire Navy might be about to do something irrational. Yes, no one knew.
The Imperial Navy is not trying to do something irrational, but rather, to show an attitude of "I'm not afraid of you" while retreating quickly.
If we're leaving, can't we throw out some harsh words? At this moment, aboard the American fleet, the American admiral anxiously shouted, "Quickly send a message to the English fleet. Hurry, hurry. Fok, quickly send them a message.
Tell them not to act rashly, to discuss it. It's best to discuss it. Don't act recklessly. Don't act recklessly."
Yes, why aren't you going yet?
As he spoke, the general's eyes widened. Wait.
At this moment, the entire ship of American soldiers was stunned.
Everyone rubbed their eyes and looked at the English fleet in disbelief, thinking they had seen wrong and doubting their own eyes.
Woo 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 woo.
All the ships sounded their horns, then turned around and left, heading toward the English Channel.
No attack. No attack. No intention of attacking at all. The American commander murmured, What are they trying to do?
At this moment, the deputy commander hurried over from the side and screamed, "General, something's wrong."
What is it? Speak quickly, hurry up. England sent a message, saying, bye-bye. Ha? What? They're pulling out. So they're saying goodbye to us, saying bye-bye. I worship Nima. The American general was furious. What kind of nonsense are they pulling?
We agreed to fight side by side, a joint military exercise. Suddenly they want to stir things up. It looks like they're really going to start a war, and now they're saying goodbye.
What the hell does that mean? Ha? What does it mean? Are they crazy? Everyone fell silent, speechlessly watching the English fleet gradually sail away. What does this even mean? If you're going to retreat, just retreat. Why the hell are you putting on a show? You bunch of useless idiots, scared the hell out of your American daddy. The general angrily pointed at the departing English fleet. Cowards. They promised a joint military exercise, and now they ran away first? This is utterly outrageous. Cowards.
At this moment, the deputy commander looked at the general with a troubled expression.
But general, when are we retreating?
A trace of worry flashed in the general's eyes.
I don't know. The High Office hasn't issued any orders yet. But what are we supposed to do now?
The joint military exercise with England and the US was agreed upon, but now England has backed out.
We can't just perform a one-man show, can we? Then what do we do?
General, the Huaxia fleet is closing in again. I suspect they want to cause an accident, to ram our ship. The general's pupils contracted. Increase speed, keep running.
Where are we running to? Where are we going? Strolling around the Pacific Ocean.
At this moment, on the Huaxia fleet, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. It was hard to even hate England.
They're just too adorable.
Before leaving, they even had to throw out some harsh words. Those harsh words were truly something else. And now, they've left the US side with nothing to do in the Pacific.
Isn't this just standing them up?
They agreed on a joint military exercise, and suddenly it turned into a solo exercise.
How do you even conduct a solo military exercise?
So it turned into a solo stroll, a Pacific-style escape performance.
Everyone couldn't help but think to themselves, this kind of military exercise is quite interesting. interesting, huh? It's not a combat drill, but a real-life exploration of escape routes.
All the US military personnel blushed with shame, feeling both angry and humiliated.
But what could they do? It's impossible to actually start a fight. Then we can only run. But wherever we run, they chase us. This is a humiliation. All the US troops at this moment couldn't lift their heads.
For the first time in the Pacific, they were bullied like this and didn't even dare to speak up. The decision makers must have a screw loose, delivering humiliation over 1,000 miles. Finally, the message from the highest office was delivered.
Above the Me Nation fleet. Report, an order has been sent from the highest office. The Me Nation general stood up excitedly. Read it, quickly. What is the order? Speak up.
Report to the general. The order is, immediately evacuate the Pacific waters and return to Pearl Harbor.
Avoid conflicts, avoid engagements, and ensure no accidents or mishaps. After hearing the report, the general couldn't wait to shout. Retreat.
The voice was transmitted through the radio waves.
Retreat. All fleets, increase speed. Immediately retreat from the Pacific Ocean area.
Return to Pearl Harbor.
Withdraw.
All soldiers, secure your weapons to avoid accidental discharge.
Remove all shells from the gun barrels to prevent operational errors and unnecessary misunderstandings.
The order has been given. Retreat immediately.
No accidents or mistakes are allowed, and any friction must be avoided.
The US troops collectively shuddered and obediently secured all their firearms and other equipment, quickly putting them away. The fleet's shells were all unloaded, and the missiles were aimed entirely at the sky.
They were extremely cautious to avoid any accidental discharges that could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings.
Countless US troops gathered together, finally letting out a sigh of relief, then lit cigarettes and started chatting in small groups. Sigh, we're finally retreating.
You're sick. Woo woo woo. I miss my mom. Going home. Finally I can go home. I was scared to death. I'm retiring from the military next month. I really thought a war was about to break out.
Scared to death.
Amid the cheerful atmosphere, the US military retreated.
The US military isn't as concerned about saving face as the British military.
If they're going to retreat, they just retreat. Why bother making a tough statement? That's just asking for trouble. England, take a look at how genuine we Americans are. Cowardly is cowardly, no pretense at all. The American Navy departed, and China did not pursue. The general smiled and said, return. Yes. Thus, China also set sail back home.
The Pacific confrontation that drew the attention of all countries around the world ended up becoming a farce under such circumstances. People all over the world, countless citizens, including scheming politicians, were laughing themselves to death at this moment,
because England is just too adorable.
In the international media, England and the United States have completely become laughingstocks, and this is something that all countries around the world are delighted to see. Seeing these two domineering countries become a joke makes it especially amusing.
Berliner Zeitung.
Today, England and the United States held a joint military exercise in the Pacific, after which the Chinese fleet forcibly joined the exercise.
The Anglo-American coalition subsequently withdrew and ceased the exercise.
Countless German citizens saw the news and laughed so hard they could barely stand.
Ha ha ha, this is killing me with laughter.
This sentence sounds just like a catchy rhyme. The UK and US held joint military exercises, then China joined the exercises, so the UK and US stopped their exercises.
Ha ha ha, this is killing me with laughter.
When did Huaxia become the king of awkward silences?
Ha ha ha, oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I can't take it. Why are England and America so adorable? Suddenly, I just can't hate them anymore. They're too cute. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Help me up quickly. I can still laugh. North African newspaper.
UK-US joint military exercise. Huaxia forcibly joins the exercise.
As a result, the UK-US coalition withdraws from the exercise. Major newspapers, major media outlets, various countries began reporting frantically.
The whole world was reporting. Only the newspapers in England remained silent, as if nothing had happened. Only the newspapers and media in the United States showed no reaction, as if everything before had been an illusion.
Laughing to death.
This is the funniest moment in the history of these two countries, turned into all kinds of jokes and started spreading on the internet, leaving countless people laughing so hard they couldn't stand up. As for the US, the public was both embarrassed and angry, but there was nothing they could do. So, they could only condemn the incompetence of the highest office.
Isn't this just looking for trouble? Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Isn't this delivering humiliation from 1,000 miles away? What kind of decision maker could just slap their head and come up with something like this? Stirring up a storm in diplomacy, all thunder, and no rain. At first, we thought there would at least be a little rain. But who would have thought it was just a gust of wind, and then nothing at all? On the Huaxia side, the media only reported the matter truthfully without exaggeration. But they couldn't stop netizens from letting their imaginations run wild. I'm going to laugh to death. The Navy of Huaxia is truly mighty. But this also shows that the US and England never really intended to have any real conflict with Huaxia. Isn't that obvious? The contest between major powers is all about who has the tougher
stance. Whoever has the tougher stance wins. If it really comes to a fight, what would happen then? Chasing them across the entire Pacific is still doable. I suspect it might have something to do with Li Hao as well. Li Hao did say he was going to grow mushrooms. Exactly, you can't doubt the truth of what Li Hao says. It may sound like childish talk, but anyone who truly thinks it's just childish talk will be in trouble. Others might talk about growing mushrooms as a joke, or at most as an empty threat. But Li Hao, he would actually grow mushrooms for you, without any hesitation. TSK Tisk. It's almost tomorrow. Mosey, it's time to set off. Cold City, Mountain 012. Li Hao also saw the news and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He never expected the Anglo-American coalition forces to be so adorable. This really is a world full of cuteness, especially the full military readiness of England during their retreat, which contrasted sharply with America's straightforward admission of defeat during their withdrawal. The distinct national styles of the two countries formed a stark contrast, leaving people laughing uncontrollably and at a loss for words. Glancing at the materials for Big Ivan in the storage space, Li Hao sighed. Sigh, I couldn't use it again this time. Why don't you guys just be a bit more assertive? At least let me use it. I've never grown giant mushrooms before. Without conducting a mushroom experiment, how can I gain a clearer and deeper understanding of the differences between the half-life of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion? Where exactly do their differences lie? Li Hao couldn't help but ponder deeply. He's been wanting to grow mushrooms for quite some time now. It's not really about bombing or killing anyone. Fighting and killing are so meaningless. World peace is the ultimate goal. However, he had never seen the real scene of an atomic bomb explosion. He was very eager to witness an atomic bomb explosion in person, to study the phenomena after fission. Li Hao had a bold idea in his mind. If I can more intuitively locate the site of the nuclear bomb, study it, and combine it with the knowledge provided by the system, I might be able to grasp the weaknesses of the atomic bomb. When everyone has atomic bombs, a balance point will be reached. But what if one day this balance is broken? If everyone launches atomic bombs, wouldn't the world be doomed? Therefore, Li Hao often wonders if there is a way to neutralize the destruction caused by atomic bombs. The answer is, of course, inevitable, because science is never-ending. In the world of science, there is no such thing as absolutes. Moreover, the universe operates in a way where opposites coexist. There are weapons of mass destruction, and there will also be weapons to counteract those weapons of mass destruction. Li Hao looked up at the sky and pondered, is there such a substance in this world that can neutralize nuclear radiation, as well as the radioactive fallout produced by a nuclear explosion? Is there a type of particle in this world that can cancel out radiation? There must be. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. He knew in his heart that if such a thing were invented, there was no doubt that from then on, only Huaxia would no longer fear the atomic bomb. In comparison to the rest of the world, the entire world would no longer suffer from the devastating power and impact of nuclear power plant leakage accidents. The benefits would last for generations. Chief Engineer Li, we have completed all the corrections to the details. Will you participate in the final testing? At this moment, Lu Jia walked over somewhat excitedly. Li Hao chuckled. I don't want to. I want to play games. I don't have time. A trace of helplessness flashed in Lu Jia's eyes. He had been somewhat resentful and helpless toward Li Hao over the past 2 days. Li Hao is really something. He's not interested in general relativity, nor does he try to make an effort. That's something scientists would go crazy for. As for the Mosey project he organized, Li Hao doesn't care about it either, just leaving it to us to handle on our own. It seems like all he cares about every day is that game. Thinking about it, Lu Jia even felt a bit frustrated. Should he talk to some friends and shut down all the games Li Hao loves to play, suspending them for a few days? Wait until Li Hao is fully focused on science, then restore the operation of those games. But it was just a thought. Lu Jia didn't dare to actually do it. Li Hao isn't stupid. If he suddenly found that the games he plays were inexplicably suspended, he would definitely know that someone didn't want him to play. Then he would lose his temper. And when Li Hao loses his temper, there are probably very few people in this world who can withstand such fury. Thinking about it, Lu Jia glanced again in the direction beyond Peak 012. There, still waiting for someone until now, waiting for a whole day and night, without even a chance to apologize. That is the Fields Medal laureate and the judge, Mr. Ling Tuesday, the most renowned and authoritative mathematician in the world. At that time, Ling Tu came to visit Li Hao, hoping to consult Li Hao on some mathematical problems. Ling Tu believed Li Hao was the greatest mathematical genius in the world and hoped Li Hao would make greater contributions to the field of mathematics. Li Hao was quite willing to meet Ling Tu as well, and at the beginning, everything was going well. However, Ling Tu was very proactive and enthusiastic, inviting Li Hao to put aside his current tasks and hold a World Mathematicians Summit to thoroughly discuss mathematics. Everyone could solve problems together and verify some ancient mathematical conjectures. Li Hao started yawning and said, I'm not interested in that. Ling Tu became anxious and said, with your talent, how can you not be interested in mathematics? Then Ling Tu launched into a lecture that lasted over an hour, treating Li Hao like a rebellious teenager and attempting to use his Western-style education to persuade Li Hao to find find his way back. But how could Li Hao be an ordinary child? As soon as Ling Tu started lecturing, Li Hao rolled his eyes on the spot and immediately walked away to sit nearby and play games. This left Ling Tu so angry that tears were about to fall, and he rebuked him with heartfelt anguish. You are the hope of the mathematics world. How can you indulge in play all day? Why not strive for great achievements? Li Hao made a face and left immediately, saying as he left, I'm starting to dislike math now because of you. I don't want to study math anymore, afraid that I might become as stubborn as this grandpa in the future. If you keep talking to me like this, I won't invent any new formulas ever again. With that, Li Hao walked away. Then Ling Tu suddenly realized. Ling Tu finally understood that this mischievous kid was different from other mischievous kids. He held the most secrets in the world, possessing countless knowledge. Yet, despite coming to seek his mentorship, he was deceived by Li Hao's adorably mischievous demeanor and instinctively began lecturing him. This angered Li Hao. Ling Tu broke out in a cold sweat. If future generations were to find out that, because of his lecturing, a super math genius never contributed to the field of mathematics again, what a terrifying loss that would be. He would be condemned by future generations. Terrified, Ling Tu stayed on the road to Mount 012, weeping every day. From time to time, he would shout, I was wrong. Please forgive my inappropriate remarks. Please continue researching mathematics. You can study mathematics while playing games. Pitiful. Li Hao, that brat, has a rebellious personality by nature. The more you forbid him from doing something, the more he insists on doing it. The more you encourage him to do something, the less he wants to do it. It was precisely because everyone saw Ling Tu's downfall, as well as the downfall of the mathematics community. They saw many mathematicians from around the world who came upon hearing the news, standing there constantly criticizing Ling Tu, furious and heartbroken. The people at the Mosey research base no longer dared to rush Li Hao. Lu Jie also didn't dare to say much. No one dared to provoke this troublemaker. When this troublemaker lost his temper, he would quit without hesitation, no matter how much was at stake. And if he did quit, the consequences would be terrifying, because he was the only one in the world who could do it. It is precisely because of this that Li Hao does whatever he wants. Of course, their complaints about Li Hao grew increasingly significant. The Mosey satellite is such an important project, yet, Li Hao doesn't care about it at all. After completing the work, he simply washed his hands of it. There are indeed some complaints. However, they did not know Li Hao's true thoughts. After once again driving away the furious Lu Jie, Li Hao's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as he looked at the people in the Mosey base. The mischievousness of a troublemaker was gone, replaced by a deep and solemn expression. Tomorrow, the Mosey will be launched, and you all cannot rely on me for everything. The theory has been developed, so follow the theory and put it into practice. What I hope for is everyone working together to study science, not me doing the research while you live in my shadow. If one day I can no longer study science, then the scientists of this world who have already become dependent on me. How will this drive the world's science to usher in the era of the Big Bang? Li Hao sighed. His heart was crystal clear. I am just a scientist, at most making many contributions. I am not your savior. What I hope to see more is 100 flowers blooming, competing with each other in beauty, and a great collision of different ideas. Let the world's science progress every day, and then boom. And I want to be someone who can take part in it. The highest office. With a bang, the teacup on the desk was directly overturned and fell to the ground. Everyone in the office turned serious. The atmosphere froze, making people feel as if they were about to die. No one dared to breathe loudly. Disgrace. Ha ha ha. Our America has become a laughingstock, a colossal laughingstock. The whole world is mocking us, America. Gentlemen, what should we do about this? America's leader roared as if in madness. I don't even dare to watch TV now, because as soon as I turn it on, it's the world's ridicule. That kind of ridicule makes my heart tremble. Painful. This is the most humiliating moment in America's history. At this moment, the Secretary of Defense said solemnly, Sir, these were your decisions. We advised you not to deploy the military first. You forgot, that was China. The leader of the United States had a trace of shame flash in his eyes, but as a leader, it was impossible to admit any mistakes. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Mosey must fail. China must fail. I will not allow China's quantum satellite launch to succeed. Do you understand? Do you get it? Do I need to keep emphasizing this? Do I need to explain the hidden implications behind it? Everyone fell silent. Sigh. At this moment, the foreign education minister stepped forward with a worried expression and said, I'll negotiate further. Try to win over more countries and unite them to put pressure on Huaxia. It's best if the whole world puts pressure on Huaxia. The leader of the United States sneered. Pressure? Overthinking it. Those country bumpkins don't even understand what a quantum satellite means or represents. They would only think, that the US and England are making such a fuss just to stop China from launching a satellite. They might even foolishly believe that we're pressuring China just to take Li Hao away. How could they possibly understand? The foreign education minister frowned. Then why don't we reveal to them the purpose of the quantum satellite and its impact on the world? The US leader shook his head.
Impossible. At this moment, the Minister of Defense and the experts from Manhwa Institute of Technology also stepped forward, their expressions extremely serious, and said, "Impossible. This won't do. This is the bottom line. The fewer people who know the secret of the quantum satellite, the better. If we make it public to the whole world now, what if we obtain it later? What if other countries then start pressuring us, the United States? What should we do then? Cutting-edge science, it's best if as few people as possible know about it, ideally just you and me. This is the bottom line." The foreign education minister spread his hands and sighed, but if those fools don't understand the terrifying potential of the quantum satellite, they absolutely won't support us, the United States. They'll just laugh at us and have no idea that we, The leader of the United States wore a grim expression, remaining silent for a long time before asking, "Have the agents already been deployed?" "Yes, sir. We have dispatched over 1,000 agents in total, all for the glory of the bald eagle, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives." The leader of the United States wore a grim expression. "This is our hidden trump card, lying in wait. They are not to act. Wait for the final order." Yes, and also, before he finished speaking, the secretary walked in and shouted, "Sir, an invitation has arrived from China. You must review it personally." What? Everyone in the office was utterly shocked. An invitation letter from Huaxia? Inviting us for what? The leader of the United States hurriedly took the invitation letter, opened it, and after a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "This is mocking us, the United States. Huaxia is inviting us to set off for Huaxia now, to Han City to observe the ceremony, to witness the launch process of the Mosey. They are inviting all of our top officials to Han City to watch, to witness an important milestone in Huaxia's history." What? This? Should we go? Everyone fell silent. A hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the American leader. "You forced me to do this. Shoot it down." "Is there a chance to shoot it down?" the professor from Manhwa Institute of Technology said in a deep voice. Yes. A single sentence made everyone present perk up. Is it really possible? "But our missiles cannot enter the airspace of Huaxia. This is the bottom line in mutual understanding between nations," the professor said in a deep voice. "We can choose to use our Patriot missiles to intercept the rocket either over international waters or over the airspace of other small countries. This is because after the rocket is launched, it does not travel in a straight line into space. Instead, it first escapes the atmosphere at the first cosmic velocity. During this phase, as it exits the atmosphere, the effect of gravity diminishes, causing it to form a parabolic trajectory and be thrown out by Earth's rotation. And during this process of being thrown out, it is certainly not over the airspace of Huaxia, but rather at some unknown location. Once it exits Earth's atmosphere, it will undergo its first acceleration, reaching the second cosmic velocity to escape Earth's gravity and leave the planet. At the moment it leaves Earth, if we can calculate its precise position, our Patriot missiles can intercept and destroy it." Everyone collectively widened their eyes. There really is a way. Shot down. The U.S. boss slammed the table with a decisive slap. "It's settled." The Secretary of Defense immediately stood at attention. "Yes, sir. Must be shot down. Huaxia must be defeated. Sir, I will arrange it immediately. If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three. But remember one thing. You must calculate the exact position of the Mosey satellite when it reaches the second cosmic velocity during launch. I need it calculated in advance, and ground personnel must be arranged ahead of time. At the moment of the shootdown, immediately recover all materials and traces. No one can obtain the wreckage, because it will bear the marks of our Patriot missile. This cannot be explained. I understand. At this moment, the professor from Manhwa Institute of Technology also became serious. "We will start the calculations immediately. There is a high probability that Li Hao will conduct the launch during the Chinese program I want to invent. This time slot is around 8 p.m. in China, and we know their coordinates are in Han City. Han City." As he spoke, the professor took out a map and sketched a few lines. Longitude 26 degrees east, latitude 33 degrees north. Approximately in this position, with the coordinates, we can derive a formula. The American leader raised an eyebrow. "What formula?" "The Earth's rotation is its only form of motion, but there is another type of motion that is not the Earth itself. It is the rotation around the equator influenced by the sun's gravitational pull. For now, we don't need to calculate the Earth's rotational data at the equator. We only need to know that the Earth's average angular velocity of rotation is 7.292 times 10 caret minus 5 radians/second, and the rotational linear velocity at the Earth's equator is 466 meters/second. From this, we derive a linear velocity of 466 meters per second. There is a high probability that China will use the A890 carrier rocket. We can first assume that the model they are using is the A890 carrier rocket. In that case, we know the data it will reach the first cosmic velocity, approximately 7.9 kilometers/second. The professor adjusted his glasses. But only after it enters the atmosphere and the effect of gravity on it becomes smaller and smaller will it gradually reach the first cosmic velocity. Before reaching the first cosmic velocity, its maximum ascent speed can only peak at 400 meters per second. Then, we can conclude that. As he spoke, the professor wrote out a long series of calculations next to the map. Moments later, a conclusion was reached. When Mosey reaches the first cosmic velocity, it will probably be at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Based on the direction of Earth's rotation, when it reaches 100,000 meters, Mosey's position will no longer be in Han City, but rather in a sharp thud sound. The professor's carbon pen pointed to a city in Huaxia. Further west, keep going west. It's here, but we won't shoot it down at the first cosmic velocity. We will shoot it down when it is about to reach the second cosmic velocity. Of course, if it really reaches the first cosmic velocity, the missile won't be able to catch up with it. So, we need to launch the missile 5 minutes in advance, at that precise point, to intercept it. It will probably meet here and then explode. Then, the Earth's rotation continues, and the Mosey satellite will freefall from about 200,000 meters in deep space. Its falling speed has been calculated to be approximately. In about 10 minutes, it will hit the ground. And in those 10 minutes, it will still land in a parabolic trajectory. It will land here. With a snap, the professor's pen tip landed on a spot on the map. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, staring in amazement at that place. The Atlantic Ocean. It's the Atlantic Ocean. Ha, heaven helps me, and it's actually in the Atlantic Ocean. The high seas of the Atlantic. If we arrange for ships to be on standby there in advance, and then have supersonic fighter jets patrolling the skies, as soon as it falls, we can immediately pinpoint its exact location. It would take no more than 10 minutes for us to salvage the wreckage of the Mosey and the Patriot missile debris, and when Huaxia sees it being shot down, they will react immediately. Then they'll dispatch helicopters and fighter jets to the Atlantic to search. At their fastest, it will take them more than half an hour to reach the area, and by that time, we will have already salvaged the wreckage and left. Brilliant! Hurry, hurry, and get ready. I want the most precise location, accurate to the meter. I want the most precise time, accurate to the second. Yes. At this moment, another senior official hesitated slightly. Sir, I think this isn't right. If we destroy what we can't obtain, then you don't know a damn thing. The leader of the United States roared. We are the world's #1 superpower. We will not allow any third world country to surpass the status of the United States. Whether it's in economy, military, or science, we will not allow it. But, there is no but. As long as we obtain the wreckage of Mosey, our country can quickly develop a quantum satellite. By then, even if we truly need to start a war, Congress will support me. And we will stop at nothing. The entire room fell silent. At this moment, the decision from the highest office was made, and they were unaware that Li Hao had also realized it. Night, 8 p.m. There are 24 hours left until the launch of Mosey. At this moment, the entire Mosey research base was filled with an atmosphere of solemnity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another dozen armed helicopters came from all directions, landing on the mountain helipad of 012. Li Hao sat on a small stool under the shade of a tree, cooling off, but his peripheral vision kept glancing toward the direction of the mountain helipad. He chuckled inwardly. It seems the country values the success of Mosey more than I imagined. This is already the 10th group of people today. Just as he was thinking this, a military officer walked up to him and saluted. Chief Engineer Li, I am Su Bing, the captain of the XXX Special Operations Unit. This time, the summit has assigned us a mission. Due to various countries coveting the Mosey satellite and harboring ill intentions and impure thoughts regarding your whereabouts, we have been specially dispatched to provide you with 24-hour close protection. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, Uncle, but there are already many people protecting me. Being called Uncle, Su Bing felt a warmth in his heart, and his gaze naturally softened. In his impression, scientists are always eccentric, either reclusive in nature or extremely arrogant. But a scientist like Li Hao, impossible. An innocent, adorable, lively child. Good heavens, an innocent and adorable child. If those who are familiar with Li Hao or the forces that have analyzed him knew his thoughts, they would surely smile wryly. Innocent? What a joke. Everyone who thought Li Hao was innocent ended up deeply regretting their misjudgment. At this moment, a sound of rustle, rustle, rustle arose. Behind Li Hao, more than a dozen soldiers carrying submachine guns and sniper rifles had unknowingly appeared. This was Li Hao's original guard company. The captain of the guard company, Zhang Dabiao, looked angrily at Su Bing and saluted. Captain Su, Chief Engineer Li's safety is being protected by our guard company. Who sent you here? What are you trying to do? Li Hao propped up his chin, grinning as he watched the two groups confront each other. He knew they were competing for credit and were also at odds with each other. Su Bing said calmly, I am following orders from my superior. Who is your superior? What is your position? position. Guard Company Commander. Zheng Dabiao. Then you are not qualified to know about my superior. You just need to follow orders. From now on, all security work for Chief Engineer Li will be handled by us. You can leave now. Insolent. An argument broke out. Li Hao quickly stood up. Oh dear, uncles, please don't argue. Uncle Zhang, you all must be tired, and it's just the right time for someone to take over your shift. So why don't you decide who will protect me at night and who will protect me during the day? Zhang Dabiao smiled gently. Chief Engineer Li, then we'll protect you at night and leave the daytime to them. Opposite him, Su Bing calculated in his mind no, he had to fight for the night shift. The Mosey satellite was being launched at night, and that was the best time to protect Li Hao. Tomorrow, so many important figures would be coming, a perfect chance to make an impression. No, we were born as scouts, we are more suited for nighttime operations. They started arguing again. At this moment, Li Hao said, Oh, uncles, stop arguing. Which one of you knows how to play games? Ha! Both teams were dumbfounded. Li Hao chuckled. Whoever plays games with me at night, that's fine. I don't have time to play during the day. They all give me the cold shoulder now. I don't even dare to play games. As he spoke, Li Hao looked a bit aggrieved. Once the Mosey is a success, my task will be over. I want to travel. I want to have fun. I want a vacation. Both sides were left staring in astonishment. Couldn't help but just want to give a wry smile. This, sure enough, still a child. Li Hao couldn't be bothered to make arrangements for them. After all, when it comes to his own safety, he has no say in the matter. Right now, I'm a national treasure, truly precious. They could only let them reach a cooperation agreement on their own. Li Hao put on his headphones and listened to crosstalk. Sitting leisurely under the shade of a tree, he closed his eyes, swung his little feet, and occasionally let out a chuckle. The two teams watching felt a wave of helplessness. Faintly, they felt that Li Hao might not be as simple or innocent as he appeared on the surface. But every time they thought this way, as soon as they saw Li Hao's innocent side again, they would forget what they had previously thought. 9 o'clock in the evening, an Audi S6 drove into the base. The car door opened, and Zhang Tingyue and Lu Shi quickly stepped out. Li Hao! Li Hao! Li Hao took off his headphones, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Uncle Zhang, Sister Ding, what brings you here? Zhang Tingyue looked at Li Hao's appearance and the heavily guarded surroundings, feeling waves of emotion in his heart. Sigh, how time flies. It was just the week before last. At that time, when we first met, Li Hao went on stage wearing a Garfield t-shirt, and everyone was amused by his cuteness. But everyone was also angered by his arrogant remarks. Who could have imagined back then? He wasn't bragging, he was truly amazing. 2 weeks ago, who could have imagined that the adorable 13-year-old child would become the chief designer and chief engineer of the world's most confidential project, the Mosey satellite? A military unit is stationed here to protect him, with a guard unit providing 24-hour close protection. The whole world has its eyes focused on him. Who could have imagined? Once upon a time, even I underestimated him, deceived by his innocent, adorable, and naive appearance. Lu Qian stepped forward, squatted down, and chuckled. Li Hao, it's been a week since we last met. Did you miss your sister? Li Hao nodded. I did. I missed having you play games with me, but now I already have a wife, you know. Lu Qian covered her forehead and let out a bitter laugh. This little rascal, why say something like that? It makes it seem like I did something wrong. Still, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. How could he already have a wife? Lu Qian quickly pulled her thoughts back, blushed, and said, not messing with you today. We're here to ask if tomorrow's I Want to Invent will proceed as usual? Li Hao nodded. Of course, it will proceed as usual. Are you saying you don't want me to participate in I Want to Invent? As he spoke, Li Hao's eyes seemed on the verge of tears. He pouted and shouted loudly. If you don't let me appear on the show, don't let me participate in I Want to Invent, I'm quitting. I won't launch the Mosey satellite anymore. I won't care about you all anymore. I won't help you develop physics and mathematics. Next time, I won't help you build the Tsar Bomba. Hiss. As the words fell, everyone around gasped sharply. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. It's over. The little troublemaker is angry again. It's over. Li Hao has to coax him. If anyone makes him angry, there will truly be a catastrophe. In an instant, all the soldiers around fiercely turned their eyes toward Lu Qian. And the guard company commander, Zhang Dabiao, roared angrily. Insolent! Do you have any idea how massive the Mosey project is? Are you trying to sabotage the quantum satellite launch mission? Apologize to Chief Engineer Li immediately. If Chief Engineer Li doesn't forgive you, you will be the sinners of Huaxia. The new head bodyguard, Su Bing, also shouted coldly. If Chief Engineer Li needs to attend I Want to Invent, then he must attend. If the Mosey launch is delayed, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lu Qian looked aggrieved. I didn't. I just came to ask. I didn't. And next to him, Zhang Tingyue's face turned pale with fear, and he didn't even dare to say a word. At this moment, some scientists in the base suddenly turned their heads, looking thoughtfully at Li Hao. Tsar Bomba? What is that? At this moment, many scientists noticed that keyword. Tsar Bomba. What kind of existence is this? Is Li Hao preparing to make the Tsar Bomba? The one called Big Ivan, the Tsar Bomba? And it wasn't
wasn't just the scientists, several officers present also cast peculiar glances at him. A colonel-ranked officer stood under a tree, looking at Li Hao, and murmured, "Big Ivan, the Tsar Bomba, is it a kind of bomb? Li Hao, is he finally going to get involved in the military field?"
Congratulations, last time the general wanted Li Hao to join the military, but Li Hao refused. This was a significant loss for our Huaxia military, but I didn't expect that he still remembers such matters in his heart and still thinks of us. A hint of gentleness appeared in the officer's eyes.
Huaxia's military industry is the true armed force.
With a strong armed force, we can protect all aspects of the nation's livelihood, science, and economic stability and development.
Li Hao glanced at the people in the laboratory out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Let me keep you all in suspense for now. You'll have to come to me voluntarily, otherwise, you won't appreciate it," Lu Shi said with a slightly trembling voice. "Li Hao, don't misunderstand, don't be angry. I'm not saying you can't participate in my invention. I'm actually eager for you to join my invention. The reason I came to find you this time is, first, to confirm whether you're still participating in my invention. After all, the Mosey project is already a national endeavor, and we don't have the initiative anymore. Of course, your attitude now makes it clear it's a must."
Li Hao finally snorted. "That's more like it."
Lu Shi gave a wry smile, but she found it a bit strange in her heart. Why does Li Hao like the "I want to invent" program so much? With his status and position, he still enjoys appearing on the show. If you say Li Hao likes being in the spotlight, then why doesn't he go on variety shows? Why doesn't he interact with the public? But if you say Li Hao wants to keep a low profile, the whole world knows him through the "I want to invent" program.
Lu Shi continued, "The second thing is, let's confirm something. If you're going to appear on the "I want to invent" program, let's discuss the program planning.
Because the Mosey satellite is something that can't be brought into the lab. So, are we filming at base 012?
As the words fell, Li Hao had no time to speak before hearing a large group of people around him shout in unison,
"No way! This is non-negotiable. You can't film at base 012.
You can at most go to the viewing platform to watch the rocket launch, but you cannot come to the base.
This involves cutting-edge science, so you can't come here." Lu Qian quickly nodded. All right, we understand, absolutely. That's only natural." Li Hao also nodded and smiled. "Sister Lu Qian, then I won't go to the studio tomorrow, okay? Let's go to the viewing platform to film instead." "Good, I think so too. This is the first quantum satellite of our Huaxia." "Well, Li Hao, we won't disturb you anymore. Once the program's direction is confirmed, we'll leave." "You're not allowed to leave." Lu Shi and Zhang Tingyue turned back in astonishment, feeling a bit nervous.
And with Li Hao's words, the surrounding soldiers actually moved in compliance, seemingly with the intention of surrounding them.
"At your command. Whatever Li Hao says must be carried out." Zhang Tingyue turned pale with fright, trembling like a leaf. Li Hao, is there anything else?"
Li Hao pouted. "Sister, you haven't played games with me in so long. You're not allowed to leave. Play King of Glory with me."
Lu Qian, Zhang Tingyue gave a wry smile. "Then, what about Uncle?" Li Hao asked. "Can Uncle play games?" "No, he can't." "Then go ahead and leave." Zhang Tingyue, damn it, I actually feel a bit regretful in my heart. Zhang Tingyue let out a bitter laugh.
If only he knew how to play video games, he could accompany Li Hao in gaming.
Getting closer to Li Hao would be more worthwhile than anything else. After all, the whole world wanted to build a connection with Li Hao. Lu Shi gave a wry smile. "Well, alright then." As soon as the words fell, from the Mosey base laboratory, a young man wearing glasses suddenly walked out. After stepping out, he gave Li Hao a cold look, then glanced at Lu Shi, and suddenly shouted, "I've had enough." With a loud roar, everyone turned their heads in unison. The laboratory was in an uproar. Lu Jie glared and angrily rebuked. "Fang Yang, what are you doing? Why are you yelling at Li Hao?" Fang Yang pointed angrily at Li Hao and said coldly, "I've really had enough. Why should the whole world revolve around a brat like you? Why? How old are you anyway? Everyone here is older than you. Do we all have to cater to you?"
Li Hao blinked his big eyes innocently at Fang Yang. In his heart, he sighed, so impatient. Fang Yang seemed determined to vent all the frustration he had been harboring, roaring. "The country trusts you so much that it specifically established a research base for you. Everyone here follows your orders because we are launching the world's only quantum satellite. Everyone is working hard, everyone is busy. And you spend your days eating, drinking, playing, and gaming. You completely ignore our progress. You don't care about the rocket, you don't care about the data, you don't care about the testing, you don't care about anything. All you've provided is a quantum satellite box, some blueprints, engineering drawings, and data. Have you conducted any field investigations? Have you personally guided us? We just stare at these blueprints every day, trying to figure them out ourselves, and we even have to learn theories we've never encountered before from scratch. Everything has to be learned by us, everything has to be done by us. You idle around all day, not guiding us, not teaching us how to proceed. Everything has to be handled by us, and what if we get it wrong? I haven't slept for a day and a night, starting from scratch to learn the elementary quantum theory you compiled. You are the chief engineer. How can you just ignore everything? What if we make a mistake? mistake. Have you ever thought about this? We don't know anything. As the chief engineer, why don't you personally show us how it's done? The entire place fell silent.
At this moment, all the soldiers frowned and looked at Fong Yang with a complicated expression.
What kind of talk is this? The mindset of reaching out and taking, has it already become so self-righteous? Someone told you how to cook and prepared all the ingredients for you. Yet you complain, why didn't they just cook the meal for you, serve it directly to you, and feed you? At this moment, Lu Jie's expression also darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Fong Yang, you are fired. Fong Yang suddenly turned around and screamed, why, am I wrong?
At this moment, Li Hao chuckled and led the bewildered Lu Shi to the side.
Hee, sister, let's go play some games. Okay.
After walking for a while, Li Hao's faint voice could be heard.
Actually, I can handle all of these things on my own, but I don't want to.
I hope that everyone in Huaxia can be like dragons, not just me as the only brain while all of you are robots. Fong Yang heard the words Li Hao said before he left, but he couldn't understand. He had no idea about these things at all.
Just secretly resenting Li Hao. What gives you the right? What skills do you have? What abilities do you possess?
You spend your days doing nothing, playing games everywhere, wandering around. So what makes you think you can stand above everyone else? Fong Yang pointed at Li Hao's back and shouted,
if you have any abilities, show them to us.
You don't help us with any of the details, and now the Mosey is under the scrutiny of the entire world.
What if something goes wrong? Aren't you afraid we'll make a mistake?
As his words fell, apart from Lu Jie and a few other senior professors, the younger researchers in the base all secretly nodded, and a sense of shared indignation began to rise in their hearts. During this period, they were very enthusiastic at the beginning, but as they delved deeper, they started feeling increasingly uncomfortable and stifled.
The chief engineer didn't handle anything, only entrusted them with the most critical parts.
He also explained some basic quantum theories to them. They felt annoyed and distressed. At the same time, very worried. Whenever they did anything, they were constantly worried about making mistakes. Every task was carried out with extreme caution and meticulousness, making everyone extraordinarily focused, deeply afraid of making errors. When they encountered something they didn't understand and had no one to ask, they could only rely on the materials left by Li Hao to figure it out themselves. But such a massive project, everyone is afraid of making mistakes.
So the more cautious they are, the greater their negative emotions become.
It's not just Fong Yang who has issues with Li Hao. Almost all the younger intellectuals have significant grievances against him.
However, they've been keeping it to themselves. Now that Fong Yang has spoken up,
everyone is starting to express their dissatisfaction. At this moment, another female scientist voiced her discontent.
Chief Engineer Li, you are the chief engineer and chief designer. You've seen the news. Now the eyes of the entire world are focused on Huaxia's Mosey.
People from all over the country, and even from around the world, are on their way to Han City, eager to witness the launch of Mosey up close. With so much attention and such significant stakes, what's wrong with you personally stepping in to help us complete some tasks?
Outrageous. At this moment, Lu Jie finally stood up in anger. What is wrong with all of you? Have you all grown accustomed to a life of being spoon-fed and having everything handed to you? Has Li Hao not done enough?
Li Hao has already completed the most critical components and laid everything out for you.
He even provided all the theoretical knowledge. It's as simple as looking up a word in the dictionary if you don't know it. But now, you don't even want to look up the dictionary, you just want someone to hand you the correct answer directly? Fong Yang said, Professor Lu, isn't this just a waste of time? There's clearly someone here who can do it. Saving time and effort, why not take advantage of that? You all.
At this moment, Li Hao also turned his head back, and the innocent and naive smile on his face was gone. In its place was a sense of coldness, as well as compassion. In his previous life on Earth, he had also been an outstanding scientist, excelling in mathematics, physics, and chemistry.
But wasn't all of this something he had researched and developed on his own?
This world has a boundary. Before graduate school, all your courses had already been taught by your teachers. At this point, your scientific knowledge has reached an introductory level. But after entering graduate school, teachers can only give you suggestions. Beyond graduate school, sometimes even your advisor may not always be right.
You are no longer a student, you have become a scholar.
And as a scholar, from that moment on, you must begin to conduct your own research.
No one will provide you with advice, not even the slightest suggestion. For instance, no one will tell you what books to read or even which subject to study, let alone someone teaching you hand in hand. Teaching you comes at a cost.
At this point, as a scholar, you must start researching on your own, striving for progress. You must embed your love for science deep into your bones, create on your own, and delve into studies independently. Collect your own materials and summarize, what am I lacking, and which subject do I need to catch up on? You have to learn everything by yourself, because that is an advanced subject. No one can teach advanced subjects.
After graduating from university, a student can only teach elementary school.
A graduate student, after graduation, can teach middle school or high school, but only a professor can teach college students.
So, when you reach that level, who can teach you? Who can guarantee to guide you without making any mistakes? Sorry, no one.
Li
Hao looked at those young scientists with a somewhat cold expression, silent for a long, long time. Li Hao then looked at Lu Jie. Grandpa Lu, are they all from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Lu Jie nodded with a slightly flushed face. Yes. Li Hao sighed. I'm very disappointed. I'm deeply disappointed in the Huaxia Academy of Science. These greenhouse flowers should never have appeared in such a place. They are unworthy of being autonomous, independent scientists with their own thoughts. I'm very angry. I'm angry at the researchers of the Huaxia Academy of Science. Such habits and behaviors of being spoon-fed and pampered, like robbers who only know how to take and plunder, how are they any different? I'm very sorrowful. I'm sorrowful that the pinnacle of Huaxia's scientific strength is at such a level. Scientific progress comes from the collision of different ideas, creating a chemical reaction, yet they have no thoughts. Scientists without thoughts, no matter how dignified their appearance may be, are still nothing more than robots living in the world of their predecessors, devoid of creativity. Li Hao clenched his fists, looking at those young scientists with flushed faces full of defiance, and slowly shook his head. Hopeless. Fang Yang and the other young people blushed, being pointed at and spoken to like this by Li Hao. They were all unconvinced in their hearts, but they couldn't come up with a reasonable and well-founded counterargument. Lu Qian was a bit anxious. She felt that this commotion was happening because she was the instigator. If she and Zhang Tingyue hadn't come, it wouldn't have become the fuse to ignite this powder keg. This is a critical moment in the development of the Mosey satellite, and if internal conflicts arise now, and everyone abandons their work, what a terrifying disaster that would be. The launch of the Mosey satellite is imminent, and no mistakes can occur at this time. Lu Qian anxiously tugged on Li Hao's hand and whispered, Li Hao, say a little less, don't cause conflict. Li Hao smiled as he let go of Lu Qian's hand, then took a few steps forward. His tone grew increasingly solemn, shedding the pretense of childlike innocence. I am deeply disappointed. The spirit of dedication of countless ancestors and scientific pioneers of China has now all gone to waste. I don't understand why the country spends so much money to cultivate a group of useless people like you. If no one teaches you hand in hand, are you incapable of doing anything? Do you only know how to complain? Are you trash? And you still claim you're not useless? Fang Yang, Li Hao, you, shut up! Li Hao shouted loudly and then continued walking forward, his eyes fixed intently on Professor Lu Jie. At this moment, Lu Jie hung his head in shame, not daring to meet Li Hao's gaze. Li Hao felt a sense of relief in his heart. It hadn't rotted to the core. It was only the spoiled young scientists who had deteriorated. The older generation, however, remained impeccable. That's true, the older generation of scientists all came from that era. Li Hao shouted loudly. Starting from the late Qing dynasty, China suffered humiliation from foreign powers for over 100 years. During that period, foreign gunboats and cannons entered China, and the first shot was fired, awakening the people. Before being awakened, the great empire faced foreign guns and cannons, and yet someone proposed using dog blood to counter them. Ridiculous? No, it's tragic, but never again. When foreign powers entered China's ports and fired the first shot of the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion, the Chinese people woke up. Thus, factories and foreign firms were established across China, and even the great man Zhang Guofan personally oversaw the construction of China's first shipyard in history. At that time, I want to ask you all, what did Huaxia have? What did Huaxia understand? At that time, the decaying Qing knew nothing. Who understood mechanics? Who understood thermodynamics? Who understood navigation? Who understood physics? But from that moment on, those decayed scholars who had been studying the 4 books and 5 classics and writing 8-legged essays just a few years earlier began to strive for progress, gritting their teeth and teaching themselves things they had never understood before. A few years later, among those who had known nothing before, the first batch of physicists, mathematicians, navigators, and thermodynamicists in Huaxia were born. As a result, Huaxia had its first shipyard. After just a few years of catching up, Huaxia's shipyard became the best in Asia, no longer powerless to fight back. Although they ultimately still lost, the warships produced by Huaxia's shipyard were able to enter the Yellow Sea and face off directly against the warships developed by the great powers over hundreds of years. Did anyone teach them? Would the foreigners teach them? As he spoke, Li Hao grabbed Fang Yang by the neck and shouted, Tell me, were there any scientists who went to the decaying Qing at that time to teach them hand in hand? Were there? Fang Yang was startled and stammered, and no. Then let me tell you how they learned. They used human lives to fill the gaps, drawing blueprints of the warships of the great powers, imagining the structures of their cannons. Through countless trials and errors, endless failures, and relentless experiments, they developed the latest black powder, catching up with the power of the foreigners' cannons. Did someone teach them? No one taught them, but they were crazily self-learning, constantly sending people abroad to study, enduring discrimination from foreign powers, stealing techniques and knowledge, and immediately returning home to experiment. Li Hao suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Jie. You know history well, tell me, is that right? Lu Jie's eyes were red, and for a moment, he couldn't help but shed tears. Yes, Li Hao continued. The Qing dynasty still fell, and warlords rose in rebellion across the land. After that, the vast land of China turned into a sea of fire, with countless
countless lives lost, famine and corpses strewn across the battlefield.
Then, you tell me, under such circumstances, did China's science and military regress or progress? Fong Yang stammered, I don't know.
I'll tell you, China's military science experienced a groundbreaking leap forward during that chaotic era of warfare.
Don't compare it to the Westerners. We can't compete with them. They've had hundreds of years of industrial development.
But compared to the Qing dynasty, it was just a mere decade or two, a few decades at most.
In those few decades, amidst the uprisings of warlords, China instantly leapt from the era of cold weapons to the era of firearms.
Automatic rifles, automobiles, trains. Within just a few short years, they spread like wildfire across the entire land of China. From this moment on, Huaxia has risen.
Li Hao turned his head again to look at Lu Jie. Is that right? Lu Jie nodded. Yes.
Wiping the damp corners of his eyes, Lu Jie said in a slightly hoarse voice,
this is a miracle in the history of scientific development.
In just over a decade, the people of Huaxia have gone from being powerless against foreigners to capable of fighting head-on.
We used just over a decade to gradually catch up with them.
Li Hao chuckled.
Yes, in just over a decade, we caught up with them. But before catching up, what did countless intellectuals of Huaxia have? Did they have the advanced factories of the West? Did they have the highly developed universities of the West? Did they have the industrial system of the West? Are there any outstanding scientists from the West? Do you know what a Nobel Prize is? Do you know what a World Science Summit is?
Knowing nothing at all, it was those overseas students who traveled across the oceans, enduring the mocking and discriminatory gazes of countless Westerners, who diligently studied and learned Western knowledge and technology. Then they traveled back across the oceans, risking the dangers of war, pirate attacks, and beatings from Westerners, bringing back fragments of knowledge, and slowly researching and pondering over them. The scene was utterly silent. Everyone was looking at this child, always so innocent and adorable, now so sharp, so fierce. For the first time, they saw him with such depth. And those young scientists who had previously spoken out in support of Fong Yang were now all dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Li Hao did not stop. He continued speaking. Time has passed, and our fragmented homeland has once again been unified.
And by this time, several decades have already gone by.
Yet, during these decades, our China won the war of resistance against Japan and the Korean War. In just a few decades, we transformed from a China that was ravaged by foreigners without the ability to fight back into a great power.
We defeated the Japanese, and we defeated the Americans.
Over the decades, countless pioneers, starting with nothing, brought vitality to the land of China, finally catching up with the pace of the world. China now has its own military factories, airports, automobile plants, and factories. Decades ago, we were still facing foreign firearms and cannons in the court, saying dog blood can break it. But within these decades, we have become capable of independently and autonomously building airplanes, cannons, tanks, cars, and ships.
Tell me, was anyone teaching them? Did advanced foreigners come to China to teach them step by step how to do it? Teach them how to implement it? Teach them theoretical data? Teach them specific principles? Not even a single book.
To understand a short essay by a Western scientist, they had to spend 3 to 5 years just learning English first.
They didn't even know the data.
It was all based on their own exploration. Just like that, they figured it out.
But it's not enough, still not enough. The entire room fell silent, not a sound was heard.
Some soldiers widened their eyes, not daring to move, afraid that tears would fall from their sockets. Zhang Tingyue stood quietly by the car, looking at Li Hao, his nose feeling a bit sour. Lu Qian covered her mouth even tighter, afraid of crying out loud, only sobbing continuously. Although they had studied modern history many times in history books, they had never had such a direct feeling. It wasn't until Li Hao spoke that everyone was so shocked. The world once had 4 ancient civilizations, and as the seas change into mulberry fields, time passes and circumstances change. Only the Chinese nation remains. 5,000 years of history, enduring endless hardships and trials, has persisted to this day, now standing as the world's only ancient civilization still in existence. It remains unvanquished because of this fertile land, continuously nurturing those diligent and courageous Chinese people who strive forward.
And yet, Li Hao shouted loudly, the West has developed the atomic bomb.
Our country knows that if we truly want to become a global superpower, only by possessing the atomic bomb can we hold the power to speak.
The atomic bomb, in that era, the atomic bomb. The court statement that foreign guns and cannons can be broken by dog blood was made just a few decades ago, and now we're about to start researching the atomic bomb? How is that even possible? But the research had begun. But that's the atomic bomb.
Only one country in the world had mastered the technology. At this time, don't even think about saying you need someone to teach you step by step, and don't even think about saying someone can provide you with guidance.
Nonsense. Not only was there none, but they even imposed a technological blockade on China. What is a technological blockade?
It means that after going through immense effort to figure out you need to read a certain book, learn a certain subject to grasp a principle, you still can't access it.
All the technology was completely blocked from the Chinese people. Under the desperate conditions of technological blockade, China still managed to assemble a team. They
began focusing on researching nuclear fission phenomena and breakthroughs in U-235 purification technology.
Westerners invented the computer, an immensely vast and massive set of formulas calculated through computers. And Huaxia, do you know about it? Li Hao shouted. Do you know that part of history? I'm asking you.
Fang Yang's tears streamed down like a broken string, pursing his lips as he gradually knelt down.
No one responded. Everyone knows. Li Hao still reminded them. The incredibly massive formulas and data for nuclear fission. Do you know how the scientists in Huaxia calculated it back then?
They used abacuses, they used draft paper for longhand calculations. A mathematician in a room, calculating day and night, often to the point of coughing up blood, fainting, or even sudden death. The room was piled high with draft calculation papers, all worked out with pen and paper.
Can you imagine how complex the mathematical problems of nuclear fission were?
And back then, it was calculated using abacuses. In just a few years, only a few years, Li Hao paused, his tone heavy, and said with slightly reddened eyes. Years later, a loud explosion echoed in Lopner. A beam of intense light shot into the sky, and a mushroom cloud rose. Decades of accumulation, years of research, countless people pouring their hearts and souls into it all culminated in that single explosion, a success. From that moment, China produced over a dozen pioneers of the two bombs, one satellite project. It was also from that moment that China gained a voice on the global stage, becoming the China of today, the world's second largest power. I still remember a century ago, the court's remark, dog blood can break it. In just 100 years, China has become the ruler of this world. Those scientific pioneers had no one to teach them, let alone guide them hand in hand.
They researched, they accumulated. Li Hao took a deep breath. I am very angry that I gave you all the data and theoretical knowledge, created the core elements. Yet you still blame me for not preparing the meal and feeding it directly into your mouths? Ha! Why not eat minced meat? With that, Li Hao walked away, his voice echoing faintly. Get out of here. You are not worthy of being called scientists, let alone Chinese scientists. These 5 words are of the highest honor. The scene was silent. For a long, long time, only the sound of sobbing in large waves could be heard. Li Hao turned and left, not taking a single cloud with him. The words spoken were also heart-piercing remarks. All the scientists and researchers in the entire Mosey Research Center base were now bowing their heads in shame. Some even let out faint sobs. Li Hao's voice still echoed in their ears, deafening and powerful, each sentence like a knife stabbing into their hearts. Fang Yang, who had been picking a fight, now wore a look of utter despair. After recalling Li Hao's words, he couldn't help but think of the names in history books and those predecessors and scientific pioneers he often heard about. Sigh. Fang Yang sighed, his eyes red, and shouted, I was wrong. Teacher, please don't expel me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Swish, swish, swish. Many young scientists were kneeling on the ground at this moment. Teacher, we want to participate in the development of Mosey. We don't want to leave. Teacher, I was wrong. We really shouldn't have wrongly blamed Li Hao. I finally understand Chief Engineer Li's well-intentioned efforts. Teacher, let us continue to participate in this project. Teacher, please help us plead with Chief Engineer Li so that we can continue to be part of this project. Teacher. Lu Jia looked at those people, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. There was once a great opportunity placed before you, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Only after losing it did you realize the regret. It's too late. Do you know how much effort I put in, how many people I sought out just to secure a recommendation slot? I recommended you. You were the ones I painstakingly nurtured, but I never expected that in the end, you would become robots. At the same time, I understand your feelings about participating in the development of the Mosey. Many of you never saw this as a rare scientific research opportunity but treated it as a stepping stone for self-promotion. You believed that as long as you participated in the development of this project, you would gain the recognition of your predecessors, earn the approval of the nation, and acquire a shiny and impressive credential, right? As the words fell, more than a dozen people blushed, lowered their heads in shame, or avoided eye contact altogether. Yes, Lu Jia was not wrong. Most of them came here truly aiming for their future prospects. They just want a credential like this. I participated in the research of the Huaxia Mosey. Isn't it just for this credential? However, Lu Jia's true intention is to hope that they come here to learn, not just to gild their resumes. It's about learning the world's most cutting-edge technology, theories, and data here. Acquiring the most advanced quantum theory knowledge in the world, conducting research, and simultaneously combining it with practical actions integrating theory and practice to elevate their achievements in physics to a higher level. But obviously, many people didn't understand this principle. Lu Jia shouted loudly, Fang Yang. Fang Yang trembled all over. Teacher, you are expelled. No, teacher, no. Lu Jia continued without pausing. Zhang Xin. Teacher, please don't. You are expelled. No, teacher, please give me another chance. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake now. Please give me another chance. I'm begging you. Wang Kai, you are expelled. Zhang Hao, you are expelled. Xin Kersen, you are expelled. Su Dai, you are expelled. Lu Jia read out nearly 10 names in a row, then paused and did not continue.
continue. During this time, he had also been secretly observing the behavior and attitudes of his students. As for the names he read, he was certain in his heart that there was absolutely no mistake. Lu Jie stopped, but an old lady also stepped out, her face cold as she said, "I will read out a few names as well. Zhang Heng, Xian Kuan, Lu Haiyang. You are expelled." During this period, it wasn't just Professor Lu observing your actions, I have been watching too. If Li Hao hadn't called out names, perhaps you would have been let off without a word. But since Chief Engineer Li pointed out this matter, I also believe it's time for you to leave. Immediately, more than a dozen people knelt on the ground, begging hysterically for forgiveness. At this moment, perhaps they truly realized their mistakes, but it was already too late. Li Hao's words sent a jolt through the hearts of all the scientists present who were passionate about science, reminding them of their glorious past. They also came to understand the weight of those 5 words, words with 100% gold content. They are the 5 most glorious words in the world. Chinese scientist. Not just anyone can bear such a title. At this moment, the soldiers ignored their pleas and forcibly took them into the vehicles, heading toward Mount 012. And because they were all individuals who had previously participated in the research and held many secrets, they would not be allowed to leave immediately. Instead, their activities would first be restricted to prevent them from leaking the technology they possessed to foreign spies. And just as they were leaving, at the same time, Fudan University received the news. Beep beep beep. The principal's direct line rang. "Hello, this is Zhang Kexing. I am from the Mozi Research Base." A minute later, Zhang Kexing's eyes lit up with a hint of ecstasy. "Really? You'll give Fudan University a chance? Really? There are really 2 spots?" Beep beep beep. The call ended, and Zhang Kexing's tears streamed down. Our Fudan also has a chance now. This will bring more talent to Fudan. The experts at Fudan who are devoted to physics finally have an opportunity to access more advanced knowledge. Thank you. That's just how it is. You don't know how to cherish certain things, but you also don't know how many people in the world envy your opportunities. At the same time, Shuemu University, inside the president's office. Ring ring ring, an extremely urgent phone ringing sounded. The president glanced at the red landline, his heart skipping a beat, immediately realizing that something significant was about to happen. Only his superiors would call this red phone. Hurriedly stood up and answered the phone. "Hello, this is Zhang Peifu." After a few words on the phone, Zhang Peifu was dumbfounded on the spot, completely stunned. Leader, didn't you say only the Huaxia Academy of Sciences could intervene? We at Shuemu University also have a chance to participate in the EPIC project? Yes. Thank you, leader, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, country, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Chief Engineer Li, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Yes. Understood. I will definitely complete it. The physics professors at Shuemu University dream every day of being able to participate, to witness. They will definitely cherish it. Thank you, leader. Laughed softly over the phone, a deep voice came through. "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Chief Engineer Li. If you want to thank someone, thank those self-important folks at the Huaxia Research Institute who willingly disappointed Chief Engineer Li and handed this opportunity over to you." Hung up the phone. Zhang Peifu wiped away his tears and murmured, "My Shuemu University will not let you down." They disappointed Chief Engineer Li, but the old professors at my Shuemu University dream of getting a spot to participate in the Mozi project. Even if it costs them their lives, they want to be part of an epic project and learn more advanced, cutting-edge, and professional quantum mechanics theories. Muttering to himself, Zhang Peifu shouted loudly, "Secretary, call all the most senior professors from the physics, mathematics, and chemistry departments." "President Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Peifu burst into wild laughter. "Special approval from Hansheng. A total of 15 people have been dismissed from the research institute. We've been given 2 slots at Shuemu University. Our university can assign 2 scientists to go to the Mozi base to take over the work." "Ha, really?" Peking University also received the call, "Still 2 spots. Quick, have all the professors from the Physics Institute come here. The chief engineer of the Mozi base, Li Hao, is willing to give us 2 spots at Peking University." "Really?" Southwest University of Science and Technology also received a phone call at this time. Across the country, the top-tier science academies and universities of technology all received calls from Han City. Just half an hour later, helicopters took off directly from various parts of China, carrying extremely excited experts and professors, heading straight to the Mozi Satellite Research Base. Time is a bit tight, but it doesn't matter. The basic things are all taken care of, with very few mistakes. Although they came here under the guise of work, there are very few things they can actually get involved in. At this moment, at Mountain 012, in the Mozi Research and Development Base, several buses began driving out along the winding mountain road. The buses carried the people who had been dismissed, along with their luggage and belongings. Looking at the Mozi Research Base gradually fading into the distance, everyone's hearts were filled with complex emotions: despair, regret, and boundless anger. Fang Yang wiped away his tears. How could we have been fired. Tomorrow is the moment when the Mosey will ascend to the skies, and yet we were dismissed at this critical time. Without us, how could the Mosey research base possibly function? Sigh, let's not worry about the Mosey anymore. Our own future is in jeopardy. Actually, if we think about it carefully, we do have our own issues. It's time to look for faults within ourselves instead of blaming others. Maybe after the higher-ups see our change in attitude, they'll reinstate us. Hey, it's clearly their problem. And now you're actually blaming yourselves? Anyway, we're not allowed to participate in the Mosey project research now, and Li Hao is just a hands-off boss. If it fails, it won't be our fault anyway. Science, after all, failure is just failure. Isn't that perfectly normal? But the whole world is watching. So what? Everyone was chatting when they suddenly heard the roar of a helicopter overhead. They quickly stuck their heads out to look outside. Whoa, why are there so many people here? This can't be someone here to replace us, right? How could it be possible for someone to come and take over so quickly? Besides, how many people in all of China can match our level? Heavens, it really is someone here to replace us. At the entrance of the Mosey research base, over a dozen senior professors from all over the country stood excitedly at the gate of the Mosey base with their students, dragging their luggage. Shuimu University reporting in. Peking University reporting in. Fudan University reporting in. Southwest University of Science and Technology reporting in. South China Academy of Sciences reporting in. Northwest Institute of Technology reporting in.